Imagine a world where reality and gaming have completely merged into one. With it, countless new classes emerged. Ferocious beasts now roam free, bringing with them endless dungeons, mysterious ruins, dangerous secret realms, and terrifying monsters waiting around every corner. In this reality, absolutely anyone can gather massive experience points, epic items, and even powerful gear and special tools just by hunting down these monsters. But no matter how wild and ferocious those monsters get, they are absolutely nothing compared to one legendary existence. Mysterious, incredibly rare, and possessing power as immense as the gods themselves, they are the Dragon Tamers. Back at a high school in the Dragon Kingdom, a teacher loudly slaps the chalkboard to get his students' attention. Written on the board is the crucial Career Awakening Guide for the graduating seniors. He explains that today's class awakening ceremony will not only determine whether they can pass the college entrance exams, but it also shapes their entire path and future development. Even though the class awakening results are technically decided by pure random chance, he urges them to have absolute confidence in themselves. As long as their willpower is strong enough, anyone can have a great chance to awaken a combat class. Hearing this, Lu Fan, sitting quietly in the corner of the classroom, feels an indescribable wave of excitement surging inside him. Finally, this day has arrived. His name is Lu Fan. Ever since he transmigrated to this world from Blue Star, over 2.5 years have already passed. Throughout all this time, he has gained a much deeper understanding of this highly unique and dangerous world. This world divides professions into 3 main categories, with the elite combat classes like warriors, mages, and archers standing proudly at the very top. They utilize their extraordinary abilities to venture deep into unexplored secret realms, claiming top-tier equipment and incredibly rich rewards for their victories. These are the dream professions that absolutely everyone is desperate to get. Below them are the enhancement classes, such as support masters and alchemists, who possess the unique skill to craft special items with highly powerful effects. However, their crafting materials are ridiculously expensive, meaning only the wealthiest of families have any real hope of funding their training. And finally, we have the lowest tier lifestyle classes in society, which include basic jobs like cooks, herbalists, and hardworking miners. This is the inevitable future for the vast majority of people living as ordinary citizens who must work tirelessly just to get by. Ironically, Lu Fan's loving aunt happens to be one of those humble cooks. Day in and day out, she works from dawn to dusk, running a tiny bun shop just to afford his school tuition, never once complaining, while supporting his dreams unconditionally. Lu Fan understands every single bit of her hard work and sacrifice. To truly survive in this brutal world and finally give his aunt the comfortable life she deserves, he is absolutely determined to awaken a powerful combat class today. But just as Lu Fan is completely lost in these hopeful dreams of a brighter future, the teacher, passionately lecturing on the podium, suddenly receives a phone call from the principal. He announces to the class that the awakening ceremony is starting right now, so it is time to head out. At those words, the students excitedly storm out of the classroom, with loud cheers, absolutely thrilled that their long-awaited moment to awaken their true classes has finally come. As the classroom empties out, the bald teacher walks over to Lu Fan, asking him gently why he is not heading out with the others. He reassures him that as the top student, there is no need to feel pressured. But just then, a system screen pops up right in front of Lu Fan. The notification reads, "Congratulations, Lu Fan. The Super Treasure Map system has now been successfully activated." This sudden system alert leaves him completely stunned, and he wonders if this is the ultimate cheat system reserved exclusively for transmigrators like him. Seeing Lu Fan's dazed expression, the teacher taps the desk and asks if he is even listening. Snapping out of his excitement, Lu Fan quickly apologizes and says he is heading to the ceremony right now. With that, he dashes outside, like the wind, recalling the various fantasy novels he had read in his past life. After all, transmigrating to a crazy fantasy world without a cheat system would make no sense. But what exactly are the functions of this treasure map system? Never mind that for now, the most crucial thing at this moment is the class awakening ceremony. As the annual ceremony officially begins, anyone who successfully awakens a combat class can rise from a complete nobody to an elite hero, instantly earning the respect of thousands. And if someone is lucky enough to awaken a rare hidden combat class, they will become incredibly powerful and highly revered by the entire world. Are you dreaming? In broad daylight, a student laughs, pointing out that hidden combat classes in this school are incredibly rare. I would thank my ancestors if I could just get a decent lifestyle class. While the students are whispering, the principal steps onto the stage to announce the start. Please quiet down, students. The class awakening ceremony is officially starting right now. Standing next to me is the highly respected priest presiding over this year's ceremony. Hearing this, the eyes of every single student immediately lock onto this powerful figure. What a powerful presence. If only I could awaken with an incredible aura like that, it would be amazing. Listening to the whispers around him, Lu Fan silently observes that a combat class practitioner truly has a completely different presence compared to ordinary people. Right at that moment, the system window pops up once again, notifying him that he has unlocked a new skill called Appraisal Eye. Lu Fan is momentarily stunned. What kind of skill is Appraisal Eye? Curiously, he immediately decides to cast it directly on the priest, standing on the stage. Alright, with a quick thought, we see the priest's icon pop up immediately on the system interface. Feeling curious, he clicks on the icon to reveal a level 29 priest, holding a spiritual awakening skill and 5 million dragon coins. So the skill really lets him inspect the priest. Staring at that massive 5 million figure, Lu Fan is absolutely stunned. How could a basic support class in charge of awakening accumulate such an insane fortune? His aunt could make steamed buns her entire life and still not earn anywhere near that much. While he is lost in thought, the principal suddenly roars from the stage, ordering silence. Hearing his furious voice, the whispering students instantly shut their mouths. The awakening ceremony officially begins. When your name is called, step up to the stage. Zhang Tao. As Zhang Tao's name echoes across the yard, the students immediately start whispering and gossiping again. That is Zhang Tao, the top student of their grade. They wonder if he will successfully awaken a combat class. Even though the awakening is mostly random, having higher stats significantly boosts the chances of getting a powerful combat class. While the guys are obsessed with class potential, the girls are way more focused on the candidate's good looks. And they are right, because Zhang Tao is not only brilliant but also incredibly handsome. As the priest begins to activate his special skill, golden, glowing runes instantly wrap around him the moment he steps onto the stage. Without slowing down, the golden runes sweep past Zhang Tao and shoot straight into the awakening crystal at the center. As the golden runes merge with the crystal, a massive fireball the size of a basketball suddenly ignites right above it. At the sight of the fireball, the ultimate symbol of a mage, the entire crowd of students gasps in absolute shock. Incredible, Zhang Tao actually secured a combat class. Everyone is insanely jealous of him right now. Holding the flame in his hand, Zhang Tao lets out a smug, disdainful smirk. The ceremony pushes forward, and one by one, many other students successfully awaken their destined classes. The young master of the Straw Corporation awakens as a herbalist, while a massive muscular guy gets designated as a tailor. Even the class clown ends up awakening as a basic miner. It looks like combat classes are still incredibly rare, with the vast majority landing basic lifestyle professions instead. Awakening a combat class guarantees a limitless future, while those stuck with lifestyle roles are pretty much destined to live a completely ordinary, quiet life. Listening to his classmates' heavy sighs, Lu Fan cannot help but break into a cold sweat. His family is already struggling, so awakening a useless support class would ruin everything. But then the moment arrives. It is finally his turn. With the awakening ceremony now halfway over, it is finally Lu Fan's turn. Feeling an immense weight on his shoulders, he weaves through the crowd and steps onto the stage. Since things have reached this point, worrying and feeling stressed will not change anything. It is time to gamble. Can a commoner rise like a phoenix? Success or failure is decided in a flash, and he silently prays he does not get a weak support class. With those anxious thoughts swirling in his mind, the priest activates the special spiritual awakening skill on him. As the golden runes wash over his body, Lu Fan keeps his eyes glued to the awakening crystal in front of him, highly tense. The instant the runes merge inside the crystal, a colossal bronze dragon suddenly manifests in midair, causing the entire ground to shake violently. While the confused students stand completely dazed, a massive pillar of brilliant golden light strikes down from the sky, fully enveloping Lu Fan. At the exact same moment, a crimson creature slowly begins to take shape right above him. As the massive silhouette fully materializes, everyone on the school grounds freezes in utter disbelief. A dragon. Lu Fan's awakening has literally triggered an epic dragon vision. This stunning phenomenon only ever occurs during a hidden class awakening. Could he actually be awakening a hidden class? Shouts of pure shock and endless whispers sweep through the stunned crowd. Even the faculty seating area completely loses all of its composure. Teacher Lee, your class has produced the very first student to awaken a hidden class. How truly enviable. Tuning out the congratulations of the female teacher beside him, the bald instructor is already daydreaming about Lu Fan's bright and glorious future. If the boy is lucky enough to awaken either the legendary Blood Dragon Warrior or the mystical Dragon Soul Mage, he will become a cornerstone powerhouse for the Dragon Kingdom destined to rewrite history itself. The last time anyone successfully awakened a Blood Dragon Warrior class was over 10 years ago, and that legendary figure is now one of the strongest peak powerhouses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If only Lu Fan could achieve the exact same height. As the teacher's wild thoughts wrap up, the awakening ritual reaches its climax. The massive dragon hovering in the sky locks its fierce gaze onto Lu Fan, letting out a series of earth-shaking roars. Before it can roar again, a beam of brilliant golden light strikes down from above, shattering the massive dragon into countless glowing fragments. As the thick dust finally settles, every single eye is glued to Lu Fan. The principal, practically bursting with excitement, rushes forward and wraps him in a tight hug. "Kid, what class did you awaken? Is it Blood Dragon Warrior or Dragon Soul Mage?" Faced with the question, Lu Fan, who knew exactly what class he had awakened, could only stammer out, I awakened as a Dragon Tamer." Hearing his answer, the principal froze right on the spot. The reaction from the other students and teachers was exactly the same. How could a Dragon Tamer be considered the most useless class? Still, in absolute shock, the principal let go of Lu Fan and took a few steps back. Why a Dragon Tamer? Why the most useless class of all? A Dragon Tamer is a combat class with massive potential, but ironically, it is also known as one of the most useless classes in history. With the awakening ceremony over, Lu Fan dragged his heavy, disappointed steps on the long walk back home. He pulled up his system interface, checking his attributes one more time. There it was, level 10 Dragon Tamer. His dragon taming skill could domesticate dragon-type beasts, and he had accumulated 239 dragon coins. Although Dragon Tamer is ranked among the 3 legendary hidden classes alongside Blood Dragon Warrior and Dragon Soul Mage, its actual power in reality is far inferior to either of them. The main reason is that in this modern era, real dragons have completely vanished, making taming them an absolute impossibility. Without a Dragon Tamer is weaker than common combat classes like a summoner. Before the ceremony ended, the principal gave Lu Fan a suggestion, saying that even if taming real dragons was virtually impossible, he could still tame subdragon beasts to become a powerful warrior. Lu Fan knew those were just empty words of comfort. A powerful warrior. That was an absolute luxury for someone like him. How could a Dragon Tamer without a dragon claim to have limitless potential? After all, subdragons are just violent wild beasts, so how could they ever compare to real, genuine dragons? The reaction from the students and teachers was completely understandable. Throughout the 800-year history of the Dragon Nation, dragons had definitely appeared, but not a single Dragon Tamer had ever successfully tamed one. Even the strongest humans were nothing more than mere ants before the absolute power of a dragon. Trying to tame such a godly being was nothing but a daylight fantasy. Furthermore, a Dragon Tamer without a dragon cannot increase their power, and unlocking new skills is completely out of the question. His young aunt had worked so hard to raise and educate him, yet he couldn't even give her a better life now. Lost in thought, Lu Fan found himself standing in front of the bun shop where he and his aunt lived. Taking a deep breath to compose his emotions, he opened the door and walked inside. "Auntie, I'm back." Seeing Lu Fan return, his aunt, who had just finished setting up a lavish dinner table, rushed over. "Lu Fan, you're back. Quick, eat up. I prepared a whole table of delicious food today since it's your big day. Let's celebrate and eat our fill." As he sat down, his aunt asked, "So what class did you awaken today?" Lu Fan could only lower his head at the question. Sensing his mood, his aunt realized she shouldn't have asked, and quickly said, "Lu Fan, it's fine if you didn't get a combat class. Fighting every day would only make me worry anyway." He interrupted, "That's not it, Auntie. I became a Dragon Tamer, a class that can do absolutely nothing without an actual dragon." His aunt kept her warm, gentle smile. "A Dragon Tamer is fine too. After all, it's still a hidden class. This just proves my Lu Fan is incredibly strong. If you get into college, I'll keep supporting you. And if you don't want to, we can just run this bun shop together." After dinner, Lu Fan collapsed onto his bed with a heavy heart. His aunt was only 26, having lived a quiet, hard-working life for years, yet no amount of effort could lift them out of poverty. He truly wanted to give his aunt a much better life. Was that dream out of reach just because he became a Dragon Tamer? Frustrated by his lack of choices, he punched his bed in anger. Clearly, with just one dragon, his Dragon Tamer class would instantly become a powerhouse. But where on earth could he find a dragon now? As if sensing his desperate thoughts, the system interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. "Congratulations, Lu Fan. Your Day 1 treasure map has been delivered. The Super Treasure Map. The system will issue one map every single day. This first one was a God-grade treasure map. The notification felt like a breath of fresh air, pulling Lu Fan right out of his despair. That's right, he remembered when it first activated. It was called the Super Treasure Map. Earlier today, he had only tested its appraisal function without exploring the core treasure map feature. Curious, he reached out and tapped the map icon. The treasure maps were split into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and God grade. 3 lower-tier maps could be fused to create a higher-tier one. Every day, the system would randomly drop a map, with random tiers and random locations. By reaching the correct spot, players could obtain legendary treasures tailored specifically to their own class. Reading through the official system description, Lu Fan now had a crystal-clear path forward. A class-related treasure. A dragon tamer is called useless, because finding a dragon to tame is completely unrealistic. But with this system, he had a real shot at completely shattering the line between the weakest and the strongest. This miraculous treasure map might just be his absolute last hope to turn the tables on his miserable life. Finally, it is here. The God-tier treasure map has finally arrived. If he backs down now, he will remain at the rock bottom of society forever, never able to repay his aunt's kindness. That is why he absolutely has to take this leap of faith. With his heart pounding fast from sheer nervousness, Lu Fan taps the accept button on the system screen. The display shifts instantly, revealing a detailed map of the Rocky Plains, a dangerous area for levels 10 to 20. The Rocky Plains are not too far from Shanghai City, meaning he can just catch the last night bus and arrive by sunrise tomorrow. Time flies by in a flash, and the clock quickly strikes 5 in the morning. Out of habit, his aunt wakes up and turns on the living room light immediately, noticing a small note left on the dining table. Pushing Lu Fan's door open, she finds his bedroom completely empty. Only then does she pick up the paper to read that he is heading to the Rocky Plains. He begs her not to worry, calling this his ultimate shot at changing his destiny as a dragon tamer. He promises to bring back a much better life for them. Meanwhile, Lu Fan has already arrived at the outer edge of the dangerous Rocky Plains. While he is busy planning his next move, a massive arm suddenly shoves him hard from the side. Turning around, he locks eyes with a burly man in camouflage clothing who is glaring at him with pure hostility. Next to the brute stands a beautiful girl smiling in greeting, but sensing trouble, Lu Fan takes a step back to keep his distance, resting his hand on his sword hilt. Before he can even utter a single word, a creepy one-eyed old man emerges from behind. He invites the young man to join them, but Lu Fan instantly rejects the offer, with a cold, firm tone. No thanks, because anyone wandering around the Rocky Plains at this hour is bound to be a sketchy material hunter. While Lu Fan calculates his options, the one-eyed old man presses him further. He warns that roaming the wilderness alone at night is incredibly dangerous, asking once more if he wants to team up. This only makes Lu Fan more certain that they are cutthroat material scavengers, the exact type to murder and rob travelers. Seeing his stubbornness, the group begins to show their true colors as the old man coldly asks if he has decided yet. Ignoring them, Lu Fan walks toward the plains, repeating that he does not need help, but seeing his refusal, they quickly surround him. They sneer that he clearly does not know the rules out here, warning that the night is far deadlier than he thinks. Realizing their sinister intentions, Lu Fan is forced to make up a lie. He boldly claims to be a summoner who does not need teammates, boasting he can easily call forth elemental beasts to fight. Hearing this, the group pauses to reconsider. The one-eyed old leader speaks up slowly, admitting that their concerns for his safety seem completely unnecessary. Ordering his group to move out, the old man turns and heads deeper into the Rocky Plains. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, Lu Fan walks the other way, thanking his lucky stars. He lied about being a summoner, since he currently has 0 usable combat skills. A direct clash would have spelled absolute disaster for him, especially in a ruthless world where only the strong survive. Without raw power, his weak class merely makes him easy prey in the eyes of others. Placing all his trust in the system, Lu Fan begins his quest to find a dragon, tracking the outer edge of the Rocky Plains and following the map to the treasure spot. The deeper he ventures, the more monsters begin to emerge. Right ahead of him stands a herd of thunderhorn horses, bison-like creatures that do not attack first, though triggering them would mean instant death for someone of his level. To guarantee his safety, taking a long detour is his absolute best option. Moving forward, Lu Fan remains on high alert, but despite taking a detour to avoid the thunderhorn horses, this path proves to be just as dangerous. Just as he slips past them, he accidentally stumbles right into a pack of horned scale dinosaurs. These beasts have terrible night vision, making it hard to spot intruders, but their hearing is extraordinarily sharp, picking up the slightest sound. Right then, a massive dinosaur grazing nearby slowly begins to wander closer to Lu Fan's hiding spot. Drenched in cold sweat, he desperately prays that he is close to the treasure and can make it without getting caught. But just as he prays, a random frog pops up right under his boot, and stepping on it unleashes a loud shrill croak, echoing through the silent woods. Hearing that sudden noise, Lu Fan can only gulp in terror, frozen dead in the middle of the sleeping pack. In an instant, dozens of murderous glowing eyes snap open and lock directly onto his position. With an angry roar from the alpha, the entire pack charges straight at the source of the noise, forcing Lu Fan to sprint for his life. Damn it, you stupid frog, why did you have to scream? As the pack closes in, Lu Fan dives sideways to escape their charging path, luckily surviving thanks to their incredibly poor vision in the dark. After barely surviving that insane 20-meter jump, he realized how lucky he was. Sadly, the poor frog nearby wasn't so fortunate, getting brutally crushed right under the heavy claws of those savage spirit beasts. Watching that brutal scene left him with a heavy heart, realizing he couldn't even handle these spirit beasts, which were supposed to be timid. If he messed up this chance, his end would be just as gruesome as that poor frog trampled into the dirt and left for dead. While Lu Fan was still lost in his thoughts, the system interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. He had finally reached the coordinates marked on the treasure map. Thrilled by the notification, he quickly looked up and carefully scanned his surroundings. His hard work finally paid off. After searching for just a few minutes, he pinpointed the exact location of the hidden treasure. With his heart pounding wildly, Lu Fan eagerly squeezed into a strangely shaped rock crevice. Was this truly the legendary treasure that could change the fate of a dragon tamer? Right before his eyes lay a dragon egg glowing bright red like fire. While Lu Fan stared in awe, the outer shell suddenly began to crack with a sharp sound. The baby dragon was about to hatch. As he watched the egg in breathless anticipation, a sudden rustling sound echoed from the thick patch of grass nearby. Playing it safe, Lu Fan immediately drew the dagger from his waist. He had been so careful on his way here. Yet he still could not evade the keen senses of wild beasts. Without hesitation, he swung his blade hard into the bushes, delivering a swift and powerful downward strike. Lu Fan successfully blocked the fox-like beast in front of him. It was a vicious, bloodthirsty fox. These beasts are highly sensitive to blood. Even though it was only the size of a regular house cat, its power was incredibly formidable. Even at level 10, holding his ground against this thing was going to be tough. Sensing that his weapon was about to be knocked clean out of his hand, he quickly pulled it back and threw a heavy punch, sending the bloodthirsty fox flying far away. Facing his very first life-or-death battle against a beast, Lu Fan felt incredibly tense. Seizing a brief opening, he quickly activated the system appraisal skill. It was a level 10 bloodthirsty fox. It possessed the triple claw strike and bloodlust recovery skills, allowing it to heal itself based on its target's lost health. Defeating it would yield 120 experience points and a pelt worth 85 dragon coins. Its skills were triple claw strike and bloodlust recovery. This combination of skills was incredibly dangerous to face. If it used triple claw strike to make him bleed, and then triggered bloodlust recovery to heal itself, the battle would drag on until he was completely overwhelmed. Glancing back at the cracking dragon egg, he frantically tried to formulate a plan. Right now, he didn't have a single skill to counter this beast. If he could just buy enough time for the baby dragon to hatch, he could easily handle this situation using his dragon taming arts. But the bloodthirsty fox clearly wasn't going to let him wait. Exploiting his momentary distraction, it suddenly lunged forward to strike him. Caught in a split-second crisis, Lu Fan raised his arm to block the blow. The beast's triple claw strike triggered instantly, its sharp talons shredding right through his arm. He couldn't let it activate bloodlust recovery. He had to finish it before the combo completed. Gripping his blade tightly, Lu Fan delivered a powerful counterswipe right at the bloodthirsty fox. Metal clashed violently against sharp claws, making a deafening screech. His brand new dagger cracked instantly from the impact. The bloodthirsty fox pressed its advantage, pinning down his blade, while preparing to unleash the final strike of its triple claw combo. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Fan leaned backward to dodge the lethal blow. He knew this was his absolute last chance to survive. Summoning every bit of his remaining strength, he lunged forward, driving the dagger straight into the beast's skull. As he pulled it out, a system screen flashed. The level 10 bloodthirsty fox has been successfully defeated. Lu Fan earned 120 experience points. Seeing the prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was finally over. But before he could rest, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Well, look at that kid. You actually killed it. Impressive work." It was the same material harvesting team he had run into earlier. Glaring at them, Lu Fan demanded, "Are you guys tracking me? I already told you before I have absolutely no interest in joining." The woman smirked. "Take it easy, handsome. No need to be so defensive. After all, you're the one who lied to us first." Right on cue, the one-eyed old man beside her chipped in as well. "Exactly. You claim to be a summoner, so why on earth did you get hurt instead of using a single summoning skill?" Hearing his words, cold sweat broke out on Lu Fan's forehead. Instantly, he kicked the dead fox toward them, snarling, "If you want the pelt, take it and stop bothering me." The one-eyed old man paused in surprise, then let out a deeply wicked chuckle. "Haha, you are quite amusing. A single pelt is only worth 85 dragon coins. How many would we even have to hunt to cover our expenses? We don't need this trash." Spotting the old man's gaze shifting to the massive egg behind him, Lu Fan's heart sank. They had definitely noticed the dragon egg. At the old man's signal, the hulking giant and the curvaceous woman moved in, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Before he could react, the massive brute closed the distance, slapping the dagger clean out of his hand. The guy's physical strength was absolutely unreal. Instantly, the curvaceous woman pressed a razor-sharp dagger against his throat. "Don't move, handsome. I would hate to accidentally ruin that pretty face of yours." She barks out a warning. The one-eyed old man steps closer, a smirk playing on his lips. "Young man, did you seriously underestimate the capabilities of material hunters like us?" Right at that moment, the giant brute manages to grab the dragon egg. "We got the egg, time to fall back," he grunts. The one-eyed old man nods with a cold sneer. "Since we have the treasure, finish him off." Hearing this, the curvy girl looks slightly surprised. But she immediately raises her dagger, aiming it straight at Lu Fan's neck. "Such a pity, handsome. It looks like we have to say goodbye now." Watching them steal his dragon egg, Lu Fan is consumed by pure rage. This egg is his only shot at changing his destiny. There is no way he can let them steal it. Suddenly, the eggshell shatters completely as a dark shadow erupts from inside, shooting straight into the sky. This shocking turn of events leaves everyone stunned. Looking up, they see a dark silhouette spinning in midair, radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura. Before anyone can react, the black dragon folds its wings and dives straight down, targeting the two thieves standing below. Terrified by the sight, the one-eyed old man wastes no time and hurls a potion bottle right at the descending beast. With incredible agility, the black dragon twists midair to dodge, relentlessly charging at the duo. With the old man's trick failing, the giant brute steps up, lunging forward to face the threat head-on. Facing the oncoming fist, the black dragon does not flinch. Instead, its razor-sharp claws ignite with a deadly glowing red light. Activating its dragon claw skill, the beast tears the massive man into 5 bloody pieces in the blink of an eye. As the mutilated body hits the dirt, the sheer horror of the strike brings the one-eyed old man to his knees. Having obliterated the giant brute, the dragon does not stop, instantly locking its cold gaze on the old man. Terrified, the old man completely loses his cool, turning to desperately beg Lu Fan and the curvy girl for help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is left utterly speechless, completely overwhelmed by the black dragon's raw power. It is unbelievable that a newborn hatchling could possess such terrifying strength. No wonder taming a dragon has always been deemed impossible. Snapping out of her shock at the old man's screams, the curvy girl quickly presses her knife against his throat, demanding answers. Was that really a dragon egg? Before she can interrogate him further, a splash of blood and torn fabric fly right past them. Meanwhile, the black dragon begins gathering the shattered eggshell pieces off the ground, crunching on them one by one. This newborn hatchling had just been born, yet it effortlessly wiped out 2 veteran material hunters in a single blow. Seeing her comrades slaughtered so easily, the curvy girl is paralyzed with fear, her trembling hand barely holding the dagger. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan shoves her away with a smirk, mocking the supposed skills of these material hunters. "Trying to steal the dragon that belongs to me. This is the price you pay." Without a second thought, he sprints toward the little black dragon, which is still busy snacking on its shell. As the beast locks eyes with him, Lu Fan wastes no time, immediately unleashing his unique dragon taming skill. A brilliant golden light envelops the black dragon. Shocked to see Lu Fan unharmed, the curvy girl panics, screaming, "Who are you? Why is that monster not attacking you?" Lu Fan snickers, replying, "You did not care who I was when you were stalking me, so why worry now? But since you asked, I will tell you. I am no mere summoner. I am a dragon tamer." The system announces that the pact with the Black Dragon is finalized, unlocking brand new skills like Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Encouragement. Seeing the little beast slowly creep closer, the girl loses her mind, begging desperately, "Please spare me. I had no idea that was a dragon egg." Lu Fan scoffed, "Scum like you have ruined countless lives. There is absolutely no point in begging now. Go join your friends in hell." Upon hearing his command, the little black dragon lunges forward, finishing her off with a lethal swipe of its claws. Dawn breaks, and the sun slowly rises as Lu Fan finishes bandaging the wound on his arm. The little black dragon behaves just like a newborn, examining everything around it with curious eyes. Lifting the creature up, he laughs. "All right, stop messing around. You are way too hyperactive, little guy." He has finally crossed the threshold, from weak to strong. If this beast is already this powerful at birth, who knows how legendary it will become in the future. He hugs the little creature close, showing it some affection. The day the Dragon Tamer class sheds its reputation as the weakest profession is finally here. "So what should I name you, Blackie Onyx?" As he ponders, the little hatchling in his arms suddenly sticks its tongue out, gently licking the open wound on his bandaged arm. Lu Fan's attribute panel absolutely spiked right after signing the contract. He is now a level 10 Dragon Tamer with 55 strength and 53 agility. With 60 spirit and 60 stamina, his skills now include Dragon Taming, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Encouragement. He assigned a level 1 legendary Black Dragon and stored 239 Dragon Coins. Looking at his new skills, Lu Fan breaks out in a cold sweat. Just as he predicted, successfully taming a dragon unlocks every single one of his skills. Dragon's Encouragement boosts all attributes by 30%, easily outperforming any priest. Dragon Fang Strike is a heavy physical attack, while Dragon Claw transforms his entire arm into a deadly weapon. These stats alone already exceed those of an ordinary person by 5 to 6 times. Now, even in close combat, he can easily crush any battle class of the same level. With that in mind, he opens the status panel of his little black dragon. A level 1 black dragon with 342 strength, 267 agility, 359 spirit, and 373 stamina. Its skills include Giant Crocodile Assault, Lava Flames, Black Dragon Bloodline, and Shared Dragon Blood. Staring at these stats, Lu Fan is completely petrified on the spot. A level 1 hatchling already boasts stats close to 400 points, an absolute impossible number for any human to match. Even a top-tier human fighter over level 20 might not stand a chance against this beast. It was the Shared Dragon Blood skill that skyrocketed his own stats, truly living up to one of the 3 strongest hidden classes. Without a doubt, Dragon Tamer is indeed the ultimate hidden class. Watching the little black dragon nibble on eggshells beside him, he cannot help but laugh. Even if it can transform into a human, its cute personality remains unchanged, but keeping the name Little Black Dragon feels off, so it needs a real name. Since it is a dark dragon born right before the dawn, he decides to name it Xiaoye. He gently pats its head, and hearing this, Xiaoye nods excitedly. Seeing it continue to munch on the eggshell, he asks, "Are you hungry? Should we go find some food?" Xiaoye looks up at him with eyes full of pure excitement. With Xiaoye by his side, going home will not be as simple anymore. The university entrance exam is near, and his goal is to become the top scorer to enter the prestigious Academy of Dragon Nation. He must quickly level up and get used to all his powerful new skills. "Xiaoye, let's head deeper into the rocky plains," Lu Fan resolutely decides. Hearing Lu Fan mention delicious food, Xiaoye gets incredibly excited, but suddenly ferocious growls start echoing from deep within the distance. Lu Fan narrows his eyes and quickly assesses the target, recognizing them as plains hyenas. Compared to those bloodthirsty demon tigers, these beasts are definitely a much tougher challenge. The system immediately returns their detailed information. It is a level 12 plains hyena. Its skills are Fracture, a bite that inflicts continuous damage with a bleed effect, and Infection, causing a nasty rabies debuff. Experience reward is 380 points, and the loot drops include fangs worth 95 dragon coins. Scanning the details, Lu Fan frowns and realizes that with his past strength, even struggling to defeat a level 10 bloodthirsty demon tiger left him covered in injuries. Before he can even say a word, Xiaoye shoots forward like a rapid arrow. Seeing this, Lu Fan smirks and mutters, "If you want to fight, bring it on." Now, on this rugged plateau, the ultimate creatures are the Dragon Tamer, and his pet, meaning absolutely no danger here, can pose a real threat to them anymore. Xiaoye charges straight into the pack of hyenas, taking a deep breath before unleashing a torrent of wild, raging flames. Casting lava flames, columns of fire sweep forward to decimate the enemies while simultaneously restoring a portion of the dragon's own health. The system notifications keep chiming and ringing one after another. Lu Fan receives 380 experience points, and the Black Dragon receives 380 experience points. As the Black Dragon gains another 380 experience points, the system soon announces that Lu Fan has leveled up. The Black Dragon also rapidly jumps to level 2, then level 3. He calculates that while this speed is decent to really skyrocket his level, he needs to hunt down elite monsters. The system notifications keep rolling in without stopping. Lu Fan gains 380 experience, while the Black Dragon gains 380 experience. A moment later, Lu Fan speaks with a playful tone in his voice. Xiao Ye, stop playing with these weaklings. A massive giant has actually been waiting for us for quite a while now. Sure enough, emerging from deep within the cliffs, a massive beast slowly steps out. With razor-sharp claws, a brilliant golden coat, and living up to its legendary name, it is a hideous three-headed lion. Lu Fan immediately assesses his opponent. It is a level 25 three-headed blood lion. Its skills are Majestic Roar, boosting its own attack and defense, and Ren dealing a massive amount of damage over time. Triple Flame generates 3 fireballs to attack and defeating it. Rewards 23,790 experience points. Dropped fangs are worth 1,300 dragon coins and hides are worth 257 dragon coins. Lu Fan mutters excitedly, a level 25 elite monster. Normally dealing with this kind of beast requires an entire squad of veteran hunters just to even get close. He shouts with blazing spirit, Xiao Ye, let's go. The three-headed blood lion begins channeling its energy, unleashing an earth-shattering roar to activate its skill. Instantly, both its defense and damage output skyrocket to massive levels. Right after that, it opens its 3 massive jaws, spitting out a barrage of blazing fireballs. The system announces that the threefold blazing flame skill is active, burning the user's breath into fiery spheres that can deal triple damage to the target. Cooldown time. Lu Fan shouts with determination, urging his companion to move quickly and interrupt the monster's skill. Xiao Ye roars back in response, energy bursting from its entire body like a massive swirling tornado of fire. Lu Fan tightens his grip on his dagger, ready to strike. Both of them move in perfect unison, closing the distance instantly. He stares at the three-headed blood lion, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he decides to test his skill first. Xiao Ye transforms and unleashes giant jaw, charging forward with terrifying speed to bite down hard on one of the beast's heads, dealing massive damage and causing a bleeding effect. That heavy bite immediately interrupts the beast, stopping its threefold blazing flame magic right in the middle of its casting phase. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lu Fan rushes forward like a whirlwind, shouting in excitement, before unleashing a devastating Dragon Fang strike. Dragon energy surges into his weapon, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave that drives the blade straight into the giant lion's skull. Without even a chance to roar, the three-headed blood lion drops dead on the spot. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye land gracefully in front of the beast's corpse, the young man wondering in disbelief if it really ended that quickly. System notifications ring out repeatedly, announcing that Lu Fan has received 23,790 experience points. Lu Fan levels up to 14 while the Black Dragon gains another 23,790 experience points. The Black Dragon reaches level 9. Lu Fan cannot help but marvel at how elite monsters provide such massive amounts of experience from just a single kill. Suddenly, another notification pops up, confirming that his system features have updated and rewarded him with a daily treasure map. Lu Fan smiles with excitement, wondering what kind of special reward this new map has in store for a dragon tamer like him. Turning around, he calls out to Xiao Ye to start the treasure hunt, and the happy companion wags its tail, flying right after him. Meanwhile, deep inside the Half-Moon Rocky Mountain, a group of people gathers in a frenzy to discuss a secret dungeon they have just discovered. A beautiful blue-haired girl named Qin Qiu tightly grips her gem-encrusted magic staff. The wealthy heiress of the prestigious Qin family asks Uncle Ge with deep regret, wondering if they must really miss this golden opportunity. A serious-looking middle-aged man named Sun Ge replies helplessly, explaining to the young lady that this situation is simply beyond their current abilities. This opportunistic secret dungeon requires at least 5 people to activate, and without the full party, the portal will never open. This man is Sun Ge, a highly experienced veteran warrior. He continues with a suggestion proposing that they should send Kai back to Jianghai to call for some backup. Kai the brown-cloaked girl standing nearby who works as an assassin, immediately objects to his plan. She claims that even with her speed, a round trip would easily take at least an entire day. Chu calculates the time with a worried look. These special dungeons appear randomly, with much better rewards than regular ones, but they only last for a single day. One day is definitely not enough time. Sunga smiles, trying to reassure her that she is not someone who gets overly obsessed with gains and losses. With her immense talent and family background, joining the 10 great academies will surely grant her access to far superior dungeons in the future. Chu sighs softly with regret, telling Uncle G that while she understands, it still feels like an absolute waste to let it go. Suddenly, Sunga senses an unusual vibration and instantly draws his sword, shouting out with a sharp glare to ask who is there. Lu Fan happens to be walking past them, casually waving his hand to say hello and explaining that he is just passing through. Sunga, filled with deep suspicion, immediately waves his hand to chase him away. He mocks Lu Fan's scruffy appearance, telling the kid that this is no place for low-level treasure hunters to be hanging around. Chu steps forward, speaking politely as she greets him and introduces her group as members of the Qin family from Jianghai. Introducing herself as Chu, she politely asks if he would be willing to temporarily join their party for a brief moment. He will not have to do anything complicated. He just needs to enter this special dungeon with them, and once finished, she will pay him 100,000 dragon coins. How does that sound? Lu Fan initially planned to walk away, but hearing about a special dungeon and 100,000 dragon coins stops him dead in his tracks. He calculates in his head that if a legendary family like the Qins from Jianghai wants this dungeon so badly, its treasures must be priceless. The rewards hidden inside are bound to be extremely rare and highly valuable. Seeing him hesitate, Chu earnestly reassures him that they only need his presence to fill the party size, allowing him to easily earn 100,000 dragon coins without having to do any fighting at all. Sunga jumped in, trying to make it sound tempting. Jackpots like this don't just fall from the sky every day, kid. Better move fast, because once-in-a-lifetime opportunities like this definitely don't wait around. But Lu Fan just casually shook his head and replied, telling them he actually didn't care all that much about money. Instead, he proposed they team up under a totally different set of rules. Chu and the others stared at him in utter confusion. Kyer quickly chimed in, guessing that he wanted to split the rewards based on their actual performance inside the secret realm. Lu Fan nodded frankly, confirming that was exactly what he wanted. Q frowned. Their average level was around 20, so why did this guy look so much weaker than them? Was he just incredibly confident, or was he an arrogant fool who didn't know his limits? Either way, they desperately needed another member for the team right now. Reaching out her hand, she firmly agreed, deciding they would officially form the team under his terms. To show good faith, she added that the 100,000 dragon coins from earlier would still be his joining fee. Lu Fan shook her hand, sealing the deal. Chu shouted excitedly, rallying everyone to finally move out. But Lu Fan knew that revealing Xiao Ye's true identity to these strangers out in this highly dangerous wilderness would only bring him massive trouble. So he quickly recalled Xiao Ye back into his contract space. The little dragon obediently curled up and fell fast asleep. Smiling, Lu Fan told him to hang tight, promising to bring him back out to celebrate the second they grabbed the loot. As Lu Fan and the party stepped into the secret realm, the path ahead grew dark and incredibly eerie. Even the sky above was a suffocating, gloomy gray. Using his appraisal skill, he scanned the burial village secret realm. It was level 20, with a difficulty rating of hard. The entry limit was a minimum of 5 people. Looking around, Chu spoke in a slightly trembling voice. This village is way too quiet. It is so dead we can literally hear our own echoes. Kyer felt the heavy, suffocating air pressing down on them. It felt as if absolutely no signs of life existed within this thick, blinding fog. Sunga glanced at Lu Fan's empty hands and frowned, asking if he was seriously going in without any gear at all. Realizing his mistake, Lu Fan smiled casually. With a quick reach, he pulled out a glowing dark dragon scale blade. Required level 10. Class requirements: Dragon Tamer, Dragon Blood Warrior, or Dragon Blood Armor. It allowed partial dragonification to boost overall power, adding 65 points to attack power and 30 points to durability. Lu Fan quietly smiled, recalling how defeating that 3-headed blood lion had triggered the system to replace his useless novice starting dagger. Sunga stared directly at the glowing blade, unable to hide the sheer shock in his voice, as he realized that was definitely no ordinary weapon. He admitted he originally took the kid for a cheap treasure hunter, but now suspected he was a student who had just awakened. Kyer scoffed in annoyance, snapping at him not to waste time on the kid. Sure, they were temporary allies, but if he tried anything funny, she promised to shut him down instantly. As they pressed deeper, dark silhouettes suddenly emerged from the gloom, revealing themselves as a pack of ravenous zombies. Lu Fan quickly analyzed them. They were level 15 zombies worth 620 experience points and dropped decayed venom sacs alongside 256 dragon coins. Their skills included grapple and bite, which allowed them to lock down targets and infect them with toxic bites. Every single strike would poison the victim, causing their health pool to drain continuously. Worse, any victim killed by this lethal toxin would instantly turn into a zombie. Facing 3 of them at once caught Sun Ge off guard. Fortunately, Xiao Jia suddenly dashed forward from behind, shouting for his uncle to watch out. This guy was Xiao Jia, a level 20 knight. He slammed his massive shield straight into the pack, the brutal impact sending the monsters flying backward. Sun Ge let out a massive sigh of relief, praising the kid for the save. Sun Ge was a level 28 warrior, while Kair was a level 23 assassin. Quietly watching them, Lu Fan analyzed his new allies. A warrior, an assassin, and a knight made for a highly balanced and efficient team composition. Most notably, Uncle Sun Ge was already level 28, meaning he was incredibly close to his second awakening. Suddenly, Qin Chu raised her staff. A blinding halo exploded outward, releasing a massive wave of energy that warped the air. With a clear voice, she unleashed her spell Holy Light Starlight Rain. This particular spell channeled pure holy energy to rain down glowing stars, dealing massive area of effect damage to every single enemy caught in the vicinity. And at the same time, it also healed her allies. Blindsided by the searing holy light, the zombies roared in agony. Qin Chu turned back to Lu Fan, a proud smirk spreading across her face. That's her class's specialty. As a holy light mage, she can perfectly balance both offensive strikes and recovery spells. But for now, her offensive spells are a bit weaker than a pure mage, and her healing abilities can't quite compete with a dedicated priest. That's Qin Chu, a level 13 with a hidden combat class. A holy light mage. Lu Fan nods, realizing she's yet another rare hidden class user. Fortunately, her class's holy damage is incredibly effective against these undead monsters. But suddenly terrifying growls begin echoing from deep within the ruins, growing louder and more ferocious by the second. Sizing up the chaotic situation, Lu Fan realizes they have definitely alerted the elite monsters lurking in the dark. Judging by those terrifying sounds, there are a ton of them. Sure enough, a horde of beefed-up zombies emerges from behind a massive rock wall. His analytical eye instantly displays their stats on screen. Meet the blood zombies. They are level 20, offering 1,340 experience points and dropping loot worth 915 yuan. They are like normal mobs but way more dangerous. The blood zombies suddenly charge forward, attacking them in a massive frenzied wave. Sun Ge immediately barks out urgent orders telling Kair to protect the young lady and Lu Fan. Then he and Xiao Jia charge forward to make sure these minions don't breach their frontline defenses. Xiao Jia lets out a loud battle cry, rushing into the fray right alongside Sun Ge. Sun Ge unleashes a devastating full moon slash, while Xiao Jia drives his spear straight through one of the incoming blood zombies. But something goes horribly wrong. He can't pull his sword out of the beast. Wait, what? Is his weapon actually stuck? The zombie's grotesque flesh suddenly twitches, swelling up to tightly lock the blade in place. That's zombie poison. Any contact infects the target, draining their health continuously while healing the undead monster itself. Xiao Jia panics, wondering how this is even possible, while Lu Fan instantly recognizes the threat as deadly zombie poison. To survive this, they absolutely need a priest to purify the deadly toxin. Since Qin Chu is a holy light mage, she lacks the specific skills to detoxify them. And in a split second, the zombie's corrupt flesh actually begins swallowing Xiao Jia's hand. He screams out in sheer terror, begging Sun Ge to help him. Horrified, Sun Ge turns and shouts at him to drop the weapon while ordering Kair to rush up and hold the line. He leaps forward, shoving Xiao Jia out of danger. Right then, Lu Fan speaks up with an incredibly calm voice. He tells them not to bother her and just leave it to him. Then, gripping his blade tightly, he calmly walks forward. Without warning, a blood zombie lunges straight at Lu Fan. The monster still has Sun Ge's sword lodged in its shoulder. Sun Ge panics, screaming at the kid, asking if he has lost his mind. He tells him to back off, but Lu Fan shows no fear. He calmly waits for the beast to close the distance, then delivers a devastating precise slash straight to its neck. Sun Ge, Xiao Jia, Kair, and Qin Chu are all left completely speechless by his insane speed. They are also completely blown away by his decisive strike. Sun Ge stands there, frozen, his eyes wide, with absolute disbelief as he stammers in shock. Lu Fan retrieves Sun Ge's sword from the fallen beast and hands it back, calmly telling them there is no time to be afraid because they still have to keep moving forward. Taking his sword back, Sun Ge looks at him with a dead serious expression, demanding to know what level he actually is. There is no way a newly awakened student could ever pack such a massive punch with their attacks. Seeing Xiao Jia's severe injuries, Qin Chu quickly steps in, telling him to hang on while she heals him. Lu Fan honestly replies that he has nothing to hide and is only a level 14 student. He assures them that he has absolutely no reason to lie, explaining that he only came here to train and prepare for the upcoming national exam. As she heals Xiao Jia, Qin Chu is surprised by his words, wondering if he is also taking the exam. Could his purpose here really be the exact same as hers? But it is honestly hard to believe a level 14 could have higher raw damage than level 28 Sun Ge. Suddenly, another zombie lunges out of nowhere, targeting Qin Q directly. Kai quickly raises her crossbow and leaps forward, shouting for her lady to watch out. With lightning speed, Lu Fan rushes in and cleanly takes down the zombie with a single, elegant strike. He coldly points out that the deeper they venture into this village, the higher the level of the zombies will get. He pulls his blade free, leaving the zombie pinned to the wall as a clear testament to his absurd physical power. Lu Fan offers to take the empty frontline spot to replace Xiao Jia, asking if anyone has an issue with that. A sudden realization flashes through Qin Chu's mind. Could this mysterious guy actually be the genius that everyone in Jianghai has been gossiping about lately? She quickly makes up her mind, telling him she's counting on him and Sun Ge to lead their front line. Qin Chu decides to stay behind and tend to the young man's injuries, while Kai covers the rear, knowing the dungeon boss must be hiding deep inside the village. Giving a friendly smile, Lu Fan tells them to just call him Lu Fan. He slings his blade over his shoulder and waves them forward, ready to head deeper in. Tamer and Qin Chu carefully help Xiao Jia stand up, forcing a painful groan from the injured young man. Staring at Lu Fan's strong, confident back, a wild thought crosses Qin Chu's mind. Could he really be the rumored hidden class dragon tamer? No, it cannot be. But if it is him, isn't the dragon tamer class supposed to be the weakest option? As they push deeper inside, the village turns incredibly eerie, desolate, and filled with the stench of death. A stray blood zombie suddenly leaps out to attack them, but Lu Fan takes it down in a single flash. Inside this cursed burial village dungeon, every single step forward brings them face to face with unpredictable dangers. Lu Fan quickly realizes that Qin Chu's support class has no way to cure zombie poison. To teleport out of this hellhole, they have to defeat the dungeon boss. They need to move fast. If that toxic venom spreads any further through Xiao Jia's body, he will die and turn into a brainless zombie. Suddenly, Kai breaks the heavy silence, pointing out that the dungeon boss is nowhere to be seen. Something is definitely wrong here. Out of nowhere, a massive horde of ghouls and brain-eating zombies creeps up right behind them, ready to strike. Xiao Jia manages to look up, his face turning pale with pure terror as he screams for Sun Ge and everyone to watch their backs. Suddenly, he passes out from the pain, crashing onto the ground, as a panicked Qin Chu begs him to hold on just a little longer. Sun Ge is deeply worried about the boy, but at that exact moment, a colossal mutated monstrosity erupts from the ground right in front of him. Instantly, his analysis skill displays the monster's stats. Iron Skin Zombie Level 20, rewarding 3,720 experience points. It drops 45 coins of scrap metal. Its toxic skill infects targets with deadly poison, causing continuous damage over time while instantly healing the beast with every strike. Its fusion skill allows it to absorb targets to permanently boost its maximum health. Additionally, Iron Skin triggers an enhanced state, granting a massive 40% boost to defense. Overwhelmed with absolute terror, Kai screams that the legendary dungeon boss has finally shown up. The massive beast roars like a demon, its terrifying voice practically begging for fresh flesh and warm blood. Lu Fan realizes that the toxic poison inside Xiao Jia must have triggered the awakening of this iron-skinned beast. With his suspicions confirmed, Lu Fan turns to the group and yells with urgent energy to take it down immediately. The monster is trying to absorb Xiao Jia. Reacting instantly, Sun Ge unleashes his full moon slash, striking the beast head-on. But the blade hits like solid steel, sending blinding sparks flying everywhere while leaving the monster completely unharmed. Shocked, he mutters that it is absolutely impossible to deal even a scratch of damage to this thing. Lu Fan moves at blinding lightning-fast speed. He knows that if the toxic corpse poison attracted this iron-skin monster, they absolutely do not have the luxury of time. He swings his heavy blade directly at the zombie's skull, landing a powerful strike that forces it back. Immediately, its eyes glow a deep red, signaling it has activated its iron skin state for a 40% defense boost. Lu Fan calculates he needs 2 more clean hits. He has to be faster. Epic rank Black Dragon Scale Blade, requiring level 10. For Dragon Tamers or Dragon Blood Warriors, it grants plus 65 attack power and 30 bonus durability. Its unique active effect, Dragon Blood Armor, allows the wielder to transform a body part into dragon form, boosting combat power. The zombie charges forward, roaring like a hungry beast for fresh meat and warm blood. A system notification warns that the monster is casting its fusion absorption skill to swallow up a target and boost its maximum health. Seeing the beast charge toward the unconscious Xiaojia, Lu Fan shouts for Qin Chu to back him up with her magic. He orders Uncle Ji and Kaier to protect Xiaojia, as a brilliant red light explodes around his own hand from gathering dragon energy. The special effect of his weapon, Dragon Blood Armor, is finally activated, surging with incredible power. His sword hand begins to transform, growing thick, unbreakable dragon scales. Watching this, Qin Chu responds with a firm, determined nod. Raising her magic staff high, a blinding wave of light explodes outward, radiating a pure, holy energy that is absolutely overwhelming. Like a flash of lightning, Lu Fan charges right at his enemy, unleashing his Dragon Claw skill as his arm transforms into a deadly razor-sharp claw. Empowered by the might of the Black Dragon, his devastating strike slams directly into the monster's iron chest. Simultaneously, Qin Chu unleashes her holy light star rain, channeling divine magic before releasing it. Countless beams of brilliant starlight rain down upon the battlefield, dealing massive area damage to the enemy while completely healing her allies. Hit by this perfect combo, the beast lets out an earth-shattering scream of pure agony. With one final resentful groan, the massive beast crashes hard to the ground. Its gargantuan body begins to crack and shatter into pieces, leaving Kaier too stunned to speak. Uncle Ge inspects the crumbling monster, his voice still laced with deep skepticism. It looks like this zombie only grew so massive by fusing with and absorbing other dead corpses. Lu Fan nods in agreement, stating its true form must be hidden somewhere inside that shell. Uncle Ge watches Lu Fan closely, thinking of all the extraordinary fighters and martial masters he met during his years with the Qin family. But this young kid definitely possesses an incredibly powerful hidden class. Suddenly, a much smaller corpse with a single giant red eye on its forehead emerges from the iron-skinned zombie's decaying husk, making Qin Chu gasp in terror and relief. Its true form is finally exposed. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lu Fan charges forward like a rocket, leaps high, and unleashes a thunderous fist, roaring, "Kneel before me." The strike is simply too fast and powerful, leaving the zombie barely enough time to let out one final roar, before its tiny, pathetic body is instantly pulverized. Lu Fan retracts his dragon claw as fresh blood drips down his Mo-Long-Lin blade, leaving the surrounding earth shaking amidst a massive cloud of rising dust. Kaier still can't believe her eyes. She stammers in complete shock. Did he just defeat the dungeon guardian? Qin Chu is completely shaken to her core, realizing a skill she has never seen before just wiped out a level 20 boss like it was child's play. Lu Fan, who on earth are you? As the dust settles you, and I see a glittering treasure chest drop right where the level 20 iron-skinned zombie was defeated, appearing before everyone's eyes. Qin Chu steps forward, speaking with absolute sincerity. "Classmate, we will stick to our original agreement, dividing the loot exactly as we planned. We didn't know you before, and we definitely underestimated your power. That was our mistake, and we hope you can forgive us." Uncle Ge pats Lu Fan's shoulder with a warm smile. "Kid, with this insane strength of yours, you could easily clear this entire dungeon all by yourself. Honestly, we are just tagging along today to make up the numbers." Lu Fan chuckles softly and replies, "Uncle Ji, you really flatter me. Why don't you do the honors, classmate Qin?" With that, Qin Chu kneels down and carefully opens the chest. Lu Fan watches closely, his anticipation building. Inside is a strength potion, a consumable item. It permanently grants +2 strength. Next is an antidote potion to cure zombie poison, followed by the Bracers of Despair, which require level 10 to equip. No class restrictions, +16 attack, and +17 durability. Kaier frowns in disappointment, wondering if this is all a secret dungeon has to offer, while Uncle Sun sighs at the rather poor loot. But Lu Fan secretly doubts that a level 20 secret dungeon would only give rewards this meager. Qin Chu quickly hands a bottle of antidote to Uncle Ge, instructing him to make sure Xiaojia drinks it right away. She then hands all the remaining items to Lu Fan, smiling warmly, as she tells him, these are the things he rightfully deserves. You should take both the antidote and the strength potion. Lu Fan silently notes that the Qin family truly values their honor and abides by the rules. Uncle Ji quickly pours the antidote down Xiao Jia's throat, anxiously asking him if he is feeling any better yet. Xiao Jia slowly opens his eyes, stammering out Uncle Ji's name, as Qin Qiu looks around the area in deep confusion. It is so strange. We beat the boss, but why hasn't the portal appeared yet? Meanwhile, Lu Fan quickly consumes his newly acquired items. System notifications continuously pop up, confirming he has equipped the Bracers of Despair for plus 16 attack and plus 17 durability, while receiving 3 strength potions and 1 antidote. Kai Er suggests to Qin Qiu that they should probably search around the area a bit more. Lu Fan suddenly speaks up, his voice firm. Wait, do not wander around just yet. I just pulled up the system interface to check the dungeon's current status. The Burial Village secret dungeon is level 20 hard difficulty requiring at least 5 players. Our current progress is only 3 out of 4 main monsters defeated, meaning there is still 1 left. Lu Fan exclaims with a hint of surprise, the monster we just slaughtered was not the final boss. Hearing this, Uncle Ge immediately turns around, asking with deep skepticism, why do you say that? Did you discover something new? Qin Qiu agrees completely, with Lu Fan nodding her head with absolute certainty. Uncle Ge, as a holy light mage, I can genuinely sense that there is still a far more powerful sinister presence lurking somewhere inside this secret dungeon right now. Deep inside the Burial Village dungeon, you and I watch as Qin Qiu points toward a stagnant lake, bubbling and gurgling with massive gas pockets. She whispers, her voice trembling slightly, it is hidden right over there not far off. Sun Ge looks thoughtful, his expression growing dead serious. Since the young lady said so, the final boss must be hiding nearby. This secret realm isn't very large. They might have accidentally overlooked this spot when they first entered the village. Sure enough, deep under the pitch-black pool, a massive spherical object slowly begins to emerge. Countless long tentacles sprout all over it, each one covered in blood-red eyes looking incredibly bizarre and creepy. Suddenly, all those eyes snap open at once, sending the massive tentacles into a violent frenzy and causing a massive disturbance beneath the surface. Instantly sensing the danger, Lu Fan shouts a warning, it's coming. From deep beneath the lake, endless giant tentacles shoot up like massive arms, slamming violently against the ground and sending shockwaves of pure panic through the group. No stats are showing up on the system panel, yet Sun Ge warns. Lu Fan nods grimly, confirming. No mistake, this is definitely the real final boss of this secret realm. Sun Ge takes a defensive stance, shouting out, everyone watch out, get back and find some cover. The colossal tentacles rain down relentlessly. Their raw power is so overwhelming that even Sun Ge cannot stand his ground. In the blink of an eye, his sword is knocked away, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Qin Qiu screams in terror, Uncle Sun. With Kair busy supporting Xiao Jia, she can't step in to help. The monster immediately locks onto its next target, swinging those massive tentacles straight toward Qin Qiu. Seeing those hideous giant limbs hurtling her way, she is too paralyzed with fear to move, merely gripping her staff tightly, unable to react. Even though he's badly injured, Sun Ge can only scream in helpless desperation. Young lady, like a flash of lightning, Lu Fan dives in, grabbing Qin Qiu and rolling away to dodge the lethal strike. With a heavy thud, they crash to the ground. Kair calls out in a panic, Miss, are you all right? By now, the boss has fully emerged from the water. Its grotesque, towering body strikes absolute terror into everyone's hearts. The suffocating pressure is heavy enough to choke them, forcing Lu Fan to quickly use his appraisal skill to analyze the beast. A level 25 evil corpse wraith. Boss tier difficulty. Strength 271. Agility 183. Spirit 150. Durability 266. Skill corpse chi entanglement. It floods the area with dark energy, reducing the stats of all living beings in this secret realm by 20%. Skill chain binding. It yanks iron chains from beneath the lake to bind targets and inflict massive damage. Skill outburst of resentment. It unleashes stored malice to repel nearby enemies, inflicting them with lethal corpse poison. Skill indestructible body. It reduces incoming damage and debuff effects from fire and holy elemental attacks by 30%. So this is the real boss, Kair whimpers, trembling. Sun Ge stares at the massive monster with a grim face and orders Xiao Jia fall back immediately. I will try to hold it off. Weak as he is, Xiao Jia firmly replies, No, I can still fight, let me help stop it. Sun Ge snaps back. Absolutely not. Your condition just barely stabilized. Do not push your luck. Leave the fighting to me. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive tentacle crashes down from above, pinning his sword flat against the dirt. Ignoring the frantic shouts of warning echoing from behind him, Lu Fan charges directly toward the monster. He realizes that both Uncle Sun and Xiaojia are barely holding on. It looks like he must rely on himself to bring this beast down. But as long as this boss behaves like a typical zombie, there is still a way, and that is targeting its main body directly. The main body of the evil corpse wraith opens its gigantic maw, unleashing a non-stop barrage of resentful guttural roars. It is casting corpse key entanglement, releasing a thick, pitch-black miasma that blankets the area and drains 20% of all attributes from every living being in the realm. Instantly, everyone feels their bodies grow incredibly weak and heavy under the massive debuff. Leaping high into the air, Lu Fan deftly dodges a direct strike as one of those grotesque hand-like tentacles crashes violently into the ground. With a deafening crash, the earth trembles violently. The second his feet touch the ground, he grips his blade tightly, slipping past the barrage of incoming tentacles to close the distance on the zombie's main body. Qiu screams out a panicked warning. Lu Fan, watch out for the chains. The zombie activates chain binding, pulling heavy iron chains from beneath the lake. They whip through the air to bind the target and inflict serious damage. Sure enough, those heavy chains are extremely dangerous, giving the monster absolute control over a massive area right in front of it. Blocked by a wall of chains, Lu Fan gasps. Oh no. But the beast keeps attacking relentlessly. Those freezing black chains whip forward in a frenzy, not only forcing Lu Fan to desperately defend himself, but also putting Qiu's distant group in grave danger as the massive chains keep stretching toward them. Sun Ge screams a warning. Young lady, watch out. Xiaojia struggles to lift his dented shield, throwing his own body in the way to block a chain flying toward Qiu. Kai keeps firing her crossbow in support. Silver arrows flash through the air, striking a giant tentacle just as it is about to grab Lu Fan, forcing the monster to freeze for a split second. Lu Fan pauses for a brief second, quickly glancing down at the battlefield below. Sun Ge and the others are completely exhausted, running on empty. You and I can see that if they keep playing defense like this, it is only a matter of time before they all get wiped out. Turning around, Lu Fan rushes to the rescue and screams, "Everyone get the hell out of here." Activating his devastating Dragon Fang strike, he channels every ounce of dragon energy within his body, straight into his blade, unleashing a massive explosive strike that slices the surrounding chains to pieces. The crazed zombie keeps violently whipping its chains around. It unleashes an even denser torrent of steel, creating a massive iron cage that traps Lu Fan completely inside. He instantly activates Dragon Blood Armor, a special skill from his Black Dragon Scale Blade that transforms part of his body to boost his combat power. Lu Fan's right arm suddenly explodes with a violent crimson aura, growing larger by the second, while radiating an absolutely terrifying pressure. Next comes the Dragon Claw transformation. His entire arm completely morphs into a massive metallic talon that glows with a cold light, a deadly weapon powered entirely by the Black Dragon itself. He swings his claw, repeatedly shattering the iron chains into broken pieces that come clattering to the muddy ground. Realizing they are totally outmatched, Sun Ge yells out to Lu Fan with panic in his voice. "Kid, this boss is way too strong for us right now. We cannot fight this thing, we need to fall back immediately." Qiu desperately agrees, pleading with him, "Lu Fan, we are completely outmatched. If we stay, we will only hold you back and drag everyone down into an early grave." He decisively commands, "Everyone fall back deep into the village, head to the safe zone we already cleared of zombies." Qiu stammers in panic. But what about you?" He replies without a single second of hesitation, "I will cover the rear. Get out of here now." Kai grabs Qiu's arm, urging, "Miss, we have to go. We are only going to hold him back." Heart-heavy Qiu realizes that in the end, it all falls on his shoulders alone. They are completely useless here. Even without that brutal 20% all stats debuff holding them back, there is absolutely no way they could ever stand a chance against a nightmare like this. Lu Fan opens his summon space to call forth Xiaoye. He figures since the team is finally safe, he can finally unleash his strongest partner to tear this monster to shreds. The hideous beast lets out a crazed roar, launching another round of relentless savage attacks. Showing zero fear, Lu Fan smiles with absolute confidence and whispers, "Time to go wild and cause some chaos, Xiaoye." Hearing its master's familiar voice, Xiaoye bursts onto the scene in a brilliant flash of light, ready for action. It charges straight at the hideous monster with blinding speed, opening its massive jaws to deliver a devastating bite that instantly severs 3 thrashing tentacles. A loud, sickening crunch echoes through the air, sending a powerful shockwave across the entire battlefield. While Chin Q and her group manage to reach a relatively safe distance, they suddenly feel an oppressive, suffocating pressure washing over them from behind. Startled, everyone freezes and wonders what on earth is happening back there. Turning around to look up at the sky, pure shock washes over them as they scream out in unison, "Is that a dragon?" It turns out this guy Lu Fan just summoned a massive black dragon. Watch with me as Xiao Ye strikes like a lightning bolt, carrying raw, thunderous fury. The dragon relentlessly lashes out with its massive jaws, striking with terrifying speed and using its razor-sharp teeth to rip the target to shreds. This devastating attack inflicts massive damage while applying a constant painful bleeding effect onto the boss. The boss can only screech in absolute agony and pure rage. It desperately hurls its chains at Xiao Ye, but every single effort is completely useless against the raw fury of the raging black dragon. Xiao Ye charges straight ahead, using its massive body to slam violently into the vengeful corpse's true form. The devastating blow sends the boss flying, crashing straight down into the pitch-black water of the lake. Unbelievably fast, lethal, and completely overpowered. Chin Qiu and her team can only watch from afar, entirely unable to believe their eyes. Kai stammers in absolute disbelief. "We won, just like that. It was so fast." Even the veteran Sun Ge is left completely speechless, muttering that the boss was literally torn to shreds after just a few simple strikes. This level of power is absolutely terrifying. Xiao Jia is left standing there, with his jaw dropped. This is the first time in his entire life witnessing such a majestic giant dragon right before his eyes. Chin Qiu completely freezes, her heart pounding rapidly as a wave of intense admiration washes over her. It turns out the rumors spreading across Jianghai are completely true. This legendary dragon tamer Lu Fan is actually him. Suddenly, a faint, mournful groan echoes from the depths of the lake, leaving us to wonder what happens next. 3 years ago, she was born and raised in the peaceful Tang village. Under the kind protection of the church they lived, their days completely safe from all danger and calamity. Until one day, a terrifying plague swept through, destroying everything in its path. Corpses piled up along the lakeshore, scattered everywhere. Before they could even receive a proper burial, more and more people kept dropping dead. She desperately wanted to save everyone, but the class fate had dealt her was none other than a dark witch. She had no power to cure the sickness of the dying. Helplessly, she could only watch and summon the freshly departed spirits, allowing them to say one last goodbye to their family members who were still struggling in despair. But one day, the respected priest she deeply revered pointed directly at her and ordered the villagers to capture her. He claimed she was the evil witch who caused this terrible plague. The very church she trusted, which had once protected them, became her judge. They accused her of being the monster who brought this horrific disaster upon the entire village. Bound by freezing iron chains, she could only watch as they ruthlessly locked her down. She screamed out in utter despair, demanding to know why they were treating her this way. They coldly threw her question back with pure hatred, demanding why she brought ruin to the village. She simply could not understand. After all, it was thanks to her magic that they got to see their loved ones one final time. All she wanted was to help. Yet without mercy, they threw her into the freezing depths of the lake. She kept wondering, even if she could only help them say goodbye, what did she do wrong? Why did they do this? That is the tragic backstory of the morning zombie boss in this dungeon. Lu Fan mutters while gently petting Xiao Ye's massive head. Xiao Ye is absolutely thrilled, celebrating that they can finally get the hell out of this cursed dungeon. However, Lu Fan stares down at the endlessly bubbling lake and mutters grimly that the teleportation portal has not appeared yet. That means this boss definitely is not dead yet, so celebrating their escape is still a bit premature. Sure enough, as if on cue to prove him right, a massive shadow begins to loom deep beneath the water. A chilling, mournful cry of "Why" echoes from the depths, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, violent water pillars erupt from the lake as the boss rises, looking far more massive and terrifying than before. It screams in pure madness, wailing why it had to be her, blaming them for everything. Lu Fan looks up at the monster's new form, sensing an energy far more overwhelming than before. He immediately triggers his appraisal skill to analyze the opponent's stats. Level 25 Morning Corpse, Nightmare Difficulty Boss. Strength has jumped from 271 to 386, and Agility from 183. Soar to 249. Spirit spiked from 150 to 435, and endurance shot from 266 to 398. Skill Morning Strike. It unleashes a massive curse of resentment, with a small chance to instantly kill the target. If the instant death effect is not triggered, it will inflict massive damage, zombie poison, continuous bleeding, and severe dizziness. Deep Water Cage uses dark lake water to trap targets inside a prison that is nearly impossible to break. This creature is completely immune to all physical damage, possessing a dark will that can spread resentment and awaken every single dead body previously destroyed in the dungeon. Kai starts trembling violently, her voice shaking, as she realizes the boss has entered Phase 2. None of you will ever be able to leave this place alive. With that, it draws up an immense amount of dark water, throwing giant heavy liquid spheres, like solid stone boulders, straight toward Lu Fan's party. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye quickly leap to the side, successfully dodging the dangerous attack. Kai Yi tries to move fast, but she is simply not quick enough. The boss's deep water cage swiftly forms a massive liquid prison, trapping her inside. Qin Qiu screams in sheer panic, calling out to her. Before they can even react, both Sun Ge and Xiao Jia are also captured in identical water cages. Kai Yi desperately tries to break through the heavy liquid walls, but her efforts are completely useless. She lowers her head in absolute defeat and despair. It is over. Qin Qiu sinks to her knees, apologizing with a choking voice. No, she screams that she should not apologize. It was her own stubbornness that dragged everyone into this cursed dungeon, making her the one responsible for getting them trapped. Falling to the ground, a wave of guilt and deep regret completely washes over her. Lu Fan snaps back sternly, asking if they are seriously going to give up at a time like this. Qin Qiu answers in total despair. She points out that she is the only one who can cast attack magic, but her tiny damage is useless. Sun Ge adds in panic that this boss is immune to all physical attacks. Looking at our current situation, we can barely protect ourselves, let alone think about launching a counterattack. Lu Fan, do you actually know how to use offensive magic too? The monster begins casting its wailing attack skill, releasing a terrifying curse of deep hatred and resentment. The probability of dealing instant death to the target is extremely low, but if that effect fails to trigger, it will still deal massive damage, along with a zombie toxin effect that causes continuous bleeding and severe dizziness. Screaming with agonizing grief, the beast swings its massive tentacles straight down toward Lu Fan's position. Lu Fan leisurely answers Sun Ge, his voice remaining strangely calm. I don't know Xiao Ye. Guided by absolute loyalty, Xiao Ye uses her massive wings to shield her master, while constantly unleashing powerful counterattacks of her own. The system continuously displays notifications of Lu Fan's immunity effects. Immune to instant death, immune to zombie toxin, immune to bleeding effects, and immune to fainting. The legendary Black Dragon bloodline reduces all incoming damage by 50%, grants absolute immunity to all negative status effects, and boosts self-recovery speed by an incredible 500%. Lu Fan adds, looking at Sun Ge with a confident smirk playing on his lips, but my pet dragon certainly does. Trapped inside the water cage, Kai Yi watches the scene in absolute shock. A dragon tamer, but the massive difference in level and strength between them is just too vast. The boss monster continues to howl in desperate agony, screaming, "The one who deserves to die is not me, not me." Lu Fan reassures everyone, his voice full of confidence. No need to worry. A dragon's stats and raw power are simply not things that mere humans can easily compare to. Meanwhile, the boss casts its agonizing wailing attack, once again releasing a wave of bitter curses. The chance of dealing instant death to the target is still extremely low, but if that fatal effect fails to trigger, it will still inflict a massive amount of damage accompanied by the toxic zombie status effect. It screeches its voice, dripping with agony and hatred. You are the ones who deserve to die. Its massive tentacle reaches out in a violent strike, only to be met by Xiao Ye's incredibly fierce and unyielding resistance. Lu Fan continues to receive immunity notifications from the system. His Black Dragon bloodline is truly acting as an impenetrable solid fortress. At this moment, Xiao Ye's stats are rising at a rapid, mind-blowing rate. Level 9 Phase 1 of the Black Dragon contract. Strength surges from 968 all the way to 1258. Agility skyrockets from 767 to 997. Her spirit jumps from 959 to 1246. Durability leaps from 976 to 1268. Lu Fan activates Dragon Excitement, a highly specialized dragon tamer skill that inspires both him and his dragon, boosting all of their stats and raw attack power by 30%. He shouts with massive authority, Xiao Ye Molten Flame. Xiao Ye unleashes an earth-shattering roar, breathing out a violent raging stream of fire that is many times more intense than before. In an instant, the surrounding area is swallowed by a sea of fire as the temperature skyrockets to dizzying heights. The powerful molten flame continuously shoots scorching columns of fire forward, dealing massive damage to the enemy while automatically healing any of Xiao Ye's minor injuries. The boss monster is quickly trapped in the massive sea of fire, burning intensely as it screams in agonizing pain and utter despair. Qinqiu is completely overwhelmed by this majestic and terrifying sight. She can only mutter in pure awe. He completely suppressed it. Even Kai Yi, trapped in her water cage, cries out from the intense heat. It's too hot. Sun Ge stammers, completely speechless. This is practically a raging natural disaster. The boss has no way to escape the blazing sea of fire. It screams continuously in sheer desperation. No, this is impossible. Summoning every last drop of its remaining strength, the beast attempts to launch one final desperate counterattack. This corpse's deep resentment grants immunity to all physical damage, spreading its hateful will to awaken every single dead body within this secret realm. A surge of dark energy erupts violently, attempting to push back against the raging sea of fire. But it is all completely useless. Within moments, the brutal flames reduce the monster to a pile of ash, leaving a sparkling treasure chest behind in the ruins. Xiao Ye slowly transforms back into her beautiful and charming red-haired dragon girl form. The system announces the black dragon reached level 10, and Lu Fan reached level 15. He happily pats her head, praising, "Well done, Xiao Ye." Sun Ge sighs in deep relief, speaking cheerfully. "It is finally over. I am going to check if the teleportation gate has appeared yet." Coughing with a raspy voice, Xiao Ye grumbles, "It's all done, but this thick smoke is so annoying." Qinqiu rushes to support Kai Yi, who has just escaped the water cage, asking with concern, "Sister Kai Yi, are you okay?" Suddenly, eerie and terrifying growling sounds echo from behind them. Turning around, Sun Ge cries out in utter horror. What, the zombies in the village have all come back to life. With lightning-fast reflexes, Xiao Ye targets them and immediately charges to attack. Still completely dazed and failing to understand what is happening, Sun Ge can only stammer in confusion. "Look at this!" Xiao Ye unleashed a massive torrent of fire, turning those lower-level zombies to ash in the blink of an eye. Watching this familiar fighting style, Sun Ge finally stood frozen as a mind-blowing realization hit him. That beautiful red-haired girl was actually the massive black dragon from just moments ago. Qinqiu was still highly skeptical. How could those exact zombies, which they had struggled so desperately to defeat earlier, be wiped out so easily by her? Lu Fan smiled and explained that she was his black dragon, Xiao Ye. He added that she probably just enjoyed playing around with these weak minions. He turned to reassure Qinqiu, telling her that the final boss was dead and there was no need to stay so tense. Once they divided the rewards, they would get ready to leave this place. Looking at the treasure chest, sitting amidst the ashes, he grinned and said that based on their agreed rules, he got first pick, hoping no one minded. Qinqiu quickly replied with deep respect, insisting it was absolutely fine and that they had no right to complain at all. The moment the reward chest popped open, a blinding, dazzling ray of light burst out instantly, filling the entire group with intense excitement and anticipation. Inside were several high-value items, including the Holy Light Scepter, requiring level 10, offering plus 32 spirit and plus 19 resistance. Its Holy Light Seal skill allowed the user to channel sacred energy, to bind their targets with the effect scaling directly with their spirit stat. Next was the Tomb Guardian Shield, requiring level 10, boosting spirit by 35 and resistance by 15. Its flowing light barrier skill created a protective shield with the total amount of damage absorbed depending entirely on the user's spirit stat. Then there was the Ring of Lament, requiring level 15. It had a massive 57 spirit boost, 21 resistance, and 12 attack power. Its special effect, Malice Accumulation, could target any opponent to continuously gather deep resentment and negative energy. Once a massive amount of resentment built up, all incoming attacks on that target would trigger deadly status effects like bleeding, stunning, and poison. Finally, the Class Change Scroll. This consumable item gave users a rare opportunity to unlock highly advanced hidden classes. But success rates were notoriously low. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan grabbed the scroll and claimed it. A system alert confirmed he received one Class Change Scroll. Qin Chu quickly waved her hands, telling Lu Fan he did not have to split things evenly. By their prior agreement, every single piece of loot here belonged to him and him alone. Lu Fan chuckled, replying that he was not just trying to play the hero. Besides, those gear pieces suited her far better than they did him, though he genuinely and desperately needed this class change scroll. Qin Chu knelt down, carefully inspecting the remaining legendary items inside the chest. Before looking up to speak with absolute sincerity, admitting that if they had not run into him, everyone would likely be dead, so he must accept at least one more token of her appreciation. With those words, she handed over the Ring of Lament. He accepted it happily, smiling as he agreed not to stand on ceremony anymore. Seeing Lu Fan's easygoing generosity, Kai Er and the others felt immensely relieved and filled with deep respect. She gently reminded Qin Chu that they should also start preparing for their journey back home. Qin Chu watched Lu Fan's departing figure, wondering silently what other massive secrets he might still be hiding. He was truly an unpredictable enigma. Just 4 hours later, Lu Fan had returned to his small, familiar steamed bun shop in Zhanghai. It was pitch black outside. Spotting her nephew walk through the door, Lu Fan's Aunt Han Kei rushed forward to hug him tight. Choking back anxious tears, she cried out that his journey was simply too dangerous, and just hearing about his exploits filled her with absolute terror. He must have survived so many terrifying close calls over the last few days. Lu Fan gently nudged her away, looking slightly embarrassed, and begged his aunt to let go of him already. His clothes were completely covered in dirt from those places, but Han Ke only began crying louder, pulling him into an even tighter embrace. Sobbing, she cried that her Xiao Fan was not dirty at all, weeping because he had left without saying a single word. She had not slept for nights, terrified this was all a dream, and she would wake up only to find him still missing. Lu Fan gently patted her back to comfort her, admitting it was his fault for leaving without warning. He promised that from now on, he would never make her worry like this again. Grinning warmly, he gently wiped the tears from her cheeks and softly told her to stop crying, prompting Han Kei to smile and nod in agreement. She then turned to affectionately pat Xiao Ye's head, admitting that even though she was adorable, she had completely terrified her during their very first meeting. Who could have guessed such a cute, lovely little girl was actually a legendary, terrifying dragon? Sitting quietly on the floor in her adorable dragon girl form, Xiao Ye cooed softly, trying her best to look cute. Bending down, she gently asked if they had starved during their long, exhausting journey, right as Lu Fan pulled out his newly acquired class change scroll to hand it over. All right, we see Lu Fan presenting a rare scroll to his Aunt Han Kei, one from a secret realm. He explains that this hidden class change would free her from the hard labor of running her small bun shop. Han Kei quickly shakes her head, refusing to accept it because she believes the scroll is far too valuable. Instead, she suggests that they should just sell it to make a tidy profit. Knowing that he left all his high-tier weapons and gear with the young lady of the Qin family, she insists selling this will fund his upgrades. She believes this will boost his upcoming exam results, but Lu Fan just chuckles and pulls out his phone to show his aunt his bank balance. With a confident grin, he assures her that he is no longer lacking money or powerful gear. Staring at the insane amount of cash in his account, Han Kei is completely shocked and speechless. Stammering in disbelief, she asks how he got so much, and he explains he sold off all his extra dungeon loot. On top of that, escorting his classmate Qin Chu earned him a handsome reward of over 100,000 dragon coins. He tells her to trust him, they will never have to worry about running out of money ever again. Seeing his mature, unwavering gaze fills Han Kei with immense pride and joy. Her little nephew has truly grown into a man. Lu Fan presses the class change scroll into her hands, urging her to activate it right then and there. Accepting it with a warm smile, she agrees and decides to use the scroll. The moment she opens it, a brilliant magical green light bursts forth and completely envelops her, catching her off guard. Suddenly, the surrounding space begins to ripple, and a strange yet warm flow of energy slowly merges deep into her body. Lu Fan grins with anticipation, asking if it actually worked. Still, in a daze, Han Kei softly murmurs that it was indeed a success. She explains that she has just advanced to a rare lifestyle class, officially becoming an enchanted chef. Curious about her status as an enchanted chef, Lu Fan eagerly asks what special abilities this hidden class actually grants. She excitedly tells him about a unique, rare skill called enchantment cooking, which allows her to make various kinds of food with powerful special effects. Lu Fan chuckles, pointing out that her cooking was already legendary, so this magical skill will easily make her dishes even more out of this world. And just like that, warm laughter fills their cozy little home. She giggles at his sweet talk, but then Lu Fan suddenly remembers something and wonders where Xiao Ye has gone off to. Wasn't she just here? Looking around, he finds that Xiao Ye, after stuffing herself with that massive hearty meal, is already fast asleep on the floor, completely dead to the world. Later that same night, inside the luxurious study of the Qin family villa, Qin Qiu carefully recounts their entire wild dungeon adventure to her father. Her father, Qin Shanhai, a powerful and imposing middle-aged man, gently swirls a glass of red wine in his hand as he listens. He slowly repeats the details. So this dragon tamer Lu Fan summoned a massive black dragon and single-handedly saved all of their lives. Qin Qiu bows her head in deep regret, her voice heavy with lingering guilt. She admits it was her own stubborn pride that dragged her entire team into such lethal danger. Lu Fan is simply too strong. Though they both have hidden classes, comparing herself to him is like a firefly next to the moon. The gap between them is just too massive. Remaining calm, her father stares out the window and asks in a flat, cold tone if she has kept this an absolute secret from everyone else. Qin Qiu quickly shakes her head, confirming she hasn't. They made a strict agreement before leaving, promising the Qin family would never reveal his secret to the outside world. Now you and I don't know Qin Shanhai's combat class yet, but he is clearly an incredibly powerful figure. He turns to look at his daughter, offering a rare approving smile as he praises her wise decision. If word gets out those greedy factions constantly coveting the power of giant dragons would definitely stop at nothing to hunt him down. Hearing this, Qin Qiu suddenly stands up, her voice laced with worry as she reminds him that Lu Fan saved every single one of them. She nervously asks if her own father has designs on Lu Fan's legendary beast. Qin Shanhai bursts into hearty laughter that echoes through the room, asking if she really thinks he is that kind of dishonorably greedy man. Instead, he asks her what she plans to do to properly repay her savior. Qin Qiu hesitates, mentioning she had only promised him a standard 100,000 dragon coins reward when first inviting him to join. Hearing this, her father sighs and instructs her to personally deliver a prestigious Bauhinia invitation to his doorstep tomorrow and offer their family's sincerest gratitude for saving her life. She obediently agrees, but you and I can see she's still curious why her father won't join her despite his obvious interest. Qin Shanhai gently explains with a hint of regret that he has urgent important business to arrange tomorrow morning. The very next morning, a young princess from the Taiki Kingdom was scheduled to arrive in our Dragon Nation to study abroad right here in Jianghai. From a business perspective, it was only proper to personally welcome her as a basic courtesy that simply could not be avoided. But the critical grand exam was already right around the corner. Sure enough, the next morning 2 mysterious strangers suddenly appeared right outside of Lu Fan's small bun shop. One was a petite young girl who looked quite young but wore incredibly luxurious and noble clothing. Accompanying her was a tall young man in shining metal armor, dragging a large and very sturdy-looking suitcase behind him. Inside, Han Kei was busy cleaning a stack of steaming hot bun trays. Hearing someone knock, she called out, "Coming, I will be right there." She peeked out the cracked door and spoke softly, "Hello, there are you two looking to buy buns? Sorry, but we are closed today." The snobbish girl turned to the young man behind her and asked in an annoyed voice, "Is this really the place? You did not purposefully lead me to some filthy garbage-filled dump like this, did you?" The young man immediately bowed respectfully. "Your servant would never dare. According to our investigation, this is definitely the place." "Princess." Still hiding behind the cracked door, Han Kei asked hesitantly, "May I ask who you are?" But before she could finish, the guard rudely shoved the door open, slamming her hard against the wall in pain. The little princess demanded arrogantly, "This princess is here to find someone. Do you know of a dragon tamer named Lu Fan?" Walking down the stairs with messy bedhead hair, Lu Fan asked, "Auntie, is there someone here looking for me?" Seeing Han Kei clutching her injured arm with buns scattered all over the floor, Lu Fan cried out in panic, "Auntie." The young princess covered her nose, grimacing and complaining in disgust. This place reeks of a truly sickening odor." Lu Fan rushed over, checking Han Kei's arm, and asked anxiously, "Auntie, are you okay? What on earth happened here?" Han Kei hid her pain, saying, "No, it is nothing, little Fan." The princess eyed him up and down before sneering, "So you are Lu Fan. This princess actually had to personally make a trip all the way here today." Lu Fan glanced from her to the armored guard, demanding coldly, "A princess is looking for me. Who are you people anyway?" The armored guard answered solemnly, "Her Highness before you is the princess of the Taiki Kingdom, Lady Jin Zhou, and I am her loyal attendant Kui Hengtai." Though Jin Zhou and Kui Hengtai's combat classes remained completely unknown, the guard definitely carried himself like an incredibly powerful warrior. Jinzhou stared right into Lu Fan's eyes, her voice dripping with pity. This princess is here to give you an opportunity, a chance to truly stand out and shine. Lu Fan was baffled, his brow furrowing. Stand out? Jinzhou suddenly let out an incredibly haughty, mocking laugh. Haha, exactly. As a dragon tamer without a dragon deep down in your heart, you must feel incredibly miserable and insecure, right? Gesturing to her subordinate Kui Hengtai, quickly dragged the large suitcase forward and opened it with the utmost care. Lu Fan was genuinely stunned by what lay inside. What is this? Jinzhou offered with an air of charity. If you agree to my terms, this will be yours. He instantly recognized the glittering dark golden egg as a real dragon egg. Highly confident in her offering, Jinzhou eagerly waited to see Lu Fan's reaction. Well, shocked or not, do you want it? The condition is actually quite simple. Become my loyal servant. Obey my every command, and never ever dare to oppose me. Jinzhou continued to brag with extreme arrogance. This is something this princess managed to stumble upon within an extraordinarily unique dragon nest. It is safe to say that this is the only dragon egg of its kind in the entire world right now. Staring at the dragon egg that Kui Hengtai was solemnly holding, both Lu Fan and Han Ke were totally shocked. Han Ke gasped in utter disbelief. A servant, seeing their shock, only fueled Jinzhou's amusement and inflated her pride even further. What is wrong? Speechless. Are you low-life commoners so terrified by the sheer majesty and power of a dragon that you are scared half to death? Right then, the system displayed the details of the mysterious egg: armored dragon egg, strength 72, low quality, agility 67, spirit 35, and egg durability 133. The skills it would possess after hatching included: fortified armor. The armored dragon hatches with a thick outer shell that significantly reduces damage taken from all elemental attributes. Tail whip, using its powerful tail to sweep in a wide arc, dealing damage to all targets within a specific area. Reading the system details, Lu Fan realized the truth and let out a disappointed sigh. Ah, so it is just a sub-dragon egg, and a low-grade earth dragon at that. When this armored dragon hatches, it is basically going to be nothing more than a walking lump of clay. And you guys actually dare to call this thing a dragon? Lu Fan sighed in total disbelief. Sigh, whatever the stats aren't actually that bad. Lu Fan's unusual calmness completely catches Jinzhou off guard. She wondered if this guy had absolutely no idea just how valuable a dragon egg was to a dragon tamer. Han Ke awkwardly whispered, asking how on earth a young girl could say such awful things. Hearing his aunt's worried voice, Lu Fan quickly reassured her, telling her not to worry because he would kick them out immediately. Seeing them both stay so calm and even slightly dismissive, Jinzhou finally starts losing her patience. She aggressively pointed out that a dragon tamer without a dragon is completely useless. But if he accepted to become her loyal servant, he could become the very first person in history to shatter that prejudice, turning the dragon tamer class into the strongest profession the world has ever seen. With such a golden opportunity right in front of him, how could he not feel excited? Lu Fan smirked sarcastically, replying that while it did sound a little exciting, he was going to refuse. That blunt rejection completely freezes Jinzhou in her tracks, leaving her utterly speechless with shock. It takes her a second to recover, and she instantly screams in rage, asking if he even knows what the hell he is saying. How dare he refuse to be her servant, turning down a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely rewrite history for the Dragon Tamer class. By this point, Lu Fan has completely lost his patience. He coldly warns them to never look for him again and to take their useless dragon egg right back with them. He has zero interest in their offer. Becoming a servant. What an absolute joke. Lu Fan's defiant and disrespectful attitude quickly pushes Kui Hengtai over the edge as well. He roars in anger, shouting that the princess herself humbled herself to offer him a massive shortcut to power, yet he dared to behave so insolently. Calling him an ungrateful brat, he is cut off mid-sentence by Lu Fan's cold and deeply contemptuous tone. An opportunity. A shortcut. He scoffs, telling them not to make him laugh because he will absolutely never serve anyone under any circumstances. Furious, Jinzhou immediately orders Kui Hengtai to teach this arrogant punk a painful lesson. Kui Hengtai gladly obliges. Sensing the imminent danger, Han Ke rushes forward, desperately trying to de-escalate the situation. She begs them to calm down and talk, explaining that her nephew Xiao Fan simply does not want to accept the offer. She asks if they can just drop the matter entirely, but completely ignoring her desperate pleading voice, Kui Hengtai roars for her to get out of the way. He charges forward and unleashes a brutal punch directly at her right in front of Lu Fan. Caught completely off guard, Han Kei is sent flying back, crying out in agonizing pain. Lu Fan screams in pure panic and immediately rushes to help her up, frantically asking if she is hurt anywhere. As he helps her stand, she tries to reassure her worried nephew, forcing a smile and saying she is completely fine. Cui Hongtai has absolutely no intention of stopping. Staring at his bloody fist, he sneers that a mere commoner has no right to talk back to their princess. Blinded by sheer anger, Cui Hongtai simply cannot tolerate their defiance any longer. With a deafening roar, he hurls his fist straight toward Lu Fan, who surprisingly still seems completely oblivious to the massive danger heading right his way. He is still gently helping his aunt, telling her to take her time getting up. Han Kei spots the incoming attack and screams at the top of her lungs, warning Xiao Fan to look out. Meanwhile, Cui Hongtai rapidly channels his magical energy to manifest a massive burning fireball, aiming it directly at Lu Fan. But suddenly, a cold sensation brushes past his face at a terrifying speed far too fast for the naked eye to track. A deep cut suddenly opens on his cheek, dripping with fresh blood. A razor-sharp sword is now pressed directly against his face immediately, accompanied by an ice-cold, deeply murderous voice. "How dare you lay your filthy hands on my family?" It is Lu Fan himself, completely consumed by sheer rage. An overwhelming pitch-black aura of magical energy explodes from his body, quickly dominating the entire room. Filled with pure, unadulterated hatred, Lu Fan promises that he is absolutely going to end his life. Fearing he might lose control, Han Kei desperately begs him to calm down and not do anything reckless. Cui Hongtai freezes, paralyzed by a sudden wave of sheer terror. The crushing pressure emanating from Lu Fan is a level of power he has never encountered. Seeing her bodyguard freeze up and stop his assault, Jin Zhou is instantly baffled and furious. She screams at him, demanding to know what he is doing and ordering him to finish the job. But deep down, Cui Hongtai quickly realizes that something is terribly and horribly wrong with this guy. Lu Fan turns his razor-sharp gaze directly toward Jin Zhou, growling that she is next. Without wasting another second, he delivers an absolutely devastating slap straight to her face. He tells her he does not care what kind of princess she is, ordering her to shut her mouth, take her garbage, and get out of his sight immediately. Caught completely off guard, she takes the full impact of the blow and lets out a painful, pathetic scream. Seeing his princess get slapped, Cui Hongtai finally snapped out of it, roaring in sheer rage. He gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at Lu Fan, bellowing, "How dare a lowlife like you lay hands on the princess?" But with Lu Fan's current power, Cui Hongtai's charge looked as slow as a fly crawling through molasses. The young man easily parried the incoming attack. With a massive burst of strength, he sent the knight's sword flying high into the sky. Cui Hongtai scrambled back to the princess, panicking. "My princess, are you hurt?" Kim Ju stood there, shaking her entire body, trembling with a rage so intense she couldn't even speak. Out of nowhere, she spun around and slapped Cui Hongtai right across the face. The princess shrieked in absolute fury, her eyes burning with pure hatred and disappointment. "You useless trash, do I look fine to you? Go and kill him immediately. Even if we never find another dragon control master, I want him dead right now." Hearing the command, Cui Hongtai didn't hesitate to obey. Lu Fan heard every single word. Locking his eyes on the enemy, he braced himself for a brutal battle to the death. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Xiao Ye was sleeping peacefully in her cozy bed until a loud, annoying ringtone ruined everything. Letting out a massive yawn, she picked up as a familiar female voice mumbled on the other end. "That's weird. Why isn't he answering? I remember so clearly that we exchanged contact info before parting ways. Could I have actually dialed the wrong number?" Back at Lu Fan's place, Qin Chu was anxiously trying to call him. She likely wanted to warn him about the Taichi princess's sudden arrival, but she just couldn't reach him. Just then, a massive wave of raw magical energy rippled through the air, right where she stood, making her gasp. Wait, a battle. Is someone seriously fighting nearby? A second later, Cui Hongtai came crashing right into view, looking completely battered and bloodied from Lu Fan's relentless counterattack. He let out a painful groan as he collapsed, causing Qin Chu to shriek in sheer shock. "Wait, is that?" Those foreigners, meanwhile, seeing her bodyguard defeated Princess Kim Ju, lost her mind and shrieked in rage. Glancing at the crowd of regular citizens watching with wide eyes and dropped jaws, she spat out at them with sheer elitist disgust. "What are you staring at? You filthy peasants, get out of my sight before I kill you all." Lu Fan didn't care about the crowd. Radiating a freezing aura of pure killing intent, he slowly advanced on Cui Hongtai. Even Princess Kim Ju was finally starting to feel the terrifying weight of Lu Fan's true power. Shaking violently, the beaten knight choked out Princess. This guy's base stats are incredibly high. Your subordinate is useless. Please, punish me. Kim Ju was absolutely furious, though a hint of panic finally began to creep into her eyes. You useless garbage, you can't even handle a low-life peasant from the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, a sinister grin crossed her face as her eyes began to glow a creepy crimson. Fine then. Allow this princess to personally give you a little boost. Gripping her spear tightly, she began chanting a mysterious ancient incantation. Suddenly, a dark and ominous magical aura erupted, wrapping around the weapon like a shadow. Watching the dark energy swirl, Lu Fan couldn't hide his shock, noting, "This spell looks remarkably like Qin Q's magic, but it carries an incredibly dark evil aura. It seems she also possesses some kind of incredibly rare hidden class." Just then, Qin Qiu finally rushed onto the scene, shouting in absolute panic, "Lu Fan, what on earth is going on here?" Seeing her show up out of nowhere, Lu Fan asked in surprise, "Qin Qiu, what are you doing here?" But before she could answer, Choi Hoang Tai's beaten body began to undergo a horrific mutation. Once he grasped the dark enhanced weapon from Kim Ju, a massive torrent of pitch-black energy exploded from his body, leaving both Lu Fan and Qin Qiu completely paralyzed in shock. His entire physical frame bulked up massively, with grotesque bulging muscles wrapping around his massive body. Instantly, a glowing system interface popped up in the air, revealing his terrifying new attributes. It read, Choi Hong Tai Combat Class, a level 30 Enhanced Guardian Knight. Right next to it, Kim Ju's stats popped up too. Kim Ju Hidden Class, a level 15 Dark Elementalist. Looking at them, Lu Fan realized the knight had turned into an absolute monster. Sensing the imminent threat, Qin Qiu fearlessly stepped in front of Lu Fan, declaring with determination, "Lu Fan, stand back. I'm here to back you up." By now, Choi Hoang Tai was acting like a rabid beast, charging straight at them while roaring insanely. Lu Fan pushed her back, yelling in panic, "No, get out of here. Go protect my aunt for me." She's still inside that shop. Meanwhile, the crazed Choi Hoang Tai completely ignored the screaming civilians around them. Letting out a primal roar, he lunged straight for Lu Fan's neck, screaming, "Die." Sensing the fatal threat, Lu Fan swiftly leapt backward, his mind racing as he desperately calculated his next move. His attack power has skyrocketed. Looks like he needs to activate Dragon's Encouragement. Seeing how powerful Choi Hong Tae has become, Jin Ju looks absolutely thrilled, completely gloating over Lu Fan's impending doom. Yes, exactly like that. Kill him. Only his death can truly satisfy my boiling rage. Fired up by the princess's words, Choi Hong Tae grows even more fierce and aggressive. He roars, "With the princess's blessing you," but before he can even finish his sentence, Xiao Ye suddenly streaks down from the sky like a flash of black lightning. Lu Fan cries out in surprise, "Xiao Ye." She's arrived to lend her master a hand, her entire body radiating a terrifying, suffocating wave of dark magic. She grins excitedly, whispering, "If that's the case, then perfect." Witnessing Xiao Ye's sudden entrance, Jin Ju finally feels true terror. She stammers in a trembling voice, completely losing her cool. What on earth is this? Has Xiao Ye completely transformed? She takes on a terrifyingly massive new form, unleashing a thick, pitch-black shroud of mana that swallows the area. Lu Fan chuckles mockingly, calling out to Jin Ju with a highly provocative, confident smirk. Now it's my turn to unleash some rage. Realizing what she is looking at, Jin Ju shrieks in utter horror. A giant dragon. Xiao Ye bares her razor-sharp fangs, lunging straight at Choi Hong Tae as she slashes down with her massive claws. Just like that, Choi Hong Tae is completely wiped out by a single strike. The impact is so devastating that it shatters the surrounding ground into absolute dust. The shockwave blasts Jin Zu backward. In the blink of an eye, Choi Hong Tae is utterly crushed, left broken, and unable to even stand. Trembling in agony, he reaches out his bloody hand toward Jin Ju, coughing violently as he begs for help. "Cough, cough, princess, please save me." Struggling to crawl back up, Jin Zu desperately tries to deny reality, her voice trembling with sheer disbelief and creeping dread. "How is this even possible? This can't be happening. No way." Defeated in just a single blow, dragging herself upright, Jin Zu clicks her tongue immediately, muttering a stream of harsh complaints filled with nothing but cold, bitter contempt. "Useless piece of trash. You couldn't even hold them off a bit longer." Desperate, she frantically raises her magic staff, preparing to launch a counterattack. The system alerts that she's casting a skill. But of course Xiao Ye isn't about to let that happen. She instantly lunges forward, letting out an incredibly oppressive, terrifying roar. Naturally, her attempt fails miserably. The system announces her skill is interrupted. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye's Black Dragon bloodline reduces all incoming damage by 50% and boosts her health recovery by 500%. Meanwhile, Choi Hongtae is pinned flat on the ground under Xiao Ye's massive scaly dragon claw. Desperate and completely helpless, he struggles to break free, gasping cough, "Let me go." Treating his struggles like a joke, Xiao Ye casually tosses Choi Hongtae aside like garbage. Caught off guard, he flies through the air like a ragdoll before crashing brutally onto the hard earth. Trembling Choi Hongtae painfully reaches his hand toward Jinzu, croaking out a weak, desperate cry. Princess Jinzu clutches her magic staff tightly, her mind completely shattered by overwhelming shock and paralyzing primal fear. She panics inwardly, thinking, with this kind of terrifying godlike power, there is no doubt this is a genuine giant dragon. Could there actually be other dragon eggs out there besides my family's? No, that's impossible. Right then, Lu Fan catches up to her. He calls out Jinzu's name, his voice icy cold. Gripping his sword tight, his entire body radiates a terrifying, murderous aura. Stepping directly toward Jinju, he demands, "What was that garbage you were barking earlier? Something about killing me to satisfy your anger." The moment she looks at him, Jinju collapses onto the dirt in sheer panic. She stammers in terror, "Don't you dare come near me, stay away." Every single ounce of her former arrogance and that high and mighty princess attitude has completely evaporated. Pointing her magic staff trembling at Lu Fan, her eyes well up with tears as she shrieks at him in absolute terror. You brutally attacked my subordinate, seriously injured him, and now you have the audacity to insult and threaten me too. She continues to screech. Do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions will be? You will become the mortal enemy of my entire Taiji kingdom. Lu Fan merely scoffs, a mocking smirk on his face without a single trace of fear. Haha, are you seriously still trying to use the name of your precious Taiji kingdom to threaten me? His eyes burn with pure blazing fury, looking ready to tear Jinzu apart on the spot. He recounts her actions with a bone-chilling icy tone, ordering your loyal goons to lay a hand on my loved ones. As Lu Fan takes another step closer, Jinju descends even deeper into sheer panic. She screams, her voice cracking. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Fan delivers a cold lesson. "Stop barking about being some high and mighty princess every single second of your life." Sensing her master's intent, Xiao Ye opens her massive, terrifying jaws wide. A massive pitch-black fireball begins to condense inside. The system announces skill activation. Standing majestically before Jinju, Lu Fan raises his azure ink dragon scale blade high into the air. He speaks with absolute domineering authority. "Even if they're a god, if they lay a finger on my family, I will make absolutely sure they pay it back 1,000 times over." Just as he and Xiao Ye are about to deliver the final blow, Qin Shanhai suddenly descends from the heavens riding a massive flying bird. He loudly calls out to Lu Fan, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lu Fan, stop right now." Qin Qiu also rushes to warn her father, her voice trembling with intense panic. "Dad, watch out. Xiao Ye is just." Then Xiao Ye locks eyes with Qin Shanhai, who is standing directly in front of her massive destructive fireball. Lu Fan immediately stops his attack, sheathes his sword, and quickly signals his dragon. "Xiao Ye, stand down right now." In the end, Lu Fan spares Jinzhou, unleashing one blindingly fast strike that clean snaps her magic staff completely in half. The broken staff and its magic orb go flying in opposite directions, while Xiao Ye closes her mouth, dissolving her deadly fireball. Qin Shanhai touches down safely on the ground, immediately turning to give Lu Fan an urgent warning. "Lu Fan, there are way too many civilians watching this. You need to call your dragon back right now." The moment Qin Shanhai's giant flying beast spots Xiao Ye, it screeches in absolute terror. Looking at her, Qin Shanhai can't help but evaluate her presence. A real dragon is on a completely different level than anything else in this world. Just standing near her, the crushing pressure is absolutely terrifying. Qin Qiu rushes over, desperately pleading, "Lu Fan, please listen to my dad. Just trust me on this, just this once." Lu Fan remains silent, but he slowly reins in his terrifying killing intent. He softly calls out Xiao Ye. Hearing her master's command, the dragon lets out a low growl as blinding gold light bursts from her body, radiating intense power. Moments later, she transforms back into her human form, appearing as an incredibly stunning and captivating dragon girl. Qin Qiu pulls Lu Fan aside, her expression dead serious as she tells him, "We need to talk over here." Meanwhile, Qin Shanhai approaches Jinzhou, politely asking, "Princess, Jinzhou, are you hurt? Are you doing all right? I actually just went to the airport to pick you up." I didn't expect you'd head here first. Offering a warm smile, he continues, our family's private driver is arriving soon. For now, please let us escort you to the hospital to get a quick checkup. Peering through the massive hole blasted in the wall, Lu Fan's group can be seen standing together inside. Han Ke tightly holds onto Lu Fan's arm, quickly explaining the whole situation to Qin Shanhai. Qin Chu chimes in, since my dad actually knows this princess, I figured he'd be able to step in and settle this whole conflict peacefully. That's why I hurriedly called him here. Lu Fan frowns, muttering, somehow, I don't think that spoiled brat is going to let this go so easily. Once the tension settles down, Qin Shanhai walks over to the group with a very serious expression, saying, all right, I've got everything temporarily sorted out. I didn't expect our first meeting to be in such a chaotic mess. It's a good thing you're here. Lu Fan politely replies, I'm truly sorry for causing you so much trouble, Mr. Qin, but in this situation I really had no other choice. Han Ke, still looking incredibly worried, asks Mr. Qin, after everything that happened today, is Lu Fan going to be okay? Qin Shanhai slowly pulls out a cigarette. Closing his eyes, he calmly answers, I have already sent Princess Jin Zhou and her subordinate to the hospital to get treated, but at the end of the day, we are still going to need to give the Jin family a very proper explanation. He takes his time lighting the cigarette. He adds, with a knowing look, the Jin family of the Taeguk Kingdom doesn't just run big businesses. They actually hold massive influence among the highest level of political elites over there, giving them a voice you simply cannot ignore. Han Ke, her face twisted with pure anxiety, mutters, their family has such a massive background and Lu Fan just went and beat her up like that. I'm so worried, they'll try to hunt him down for revenge. Hearing this, Lu Fan doesn't show a single hint of fear. Instead, a sharp, fierce determination flashes in his eyes. He firmly declares, so what if she has a massive family background? I am absolutely never going to sell out my own dignity, just over a single dragon egg. Qin Shanhai bursts into hearty laughter, clapping a hand onto Lu Fan's shoulder with deep admiration. Now that's what I call spirit. Excellent. I highly respect your courage, young man. No need to worry so much, everyone. I actually have a way to keep Lu Fan completely safe and sound. He pauses, letting the weight of his words sink in before slowly continuing, but I cannot pull this off alone, so there is one major condition. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate for a second, asking, what kind of condition is it, Mr. Qin? Qin Shanhai points right at Lu Fan, declaring, in the upcoming grand exam you must take the #1 spot and become the top scholar of Jiangnam province. If you do that, I'll use all my power and influence to hold off Princess Jin Zhou until you've successfully finished your trials. Qin Chu looks extremely worried, murmuring, Lu Fan, that is definitely not going to be an easy task at all. The entire Jiangnam province is packed with brilliant geniuses and formidable rivals that you absolutely cannot underestimate. Qin Shanhai repeats himself, his voice sounding incredibly serious. Only when you rise above every single one of them and claim that legendary top spot can I truly step in and protect you. Han Ke gently held her nephew's arm, calling his name softly. Her eyes were filled with worry, but she still trusted him completely. Lu Fan, meanwhile, clearly heard the conditions Qin Shanhai set on the table. Taking a deep breath, he spoke up, his voice filled with absolute determination. I understand. I accept this condition, he declared. Meanwhile, over at a luxury private hospital, Jin Zhou marched down the hallway in a furious rage, looking ready to rip apart anyone who had dared to humiliate her earlier. Her terrifying expression drew shocked and fearful stares from the patients and staff around her. Screaming into her phone, while storming down the hall, she yelled in absolute rage. Why on earth is that bastard? Lu Fan still running free. Qin Shanhai, you are obviously playing favorites with him. On the other end of the line, Qin Shanhai tried his best to explain things carefully. Princess, please calm down. We have already sent an urgent report directly to the High Command. We need their clearance to handle this. But Jin Zhou cut him off. It better be, you need to put pressure on him right now. I do not care how you do it, she snarled, gritting her teeth. Lu Fan must die. And just like that, time flew by, until the grand exam day finally arrived at the designated high school. The students were all chatting excitedly. Hey man, did you seriously hit level 11 already? No way. As for me, I have already mastered 7 of the basic mage skills. Do you want to party up later? Suddenly, a student pointed ahead with a shocked look. Hey, look over there. Is that Lu Fan? Everyone turned to look. Realizing it was him, some students smirked in disbelief and started mocking him instantly. Wait, really? I thought he quit and went home to sell steamed buns. He used to be a top student, but ended up awakening that trash tier class. Did he show up just to be our free clown today? Hearing their mockery, Lu Fan cursed silently. Ah, look at that. Disdained already, are we just another normal day honestly? Just then the principal stepped up calling for order. Quiet down everyone, the province-wide grand exam is about to begin. With a sharp gaze, Lu Fan calculated his next move. Since reaching level 15, he still had unused daily treasure maps. Too bad they were only mid-tier maps, but if he fused 3 together, he could definitely create a high-grade one. That item would prove extremely useful for this crucial exam. Right then, a familiar voice called out, catching his attention. Lu Fan, did you come to take the grand exam too? It was none other than Mr. Li, his supportive homeroom teacher. Lu Fan smiled and replied, yes sir, I had to come. I have been training hard and boosted my power quite a bit lately. Hearing this, Mr. Li smiled warmly, handing him a glowing stone. Not bad at all. Make sure you give it your absolute all. This is your teleportation stone. Lu Fan, I believe your sheer willpower and grit will help you surpass any of those advanced classes out there. Lu Fan politely accepted the glowing stone. System alert, obtained 1 teleportation stone. Teleportation stone. When used in the trial dungeon, it teleports the user to a specific floor, depending on its level, or acts as a safe recall back to the starting point. Mr. Li warned him gently. But we still cannot ignore the harsh reality of class differences. Even though this is a standard exam, a single careless mistake can lead to severe injuries or even death. Try to form a party with your classmates to ensure your safety out there. If anything goes wrong, use it to escape immediately. Got it, Lu Fan nodded respectfully. Yes sir, I understand. But internally he disagreed. Party members meant his hard-earned points would be split evenly. His goal for this exam was not just to survive safely, but to claim the absolute top spot. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Lu Fan, turning around, he saw Qin Chu walking over with another girl. Lu Fan greeted them first, saying, what a coincidence. Is she your teammate? Qin Chu smiled and replied, yes, let me introduce you to my best friend. You can call her Xiao Tao. She is actually a really capable fighter. Her full name was Tao Xiaoman, a level 14 swordsman combat class. She gave Lu Fan a brief nod. Qin Chu asked with a hint of shyness, Lu Fan, do you want to party up with us? Hearing this, Tao Xiaoman gasped in utter disbelief. But with his goal in mind, Lu Fan had to decline politely. Sorry girls, but I am planning to go solo for this exam. I know you are just trying to help me, but this solo run is a condition I already agreed to with someone else. I will head over to the assembly area first. You two should try your absolute best out there. Qin Chu said, with a hint of regret, though she still managed to smile. Yeah, you do the same. She nodded, feeling a bit insecure. She silently realized that with Lu Fan's incredible power, anyone teaming up with him would just end up dragging him down anyway. Seeing her best friend looking a bit down, Tao Xiaoman asked with curiosity, Qin Chu, why on earth did you invite the weakest guy in our school to join our team? Filled with absolute conviction, Qin Chu firmly corrected her. No, he is not weak at all. He is actually incredibly strong. Believe it or not, the title of Southern Province Champion this year will definitely be his. Hearing this, Tao Xiaoman teased her playfully. What in the world are you saying? You haven't gone and fallen for that dragon tamer guy, have you? Qin Chu instantly denied it, her face turning bright red. Cough, don't talk nonsense. Tao Xiaoman kept teasing her friend, pointing out how her face was completely flushed. Not long after Lu Fan stepped out of the teleportation gate, in front of him stood countless other students gathered together. This was Jianghai in the southern province of the Dragon Kingdom, the Grand Trial Realm. He glanced around at his surroundings and wondered if this was where the trial would finally begin. On a massive screen set up in the square, the principal's image appeared as he began explaining the rules of the exam. Attention contestants. The teleportation gates in the sky are split into 4 different difficulty levels. Normal, hard, very hard, and nightmare. Each time they open, the realm's difficulty will be randomly selected based on the choices made by the applicants. On normal difficulty, most monsters are just illusions, so they won't cause any fatal injuries. The point multiplier for this level is 1/0.9. From the hard difficulty onward, you will have to face real monsters that are extremely dangerous. Even if you use a teleportation stone to escape, you can still keep all your accumulated points. The score multiplier for hard difficulty is 1.0. It seems like almost everyone is defaulting to this level. Higher difficulties naturally mean that the risk of losing your life will be significantly greater as well. Perhaps only those who possess unique hidden classes would even dare to attempt these higher challenges. Monsters on very hard difficulty are far more powerful and brutal, so it is highly recommended to enter with a team. Your life is what matters most. For the very hard level, the score multiplier is 3.0. Just then, a loud, arrogant laugh echoed from the other side of the square. A young man dressed in unusual clothes pointed toward the sky, confidently shouting, so his voice echoed across the area. Principal, you are watching this right. This time I will definitely be the one to claim the absolute highest score. This boastful young man is Hongwu, a level 14 combat class Qigong master. Watching him burn with intense confidence, Dao Xiaomon spoke to Qin Chu with a rather cautious tone. That is Hongwu, one of the top elite fighters among the entire younger generation in our southern province. Qin Qiu replied, her voice filled with deep thought. A Qigong master, huh? He has such a well-rounded class for offense and defense, yet he still decided to challenge it completely alone. We should head out too. Seeing Hongwu arrive, many students immediately felt discouraged. It is over. With Hongwu entering the mix, there is absolutely no way anyone can surpass him now. Meanwhile, inside the principal's observation room where they were closely monitoring the entire grand trial, Hongwu's highly confident display was broadcast clearly on the small screens. A middle-aged man, who was likely the principal of Hongwu's school, laughed aloud with intense pride. Haha, that young kid Hongwu actually happens to be the most powerful and talented student in our school. The top champion spot is absolutely his to take without a doubt. I see that Mr. Chin's daughter isn't bad either. Making it into the top 3 is definitely possible for her. This old man was the principal of high school number 1. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's principal secretly felt a deep sense of regret. It was such a shame. If only Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden class, things might have been totally different. With that thought, he sighed softly. Qin Shanhai also spoke up to join the conversation. Gentlemen, I am actually quite confident about who will take the champion spot this time. The principal of high school number 1 asked curiously. Oh, is Mr. Qin hinting at a specific candidate? Qin Shanhai looked closely at a certain person appearing on the screen and spoke with absolute confidence. That would be Lu Fan, from high school number 3. The principal was left utterly confused by this statement, exclaiming Lu Fan. The principal of high school number 1 burst into mocking laughter. Everyone else has already teleported in, yet he is just standing there alone. Is he seriously planning to forfeit the exam halfway through? Haha, Mr. Qin, please stop joking around. What could anyone possibly expect from a mere dragon tamer? The student from our school, Hongwu, has already climbed to the 4th floor and is holding the first place rank. But Lu Fan's principal quickly noticed something strange. In just a split second, a look of utter confusion and shock washed over him. No, he is not trying to forfeit. That kid. Is he actually waiting for the teleportation gate of the final difficulty to open? Right at that moment where Lu Fan was standing, the sky suddenly shifted into a glowing, eerie crimson color filled with pure danger. He stood there entirely alone, gripping the teleportation stone tightly in his hand. Watching him take this stand, everyone gathered in the square gasped in sheer shock and disbelief. Is that kid seriously trying to choose the nightmare difficulty? That is a realm where nobody ever returns alive. Talk about pure arrogance. With a 9.9 score multiplier on nightmare difficulty, has this guy completely lost his mind? How dare a low-class dragon tamer try this? He is going to get killed. Someone stop him. Even the principal tried to warn him, shouting in pure panic. Young man, no one in history has ever selected the nightmare difficulty and made it back in one piece. But Lu Fan did not pay any attention to the warnings around him. A second later, he vanished into the ominous red glow of the portal, leaving the principal pacing around in absolute dread. The last person to choose this nightmare level 8 months ago was torn apart and devoured by monsters in a brutal, tragic end. Crossing his arms, the principal of high school number 1 spoke up, his voice dripping with pure arrogance and condescension. This is absolute nonsense. Did your school fail to clearly explain the rules of this grand exam to your students? Who does this low-life dragon tamer think he is anyway? Mr. Qin, you might want to reevaluate your judgment of people. With such an incredibly foolish choice, he cannot even begin to compare to Hongwu from our prestigious academy. Even Lu Fan's own principal sighed in agreement, his voice filled with deep disappointment. Yes, we should probably just focus on the outstanding performance of our genius Qigong master. Sitting calmly in his chair, Qin Shanhai spoke with absolute composure, his voice smooth and steady. Gentlemen, do you not think it is a bit too early to jump to conclusions? Why do we not just watch things play out for a while, before deciding his fate? Glancing over, the principal asked anxiously. Mr. Qin, What on earth makes you put so much trust in a kid like him? Suddenly, the principal froze mid-sentence as if a shocking realization had just hit him. Wait, did you notice something? Could it really be? Meanwhile, inside Lu Fan's nightmare trial dungeon, the environment lived up to its name, wrapped in pitch-black darkness and a suffocating creepy silence. The moment Lu Fan stepped inside, he was immediately surrounded by a dense web of sharp, thorny vines closing in from all sides. In the shadows, countless cold blood, red eyes glowed, waiting to strike at any second. Drawing his weapon, he quickly estimated that there were at least 10 monsters lurking on this very first floor of the Nightmare Tower. A second later, a pack of hideous, snarling beasts lunged out of the darkness. These were level 10 black-maned wolves. These level 10 beasts possess a tearing skill that deals massive damage, while causing their targets to bleed out continuously. With their Night Howl ability, they can dramatically boost their allies' stats while instantly resetting the cooldown times of all their other deadly skills, giving Lu Fan absolutely no time to react. The wolves bared their razor-sharp fangs and lunged forward with savage intent. Gripping his sword tight, he smirked to himself, deciding it was finally time to start the real fun. With one swift motion, he unleashed a devastating dragon fang strike, easily blowing back the lunging wolves. Within a matter of seconds, he had wiped out the entire pack of beasts effortlessly. Lu Fan easily cleared the first floor of this nightmare dungeon, racking up 990 points thanks to that insane score multiplier. Witnessing Lu Fan's display of power, the principal of High School Number 1 could not hide his absolute shock. Jumping straight out of his seat, he gasped in sheer disbelief, asking if that was really just a single strike. How on earth is this Lu Fan kid so abnormally strong? Another instructor standing nearby chimed in with his own assessment. His raw attributes are clearly on a completely different level compared to his actual rank. Staring intently at the monitor, in utter disbelief, Lu Fan's own principal struggled to process it. Could the kid have actually found a legendary giant dragon? On the live leaderboard, Hong Wu was currently holding the top spot on hard difficulty with 3,000 points. Even though Lu Fan had only cleared the very first floor, the extreme multiplier of the nightmare difficulty immediately propelled him into second place with 990 points. Steady, heavy footsteps from leather shoes began to echo through the quiet halls of the control room. A man with an icy expression and a dangerous, murderous aura approached the door carrying a mysterious dark red briefcase in his hand. A suffocating heavy tension followed him, making the air feel completely thin. Inside the room, both principals remained entirely oblivious, still glued to the screens watching the battle. Suddenly, Lu Fan's principal let out a loud gasp of shock as the boy easily cleared yet another floor, instantly wiping out every single monster with a single casual strike. How on earth is this kid pulling this off? Pushing the door wide open, a man in a sleek white suit entered, exuding an incredibly powerful presence. "Excuse my intrusion," he said, coldly tipping his fedora as he introduced himself. "I am a special envoy sent from the Dragon Capital. I apologize for the sudden disturbance, but we must take someone back with us to the Dragon Capital for an investigation." "Where is the dragon tamer Lu Fan?" he demanded, his voice freezing the entire room. This dangerous man was Qian Xiong, a level 57 combat class swordsman and an incredibly formidable opponent. Inside the battle zone, sharp, thorny vines are sliced to pieces by Lu Fan, falling to the ground one by one. After a long and grueling search, he finally reaches his target destination. He grins at the system screen as the location flashes on his map, speaking with pure, unadulterated joy. Finally, he has actually found it. The system confirms he arrived at the marked treasure location, successfully merging the pieces into a high-level map. It turns out to be a 1-star high-level map. Lu Fan had used several mid-level maps collected during his earlier quests, fusing them together to upgrade into this much higher-tier map. He recalls fusing the high-level map before entering this place, never imagining the treasure would be waiting right on the very first floor of this nightmare dungeon. Pushing forward, he navigates the path alone, searching for clues while clearing out the thick, thorny vines blocking his way. He reaches out and grabs an ancient book, carefully hidden beneath a thick tangle of thorny vines. The system instantly notifies him that he has acquired a 1-star growth acceleration skill book. This 1-star growth acceleration book boosts the experience points that both the player and their battle pets receive when defeating monsters. The moment he learns the growth acceleration skill, a brilliant magical glow envelops his entire body. With light radiating from the open book, he is absolutely thrilled. This massive experience boost is perfect for Xiaoye, especially considering their past battles. Ever since they left the novice village, Xiaoye's leveling speed has started to slow down significantly. This skill is like a warm fire in the dead of winter. Meanwhile, on a massive screen, Envoy Xianxiang is watching Lu Fan's every single move. With hands clasped behind his back, he turns to question Principal Bai, standing right behind him. Principal Bai, Lu Fan is your student, is he not? He turns with a completely demanding tone, leaving no room for refusal. You must halt his exam immediately and teleport him straight to this room right now. Principal Bai is deeply annoyed by Xianxiang's arrogant and incredibly disrespectful attitude. He speaks up, his voice carrying a subtle edge. Envoy, regardless of what has happened, we should at least wait for him to complete his exam first. As the principal of this academy, I can step in and handle whatever issue he has caused. Hearing this, Xianxiang finds the entire situation completely laughable. He sneers, asking back mockingly, "Handle it for him. But tell me, can you take his punishment for him as well?" Punishment. Principal Bai is completely lost as to what he actually means. Mr. Qin immediately steps in, grabbing Xianxiang's arm to mediate, asking him, "Old Xian, for the sake of our old friendship, can you let me speak a few words? What did that dragon Tamer kid actually do that was so incredibly serious?" Brushing the old man's hand away, he warns sharply, "Mr. Qin, back off right now, and do not interfere with my official duty." He points directly at him, speaking with disbelief that someone would actually try to cover up for Lu Fan. "I have no idea why you are trying to protect him, but let me warn you, do not get involved in this affair. The Jin family and the high-ups of Dragon City will never let this slide. The ultimate mastermind pulling the strings behind everything is Jin Zhou and her entire family." Saying this, he suddenly turns around and forcefully shoves the old man back. "Now that you fully understand the situation, please leave this place immediately. Principal Bai, hand him over right now." Suddenly, Qin Shanhai speaks up with a calm voice, slowly pulling out a golden lighter. He takes his time lighting up his cigarette. He speaks slowly. "The Dragon City high-ups, the Jin family, and the Grand Chancellor, it is, indeed, quite a complicated mess. But once Lu Fan's real secret is exposed, neither the high-ups of Dragon City nor the Jin family will ever dare to breathe a single word of complaint. No matter who tries today, absolutely no one is taking Lu Fan away from here." His eyes turn incredibly sharp and resolute. Xianxiang refuses to believe a single word of it, wondering what secret he could possibly mean. What absolute nonsense, defying an envoy's orders like this. Do you have any idea what kind of crime you are committing? Suddenly, Mr. Qin steps in, his grip like iron locking around Xianxiang's wrist, leaving the envoy completely stunned and unable to move. Taking a long drag of his cigarette, the drifting smoke deepens the heavy expression on Mr. Qin's face, making the room incredibly tense. "If things have come to this, let's just do it," his voice dropping to a heavy tone. Suddenly, their system stats flash on screen: a level 57 knight versus a level 57 swordsman, setting up a truly formidable standoff. Xianxiang is no pushover either. Gritting his teeth, he internally vows to report this outrageous insubordination straight to the high-ups. Principal Bai quickly steps between them, trying his absolute best to calm down the explosive situation. "Envoy Mr. Qin, please hold back your anger and calm down." Still looking furious, Xianxiang turned to confront Mr. Qin, demanding to know what kind of nobody that kid was to make him go to such extreme lengths. Mr. Qin let out a knowing smirk, looking at his old friend, and asked him if he was not even a little bit curious. "Xianxiang, what kind of secret could Lu Fan possibly hold to throw both the higher-ups and the Jin family into absolute chaos?" Xianxiang stood frozen as the notification screen revealed Lu Fan's choice. That insane kid actually had the nerve to choose the nightmare difficulty level. The scene shifts to Lu Fan standing before the dungeon entrance. He originally just wanted to test his limits and see how far he could go, but then the system interface flashed before him, clearly displaying all of his current stats. His Dragon Tamer class boasted an agility of 103, spirit of 147, strength of 289.702, and endurance of 158, plus his familiar skills. After weighing his options, he decided it would be best to summon Xiao Ye early on to start grinding experience points. Back in the observation room, the heated argument among the elders showed absolutely no signs of slowing down. Another elder, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward and pointed right at Xianxiang, mockingly teasing him for his shocked expression. He actually dared to choose nightmare difficulty. What kind of special ability does this kid Lu Fan even possess? Didn't you see earlier? With just a single strike, he already... All of a sudden, the two arguing elders were completely cut off as an earth-shattering roar and a blinding flash of light erupted from the main screen, pulling in everyone's gaze. Up on the screen, Lu Fan was performing his dragon summoning ritual. The majestic Xiao Ye appeared, unleashing a thunderous roar that served as a grand greeting to the world. Lu Fan smiled, calling out with pure excitement, "Show yourself, Xiao Ye." Everyone in the observation room gasped in absolute shock. "Oh my god, that is a real giant dragon." Mr. Qin watched intently, his eyes widening. Even though he had witnessed this once before, the breathtaking sight still shook him to his very core. On the screen, Xiao Ye was rampaging completely unchecked, her sweeping tail and beating wings easily pulverizing massive boulders and shattering every single obstacle in her path. As continuous shockwaves shook the room, Mr. Qin slowly turned around, his solemn voice echoing like a grand definitive proclamation. "As you have all witnessed, this is the exact secret I was talking about." On screen, the giant dragon continued to roar in dominance. He raised his hand, pointing directly at Lu Fan on the screen. This boy Lu Fan is the absolute first dragon tamer in human history to have successfully tracked down and tamed a real living dragon. Old Principal Bai, with cold sweat dripping down his neck, stammered in disbelief. Lu Fan, has he seriously managed to tame a real dragon? Back with Lu Fan, a system alert popped up, showing he cleared floor 2 of the nightmare trial. Hearing this, the teachers in the observation room couldn't help but whisper in sheer awe. If we let him keep growing at this insane pace, wouldn't wiping out an entire nation in the future be as simple as lifting a finger for him? This is the monstrous power of the dragon race. Honestly, someone would likely need to reach their 3rd class advancement to stand a chance. The leaderboard refreshed instantly. Lu Fan Nightmare Floor, 13 score of 58,520 points. Hong Wu, Extreme Difficulty, score of 27,550. Qin Chu, Extreme Difficulty, score of 12,570. Xiao Yao University, Extreme Difficulty, score of 12,570. Floor 13 completed. Supported by Xiao Ye, Lu Fan tore through the dungeon, easily obliterating every single monster that dared to stand in his way. Principal Bai stared at Lu Fan on the monitor, a storm brewing in his mind. It was not just that giant dragon. This boy's personal strength was also unreal. All of his personal stats had clearly broken past the 100 mark. Even without calling out his dragon, he was more than capable of claiming the #1 spot in Jianghai. Mr. Qin glanced smugly at Chen Xiong, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips, his voice completely dripping with mockery. "Old Qian, do you still plan on dragging my student up to the higher-ups now?" Witnessing this terrifying display of raw power, Chen Xiong turned pale as a ghost, a creeping sense of dread taking hold of his heart. In this very moment, everything finally clicked for him. "Today I finally understand exactly why you dared to openly defy the entire Jin family just for the sake of that brat." Mr. Qin coldly turned away and spoke with firm determination. "In that case, I will extract a clip of Lu Fan's exam performance and send it straight to my teacher. From now on, I hope you, the esteemed special envoy, will not need to interfere in the matters between Lu Fan and the Jin family anymore." Teacher Qian Xiong froze instinctively, repeating the word Mr. Qin had just uttered as a terrible sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. Mr. Qin simply responded with a mysterious smile. Marquise of Zhenbei 2 Jing Nightmare Level. On the 20th floor, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye were cautiously venturing deeper into the dark, damp dungeon corridor ahead. Suddenly, a mysterious purple light flashed from the darkness right in front of him, and along with it, the graceful silhouette of a girl slowly began to approach him. Following the sharp clicking of her high heels on the stone floor came the heavy synchronized footsteps of an army of fully armored guards. The system quickly displays details on their new enemy, the level 15 Dark Priestess. Her dark aura slashes all of the target's attributes by 50%, while boosting her own and her allies' stats by 25%. Shadow Fusion allows her to drag both herself and her foe into a dark dimension. While active, she becomes immune to all physical damage, while charming foes and controlling both Shadow and Dark Knights. Lu Fan remains completely confident. He knows that with the power of his newly acquired gear, Xiao Ye's level is about to skyrocket in no time. Without a single second of hesitation, he orders Xiao Ye to strike. His voice suddenly turns cold as he shouts, "Lava flames." Xiao Ye lets out a massive roar in response, unleashing a colossal pillar of burning fire straight at the advancing dark army, creating a blazing firewall that stops them cold. According to the system, this Lava Flames ultimate does not just rain down massive area of effect damage on targets, but it also heals a portion of the caster's own health. Xiao Ye's thunderous roar completely drowns out the agonizing screams of the enemy guards burning alive in the flames. Notifications flood in as the system announces that his ranking has risen again and again. With floor 20 cleared, Xiao Ye levels up, and Lu Fan reaches level 16, instantly igniting his fighting spirit to a whole new level. He shouts out in pure excitement, "Keep pushing forward, Xiao Ye, let's tear down this damn tower together." 1 hour later, on the extremely hard difficulty of floor 50, a terrifying explosion erupts, shaking the entire mountain peak and sending rocks flying everywhere. In the heavy, suffocating silence, only the sound of ragged, exhausted breathing remains. Heavy gasps fill the air as the system clears floor 50. Hongwu grinds his teeth and curses. Damn it all. He cannot believe how insanely brutal this exam is. This kind of monster should have been placed on floor 70, not here. He is exhausted, slowly raising his badly bandaged, injured arm to wipe away the heavy sweat dripping down his forehead. He tries to calm himself down, reassuring himself that everyone else must be struggling just as badly. The only rival who could challenge him for the top spot is Qin Qiu, but since she is running in a party, her final score will be cut in half. This thought brings a smug grin to Hongwu's face. The title of top scorer for South Province is definitely going to be his. He looks up at the sky, shouting out loud, as if demanding the entire world acknowledge his ultimate victory. Ha ha ha. Ooh, Principal, did you see that? Did you see my incredible performance just now? Representatives from the 10 Palaces University, you better hurry up and send me my admission letter right now. Meanwhile, back in the observation room, the academy principals are glued to the screens watching Lu Fan's every single move in battle. Principal Bai cannot hide the deep worry in his voice, noting that even the strongest top scorers from previous years only managed to reach floor 50 at best. Beside him, another principal of the same age speaks up with a dead serious expression on his face. This floor is the real bottleneck. Lu Fan cannot afford to be careless now, as his climbing speed is bound to slow down from here. Both of them turn their tense gaze back to the screen, watching closely and discussing his next move. Shifting to the nightmare difficulty of floor 50, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye are carefully making their way across a desolate, snow-covered field. Using her massive dragon body, Xiao Ye stays close behind Lu Fan, trying to shield him from the elements. This helps block out the biting cold of the howling blizzard raging all around them. Lu Fan opens up his status screen and gasps in surprise at the brand new skills Xiao Ye has unlocked after leveling up. The system alerts him that he has obtained the Dragon Form Shift skill, featuring 4 initial transformation states. As a detailed list pops up. Young Dragon Form reduces all attributes and mana consumption by 50%. The Dragon Girl form is locked and currently unavailable. Basic Dragon Form cuts strength by 50%, but boosts spirit by 100%. Bonus skills include All-Consuming Flames and Lava Explosion. World Ender Form cuts spirit by 50%, but adds 100% strength. New skills unlocked Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar, tied to both giant dragon forms. As these 2 powerful skill names flash in Lu Fan's mind, he suddenly freezes. The ground beneath him begins to shake violently, and massive boulders start crashing down from above. Seconds later, a blazing red light erupts from the peak of the distant snow-covered mountain. The system reveals a brand new threat, the level 20 boss, Amethyst Mountain Giant. His skill, Mountain Sweep, lets his giant stone arm wipe out everything in front of him, dealing massive physical damage. With Earth Shatterer, he leaps high into the air and crashes down, triggering 5 consecutive shockwaves that each drain 10 to 35% of the target's maximum health. His passive skill, Amethyst Stone Body, cuts incoming magic damage by 50% and resists all armor penetration attacks. Principal Bai gasps in shock, his voice trembling with worry for Lu Fan. That is a Tier 3 nightmare boss. How on earth is he going to defeat something like that? Amidst the thick tension in the room, the principal sitting beside him can only sigh, deep worry etched into every wrinkle on his forehead. He repeated in a deep, thoughtful voice, emphasizing that this was indeed the true turning point. Looking at the leaderboard with mixed emotions, he muttered that Lu Fan's tower climbing speed would definitely slow down on the upcoming floors. With an achievement like this, Lu Fan has locked down the #1 spot in Shanghai. Even the top spot of the southern province is practically in his hands. But why? Why on earth is a student with this much insane potential not enrolled in our first academy? Back on the battlefield, the giant Amethyst Mountain Giant lets out an earth-shattering roar, charging straight toward Lu Fan as the system activates its Mountain Ring skill. Staring at the system analysis screen, as the towering beast charges forward, Lu Fan is surprised to see a massive 50% magic damage reduction buff. He thinks to himself, clearly sensing the massive challenge looming right in front of him. Since he is already halfway up the tower, it makes sense that the difficulty is reaching a whole new level. With a confident smirk, Lu Fan's eyes flash with pure determination as he asks Xiao Ye if they should test out that doomsday form. Xiao Ye lets out an excited roar, completely agreeing with its master's decision. Immediately, it charges ahead to launch a preemptive strike. A blazing red aura of fire erupts from Xiao Ye's entire body, unleashing a scorching heat that forces the Amethyst Mountain Giant to take several steps back. Right then, Xiao Ye begins to transform its body, enveloped in a layer of pitch-black true doomsday flame that looks incredibly dark and terrifying. A layer of pitch-black bone armor begins to form, covering the entire giant dragon's body from its sharp claws to its long spiked tail. Finally, Xiao Ye opens its eyes, revealing a blazing gaze filled with deadly intent. An entirely new form emerges, looking worlds apart from before the Black Dragon Doomsday form. Its strength stat skyrockets from 1,456 to 2,912, a massive 100% increase. Agility is at 1,104, and spirit jumps from 712 to 1,424. Defense is reduced by 50%, leaving it at 1,503. New skills unlocked: Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. In the observation room, all three elders are completely stunned into silence. Principal Bai is the first to snap out of it, stammering in disbelief. What on earth is this? It actually possesses another combat form as well. Mr. Qin frowns as a flash of worry washes over him. This transformation is truly terrifying, completely shattering all expectations and sending chills down their spines. Back on the intense battlefield, Lu Fan suddenly senses a wave of deadly intent locking onto him from behind. He immediately reacts, dodging to the side in an instant. Right before the Amethyst Mountain Giant can land a devastating sneak attack, Lu Fan yells out for Xiao Ye, while the system once again updates the dragon's status screen. This time, it is a powerful enhancement buff called Dragon's Encouragement and Strength Covenant. Strength rises from 2,112 to 3,785. Agility increases from 1,104 to 1,435. Spirit climbs from 712 to 925. Durability jumps from 1,503 to 1,953. Lu Fan does not waste any time. Together with Xiao Ye, they charge forward as the Black Dragon delivers a brutal head-on colossal bite. Incredibly, the mighty level 20 boss monster is easily sent flying. Watching this, the principals feel a cold shiver run down their spines at Lu Fan's true power. Principal Bai looks over at his colleague, his mind racing as he processes the sheer impact of that colossal bite. The level 20 boss is brought down so effortlessly. The force of that strike must have easily exceeded 2,000 points of damage. A single strike was enough to completely shatter the boss's defense. Suddenly, another colossal stone arm swings in from behind, attempting to grab Lu Fan in its grip. Unfortunately for the beast, Lu Fan had already predicted the move. He dodges spectacularly, activating his dragon blood armor and launching a fierce counterattack with Dragon Claw. Mr. Qin turns to Qian Xiong and asks if he is still completely stunned after witnessing that performance. With a touch of pride, he asks old Qian if he feels incredibly lucky that he was stopped from interfering earlier given Lu Fan's true strength. Back with Lu Fan, after effortlessly dodging that powerful physical attack, he spins around and directly unleashes a devastating doomsday dragon roar. An earth-shattering roar echoes across the entire area, dealing massive damage to all targets in range, while inflicting a severe, complete weakening effect. He turns to remind Xiao Ye that it is finally time for the finishing blow. But before the words can even leave his mouth, Lu Fan senses something is off. It seems Xiao Ye is already one step ahead of him, instantly unleashing its ultimate skill, Earth Annihilation, without waiting for a command. A highly destructive shockwave spreads outward from deep beneath the ground. It deals devastating damage to the target, with a high chance of dragging enemies down into the newly formed spatial rifts. The moment Xiao Ye unleashes this ultimate move, the Amethyst Mountain Giant is instantly blown to pieces, its colossal stone body shattering into countless fragments that fly everywhere. With the battle won, the Black Dragon reaches level 12. Lu Fan calmly assesses the situation, noting that they have leveled up yet again. Choosing the Nightmare difficulty was definitely the right call, as the system announces Lu Fan has now reached level 17. He relaxed his expression, letting out a soft smile toward Xiao Ye, standing right beside him. These lower floors are no longer a threat. You and I can see how sweeping through them, tier by tier, is giving our duo an absolute mountain of experience. And just like that, floor 50 is cleared. Lu Fan wastes zero time immediately rushing toward the massive gate leading to the next challenge. Meanwhile, Mr. Chin slowly extinguishes his burning cigarette into the ashtray resting on the desk. He turns to the rival principal calmly, noting that 50 floors of this insane nightmare difficulty haven't even forced Lu Fan to break a sweat yet. The bitter principal wants to argue, but there is no denying the cold hard facts on screen. A dragon. A dragon's raw strength completely shatters everything they thought they knew about power limits. Principal Bai turns to Xin Sheng, hoping the envoy from Dragon Capital has some expert insight to share with them. Can you actually tell how absurdly high the giant dragon's power has spiked after undergoing that massive transformation? Xianxiong pauses. By that standard, this transformed dragon's stats must easily sit at over 2,500 points, at the very least. Everyone in the room is speechless. 2,500 points. It matches their wild guesses and might be even higher. Principal Bai runs the math in his head, completely terrified by this monstrous power level. Another elder suggests a plan. Since the kid cleared floor 50, why not use the standard X plus 10 formula to calculate what comes next? That should give them a crystal clear picture. Confused, Mr. Chin turns back and asks about X plus 10. Principal Bai nods, explaining it is the classic 10 plus 1 rule set by the legendary scholar who first built this trial tower. Once a challenger clears floor 50, this metric lets us estimate exactly how many monsters are going to swarm them next. Every single candidate is guaranteed to face the bosses of Hongwu Tower alongside a ravenous wolf pack. We just saw it happen. Even Chinchu is currently struggling against a massive amethyst giant right now. This brutal mechanism is intentionally designed to mimic actual high-stakes wild dungeons, making sure challengers know their lives are constantly on the line. The principal explains in a low voice. But in nightmare mode, even with the 10 plus 1 rule, every standard mob gets swapped out for a terrifying elite boss scaled to nightmare difficulty. The principal looks deeply worried about this. Under this nightmare rule, challengers do not just face a single boss, and every monster gets a massive stat boost to boot. Yet the white-haired Mr. Chin remains incredibly chill. He lights up a fresh cigarette, blows out a slow puff, and basically says, "Sure, but look at Lu Fan. You and I know he operates on an entirely different level." In his mind, he pictures the young fierce fighter charging forward with absolute deadly focus. Striking like a lightning storm, he unleashes lethal blow after blow, leaving the monsters completely frozen and unable to do anything except watch themselves get absolutely obliterated on screen. Honestly, a joke like the 10 plus 1 rule does not even register to him. Meanwhile, in a deeper zone of the trial tower, the system logs floor 70 as complete. The Black Dragon hits level 13, and Lu Fan reaches level 18. Finishing a grueling battle, Lu Fan's eyes burn with determination and slight irritation. He realized his suspicion was correct. Past floor 50, the overall difficulty of this trial tower spikes to an entirely different extreme standard. Monsters are far more numerous and stronger. But with Xiao Ye's devastating apocalyptic form, he really does not need to stress about tactics at all. Wiping a smear of blood from his lip after finishing the last monster, Lu Fan turns to Xiao Ye, his voice filled with determination. "Let's keep moving, Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye replies with a soft, confident growl, letting out a rough grr to show she is ready. Staring at the monitors, the principal loses his voice in absolute shock, unable to believe what he is seeing. It has barely been 10 minutes, and Lu Fan is already at floor 70. The bald elder sitting quietly in the back finally speaks up with a dead serious expression. "To be completely honest with you, this trial tower's setup is easily the most brutal and difficult in recorded history." He wears a deeply somber look, lost in his thoughts. "Given these bizarre and broken settings, I seriously doubted if any candidate could even touch floor 80, let alone clear it." Before he can even finish that thought, the system flashes a new notification. "You and I are looking at it right now. Floor 76 cleared." Lu Fan now stands directly before the massive gate leading to the next zone. A hideous, colossal beast that looks like a mutated giant earthworm splits, open its massive mouth of razor-sharp teeth, eager to swallow him down whole. Fully focused, his sharp eyes lock onto the beast as he begins channeling his dragon blood armor magic. Right then, the system chimes in once more. The Black Dragon reaches level 14, and Lu Fan hits level 19. Just like that, like a raging whirlwind, sweeping through, Lu Fan cleared the 83rd floor with absolute ease. Once again, the system flashed a glowing notification to celebrate his incredible achievement. officially confirming that floor 83 had been cleared. Meanwhile, over in the observation room, the principal was having a serious discussion with Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, over the years, the principal said, his voice laced with worry, we have seen so many brilliant geniuses push themselves way too far, blindly trying to force a level up out of pure ambition. In the end, they all ended up completely drained, or worse, losing their lives right inside this trial tower. Still perfectly calm, Mr. Chin took a slow sip of his tea and replied. After all, they had already made it to 70 or 80 floors. They were just a step away from the ultimate trial reward. Honestly, who could just easily walk away at a moment like that? The principal pointed toward the glowing system screen, which was currently displaying the profiles of the academy's very best students. Right now, his face was filled with absolute shock as he looked at Lu Fan's name. That kid might actually become the first person in history to fully clear all 100 floors of this trial tower. The bald elder thought it over for a moment, then spoke up to calm him down. Let's just wait and see. Even though the tower bosses are a bit weaker than their real-world counterparts in actual dungeons, let's not forget that the difficulty of the 99th floor is absolutely brutal. Right at that moment, another man in the room suddenly shouted out, his voice filled with pure excitement. Look at the screen, Lu Fan, he actually made it to the 99th floor already. Hearing this, the principal gasped in sheer disbelief, instantly snapping his head up to look at the screen, before letting out a shocked cry. On the nightmare level 99th floor, amidst a dark and gloomy space, Lu Fan's lonely figure walked forward at a completely relaxed pace. He calmly approached. Right at the top of the ancient stone steps, a massive boulder stood tall, and plunged deep into its center was a mysterious ancient sword, radiating a very eerie energy. Suddenly, a group of heavily armored soldiers materialized out of thin air, completely surrounding him. But there was a deeply chilling twist. Every single one of them was headless. The flickering candles scattered around them suddenly flared up with intense, angry flames. A bone-chilling wind swept through the chamber, but none of these spooky tricks could stir even a hint of fear in Lu Fan. One of the headless monsters suddenly moved, raising its heavy weapon high and roaring with intense bloodlust kill. The system immediately flashed the detailed info for this terrifying monster. Headless Knight of Doom level 55 boss monster skill Doom penetration. When a knight successfully strikes, it triggers a piercing effect, forcing the target to take 400% bonus true damage. Doom counterattack. If any single knight in the group is injured, all other knights will simultaneously launch an incredibly powerful coordinated counterattack. Doom Thunder. The knights' dual swords are coated in crackling lightning, greatly boosting their attack speed and dealing continuous heavy thunder damage. Doom Execute Strike. When the target's health falls below 15%, the knight will instantly lock onto them to deliver a lethal game-ending execution blow. Doom Covenant Passive Skill. All 4 knights share their health pools and defense stats, boosting their overall durability by a massive 400%. Reading through the detailed information, Lu Fan quickly analyzed the situation. A headless knight from the ruined kingdom. That is a highly famous dungeon. After all, every single dungeon is ultimately rooted in real events that actually took place in history. Just like the Novice Village, the ruined kingdom is the tragic remnant of a powerful empire that was completely overrun and destroyed by a massive undead army. Gripping its massive broadsword tightly, the headless knight raised the weapon high above its neck and roared like a savage beast once more. Intruder, the monster screamed, unleashing an incredibly fast one-handed sword slash directly at Lu Fan's strike. The system immediately flashed an alert skill-activated Doom Slash. Staring down the powerful strike, Lu Fan kept his composure and thought, shared health pools, huh? In that case, an all-out blitzkrieg offensive is probably the best tactic for me to use here. Since he didn't possess any hard crowd control skills, he had to rely entirely on raw explosive burst damage. Showing absolutely zero fear, Lu Fan charged straight forward at the charging headless knight. Leaping high into the air, he locked his sights on the monsters waiting below and shouted out, I'm taking all 4 of you down right now. Below him, the group of headless knights seemed to sense the immense danger descending upon them. They aimed their cold sharp weapons straight up at the airborne Lu Fan and roared in unison, challenging our king is a death sentence. Once again, the system flashed an alert skill activated Doom penetration. Lu Fan watched the sharp spears thrusting toward him, unleashing a fierce storm of counterstrikes to parry them. But as he suddenly spun around, he was shocked to find another towering headless knight already standing right behind his back, completely out of nowhere. He immediately spins on his heel, unleashing a lightning-fast strike directly toward the looming monster. But as his blade slashes down, it fails to leave even a single scratch on the beast. Frowning, he wonders if this monster's defense is simply too tough to cut through. Suddenly, another headless knight materializes out of nowhere, right behind Lu Fan's back. Glaring at him with burning fiery eyes from its deep empty sockets, the beast roars with pure malice. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, activating his world-ending counterattack skill. Just as it swings its weapon to strike, Lu Fan spins around and delivers a counterattack with even greater speed. "What about a world-ending counter?" he yells, his voice dripping with absolute rage. Receiving the direct order from Lu Fan, Xiao Ye, in his apocalyptic black dragon form, unleashes a colossal and utterly devastating strike. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, generating a wave of absolute terrifying destruction. It completely threatens to blow the ancient surrounding castle to tiny pieces. The entire army of headless knights is completely wiped out in an instant. Lu Fan nods with great satisfaction, praising "Great job, Xiao Ye." Just as Lu Fan is feeling incredibly satisfied with the destruction, he made a strange noise suddenly echoes from the ruins right behind his back. Rising slowly from the pile of rubble is another headless knight who appears to be their powerful leader. The monster roars with intense hatred, screaming that they will pay with their lives for their foolishness. The system flashes another notification activating the apocalyptic thunder skill. As the monster charges with its weapon raised, Lu Fan immediately blocks it with his own heavy blade. At that very moment, another massive squad of headless knights suddenly emerges from the void, far more aggressive and numerous. This sudden turn of events takes him completely by surprise, as they endlessly spawn, madly rushing to attack Lu Fan from all directions. To evade this relentless storm-like barrage of attacks, Lu Fan instantly leaps high into the air. He uses these precious few seconds to strategize, realizing he cannot afford to waste any more time here. He needs to reach the 100th floor as quickly as possible. The system announces that a skill is preparing, and Lu Fan shouts out, commanding Xiao Ye, "Get ready." Right after, Xiao Ye releases a massive blast of energy straight down, completely engulfing the entire group of headless knights. Raging Lava. The system confirms the activation of the special skill Raging Lava. Fueled by the Black Dragon's intense fury, Xiao Ye spews a colossal stream of burning fire energy, slamming directly into the demonic headless knights with the absolute maximum destructive power. Unable to dodge, they are instantly hit by this cataclysmic attack, their bodies burning to ashes in the sea of flames. Right after a series of system notifications flash, floor 99 is cleared. The Black Dragon has leveled up to level 15, unlocking a powerful new skill, Great Cataclysm. Looking at these freshly earned rewards, Lu Fan cannot help but feel incredibly satisfied. Xiao Ye truly lives up to his legendary reputation, learning yet another incredibly powerful skill. Lu Fan himself levels up to level 20, letting out a sigh of relief as he realizes only the very final floor remains. Inside the observation room, the bald old man witnesses this entire scene and gasps in absolute shock. The gate leading to the final floor, the highest level of the trial tower, is finally open. Mr. Chin looks slightly anxious at this point, but a spark of high anticipation gleams deep in his eyes. "Looks like you and I are going to be lucky enough to witness history being made right before our eyes today." The principal still cannot hide the sheer shock written across his face. The 100th floor, could it be that this place was originally designed so that absolutely no challenger could ever clear it? At this moment, Lu Fan is slowly stepping through the final gateway, leading to the 100th floor. He approaches and reaches out to pull the ancient sword embedded in the rock at the center of the chamber. At that exact moment, a colossal wave of pure energy suddenly erupts from where the sword was just drawn. Lu Fan mutters in surprise, "What is this?" The sword in his hand slowly dissolves into thin air, and he seems to realize something profound. Is this place really the 100th floor? A deep ancient voice suddenly echoes throughout the vast space. "Yes, welcome. Lu Fan, you and your Black Dragon have finally reached the ultimate level, the Nightmare Tier 100th floor." Facing a massive army of heavily armed undead, Lu Fan cannot help but marvel. "You and I are looking at a fully realized Fallen Kingdom domain, which is truly unbelievable." The system immediately displays enemy info, an undead legion numbering over 500 strong. Standing right before his eyes is a terrifying army of white skeletons with empty eye sockets. Like flickering embers of hellfire, their hostile gazes are locked onto Lu Fan, as if they want to tear him apart and devour him. Lu Fan frowns slightly, muttering that it is another undead army, but on a much larger scale this time. A demonic creature, seemingly the commander of this undead host, sits arrogantly on a white throne made of bones at the very highest point. Its entire physical body is enveloped by a sinister and highly mysterious aura of dark energy. Instantly, the system displays the details of the level 60 World Destroyer Emperor, the final boss on Nightmare difficulty. Lu Fan realizes Xiaoye has been in his World Destroyer form for too long, meaning it is time to test the power of this destruction form and his newly acquired skills. The system notification pops up detailing the Black Dragon's new skill, Great Cataclysm, which triggers 3 stages of consecutive devastating damage. This skill causes explosions wherever the Black Dragon flies, dealing massive area damage along with a burning effect. It charges directly at the target, inflicting heavy single-target damage before unleashing a massive destructive explosion over a wide area. Looking at the skill stats, he calculates that it is finally time to test the true strength of this destructive form and these new abilities. Sensing his master's burning battle spirit, Xiaoye lets out a fierce blood-pumping roar. Lu Fan deeply enjoys the tense electric atmosphere of the upcoming battle. Filled with excitement, his voice echoes, "This is the final floor. Xiaoye, let's go grab that ultimate reward together." Gripping his blade tightly, Lu Fan points the sharp edge directly at the World Destroyer Emperor and shouts out for Xiaoye. He yells with immense authority, commanding his companion to instantly shift into the giant dragon's destruction form. The moment the command is given, a violent mutation surges through the body of the World Destroyer Black Dragon. Lieutenant Ji out one final deafening roar. The destructive Black Dragon's physical body undergoes yet another shift, causing its overall power to surge upward at an incredibly alarming rate. In this exact moment, its entire body fully transforms, morphing into a terrifying Black Dragon in its true destruction form. The system quickly flashes a notification about this sudden change, confirming the Black Dragon has successfully swapped to its destruction form. Strength is 1400. And 84, agility is 255. Spirit is 7202, and endurance is 2903. Skills acquired: Incinerate All and Bursting Lava. Back in the observation room, the principal stares blankly at the system screen and can't help but shout in shock, "Not again. Is there actually a third form?" Mr. Chin is equally stunned, muttering that with those roaring flames of destruction, Lu Fan must still be hiding quite a few trump cards up his sleeve. Suddenly, an undead night monster nearby shrieks in a raspy, grating voice to protect their king at all costs. All troops charge as the system simultaneously flashes an alert. The undead legion numbers over 500. These monstrous ghouls immediately charge forward with weapons drawn, rushing toward Lu Fan like a massive and suffocating dark tide. Lu Fan lets out a powerful roar, his eyes shining with pure excitement, completely unfazed by the threat. He calls out to Xiaoye to prepare to welcome them, as the system signals skill activation, and the destructive Black Dragon soars high into the sky, before diving straight toward the massive swarm of incoming undead soldiers. Without wasting a single second, Lu Fan also leaps forward to join the assault. Suddenly, Lu Fan looks back at his dragon and commands Xiaoye to unleash Great Cataclysm. Hearing his master's order, the destructive Black Dragon begins to transform on the spot. Waves of devastating hellfire violently and continuously burst out from the depths of its glowing eyes. The relentless undead soldiers keep swarming and launching fierce attacks from all directions. An earth-shattering explosion instantly rips through the area with enough destructive force to reduce everything around them to absolute dust. The system continuously flashes updates on the enemy forces, noting that the Undead Legion has 458 remaining, then quickly drops to 381. Down to 267, then rapidly plunging to just 173 as the Great Cataclysm skill continues its devastation. Witnessing this horrific scene of absolute destruction, the bald principal is so shocked he is left utterly speechless, only able to mutter if this is truly a level of power that a mere student can master and control. Mr. Chen cannot hide the sheer disbelief written all over his face, as the entire Undead Legion was practically wiped out in a single move. Lu Fan constantly presses forward, unleashing a relentless torrent of heavy storm-like strikes against the remaining undead monsters. Meanwhile, the system keeps pinging with updates, announcing that only 98 soldiers remain in the undead army. With the count falling to 42, the surviving undead monsters let out horrific shrieks filled with pure rage and deep despair. "How dare that arrogant brat insult our king? Kneel down and pay for your crimes right now." Facing a barrage of attacks, Lu Fan stays perfectly calm, dodging nimbly before shouting to his dragon, "Xiaoye, get over here and cover me." The destructive Black Dragon instantly dives like a dark spear right into the center of the enemy encirclement as a new notification pops up. The remaining 37 undead are currently charging directly toward their target. Phase 3 of Great Cataclysm triggers, causing a devastating explosion with a heavy burn effect at the impact zone. Letting Jang out one final deafening roar. The destructive black dragon's physical body undergoes yet another shift, causing its overall power to surge upward at an incredibly alarming rate. The principal is completely dumbfounded, wondering how the four great undead knights, the strongest guardians of the world destroyer emperor, were just instantly wiped out like that. Mr. Chin reflects silently, a deeply complicated expression on his face. It seems even the most difficult floor of this trial tower still cannot measure the true depth of Lu Fan's power. Staring at the scoreboard, the bald old man sighs in amazement. 980,000 points. For 30 years, no one could break the 1 million milestone. He is just one step away. Could Lu Fan really be the one to claim the absolute highest reward of this entire trial? Principal Bai chimed in, his voice full of excitement. What is more, this year's exam is easily the most difficult one in history. The rewards they hand out will definitely not be stingy, featuring at least 3 rare items of epic grade or higher. After wiping out the small fry blocking his path, Lu Fan marches forward, his eyes blazing with absolute confidence and battle spirit. He calls out mockingly, I have cleared out all your small-time lackeys. Aren't you going to show yourself final boss of this place? Lu Fan calls out the final boss, the Doom Emperor, by name, as a thick plume of black smoke rises from the throne. A massive figure clad in pitch-black armor slowly begins to take shape from within the dark mist. The final boss finally shows his face, riding a dark iron stallion as thick death energy radiates from his entire body. He lets out a sneer, his voice dripping with arrogance. Insignificant brat, you are nothing but a brainless brute. The system displays the final enemy count for the undead army, which now stands at exactly 1 boss. Lu Fan shows absolutely no fear, instead giving Xiao Ye a quick subtle nod. Xiao Ye gets ready to unleash her full strength. Meanwhile, yet another notification pops up on the system screen. Passive skill activated Dragon Claw is buffed by Dragon Blood armoring, transforming the arm into a Dragon Claw. Its power depends entirely on the Dark Dragon's strength. Facing the legendary beast, the Doom Emperor gasps in terror, yet he desperately tries to maintain his fearsome facade. Die, you insect, he roars, swinging his massive broadsword in a devastating downward slash directly at Lu Fan. Instantly raising his weapon, Lu Fan blocks the powerful strike head-on. Lu Fan shouts aloud, commanding Xiao Ye to use Burn All Creation. The destructive black dragon charges, instantly slamming her spiked tail hard into the Doom Emperor before he can even react. Taking the hit directly, the boss cries out in agonizing pain. ARG, the system displays details of the active skill Burn All Creation Stage 1. The Dragon of Ruin flaps its wings, unleashing 4 massive fire tornadoes that deal colossal damage to the targeted enemy. Staggered by the devastating blow, the Doom Emperor stumbles backward in retreat. Suddenly, he realizes that something is terribly wrong inside his body. Feeling his power drain at an alarming rate, he gasps in sheer shock and panic. My strength is disappearing. Lu Fan chuckles in amusement, teasing the boss. What is the matter? Just realized you are getting weaker. At the same time, the system constantly flashes vital notifications, confirming that the Grudge Aura special effect has successfully been triggered. The detailed information about the rare Grudge Ring pops up, requiring level 15, and granting 57 extra points to mind, 21 to stamina, and 12 to strength. Its unique special effect, Grudge Aura, allows the user to target any designated enemy. Every attack dealt to this target accumulates rage points, and once it is fully stacked, it inflicts severe negative debuffs, such as poison, bleeding, or stun. Hearing those system alerts, absolute rage boils over, as the Doom Emperor roars in pure fury. You filthy insect. Seizing the moment while the boss is distracted by rage, Lu Fan acts instantly and shouts out his command. Xiao Ye, do it, Burn All Creation. Phase 2. Instantly, the destructive black dragon unleashes her next strike, targeting the boss directly. Once again, he screeches out in agonizing pain. As his pathetic screams echo through the arena, the system updates the status screen. Burn All Creation Stage 2, the Dragon of Ruin flaps its wings, collapsing all 4 fire tornadoes into a single point to trigger a truly devastating apocalyptic explosion. The massive body of the Doom Emperor gets blasted back like a ragdoll, flying straight backward toward his own skeletal throne. Before the boss can even make a sound, Lu Fan teleports right in front of him with unbelievable speed. Without even a moment of hesitation, he drives his sharp weapon straight into the center of the boss's chest, leaving the monster crying out in absolute agony. Lu Fan's blade is so exceptionally strong and sharp that it impales the boss, entirely pinning him deep into the bone throne behind. The final notifications of absolute victory begin to flash across the system screen. The Dark Dragon has reached level 17. Lu Fan hits level 22, and the entire undead army standing at exactly 0 has been completely wiped out. Lu Fan lets out a heavy sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his forehead. It is finally over. Xiao Ye. Upon staring at the final scoreboard notification, the headmaster's voice trembles with pure, unadulterated disbelief. 1,000,000 points. The legendary milestone that stood undefeated for 30 long years has finally been conquered. The white-haired Mr. Qin cannot hide the sheer admiration in his eyes, noting that the academy is definitely going to enjoy a massive boost in reputation now. Lu Fan walked away, looking completely satisfied. He turned to his shrinking destruction black dragon, speaking with pure affection. "The exam is over, buddy. Let us finally go home." "Hey, Xiao Ye, do you miss my home cooking yet?" Seeming to understand his master perfectly, the little dragon rumbled happily with a soft growl. At that moment, the system displayed a grand congratulatory notification: floor 100 cleared. Congratulations to candidate Lu Fan for successfully clearing the South Province Nightmare Trial. Lu Fan fell deep into thought, his face serious. He originally thought he had to wait until level 30 after his second-class advancement to get a crowd control skill. Who knew he would get it this early? From now on, combining his skills with Xiao Ye was going to be way more flexible. Details about the skill reward quickly popped up on screen. It was the rare Ice Dragon King Unyielding Fury skill book, a powerful class-specific skill designed for dragon tamers and dragon mages, requiring level 20. The description stated that after learning it, the user would gain a magic skill of the same name capable of releasing an extreme wave of cold in a designated area, dealing massive ice magic damage while slowing and freezing targets. The duration, damage, and area of effect would all scale based on the casting time of the spell. Now you and I see Lu Fan turning his attention to the equipment rewards and agility boosting ring. Even though Xiao Ye could not benefit from the stat boosts of the gear, it would still be incredibly useful for Lu Fan himself. The system displayed the detailed statistics of the rare Spirit Wind Ring, which required level 20, offering plus 77 agility, plus 35 stamina, and plus 32 spirit. The special effect Whisper of the Spirit Wind would grant the wearer a unique blessing, permanently increasing their base agility stats by an impressive 35%. Lu Fan calculated the numbers in his head, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he thought about the legendary cloak, which was a perfect match for Xiao Ye's massive destruction dragon form. This gear could reduce ice damage, while simultaneously boosting fire damage. It was absolutely amazing. Detailed information on the legendary Flamebone cloak appeared clearly before him. It required level 20, giving a boost of plus 20 stamina, plus 79 spirit, plus 56 ice spell power, and plus 54 agility. The special effect Rising Bone Flame helped reduce all incoming damage from fire and ice attacks by 30%. It also cut down the duration of crowd control effects by 50%, while simultaneously boosting ice and fire skill damage for both the player and their pet by 30%. Lu Fan closed the skill book, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It was time to head back, so he decided to recall his dragon so she could rest after that intense battle. A system notification rang out, stating that teleportation was now underway. As he stepped into the opening spatial portal, he muttered to himself that now he just had to go home and relax while waiting for the admission results. But right at that moment, an incredibly excited voice rang out from behind. "Lu Fan, you crazy kid, how on earth did you get this ridiculously strong?" It was Principal Ha Zhuangyuan, shouting that Lu Fan was officially the greatest pride of their entire school. With eyes shining bright like headlights, the principal rushed excitedly toward Lu Fan, his voice overflowing with immense pride. "From this day forward, your portrait will hang in the absolute most honorable spot on our school's wall of fame forever." Standing nearby, Mr. Qin could only sigh and shake his head at the principal's behavior, muttering how ridiculous he was. "The wall of fame at your school is literally covered with memorial photos of fallen heroes who died fighting beast invasions. Are you trying to curse the kid or what?" Hearing this, Principal Ha's face flushed red with anger as he yelled, "Get away from me. If anyone is cursed, it is you. Lu Fan is the genius who shattered a decades-old exam record, and his future is going to be completely beyond our wildest imagination." Haha, regardless of how you look at it, this exam definitely gave Lu Fan a great opportunity to fully show off his real power, right? A remarkably calm and familiar voice suddenly echoed from right behind them. "Lu Fan, even though I had prepared myself mentally for this exam, you still managed to leave me completely blown away." Hearing those words, Lu Fan quickly turned around and politely replied, "Uncle Qin, I have fulfilled every single condition we agreed on, so I assume that annoying princess from the Tai Chi Kingdom won't be coming around to cry and scream anymore, right?" Mr. Chin chuckled softly. Of course I will keep my end of our bargain. As for your mentor, he should be getting the big news very soon. Lu Fan was totally shocked when Mr. Qin mentioned his master staring at him with wide eyes. Mr. Qin just smiled mysteriously and said, "You do not need to worry about that at all. Right now, the most critical thing you need to do is think very carefully about which elite university is going to be the perfect fit for you." The surrounding crowd immediately burst into chatter, showering Lu Fan with endless praises. "Indeed, you and I know all 10 of the top universities are going to fight over him like crazy. Every major tycoon in the southern province is going to jump at this chance to recruit Lu Fan and build a strong connection with him. He needs to watch his back around them and not get used." But wait, where on earth is his dragon? They want him to hurry up and summon it for a quick look. While the crowd swarms around him, a mysterious stranger watches from the shadows with a bizarre look. Without uttering a single word, the man quietly pulls down his hat brim and slips away into the night. Right then, a furious voice erupts from the crowd, asking if that guy has completely lost his mind. Summoning a giant dragon right here would literally reduce this entire academy to rubble. Meanwhile, another much gentler voice speaks up. "Huge congratulations, Lu Fan. With an absolutely insane score like that, absolutely nobody is going to snatch away your top scholar title for at least another 50 years. Deep within the far northern borders of the Dragon Kingdom lies an unexplored wasteland with a danger level of 60. The weather is brutal, with a bone-chilling cold and non-stop snowstorms completely blanketing the entire horizon in pure white. Inside, a heavily fortified military base, an imposing middle-aged man with a commanding presence calmly monitors the ongoing war situation through a massive wall of complex display screens. He grabs a bottle, takes a massive swig, and slams it hard onto the metal table with a sharp clank. "Ah, that hits the spot," he roars out in pure satisfaction. This is none other than Marquis Tu Jing, a legendary living powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom. During a rare moment of peace, a steady knock echoes at the door. Tu Jing calls out calmly, "Come in." A young soldier wrapped in a thick winter coat quickly steps inside. He bows with deep respect, reporting, "Marquis, please forgive your subordinate for disturbing you, sir." The moment the young man enters, Tu Jing cuts straight to the chase without beating around the bush. "Did you find the evidence?" The young soldier respectfully slides a thick file onto the desk, replying, "Yes, Marquis, all the damning evidence is right here. We can now confirm that the suspicions of your student Qin Shanhai were absolutely spot on, sir." He pulls out a detailed report from his pocket and begins breaking down the facts clearly. After confronting Special Envoy Qian Shang, Qin Shanhai deduced that Wei Changfeng, a high-ranking official in the capital, is secretly colluding with the Kim family from the Taichi nation. Following a deep investigation, we found that Princess Kim Zhou's study abroad program along with her personal dragon tamer guard was entirely arranged and greenlit behind the scenes by Lord Wei Changfeng. Of course it is him. Hearing this, pure fury washes over Tu Jing as he tightly clenches his hands into fists. The young soldier continues, his voice dripping with anger. On the surface, the Kim family and Lord Wei constantly preach about maintaining strong, peaceful ties between our two nations. But in reality, Lord Wei has been secretly feeding the Kim family massive, highly illegal privileges and favors. In return, the Kim family rewarded him with an absolutely massive fortune under the table. Tu Jing cannot help but let out a dark, mocking laugh. Aha, no wonder he had the guts to brazenly dispatch a special envoy to arrest a talented young dragon tamer of our own nation. Suddenly, he squeezes the empty bottle in his hand so hard it explodes into sharp, jagged shards. Wei Changfeng, that absolute traitor. He actually had the nerve to help the Taichi royal princess act incredibly arrogant and run completely rampant right here on our sovereign soil. Blown away by pure rage, Tu Jing slams his hand down and leaps to his feet. Pointing directly at the young soldier, he barks out a cold, commanding order to go and deliver a message to Wei Changfeng immediately. He has officially decided to strip the traitor of every single title, position, and ounce of power. From this moment on, there is absolutely no room for a dirty traitor like him in the high leadership. His voice booms with absolute authority as he commands him to go right now. If the old man has any complaints about it, tell him to crawl up here and face me directly. As for the Kim family, if they still try to contact or coordinate with Wei Changfeng, order the Iron Lion Regiment to pay them a very personal, very violent visit. Thick veins bulge on the general's forehead and temples from sheer boiling rage. Terrified by the crushing pressure, the young soldier bows his head in a hurry, stammering that he will execute the orders immediately. Suddenly, Tu Jing lowers his voice with one final request. He wants to know exactly which university the young dragon tamer Lu Fan will choose to attend. After that, they need to contact the headmaster in advance to ensure the kid is showered with the absolute best cultivation resources available. The young soldier quickly nods, understanding his mission perfectly. Staring out the window at the endless falling snow, a rare faint smile creeps onto Tu Jing's rugged face. To have such a legendary young prodigy rise up in the Dragon Kingdom is truly an incredibly thrilling and exciting thing. He resolves that, once this grueling mission is wrapped up, he will absolutely find a way to meet this young monster in person. The only problem is, there is no telling when this current campaign will finally draw to a close. The morning sun glows a deep crimson, finally breaking through after a brutal blizzard. Meanwhile, in a bustling metropolis, night falls as flashing neon lights of every color paint a picture of absolute luxury. Inside a luxurious room, a voice dripping with rage and absolute disbelief echoes out, demanding, "What did you say?" Wei Changfeng was actually dismissed by Marquise Du Jing of the North. Princess Jin Zhou of the Taichi Nation scowls from her massive bed, clutching her sleek high-tech phone. On the other end of the line, her subordinate sounds incredibly tense. "Please calm your anger, princess. We actually have some good news to report to you as well." Hearing this, Jin Zhou snaps in irritation, screaming, "What kind of damn good news could you idiots possibly have? Without that old man Wei Changfeng backing us, how on earth are we going to capture that annoying dragon tamer?" The subordinate quickly speaks up, desperately trying to pacify her furious outburst. "My princess, there is absolutely no need to waste your precious time on that guy anymore. The day they announce the official results for the trials is right around the corner. We just discovered that among the candidates in this trial, besides that annoying Lu Fan from Jianghai City, there is actually another dragon tamer active over in Qingzhou City." Hearing this, Jin Zhou seems to realize something, and a sinister, highly cunning smile slowly spreads across her face. "Well, now that really is good news. Let's just hope this new guy is a bit more cooperative and easier to control." Up in midair, a glowing purple system screen suddenly flashes with new information. "Congratulations to candidate Hong Wu. Dread level, Southern Province Trial, cleared floor 72, scoring 89,250 points." Just then, Hong Wu stumbles out of the trial zone covered in bandages from head to toe, with his clothes completely shredded and caked in thick mud. Though gasping for air, a smug, incredibly self-satisfied grin spreads across his face as he mutters to himself, "Wu, that was way too close. I almost kicked the bucket back there, but clearing floor 72, the champion title is guaranteed to be mine this year. The top 10 elite universities are going to fight like crazy over me. Plus, I heard this year's rewards are absolutely massive. Talk about a complete life-changing promotion straight to the top." Looking up, Hong Wu finally notices the massive crowd gathered nearby, whispering excitedly among themselves, which makes him wonder in confusion. Wait, what is everyone so incredibly hyped up about today? And why are there so many academy principals here watching the trials today? But he quickly brushes the crowd aside, immediately slipping back into his own smug, highly self-absorbed fantasy world to enjoy his success. He imagines Principal Xia walking up to him, giving him a warm pat on the back and declaring that with such a god-tier score, the champion spot is definitely his. And then he would humbly reply, "Oh, thank you, sir, but honestly, that was just a completely average performance for me." After playing out this entire dramatic scene in his head, Hong Wu feels completely confident that victory is his. Surely all this commotion is because the new champion has finally emerged, which means it is finally his time to shine. Grinning, he spots Principal Xia standing nearby and immediately rushes over to him, shouting eagerly, "Good day, Principal Xia." Principal Xia turns around, showing absolutely zero surprise upon seeing him, and simply nods, asking, "Oh, Hong Wu, are you finished with your exam?" Hong Wu beams with pride as he prepares to drop his massive score on the bald principal. "I only scored about 89,000 points, so who knows if that is actually enough to be the champion." He acts totally humble, but his bragging tone is incredibly obvious. The bald principal simply gives him a blank look, pats him gently on the shoulder, and speaks in a completely flat tone. "Don't sweat it, getting a score like that is actually quite decent. With this kind of result, you can easily get into almost any university you want." Hearing this surprisingly lukewarm response, Hong Wu completely freezes up in sheer confusion. "Wait, that is it." The bald principal calmly continues, "Look, while academic scores are highly important, you must also learn to understand your own physical limits in life. Just look at you, those injuries are pretty severe. Run along to the infirmary and get patched up." Feeling completely brushed off by the principal's totally indifferent reaction, Hong Wu instantly feels a wave of bitter annoyance. He quickly tries to rationalize it. Is the principal really trying to say, "Yeah, you did okay. But so what? How could a massive score like this get absolutely zero hype? Ah, of course. He must be warning me not to get too ahead of myself. After rationalizing the situation like that, Hongwu nods obediently, putting on an incredibly sincere, respectful expression. Yes, sir, I completely understand. Thank you so much for your wise guidance, Principal. Exactly 7 days later, on the day they officially released the trial results, a massive crowd of eager reporters is packed like absolute sardines right outside of Lu Fan's house. The very second he steps outside, they immediately shove microphones in his face, shouting out non-stop questions. Some even bring along incredibly expensive luxury gifts, begging him, "Please, Mr. Lu, you must accept this humble gift from us. We would also love to formally invite you to our private estate to discuss your brilliant future." So, Mr. Lu, which university do you have your eyes on? By the way, please accept this small humble gift just to welcome you. Please take it. Tell me, do you plan on moving to Longdu later on to build your career there? If so, we really hope you will look out for us in the future. Hey, stop pushing, get out of the way. Let me inside too. The scene turns completely chaotic and loud. Suddenly, a plump, friendly-looking elderly man breaks the noise with a loud, hearty laugh. Haha, today is the day they release the official results. Now everyone knows you are the absolute #1 in Nan Province, right, Lu Fan? That is none other than Qin Shanhai, the principal of Jianghai School. Seeing the crazy crowd outside, Lu Fan's older sister Han Ke steps up and invites Qin Shanhai inside, saying, "Principal Qin, it is way too loud out here. Let us talk in the living room." The moment they step inside, Lu Fan's phone screen suddenly lights up with a brand new notification showing a massive direct deposit into his bank account. Seeing his reaction, Qin Shanhai smiles and explains, "That is 50 million, a direct cash reward from Jianghai City for being the top student of Nan Province this year. Go ahead and take it." But Lu Fan does not really care about the cash. Instead, something else caught his attention. "It looks like my exam score was not made public," he says, and Qin Shanhai replies with a knowing grin. "Besides that cash, there is a special reward sent personally by Headmaster Bai of the #1 school just for you." With that, he pops open a completely plain-looking briefcase. Instantly, a blinding golden light floods the entire room, forcing everyone to shield their eyes in shock. An ancient book literally floats right out of the briefcase. The book features a sturdy, deep blue leather cover centered with a glowing orange-red dragon eye gemstone. This is a rare skill book, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. It is a level 20 class skill designed specifically for dragon tamers and dragon tongue mages. The description says learning this unlocks an active spell that fires a devastating bolt of lightning straight ahead, dealing massive lightning magic damage and inflicting a severe paralyzing effect on enemies. Once activated, the caster gains 20 stacks of a special lightning attribute buff. Each follow-up attack consumes 1 stack, with a 20% chance to completely paralyze the target. Next, there is a small vial containing a mysterious glowing blue-purple liquid. Tiny brilliant sparks of electricity crackle inside the bottle. This is the legendary Lightning Fortification Potion, an incredibly rare consumable that permanently boosts the raw power of all lightning skills by 20%, while also granting strong resistance to any incoming lightning damage. Staring at these premium items, Lu Fan feels incredibly thrilled. A lightning-based Dragon Tongue spellbook paired with a potion that makes lightning attacks even more deadly. After mastering ice magic, he now has access to the lightning element. He will no longer have to completely rely on Xiao Ye to deal magic damage for him. But wait, the surprises do not end there. There are still other valuable treasures hidden inside. He pulls out a shining, exquisitely crafted set of silver armor. This is the rare Breeze armor. It requires level 20, granting 70 strength and 46 stamina. Even better, it features a unique special effect called Gentle Breeze, which reduces all incoming crowd control damage by 30%. Next up is a highly eye-catching pair of black and white high-top boots. These are the legendary Blink boots, requiring level 20, granting 68 strength and 54 stamina. They come with a unique active skill that allows him to instantly teleport to any location within 50 meters, with a 30-second cooldown. Qin Shanhai explains that Headmaster Bai selected all these items with absolute care, paying special attention to these incredible Blink boots. They allow you to teleport a decent distance with just a 30-second cooldown. Trust me, this is an incredibly useful item in any real fight. Lu Fan happily notes that he now has both top-tier mobility and great damage reduction on his side. Surely among all the graduates who just finished the exam, not a single soul has gear this good. If he equips everything, his raw stats might actually match Xiao Ye's when she first hatched from her egg. He accepts the briefcase packed with precious loot and offers a polite, respectful smile. These skills and gears are things a normal mage has to wait until their second-class advancement to get. Thank you, I will gladly accept them. Lu Fan's system interface immediately flashes with notifications. You have learned Roar of the Blue Dragon King. You have equipped the Blink Boots. You have equipped the Breeze Armor. You have received 1 Lightning Fortification Potion. Right then, Qin Shanhai's daughter Qin Chu walks in through the front door and greets them. Lu Fan's sister Han, the recruiters from the top 10 universities have arrived in Jianghai. My dad already invited them over to our house, so I came to pick up Lu Fan for his interviews. Seeing Qin Chu, Han Ke smiles warmly and welcomes her. Oh Qin Chu, is that you? Our house is super lively today. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is still a bit dazed and asks, wait already, that fast? The results were literally just announced. Qin Shanhai smiles warmly, his voice filled with pride. For a brilliant genius like you, of course they would move this fast. They rushed over here the second they saw the video footage of his incredible performance during the exam. Then, he leaned in close to Lu Fan's ear, whispering a top-secret message. He assured Lu Fan that his exam scores and personal information had already been placed under absolute security. Except for the top administrators of the 10 elite universities and high-ranking officials in Longdu, absolutely no one else would ever be allowed to lay eyes on those files. Lu Fan was just too special, and if another troublesome princess came looking for a fight with him, things would get incredibly messy. As for the whole mess with Jinzhou, Lu Fan's master had already stepped in and settled everything. His master was also highly eager to meet him, making Lu Fan smile with genuine excitement as he replied that it sounded wonderful. Qin Shanhai gently patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, letting him know that the right moment had not arrived yet. His master was currently deployed on a critical mission far away, but there was no rush, as the two of them would definitely cross paths soon enough. Suddenly, Qin Chu pulled out an elegant light purple card, offering it to Lu Fan while politely urging him to take it. She explained that her previous visit was meant to express her gratitude, before they got sidetracked by Jinzhou's interference. Lu Fan stared at the card in shock, quickly waving his hands to refuse the generous offer. He gasped, asking if this was actually a Bauhinia card, protesting that they had only agreed on 100,000 credits, whereas this card was worth 10 million. Qin Shanhai patted his shoulder once more warmly, encouraging the young man to accept the gift. It was just a small token of gratitude from the Qin family for saving Qin Chu's squad back in the eerie Lamentation village. He told him to take it without hesitation, adding that some staff were scheduled to show them around the Jiangshan garden tonight. He chuckled, noting that if the young man was too afraid to even take this card, how on earth would he react when he finally saw the massive luxury villa gifted to the top scorer by the province? Hearing her father tease Lu Fan, Qin Chu puffed her cheeks in annoyance, telling him to stop embarrassing their guest. Han Ke's jaw dropped in pure shock as she stuttered out, "Wait, a luxury villa?" Without wasting another second, Qin Qiu grabbed Lu Fan's hand and pulled him along, saying they needed to hurry and meet the university representatives before they ran out of time. Meanwhile, deep in a dense forest on the outskirts of Qingzhou, a ridiculously expensive vintage desert gold pickup truck sat parked right in the middle of an open clearing. The vehicle belonged to none other than Princess Jinzhou. Sitting casually on the roof of the vehicle, Jinzhou turned to Kui Hongtai, asking what level her top subordinate had reached. Kui Hongtai bowed low, trembling with intense fear, as he prepared to answer her. He fearfully reported that the fighter had reached level 19, and his massive armored dragon had already hit level 14. Hearing this, Princess Jinzhou flashed a wicked, highly calculating smile. She purred maliciously, remarking that dragon tamers really were built different, already capable of soloing a level 30 boss at such an early stage. The elite fighter she was referring to was none other than Chen Tianji, another level 19 dragon tamer. At that moment, Chen Tianji stood in a separate clearing flanked by a beast of truly massive proportions. The beast was covered from head to toe in thick metallic armor, resembling a monstrous mutated giant scorpion. Out of nowhere, another giant mutated gorilla beast with a deep blue hide and a light green mane came charging out of the forest, sprinting straight toward Chen Tianji with pure savage fury. The beast let out a constant stream of terrifying, bloodthirsty roars. Seeing the threat, Chen Tianji did not hesitate for a second, immediately ordering his beast to eliminate the target. Receiving the command, his armored scorpion swung its massive spiked tail in a wide arc, unleashing a devastating sweeping attack that dealt heavy damage to everything caught in its path. The razor-sharp tail slammed violently into the charging gorilla monster. In that exact split second, Chen Tianji leaped high into the air. With his long sword glowing with a brilliant blue aura, he brought the blade down, delivering a devastating fatal strike straight into the beast's chest. The blow triggered a massive critical strike, sending the beast crashing to the ground, where it twitched twice and died instantly. This was the Dragon Spear strike skill channeling pure dragon energy to unleash a highly destructive blow with earth-shattering power. Suddenly, Chen Tianji's system screen flashed with brand new level-up notifications. The armored dragon hit level 15, while Chen Tianji reached level 20, prompting Jin Zhou to clap her hands in smug satisfaction. She praised him, saying that the legendary dragon egg she gifted him certainly had not gone to waste. Chen Tianji bowed deeply humbly, stating that being able to satisfy Her Highness was the absolute greatest honor of his life. Jin Zhou merely smirked. Her voice dripped with pure contempt. I was only teasing a little Choi Hongtae. If you turn out to be as useless as this waste of space, then I'll be truly disappointed in you. Then she cast a razor-sharp glare at her other subordinate, her commanding voice, leaving no room for refusal. From now on, your dragon spear belongs to him. You do not have an issue with that, do you? Even though Choi Hongtae's heart burned with 1,000 regrets, he could only swallow his pride, bow and obey. Your servant obeys Princess Kim Ju's command. On the other hand, Chen Tianji's face lit up with overwhelming joy as he quickly expressed his deepest gratitude. Thank you for your generous reward, Princess. With this dragon armor and azure dragon spear, along with your highness's powerful strength-boosting magic, I am absolutely certain I will crush that top scorer from the southern province. Kim Ju silently calculated and plotted in her head. Chen Tianji was currently ranked second with 210,000 points, while that bastard Lu Fan's score remained hidden from the public eye. A rough estimate suggests it is only around 300,000 points. If that is indeed the case, Chen Tianji still stands a very high chance of winning. She then gritted her teeth in fury, her face turning incredibly distorted with rage. Pointing her long slender finger directly at Chen Tianji's face, she snarled, Lu Fan, you must engrave this name in your mind until you finally kill him and bring his black dragon back to me. Once that is done, I promise to make you the most powerful dragon tamer in all of human history. In the Taiji state, you will be my most loyal servant, holding a position below only one, but above tens of thousands of others. She emphasized every single word, her voice dripping with threat. So when it comes to dealing with Lu Fan, you absolutely must not disappoint me. Wearing a cold, razor-sharp expression like a professional assassin, Chen Tianji bowed deeply and replied with absolute resolve. Please put your mind at ease, Your Highness. To serve you is my absolute greatest honor. I swear to forever be your sharpest sword and your most loyal, unwavering knight. Hearing Chen Tianji's fierce oath of loyalty, Kim Ju was deeply satisfied, a smug grin forming on her face. Her tense expression instantly softened, and she let out a pleased laugh, her tone turning remarkably gentle. Come back here. You truly know how to play your cards right, unlike that brainless fool Lu Fan. I offered him a golden ticket to rise straight to the top, yet he had zero appreciation and threw it away. She then turned and barked a command at Choi Hongtae, go to Jianghai City immediately. Investigate which university Lu Fan has actually enrolled in and report your findings to me right away. Choi Hongtae quickly bowed to accept the command. Understood, Your Highness. Then she whipped around, pinning her subordinate with a menacing gaze as she snarled. If you cannot even handle a simple tiny task like this, then get out of my sight forever. Choi Hongtae could only tremble and squeak out a reply. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, Kim Ju's face overflowed with murderous intent. She swore to herself in bitter hatred that very soon that miserable bastard Lu Fan would be forced to regret his decisions for the rest of his life. He would regret what he did to her for the rest of his life. Over at the Qin family villa, outside the living room, Qin Chu felt a bit shy and hesitantly questioned Lu Fan. Lu Fan. Have you decided which university you are going to enroll in yet? She quickly added with a slight blush on her cheeks. It is not that I am just nosy, it is actually because of my dad. He keeps insisting that the two of us should apply to the exact same academy. That way we can look out for and support each other during our training and studies. Hearing Qin Chu's explanation, Lu Fan offered a warm smile and showed his agreement with the idea. That sounds good. I heard that at the top academies, teaming up to complete missions and explore secret realms plays a massive role. We worked together pretty well in the past after all. If we get a chance to enter a secret realm later, you will absolutely be the very first teammate I choose. Qin Q was completely taken aback by his words. She stammered in surprise. Oh, really? Well, that is great. Lu Fan calmly continued. However, I still have not made up my mind about which school to pick yet. Once I make a decision, I will let you know right away. Qin Chu hesitated for a second before responding. Okay then. Deep down, a secret anxiety began to build, as she still had no idea what score Lu Fan actually achieved. She realized that if she did not push herself harder to catch up with him, the gap between them would only grow wider. Shaking off her worries, Qin Chu found her resolve again as her eyes burned with determination, her voice growing firm and clear. Yes, I will definitely do my absolute best, so we can apply to the same university. Lu Fan agreed without a single moment of hesitation. Sounds like a plan. With that, he opened the door and walked out into the main hall, where several deans from elite universities were waiting. Lu Fan politely introduced himself. Hello everyone. I am Lu Fan. A slightly chubby middle-aged man, wearing brilliant golden priest robes, immediately stood up and cheerfully welcomed him with a warm smile. You are Lu Fan, right? We have all watched the footage from your recent exam. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That was Jiangnam Academy's principal speaking. Beside him stood a woman with a high ponytail, wearing a stylish all-black outfit, covering her mouth with a graceful giggle and chiming in with a playful tone. The first dragon tamer in human history to actually own a real dragon. So our top champion of the southern province. Do you have any specific academy in mind? This was the northern border principal. Hearing this, Jiangnam's principal glared at his northern border rival with clear annoyance, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That is none of your business. Our Jiangnam Academy is not here to play games. A scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, yearly rare potions, tickets to special secret realms, and free training resources. The northern border principal just gave him a side eye and scoffed in response. Oh, you are a principal of a top academy in the Dragon Kingdom, yet you dare try to recruit this amazing champion with such cheap scraps. Have you no shame at all? The Jiangnam principal's face flushed with anger, and he was about to yell something back. But she ignored his reaction, completely turning directly to Lu Fan with a sweet, inviting smile to call his name. Forget what Jiangnam offers. Our Northern Border Academy will give you a scholarship of 20 million dragon coins per year. Plus, you will get free access to 2 special secret realms that have never been made public. Suddenly, the other principals erupted into a loud argument, refusing to let anyone else win. Sure, Northern Border has some decent offers, but do not think the rest of us cannot match that. We can absolutely match those exact same benefits and more. We can even offer him entry into ultra-rare secret realms full of opportunities. Everything on our list is fully negotiable. If there is anything you are not happy with Lu Fan, we can easily increase the offer. The living room turned into pure chaos. Standing off to the side, Lu Fan could only watch this intense bidding war with a massive headache. What kind of interview was this? The choices were only getting harder by the second. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the noise, gentle, yet carrying an undeniable sense of absolute power. For this year's national trial, all entry slots are completely controlled by our Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan, this highly coveted spot can be handed directly to you. The speaker was Gu Han, the principal of Dragon Capital Academy, one of the most powerful schools in the entire kingdom. Jiangnam's principal immediately protested. Is this a joke? Sure, he is strong, but he only awakened his class recently. How could he possibly be ready for the national trial? Usually every single candidate has to pass an incredibly strict screening process. Other nations have been preparing for years. Yet he is just a rookie who recently showed up. Giving such an important spot to a freshman is basically turning the entire trial into a joke. This incredible offer instantly caught Lu Fan's attention. The national trial, Gu Han calmly explained that it was a massive secret realm built by 23 of the world's strongest nations. Once every 3 years, these 23 countries each send their single best champion, under the age of 25, to represent them in the trial. Since this secret realm is unstable, only rookies can enter. High-level national powerhouses are strictly banned from joining. You can basically think of it as a massive global exam. And the rewards, of course, are legendary world-class items of immense value. The Northern Border principal scoffed, arguing that such a promise should only apply to the next tournament. The current trial is less than 6 months away, Jiangnam's principal added, nodding along in agreement. Is your recruiting tactic not a bit too reckless and totally unrealistic? Gu Han ignored the chatter entirely, keeping her warm, sincere gaze locked directly on Lu Fan. By entering this trial, you can earn the right to become a true national powerhouse. Going from the best in the southern province to the absolute #1 in the Dragon Kingdom, our academy can give you that chance. Hearing this, Lu Fan was stunned, a deep burning desire instantly igniting in his heart. Could the national trial really do more than just offer insane rewards? Could it actually launch Lu Fan straight onto the global leaderboard of the world's absolute strongest powerhouses? Suddenly, Lu Fan's system flashed a notification displaying a glowing, brilliant golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Fan for obtaining the daily treasure map. Lu Fan stared from the chest to the newly revealed map, completely stunned. This map was pointing to a highly valuable legendary treasure, and guess where it was? Right inside the elite campus of Dragon Capital Academy. It had been ages since a second God-tier treasure map had finally appeared. The first God-tier map led him to Xiaoye. Did this mean destiny was forcing him to actually attend Dragon Capital Academy? Sensing Lu Fan's silence, Gu Han immediately sweetened the deal. So what do you think, student Lu? This is the absolute best offer Dragon Capital Academy can make. Is there anything else you are not satisfied with? Lu Fan immediately cut Gu Han off with a firm, decisive tone. I have made my choice. I will attend Dragon Capital Academy. But there is one favor I must ask. Teacher Gu, could you help me with something? Gu Han beamed with absolute joy and eagerly replied. What is it? Speak your mind. As long as it is within my power, I will make sure the academy grants it. 4 days later, Lu Fan and his beloved aunt Han Ke had fully packed their bags, ready to move out. As Lu Fan leaned down to lock up their old home, Han Ke stood beside him staring at the place they had lived in for years with bittersweet nostalgia. She sighed, admitting that she had never imagined a day would actually come when they would pack up and leave. Having spent so many years in this home, parting with it felt incredibly difficult. Lu Fan brushed the dust off his hands, turning to give his aunt an optimistic, reassuring smile. Come on, auntie, do not be sad. We have a gorgeous brand new villa waiting for us and a mountain of savings. From now on, the two of us can live comfortably wherever we choose in this world. Han Ke looked at her amazing nephew whom she had raised single-handedly since he was small, feeling deeply moved by how much he had grown. It felt like just yesterday he was a tiny boy moving in with her. Time truly flew by in the blink of an eye. Right on cue, Qin Qiu and Tao Zi pulled up in a flashy, ultra-stylish convertible. Qin Qiu rolled down the window and yelled, Hey Lu Fan and Kay, we are here to pick you up. Tao Zi behind the wheel chimed in happily. We are all officially students of Dragon Capital Academy now. The Qin family even booked a private jet to fly us there in style. We can all register at school together. Lu Fan was surprised to see Tao Zi driving and asked, Wait Tao Zi, did you decide to join Dragon Capital Academy too? She answered honestly with a playful grin. Well, my lady and I got the exact same score. But she kept muttering that if Lu Fan chose Dragon Capital Academy, then she would absolutely. Hearing her secret spilled, Qin Qiu blushed deep red, frantically trying to cover Tao Zi's mouth while stuttering nervously. Stop talking nonsense. Aunt Han Ke chuckled warmly and thanked them, saying she felt bad for causing them so much trouble. She never expected Lu Fan to be so incredibly thoughtful. She remembered him bravely negotiating with Gu Han, requesting that she be admitted to Dragon Capital Academy as well. The official admission letter was sent to Han Ke, who actually possessed an ultra-rare hidden class, the Phantom Chef. After weighing his options, Gu Han had enthusiastically agreed, saying that it would not be an issue. Though he still had to consult the other academy teachers before locking in the final decision, he made it happen. Overwhelmed with pure emotion, Aunt Han Ke leaned against Lu Fan, tears of absolute joy streaming down her face. Back when she first decided to follow the path of a chef, she had always dreamed of studying at a legendary academy, just like everyone else, giving her a chance to start fresh and live a truly meaningful life. Lu Fan was just a child back then, and she never expected him to remember her silent, long-lost dream. Lu Fan wrapped an arm around her shoulder, offering a warm squeeze. Come on, auntie, no more tears. Qin Qiu chimed in playfully, urging them that time waits for no one and they had better get moving. Han Ke quickly wiped her tears and happily shouted back, Let us go. Watching his aunt finally taste true happiness warmed Lu Fan's heart, filling him with hope for their bright future. She had sacrificed so much for him, settling for a boring, ordinary lifestyle class just to raise him. He remembered her silent sadness and frustration from those days, like it was yesterday. He had made a solemn vow to secure a legendary life for both of them, and he was going to make it happen. This was only the beginning. Arriving at the magnificent Dragon Capital, Han Ke was absolutely awestruck by the massive crowd and the sheer size of the academy gates. The energy here was electric. Wow, this place is so lively. The capital was on a whole other level compared to their hometown. Even Qin Qiu was bursting with pure excitement. Look over there, they are selling so many bizarre ultra-rare treasures right on the street. Looking up at the towering ancient buildings in front of him, Lu Fan figured this had to be Longdu Academy. But right then, an incredibly arrogant voice echoed from right behind them. "Your Highness, we have finally arrived." The speaker was a woman dressed in incredibly lavish attire, who glanced around with utter disdain before sneering. "Well, it looks like the capital of the Dragon Nation is nothing special after all. Utterly mediocre." This was Jin Ju's crew. The moment she spotted Lu Fan, Jin Ju's expression twisted in pure annoyance. Kui Hongtai looked quite surprised to see Lu Fan here, asking in disbelief, "Is that really Lu Fan?" Lu Fan was just as shocked to run into Jin Ju's group here. Talk about terrible luck first thing in the morning. What is she even doing here? Seriously, stepping in dog garbage first thing in the morning is the worst. Chen Tianji, the new dragon tamer recruited by Jin Ju, aggressively marched up to Lu Fan and shouted a direct challenge. "So this is the famous dragon tamer everyone keeps talking about? Well, that saves us the trouble of hunting you down." Sensing the rising tension, Kui Hongtai quickly stepped in to hold Chen Tianji back, whispering, "Hey kid, don't do anything reckless." Jin Ju also raised her hand slightly to stop him, her voice icy cold. "No, Ruan Changfeng has already been dismissed from his post. If we cause trouble here, we will definitely get deported back home instantly. This is definitely not the time to act." Hearing her words, Chen Tianji quickly bowed his head in obedience. "Understood, please forgive my rashness, Your Highness." Watching this unfold, Taozi couldn't help but ask, "What is going on between you guys?" Qin Qiu finally racked her brain and quickly explained the situation to Taozi. "Oh, right now I remember. My dad mentioned before that she originally came to the Dragon Nation as an exchange student. Don't tell me she is actually attending this very same academy." Hanka looked quite worried and tightly grabbed Lu Fan's hand. Just then, Principal Gu Han arrived, carrying a thick stack of books to welcome the new students. "Oh, what perfect timing, have both of your groups arrived. Come on inside. Don't tell me that the two of you don't even know each other. You were the top 2 scorers of the Southern Province in the recent trials, and both of you are incredibly talented dragon tamers. That is why our academy specially gave you two a very flashy nickname, the Gemini Twin Stars of the Southern Province." Hearing this shocking news, Lu Fan began to question his entire existence. The runner-up Chen Tianji is actually a dragon tamer too. Even though there was no real bad blood between them, Chen Tianji still glared at Lu Fan with absolute hostility, sneering in a completely disrespectful tone. "I have heard a lot about you, Lu Fan." Lu Fan could only reluctantly acknowledge this awkward so-called connection. "Teacher Gu, I guess you could say we have already crossed paths and met each other before. We are quite exhausted after such a long journey, so we would like to go rest up first." Han Ke looked at Lu Fan with worried eyes, whispering, "Lu Fan, let's get out of here." Gu Han happily replied, "All right, let me show you to your lodgings first then. If there is anything you do not like, we can easily change it for you. By the way, I will also briefly explain the upcoming orientation ceremony for the new freshmen, which will take place tomorrow." Hearing this, Jin Ju flatly rejected Gu Han's offer to guide them. "No need to trouble yourself, we can find our own way." With that, the two groups parted ways and headed in different directions. Gu Han led Lu Fan's group over to a massive, incredibly luxurious residential villa district. Lush ancient trees provided plenty of shade all around, and each villa even featured its own private pool with crystal clear water. Gu Han then explained the rules. "This exclusive villa area is reserved specifically for our absolute best elite freshman students. There are only 30 villas in total in this entire district. Every single year, the academy instructors must meticulously review the exam footage of all applicants multiple times to carefully select the top 30 elite scorers on the global leaderboard. Only those who rank within this elite top 30 are permitted to live in this exclusive residential area." She paused for a brief moment, looking at Lu Fan with immense pride. Since Lu Fan outstandingly claimed the undisputed #1 spot on the overall leaderboard, this magnificent villa #1 will be the exact place you get to move into. She then glanced over at Chen Tianji standing in the distance and added, "As for Chen Tianji, the runner-up from the Southern Province, he is currently ranked 18th on the national leaderboard of the entire Dragon Nation, so villa number 18 over there will belong to him." Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but sneer inwardly with sheer disdain. It seems Chen Tianji has completely sold out and accepted Jin Ju's shameful conditions, throwing away his dignity and basic humanity, yet he still thinks he is worthy of being called my twin star. Pathetic. Seeing Lu Fan lost in deep thought, Qin Qiu spoke up to ask Teacher Gu, with Mai and Taozi's performance, there is no way we made it into the top 30, right? In that case, could you tell us where the regular student dorms are located so we can go ahead and check in? Gu Han gently replied. Of course, Qin Qiu, Taozi, and Han Ke. I will take the three of you to check out the dormitories in a bit. But honestly, in terms of daily comfort, those rooms can never compare to these massive villas over here. Hearing Gu Han say that, Han Ke boldly asked, if that is the case, is it alright if we all just move in and live with Xiao Fan here? Taozi and Qin Qiu were completely stunned, blurting out in unison, wait, live together with Lu Fan. Gu Han tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Well, looking at the academy rules, there really is nothing that forbids this kind of arrangement. It is perfectly fine as long as the official owner of this villa gives their full permission. Han Ke immediately turned around and gave Lu Fan a pleading look. Xiao Fan, you do not have any issue with that, do you? Or is it? Is it that you do not want to eat the delicious meals your aunt cooks for you anymore? Hearing his aunt, Lu Fan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Of course not, Auntie. How could I possibly object to that? Seeing Lu Fan agree, Hanka beamed with joy, grabbed Qin Qiu and Taozi by their arms, and said excitedly, see, he does not mind at all. So we are all moving in together. This is the perfect chance to bond and build some great chemistry between everyone. It will also make things much easier when we team up for missions in the future. Taozi hesitated, stuttering nervously. Realizing there was no turning back now, Lu Fan had to go along with it. So he offered, why don't you guys and Auntie just stay here with me? The dormitories are actually quite far from here. If we want to hang out later, we would have to walk across half the campus just to meet up. Qin Qiu and Taozi still felt a bit awkward, but the appeal of living in a luxurious, comfortable villa was simply too hard to resist. Qin Qiu quickly agreed, and seeing her given Taozi, decided to go along with it as well. All right then, since the young lady has already agreed, I do not have any objections to this either. Besides, the living conditions here are far better than the cramped student dorms anyway. Hanke happily took Qin Qiu by the hands and laughed playfully. This means from now on, you will finally get to taste the delicious home-cooked meals that I make myself, young lady. Then Taozi pointed at Lu Fan, warning him with a sharp glare. Listen, living with us is fine, but do not even think about pulling any funny business with our young lady. Do not get any weird ideas. I will be keeping my eyes on you. Lu Fan quickly waved his hands, shaking his head to show he had absolutely no such intentions. Just then, a new notification flashed across his system screen. You have reached the location marked on the treasure map. Lu Fan was utterly shocked. What? The treasure is right in the neighboring villa. He quickly turned and asked Gu Han. Excuse me, teacher. Gu, could I ask you a quick question? Who is the owner of that villa number 2 over there? Gu Han looked slightly confused and replied, Oh, I am only in charge of managing the new students from Southern Province, so I really do not know much about those from other areas. But from what I recall, villa number 2 is only occupied by a single girl. Hearing that, Lu Fan immediately turned to his group and said, Auntie, you too. And Teacher Gu, why don't you guys head to villa number 1 first? I want to go introduce myself to our new neighbor. Han Ke giggled with a knowing look and teased, I completely understand, go ahead. Just make sure you prepare a proper greeting gift for her, all right? Lu Fan quickly tried to explain, his face turning red. Auntie, please do not overthink things. I really just want to introduce myself and check out what kind of person managed to take second place in the entrance exams this time around. Watching Lu Fan walk away, Han Ke smiled warmly and thought to herself, running off to introduce himself the moment he hears the neighbor is a girl. He is so funny. Our Xiao Fan really is quite something. Standing nearby, Taozi clicked her tongue and muttered with a frown. He already gets to live with 3 gorgeous girls like us, and yet he still runs off to hit on the neighbor. Wow, I totally underestimated him. Unbelievable. I really truly did underestimate what kind of guy he is. As he walked, Lu Fan suddenly felt his ears burning as if someone was gossiping about him. He sighed to himself. Why do I feel like everyone is misunderstanding me right now? Walking a bit further, he finally arrived. Holding the pastry box his aunt prepared in one hand, Lu Fan reached out and rang the doorbell of villa number 2 with the other. He wondered if the neighbor would like Auntie's home-baked cookies. It would be perfect if he could get invited inside for a quick chat. Since everyone just moved in here, he had to locate the treasure quickly before anyone else suspected anything. The villa's front door slowly opened, and a young woman with long, smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders stepped out. Lu Fan quickly greeted her politely. Hello, I am Lu Fan. I live in Villa Number 1, and I am from Jianghai City in Southern Province. He paused for a second and then continued with a sincere smile. This is just a small welcoming gift, since we are going to be neighbors. I was really hoping we could get to know each other. With that, Lu Fan hands over the pastry box. He explains that this pumpkin cake has a special effect, permanently granting a 3-point boost to agility upon its very first use. Seeing her silent response, Lu Fan starts to feel a bit awkward. She reaches out for the box, and finally speaks in a cold, clear, yet distant voice. Jian Yang from Jingyunbei. Lu Fan thinks to himself that her voice is incredibly cute, though trying to have a normal, casual conversation with someone this cold is going to be a real challenge. Gathering his courage, he politely asks if he can step inside. So classmate Jian Yang, would it be alright if I came in for a bit? I am actually feeling pretty thirsty right now, and was hoping to grab a quick glass of water. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Lu Fan cringes. That excuse was honestly so ridiculous. His ulterior motive was blindingly obvious. But surprisingly, Jian Ying just gives a small nod and swings the door wide open, letting him right inside. Thrilled that she agreed, Lu Fan does not waste a single second. He quickly rushes inside, while blurting out his thanks. Thanks a ton. Once inside, Lu Fan reminds himself that he cannot linger here. He needs to move fast, locate that treasure, and get out of there. With his goal in mind, he starts peeking into every room, eyes scanning the area frantically. Ah, is this the bedroom? Wait, no, wrong door, it is just the bathroom. Suddenly, a brilliant mystical glow catches his eye, radiating from a slightly ajar door further down. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lu Fan throws the door wide open. There it is. This has to be the one room Jian Ying has not explored yet. The system interface instantly flashes a notification. He has reached the marked location on the treasure map. Right before him sits a brilliant, glowing jade-colored dragon egg. Right in the center of the room, a stunning jade dragon gall rests peacefully. Lu Fan cannot help but cheer. Yes, this is definitely the second dragon gall. The system chimes in right on cue, confirming he has successfully acquired one jade dragon gall. With the loot in hand, he immediately activates his flash wing skill to teleport back outside, calling out a quick goodbye to Jian Ying. Right at that moment, she is stepping calmly out of the kitchen carrying 2 glasses of water. Actually, my thirst is completely gone. I will take my leave now. Lu Fan blurts out, his voice shaking with nervous energy. It was awesome meeting you. See you at the freshman ceremony tomorrow. Once he vanishes, Jian Ying glances back at her pile of discarded women's clothes sitting on the bed. A sudden wave of intense suspicion washes over her. Could Lu Fan actually be some kind of pervert? Later that night, in the private bedroom of Villa Number 1, the lights are still burning bright. Xiao Ye, currently hanging out in his black dragon form, stares intently at the glowing jade-colored dragon egg resting on the table. Lu Fan gently picks up the egg and begins executing the hatching ritual, repeating the exact same steps he used when he first found Xiao Ye. He triggers his dragon taming art skill. Right away, the dragon egg begins to crack, making sharp popping sounds as the shell slowly splits apart. An incredibly cute baby dragon, with a brilliant jade-colored body and a shining green gem embedded on its forehead, slowly crawls out of the broken shell, letting out a highly adorable little squeak. The system immediately establishes the contract and displays the detailed attribute sheet. Level 1 Jade Dragon. Strength is 122. Spirit is 659. Agility is 153, and durability is 216. Its Spring of Life skill grants massive continuous health regeneration to all allies in range. The Jade Light skill uses accumulated stacks of Jade Blessing to buff a designated target, cleansing all negative effects and debuffs while boosting all of their attributes by 30%. Additionally, each stack of Jade Blessing can protect the target from a single instance of fatal damage. Its natural assimilation skill allows it to consume and devour gear, absorbing and integrating those items' unique properties into itself for active use. Staring at the stats of his newly hatched baby dragon, Lu Fan knits his brows in deep thought. So, the Jade Dragon is not a combat-focused beast. Having over 600 spirit points makes it crystal clear that this is a pure support dragon. Next, the interface displays more critical details regarding its lineage. It possesses the rare special Jade Dragon bloodline. All healing and buff effects are doubled when applied to fellow dragon species or those with shared bloodlines. Furthermore, the user becomes completely immune to all negative status effects. It also boosts health and mana regeneration rates by 5,000%. Thanks to the shared bloodline contract, the Dragon Tamer receives 10% of all stats from the Jade Dragon pet. Lu Fan feels a sudden surge of pure excitement. Doubled, you say? In other words, for dragons like Xiao Ye and anyone sharing the bloodline like himself, every single buff is going to be scaled up massively. During the recent exam when Xiao Ye received the Dragon's Encouragement buff, his spirit stat actually managed to bypass the 7,000 threshold. If he stacks the Jade Dragon's Jade Light buff on top of that, the effect gets doubled to a massive 60%. Would that not send Xiao Ye's spirit stats skyrocketing all the way to nearly 12,000 points? Right now, Xiao Ye was mischievously using the broken eggshell pieces to tease the newly hatched baby dragon. Not backing down, the little dragon raised its head and let out a tiny high-pitched squeak. Lu Fan smiled watching them play while making a mental note. The Jade Dragon even had the rare ability to swallow equipment and absorb its powers as its own. If it reached higher levels in the future and devoured even more rare high-tier gear, there was absolutely no telling how ridiculously powerful it would eventually become. Lu Fan paused for a second, lost in deep thought. But first things first, the most urgent question right now was what name he should actually give this little guy. Suddenly, the baby Jade Dragon nibbled gently on Xiao Ye's leg, forcing Lu Fan to quickly step in and break them up. "Stop it, you two," Xiao Ye cried out with a dramatic whine, acting hurt as she tried to push the little dragon away. Lu Fan scooped up the baby Jade Dragon, speaking to it in a warm, doting voice. "How about I call you Xiao Fei?" He chuckled, looking incredibly pleased with the name he had just come up with. "Perfect, Xiao Fei it is. From now on you are officially Xiao Ye's little sister." The baby dragon seemed to absolutely love her brand new name. She chirped happily in response while Xiao Ye stood nearby, grumbling with a slightly annoyed and jealous pout. Not wanting to be outdone, Xiao Fei puffed out her chest and let out a loud squeak right back. Seeing another squabble about to break out, Lu Fan quickly shushed them, demanding they keep it down. "Hey, stop causing trouble. Do you two seriously want to wake up the entire house right now?" The following morning, as the grand freshman entrance ceremony began, Lu Fan strolled casually down the wide pathway toward the main hall, chatting happily with Qin Qiu and Tao Zi, who walked beside him. He had no idea that the support classes and combat classes had to enter through separate gates for the ceremony. Qin Qiu nodded in agreement, her voice tinged with slight disappointment. Yeah, Sister Han had to head over to a completely different hall for her ceremony. Tao Zi suddenly remembered something, turning to Lu Fan to ask about the strange noise she heard last night. "By the way, Lu Fan, what was all that loud racket coming from your room last night?" Lu Fan flashed a mysterious smile and tried to explain, looking slightly embarrassed about last night's events. Just then, as Lu Fan, Qin Qiu, and Tao Zi walked past, the surrounding male students immediately grew restless, and a wave of excited whispers and jealous murmurs erupted among the crowd. "Hey, check it out. Two absolutely gorgeous girls just walked in over there. One is a priest and the other is a swordsman. They are stunning. They have got to be the new campus beauties. Oh man, if I could just run a dungeon with those two, I could die happy right now." Hearing those delusions, the guy next to him quickly rolled his eyes and scoffed in pure disbelief. "Seriously, are you daydreaming or what? Do you not see that guy walking right between them?" The first guy stubbornly argued back, pointing out that since there were two of them, they could not possibly both be his girlfriends at the same time. Hearing the blatant gossip, Qin Qiu and Tao Zi could not help but blush their cheeks, turning a light shade of pink. With that, the three of them headed toward the freshman section to find their assigned seats. Qin Qiu pulled Tao Zi close and whispered that according to Teacher Gu, students with hidden classes were all assigned to sit in the very front rows. Hearing this, Tao Zi looked quite disappointed and sighed. "Aw, so that means I cannot sit next to you today, Qin Qiu. Then what am I supposed to do?" While navigating through the crowd to find his seat, Lu Fan suddenly noticed a tough, fierce-looking guy standing nearby, glaring directly at him without even blinking once. That fierce-looking guy over there actually looks pretty familiar. He searched his memory for a moment before it clicked. Now, I remember. He is that extremely loud and annoying fire user from the recent entrance exams. As it turned out, that tough-looking guy was none other than Hong Wu. Lu Fan glanced back, offered a polite and friendly little smile, and then simply kept walking right past him without another word. Seeing Lu Fan walk by, Hong Wu grit his teeth in absolute fury, his heart burning with intense rage as he recalled the sheer humiliation he had recently suffered in front of that bald principal. That old bald bastard had yelled at him, asking if he still thought he was the top scorer. Go look at the leaderboard right now and see for yourself just how massive the gap is between you and Lu Fan. recalling how he had helplessly knelt at the bald man's feet, pleading completely in vain. Hongwu's hatred and bitterness toward Lu Fan flared up to a whole new level. Lu Fan, you are the one who made me lose all my dignity in front of the principal. I have finally run into you here today. Standing off to the side, Taozi felt a bit anxious, realizing that students with hidden classes were indeed segregated into their own special seating area like this. So doesn't this mean Lu Fan gets to sit right next to Xiao Chu every single day? While looking for a seat, Lu Fan suddenly spots Jian Ying. He gives her a cheerful wave saying, "Oh, hey there." Qin Chu notices this and curiously asks Lu Fan, "Do you actually know her too?" He just nods calmly in response. "Yeah, I guess so. She is actually our neighbor in Villa number 2, and her name is Jian Ying." Hearing this, Qin Chu can't hide her surprise and gasps, "Oh, so that is how it is. Does that mean her overall score was actually high enough to land her the number 2 spot on the leaderboard? To be that gorgeous and possess such insane power is wild." After that, they both take their pre-arranged seats. Lu Fan ends up right in the middle, with Qin Q on one side and Jian Ying on the other. A few male students sitting in the rows below immediately start whispering to each other in pure envy, saying, "Choosing to come to this Longdu Academy was definitely the best decision ever. Just look at that guy over there. He is literally surrounded by nothing but absolute top-tier beauties. But so what? What does being around hot girls even do for him? Like you actually stand a chance. As for that guy, I bet 80% he is just some total shameless simp. We definitely need to find a way to get close to him and grab his contact info later." Suddenly, a booming and highly authoritative voice echoes all across the massive auditorium. "Quiet down, everyone." A middle-aged man with an incredibly stern and serious expression steps up to the podium. "I am the vice principal of Longdu Academy and combat magic professor Zhao Shengming." This man is indeed Zhao Shengming, an absolute level 78 powerhouse holding the legendary Lightning Mage class. Zhao Shengming continues his speech, his booming voice echoing through the room. "First of all, on behalf of the entire Academy administration, I want to extend a warm welcome to all the outstanding freshmen who successfully passed the exams to join us here. I am not someone who likes to waste time on empty fancy speeches. Up next, the instructors will go ahead and hand out student identity cards to all of you." With that, Gu Han walks down the rows, handing Lu Fan and the others a sleek pitch-black card with a gold border that looks incredibly luxurious and high-end. Zhao Shengming continues in a serious tone. "While they do that, I will quickly go over some of the most important rules of this academy. Once these identity cards are handed out, it officially serves as proof that every single one of you has now become a recognized student of our prestigious Longdu Academy. Built right inside each card, you will find a unique integrated system that tracks your points. Make no mistake, these points will serve as the primary currency, accepted throughout the entire academy grounds. Whether you want to enter the dangerous dungeons for training, or want to purchase rare high-grade gear and premium medicine, you will absolutely need to spend these accumulated points for everything." Pausing for a moment, he adds, "The starting balance of points for each student is calculated directly from the score you managed to achieve on your recent entrance exam. Longdu Academy ID card Lu Fan, 13,539 points." A male student sitting below raises his hand to ask, "Excuse me, Vice Principal, but the difficulty of the entrance exam is different in each province. Doesn't that mean students from provinces with easier exams get a massive advantage with higher starting points? That does not really seem very fair to the rest of us, does it?" Zhao Shengming immediately clarifies the situation. Of course, the Academy administration has already taken that exact factor into very careful consideration. Each student's starting points are calculated by taking their actual exam score and dividing it by a special regional coefficient. This coefficient is determined by how difficult your home province's exam actually was. The harder the exam, the smaller the divisor you get. For instance, the entrance exam in the Southern Province was by far the hardest this year. Because of that, every student from the Southern Province gets the absolute smallest divisor of 9.6. Holding the sleek black card, Lu Fan realizes that this number represents his entire net worth in this place. Now Zhao Shengming highlights a few crucial points that every freshman must understand. Keep in mind the starting points you currently hold are strictly temporary for the time being. Once the freshman assessment takes place in a month, those point balances are going to undergo a massive and dramatic shakeup. The top 30 students from that upcoming assessment will earn a spot in the prestigious Qingyun class, a highly exclusive program reserved for the Academy's absolute elite. Naturally, members of the Qingyun class will receive a ton of incredible exclusive benefits. For example, they can request permission to explore restricted dungeons that have been sealed away for ages. They get first dibs on special gear, and of course they get to move into the luxury villa district among other perks. The guys sitting behind Lu Fan start whispering to each other in pure excitement saying, "The Qingyun class, man, this is the first time I have ever heard of that group." Same here. But hey, does this mean we actually stand a chance of moving into that incredibly fancy villa area too? Sitting nearby, Lu Fan is thinking about something else entirely. In other words, holding the top spot means he already qualifies for the Qingyun class. But if he somehow falls behind later, won't they kick him right out of Villa number 1? Zhao Shengming smiles faintly before continuing in a highly encouraging tone. Haha. He chuckled, noting how desperately everyone wanted to get into the prestigious Qingyun class. But first, he warned there was one major thing they all needed to understand. Making it into the Qingyun class did not mean they could just relax and stop worrying. Any student in the academy has the absolute right to challenge anyone currently sitting in the Qingyun class. Members of the Qingyun class must win their duels in order to secure and protect their own spot. But if a Qingyun member loses, they have to hand over their precious spot to the challenger who just defeated them. On top of that, here is the kicker. Qingyun class members are completely forbidden from declining any challenge thrown their way. With that, he fired up a massive screen behind him, proudly displaying the new student rankings as he continued speaking. Right now, the Qingyun class has exactly 30 members representing the top 30 scorers from the recent entrance exam. And sitting comfortably at the number 1 spot is this year's top scorer of Southern Province, the Dragon Tamer Lu Fan. Seeing Lu Fan slowly stand up, the male students sitting below stared in utter disbelief, their mouths hanging wide open. Instant panic. What he is number 1 is not that guy supposed to be nothing but a pathetic simp. The top dragon tamer. If that is true, then he must actually own a real living dragon. Keep your voice down. If he actually has a real dragon, we could get wiped out without even knowing it. Even if it is just a basic earth dragon, that is still insanely cool. No wonder he managed to take the ultimate crown as the top scorer of the province. The boys then turned their gaze back to Lu Fan, their eyes filled with intense jealousy and suspicion. I literally just did a quick search on him, but there is absolutely no record of his exam scores or test videos anywhere. Could he be a total fake? What if he used connections to sneak through the back door? It is super sketchy that everything is hidden. Only Chen Tianji, the second rank of Southern Province, had his powerful father step up to vouch for Lu Fan. Take a look at that dragon of his though. Honestly, it looks pretty badass. Meanwhile, Chen Tianji leaned over to whisper to Jin Zhou in a brown-nosing tone, asking Her Highness when they could finally make a move to crush Lu Fan. He begged her to set it up quickly. Jin Zhou glanced coldly at Lu Fan before offering a frosty reply. His actual strength is still a complete mystery. We absolutely cannot afford to make a reckless move right now. First, we need to find a way to test his true power. Sitting next to Lu Fan Ken, Q looked at him with worried eyes and whispered, asking if the vice principal's speech was just a deliberate invitation for the entire school to come and challenge him. Lu Fan remained completely chill. He flashed a relaxed smile, finding it highly amusing, and noted how he did not expect such an entertaining show today. Once the ceremony wrapped up, Lu Fan sighed with relief, glad that the boring assembly was finally over. Now, it was time to level up Xiaofei so she could unlock some powerful new forms soon. He turned to Qinqiu and Taozi, inviting them to check out the dungeon hall to see what cool realms the school had. Suddenly, an aggressive voice yelled from behind, calling out to Lu Fan. It was none other than Hong Wu. Stomping forward, he pointed a finger directly at Lu Fan's face and barked out a demand for a duel. Lu Fan merely glanced at him with total indifference, asking if he wanted a duel. Seeing Lu Fan's lack of concern, Hong Wu grew even more smug, laughing mockingly as he confirmed it. The vice principal said it himself. Qingyun class members are absolutely not allowed to turn down any challenges thrown at them. Lu Fan, since you supposedly have the power of a top scorer, why are you too scared to fight me? Internally, Hong Wu was plotting, highly confident that victory was already guaranteed since absolutely nobody could locate Lu Fan's actual exam scores or combat videos. Even if he did have some real strength, he probably just summoned a bunch of sub-dragons to cheese the exam. If that is the case, focusing all attacks on the summoner himself will guarantee an easy victory. Lu Fan looked thoughtful for a second before slowly accepting the challenge, telling him to bring it on if he wanted it that badly. Hong Wu immediately laid down the stakes, wagering 200 academy points of his own if he somehow lost the fight. To Lu Fan, that tiny amount of points was practically nothing, way too low. Still, he played along and pretended to think it over, muttering that 200 points was probably a massive fortune for a guy like him. Lu Fan then agreed to the terms of 200 points immediately, sending a massive wave of excited whispers through the surrounding crowd. Already, someone is already bold enough to challenge the top-ranked champion of the province. He is the #1 dragon tamer of Southern Province, after all. There is definitely going to be an epic show. A dragon tamer is basically just a summoner anyway. Sensing a perfect chance to test Lu Fan's true powers, Jin Zhou quickly turned and whispered some instructions to Chen Tianji. This is actually a perfect opportunity for them to test his true strength and see what he can do. Pay close attention to his every single move. Right now, Hongwu's face is practically glowing with pure excitement. He slides into a fighting stance and signals with his hand, saying they will begin on the count of 3. Standing nearby, Bao Taozi looks a bit worried and whispers to Qin Qiu, wondering if Lu Fan might actually lose this. Qin Qiu just smiles mysteriously and responds with absolute confidence. Heh, you probably have never seen Lu Fan when he actually gets serious in a real fight, have you? The countdown is almost over. 2, 1. Qin Qiu glances toward Lu Fan and adds confidently, "You are about to find out right now." Right then, Hongwu charges up his power, channeling a brilliant golden energy that gathers around his left fist. He lets out a loud roar and charges toward Lu Fan like lightning, screaming that it is time to end this. Hongwu throws a devastating punch aimed straight at Lu Fan, yelling out as he unleashes his Qi Strike skill. The powerful energy focusing around his fist multiplies the damage of his attack instantly. If this blow connects, his total energy will increase by 1 point. But unfortunately for him, that devastating strike completely misses Lu Fan, hitting nothing but empty air. Lu Fan had already vanished without a trace, teleporting a safe distance away. Hongwu is left standing there, completely speechless with his jaw dropped. Wait, how is this possible? That is a second-tier mage teleportation skill. How on earth did a guy like Lu Fan manage to learn a move like that? Having teleported away, Lu Fan casually waves his hand to mock and taunt Hongwu. He taunts him, mentioning he heard that Qigong masters are highly versatile, possessing rock-solid defense, devastating attacks, incredibly agile, close combat, and highly effective long-range capabilities, all at the exact same time. Surely this can't be all the strength you've got, right? It turns out Lu Fan just used his teleportation boots to activate the Flash Leap skill. This skill allows the user to blink instantly to any spot within a 50-meter radius, and it only has a brief 30-second cooldown. Completely infuriated by the taunt, Hongwu grinds his teeth and roars in anger, asking if he has a death wish. With that, he channels his energy, gathering a massive golden aura around both of his arms before unleashing a relentless storm of rapid attacks with all his might. He laughs, unleashing his special move, which fires off 3 incredibly powerful blasts of pure energy. With each successful hit, the damage he inflicts increases by 5%, and every single blow that connects adds another point to his total energy pool. Hongwu continues to strike blindly, his mouth running with arrogant boasting the entire time. Haha, there is absolutely no way you can dodge or block these relentless attacks of mine. He figures that as long as he keeps up the pressure and stops him from summoning his dragon companion, he can easily take him down once a single opening appears. Yet all of those flashy and powerful strikes are effortlessly dodged by Lu Fan, who makes the whole thing look like child's play. Before Hongwu can even register what is happening, Lu Fan suddenly appears right in front of him, closing the distance at a terrifying speed. Gasping in sheer terror at the sight, he instinctively throws his arms up to conjure a massive rock-solid shield of pure energy, desperate to protect himself from the incoming attack. Secretly, his arrogant confidence returns in that moment. Unless an incoming strike exceeds 280 points of damage, breaking through this defense is absolutely impossible. This is his absolute strongest defensive technique, consuming every drop of his remaining energy to form an incredibly durable barrier that is as solid as a mountain. Every single charge of energy consumed increases the overall defense of his shield by 5%. However, the supposedly unbreakable shield that he is so proud of is shattered into a million pieces by a single earth-shattering kick from Lu Fan. The raw power of the impact causes severe internal damage, making Hongwu cough up blood instantly. Did I actually lose? How on earth is this even possible? Following that stunning and lightning-fast counterattack from Lu Fan, the surrounding crowd is left in absolute awe and admiration. He took him down with just a single strike, and he did not even need to activate a single special skill to do it. The members of the Qingyun class really are on a whole different level. How in the world could a dragon tamer defeat a seasoned Qigong master without even bothering to summon his dragon companion. Is this battle seriously over just like that? I really thought we were going to get to see a real dragon with our own eyes today. But wait, look, he is actually bleeding over there. Is he going to be okay? Seeing Hongwu completely defeated on the ground, Lu Fan extends a hand to help him up and offers a few words of comfort. You are still not strong enough. I have not even unleashed my full power yet, and you are already flat on the ground. Hongwu just lies there on the dirt, coughing violently. Watching from the shadows, Jinzhou turns to Chen Tianji with a calculating look, asking if he has seen enough of the fight. If you were to face him in battle, what do you think your chances of winning would be? Chen Tianji's expression darkens, but he quickly forces a flattering tone to reply. That guy Lu Fan did not even summon his dragon companion. To put it simply, he is just a guy with decent physical strength. In a straight-up one-on-one duel, the guard is confident they have about a 30% chance of winning. But with some power buffs and support from Her Highness Princess Jinzhou, they are absolutely certain those odds shoot right up to a solid 70% chance of victory. Hearing this, Jinzhou speaks up with a thoughtful look, noting that those odds really are not too low. Meanwhile, Hongwu is still face down on the dirt, struggling to stand, as the agonizing pain from his internal injuries keeps him groaning in misery. Lu Fan casually pulls out his ID card, holding it forward to link up with Hongwu's card and claim his prize. Just like they agreed beforehand, he is happily taking those 200 points off the loser's hands. Lu Fan's system screen pops up right in front of Hongwu, adding those 200 points to show an insane total of 13,739. Seeing that mind-boggling score, Hongwu freezes in pure terror, cold sweat dripping down his face as he stares at the 13,739 points. If they multiply those 13,739 points by the Southern Province multiplier of 9.6, that is basically equivalent to almost 1.3 million raw exam points. 1.3 million points. Meanwhile, the guy sitting comfortably in second place, Chen Tianji, only managed to get around 210,000 points. It is honestly laughable. To think Hongwu was actually confident enough to believe he stood a real chance of beating a monster like him. Over at the Imperial Capital Academy Hall, Qinqiu happily runs up to break the good news to Lu Fan. She shouts out to Lu Fan, telling him they finally brought Sister Han Ke along. The moment Han Ke hears that Lu Fan was challenged, she rushes over in a total panic, frantically asking him how someone could already challenge him so soon. She asks if her precious nephew is hurt anywhere, but Lu Fan just smiles warmly, reassuring his sweet aunt that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Tao Zi stares at Lu Fan, her eyes completely wide with lingering shock. She can barely believe Lu Fan sent Hongwu flying with just a single effortless kick. Qinqiu happily agrees with her, proudly praising him for his insane display of power. Qinqiu giggles, reminding Tao Zi that she already warned her about this. From the very first moment they met, she knew Lu Fan was way stronger than even her own uncle. This leaves Tao Zi in absolute awe, pointing out that if Lu Fan himself is already this ridiculously strong, then his legendary dragon pet must be on a completely different level. It is honestly hard to even imagine, and Qinqiu shakes her head in agreement, admitting the whole thing is just mind-blowing. Lu Fan spots something interesting on the school tablet and quickly turns the screen around to share it with the group. Now that everyone is gathered together, he suggests they all take a quick look at this screen. He explains that he just finished scanning the list of academy dungeons. This specific one offers a ton of experience points, making it the perfect spot for them to level up together. The tablet screen displays the details for the terrifying Poison Spider Forest dungeon, showing a recommended entry level of 45, along with Lu Fan's own profile. The difficulty is set to Dread, requiring at least 5 players, and an activation fee of 45 points. Lu Fan cannot help but feel slightly annoyed, thinking that if Hongwu had not wasted his time, his dragon Xiaofei would have gained plenty of experience by now. Han Ke looks over the dungeon details, instantly growing anxious as she voices her concerns. Even though she was brought along just to meet the minimum party size, she warns them that a level 45 dungeon is absolutely no joke and definitely not some silly playground game they can just laugh off. If anything goes wrong in there, the entire party is going to be in serious danger. Hearing his aunt's worries, Lu Fan speaks up with absolute confidence, taking full responsibility for their safety. He tells her to relax, promising he is fully confident in his ability to lead everyone safely through this dangerous zone. Realizing they are still short-handed, Tao Zi points out a major problem. Even if Lu Fan can carry the team, counting Sister Han Ke only brings their total party size up to 4 people. but they absolutely need 5 players to enter a crucial detail that Lu Fan is only just now realizing. He turns to ask Chinchu if there is anyone else they can recruit to complete their party. Chin-Q taps his shoulder, gesturing toward a nearby area and mentioning that the girl from Villa number 2 is actually standing right there. Chin-Chu points out that since she secured second place on the overall academy leaderboard, a level 45 dungeon like this should be a total walk in the park for someone of her high caliber. She suggests he invite her over, while across the room, Jian Ying sits alone browsing through the list of available dungeons. Lu Fan walks over to her, offering a polite greeting as classmate Jian Ying looks up. The moment she spots Lu Fan, her expression instantly sours, twisted with a clear look of pure disdain. Staring at her cold reaction, Lu Fan immediately realizes there must be a huge misunderstanding between them. He silently curses, knowing she is totally misjudging him, though he has to admit his suspicious behavior from the other day did not help his case. Quickly playing it cool, he mentions that since they are both checking out the dungeon list, they might as well team up. He hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage to ask, would you like to join our party? Lu Fan was feeling incredibly nervous inside. Talking to Jian Ying was always a struggle, and he half expected her to just coldly tell him to get lost. After an awkward silence that felt like a freezing cold breeze, Jian Ying kept her usual look of cold disgust, stared at Lu Fan, and muttered a single word: pervert. Standing off to the side, Hanke eyed Lu Fan with deep suspicion. Xiaofan Taozi chimed in, asking the exact same thing. Lu Fan, what on earth did you do to her? Caught completely off guard, Lu Fan panicked and began to stutter defensively. It's a misunderstanding. This is all just a huge misunderstanding. Well, it all started back when I went to introduce myself. Lu Fan quickly tried to change the subject to deflect their attention. Even though our first meeting was admittedly a little weird, I swear on my life that I am actually a completely normal and decent guy. I noticed you were looking for a dungeon to run, and honestly, I don't really know anyone else around here either. Plus, we just happen to need one more member to enter the Spider Forest dungeon. It'd be so much better if we just teamed up, wouldn't it? Jian Ying glanced at the Spider Forest dungeon's details on the screen, softly muttering to herself. The Spider Forest, huh? Fine by me. Hearing those words, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Does this mean we've officially formed a party now? He asked eagerly. Qin Qiyu quickly jumped in to put in a good word for Lu Fan. No matter how you look at it, the fact that Lu Fan was specially admitted to the Qingyun class by Teacher Gu is already a huge achievement for him. Tao Zi still seemed quite cheerful, though she harbored some doubts. Was it really this easy to recruit an absolute genius from Yunbei province with just a few simple casual words? Lu Fan continued to lay out the fantastic perks of joining their party for Jian Yang, saying, I'm even willing to split my own accumulated points evenly among everyone on the team. Hearing this, Jian Yang instantly rejected the offer without a second thought. No need, she replied coldly. With that, Jian Ying swiped her ID card to enter the dungeon by herself. Her status screen instantly flashed a notification. You have entered the Spider Forest dungeon. 45 points deducted. Remaining balance 8,740 points. Jian Ying glanced back and urged them in her signature icy tone, let's move. Seeing her balance, Lu Fan was stunned to find she had already amassed over 8,000 points. He had no idea what the difficulty multiplier was for Yunbei province. But even using the South province's max multiplier of 9.6, Jian Ying's base score had to be over 800,000. Her strength was truly nothing to scoff at. Now, the rare Spider Forest dungeon had officially opened. The four of them, Tao Ziqin, Chu Hanke, and Lu Fan, stepped inside one by one. Instantly, Qin Chu gasped in awe. Is this really inside the secret realm? Hanke found the oppressive atmosphere inside the dungeon highly uncomfortable. Covering her nose, she complained, oh my goodness, the air here is so sharp and stinging. It's absolutely awful. Lu Fan looked out at a barren forest, filled with decaying dead trees, painting an incredibly eerie and terrifying scene. He said, looks like that's where we need to go. As they walked curious, Taozi turned to ask him, hey Lu Fan, why did you choose this dungeon anyway? It's a dungeon with a fear level difficulty. Hearing this, Lu Fan glanced back and calmly answered, I searched for ages, but I couldn't find any other dungeon that fits our level range, while offering more experience points than this one. Hearing his explanation, Taozi could only sigh in exasperation. That's not what I meant at all. Just then, Hanke remembered something important. She pulled out a large, delicious-looking bag of cookies and happily shared them with everyone. Oh, hold on a second. We're all here to grind some levels, right? so a treat this good definitely needs to be shared and enjoyed by the whole team. She paused for a moment to explain that these were actually special traveler's cookies. Their special effect grants a 20% boost to all experience points earned for the next 3 hours. Lu Fan couldn't hide his excitement at the sight of the cookies. Awesome. With these, we'll easily be able to reach our second-class advancement in no time. Han Ki beamed with pride as she bragged to the group. This recipe was actually a special blueprint given to me by the professor in charge of life professions. Plenty of other students tried to bake them too, but they all failed. Luckily, my cooking enchantment skill has a really high success rate. Combined with some other helpful buffs, I managed to pull it off successfully on my very first try. With that, Han Ke called Jianying over and happily handed her a cookie. They're fresh out of the oven and still warm, so give one a try. Jianying seemed a bit shy, hesitating before asking, Was the cookie from last time also made by you? Han Ke happily replies, Are you talking about that pumpkin cake from last time? Of course, if you like it, I can make some more for you in the future. Chin Qiu glances at Han Ke, then looks over at Jianying, smiling as she says, Sister Han is an amazing cook, and since we will be neighbors soon, you can swing by our place to visit us anytime you want. Seeing this warm and friendly scene, Jianying cannot help but let out a rare gentle smile. Suddenly, a strange rustling echoes from a nearby thick bush. A long, slender figure covered entirely in sharp black spikes slowly begins to slither into view. Lu Fan instantly goes on high alert, shouting a warning to the team. Everyone stay sharp, a monster has already spotted us. A massive giant python, covered in glossy black scales and lined with razor-sharp spines along its back, slowly glides out from the shadows. Its glowing green and gold eyes lock directly onto Lu Fan's group as it lets out a terrifying spine-chilling hiss. The system panel immediately pops up with the monster's details. It is a level 40 black-scaled giant python yielding 9,120 experience points upon defeat. It drops a venomous fang worth 174 dragon coins and has 2 skills. First is Venomous Fang, which inflicts a stack of deadly poison on its target. Each stack drains 10% of the target's maximum health every single second. Second is Constriction, wrapping tightly around the target to completely immobilize them. Every 5 seconds, the victim loses another 10% of their maximum health. Hot-headed and always ready for a fight, Taozi cannot hold back any longer. She draws her sword and charges straight at the giant beast. Seeing this, Chin Qiu quickly reaches out to stop her, but she is already too late, crying, Taozi, do not be so reckless. Before the warning even finishes, Taozi is already right in front of the giant python, unleashing a lightning-fast slash aiming directly at its massive sharp fangs. Chin Qiu adds with deep concern, all the monsters in this secret realm are over level 40. They are definitely not opponents we can just blindly charge at and attack so recklessly. Standing close by, Han Ke looks incredibly anxious, quickly pulling out some energy-restoring items. As she says in a worried tone, I can cook up some special dishes that will boost our elemental resistances. But first, we absolutely have to go and gather all the necessary ingredients around here. Hearing this, Lu Fan speaks up with total confidence. No need to go through all that trouble, Auntie. Do not worry, just leave this to me. With that, he begins channeling his energy, and a glowing jade-green monosphere slowly forms right in his hand. Watching this unfold, Taozi is completely taken aback. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Jianying also watches Lu Fan's every move intently, wondering if he is about to summon another dragon pet. Xiao Fei, the adorable little jade dragon summoned by Lu Fan, immediately lets out a happy cute growl as it appears. The other 4 are instantly struck with absolute disbelief, completely frozen and utterly speechless. Taozi is the first to speak, her voice trembling in sheer disbelief. What this? Is this actually a dragon? Xiao Fei playfully clings to the top of Lu Fan's head. Smiling, Lu Fan gently coos, telling it to climb down. Stop being so mischievous. Come on down, Xiao Fei. Chin Qiu is equally shocked, stammering, Wait, isn't your dragon named Xiao Ye? Lu Fan, you actually have 2 dragons. Standing right beside them, Han Ke is also completely stunned by this. Little Fan, where did you find this dragon? I have never seen a creature like this in my entire life. Meanwhile, Taozi is still struggling hard against the giant python. Seeing her in trouble, Lu Fan does not hesitate to make his move. Xiao Fei used Jade Light instantly. 3 glowing jade-green leaves materialize above Taozi's head, shimmering with brilliant energy. As the giant snake whips its spike-covered tail straight at her, a mystical green protective shield suddenly materializes to block the blow. The monster's fierce strike is completely neutralized, slamming uselessly against what feels like an unbreakable wall. Stunned by the sudden impact, Taozi lets out a sharp gasp and tumbles backward onto the ground. Seeing her fall, Chin Chu rushes over to her side, shouting, "Taozi, hold on, I will heal you right now." Slowly pushing herself up from the dirt, Taozi looks around in a complete daze, still utterly shocked by what just happened, murmuring, "Wait, it was actually blocked." That is the power of the Jade Light skill, granting the target 3 stacks of Jade Bamboo Blessing to instantly cleanse all debuffs. It also boosts all attributes by 30% with each stack, letting the target completely nullify one single fatal blow. Proud of its work, Xiao Fei flies right back, clinging to Lu Fan's head and rubbing its tiny face affectionately against his cheek with a cute soft growl. Lu Fan gently pats Xiao Fei's head with a smile before turning to reassure the worried group. That is right. With Xiao Fei on our side, everyone can completely rest easy, and we will never have to worry about getting hit by debuffs or taking too much damage ever again. Hearing that, Chin Chu gasps in utter shock. Xiao Fei can block attacks with shields and even grant immunity to negative status effects, all with just one single skill. Honestly, this is way more powerful than even a second-tier priest. Taozi nodded in absolute awe. The dragon race is just way too overpowered. Just a baby dragon, yet it grants complete debuff immunity alongside such massive stat boosts. Seeing this, the black-scaled giant python has gone completely wild with rage. Bearing its long venomous fangs, it lunges like a bolt of lightning toward Chin Chu and Taozi, letting out a series of horrifying screeches. Han Ke quickly yells out a warning, telling everyone to watch out for its incoming strike. Sensing the danger, Lu Fan grips his blade and rushes forward to help, shouting that he will handle it. Out of nowhere, a blazing red energy blade pierces straight through the python's jaw like lightning, killing the beast instantly before it can even make a sound. That was the deadly sword art of Jian Ying. Sheathing her blade, she speaks in a cold, emotionless tone, warning them not to waste any more time since they are already being targeted. The system screen instantly updates. Jian Ying holds the rare hidden class of Sword Kinesis Master, and she is currently at level 21. That brilliant crimson strike was unleashed by her weapon, the blood-shattering sword, which is of epic grade. The weapon details show this epic gear requires level 21 and can only be used by a Sword Kinesis Master. It grants a massive boost of 3,940 strength and 126 agility. This weapon features a special armor-piercing effect that completely ignores 30% of enemy defense, along with a swiftness passive that boosts her sword attack speed by 40%. Lu Fan is completely blown away, realizing that this is indeed Jian Ying. He never expected a Sword Kinesis Master to be so incredibly powerful and agile. The second ranker on the leaderboard is definitely a beast. Just then, a strange movement behind her. Han Ke catches the sharp, vigilant gaze of Jian Ying. Lu Fan senses the danger at the exact same moment and panics, shouting for his aunt to get down as a massive, hideous figure suddenly looms behind her. It is a gigantic spider covered in a shining platinum shell, raising its razor-sharp claws to strike her down from behind. Han Ke stands there frozen, completely unaware of the lethal threat behind her. With no time to lose, Lu Fan activates his Spirit Flash skill to teleport right next to Han Ke. He shoves her out of the way, with all his might, barely dodging the monster's deadly claws. Han Ke lets out a sudden scream of pure terror. Fortunately, a sharp energy blade sent by Jian Ying strikes at that exact second. It deflects the spider's heavy blow, ensuring everyone escapes the deadly encounter completely unharmed. As for the spider, the heavy impact makes it screech out in agonizing pain. Once she catches her breath, Han Ke is shocked by the monster's incredibly tough armor. Could this silver-armored spider actually be completely immune to Jian Ying's powerful armor-piercing attacks? The system screen identifies it as a level 45 silver-armored spider. Taking down this massive creature will yield 15,750 experience points and drops a silver shell worth 4,115 dragon coins. It possesses a venomous fang skill that can easily poison targets upon biting them with each stack, draining 10% of maximum health per second. Its silver armor passive makes it totally immune to armor reduction. Without wasting a single moment, Jian Ying leaps high into the air and charges like lightning toward the monster. Sensing the incoming threat, the spider counters with its pincer pierce skill. It uses its sharp front legs to stab at her. If the first strike misses, it can instantly reactivate the skill for another attempt. The first strike misses, so it reactivates. The second strike misses too, triggering yet another attempt. But thanks to Jian Ying's absolutely insane agility, the monster misses over and over again, forcing it to keep reactivating its skill with zero success. Lu Fan refuses to just stand by. Gripping his blade tight, he rushes into the fray and warns her to be careful. In a flash, he closes the distance right in front of the spider. Without hesitation, he drives his blade right into the center of the spider's head, dealing massive critical damage. With that single blow, the silver-armored spider collapses to the ground, its massive body twitching, before dying on the spot. Jian Ying lightly leaps back from the dust cloud, warning Lu Fan, in her usual cold voice, not to let his guard down. They are not alone out here, and this isn't the only type of monster waiting for us. From the dense undergrowth, several dark silhouettes of more spider monsters slowly begin to emerge. Their glowing red eyes shine in the darkness, staring down at our group with pure hostility. Completely unfazed, Jian Ying summons 2 more flying swords. One of them is a pitch-black blade wrapped in a dark, ominous mist that radiates pure death, the epic Army Destroyer Sword. This sword requires level 21 for the Sword Kinesis Master, and features the Mountain Shaker skill, which boosts physical damage by 20%, and cleaves 2% of that damage to surrounding targets. Next is another sword, its icy blue blade, radiating a freezing bone-chilling aura. This is the Frost Water Sword. It requires level 14 for the Blade Master class, featuring the special Glacial Frost skill that deals ice damage and reduces the opponent's movement speed by 30%. Amidst the swarming silver armor spiders, a massive, intricate spider web suddenly materializes out of nowhere. Right in the center of that web sits a jet-black spider monster with blood-red patterns on its back. Its glowing crimson eyes are staring directly at Jian Ying. Spotting the beast, Jian Ying gasps in sheer shock, exclaiming, "Is that a black web hunter as well?" That black spider in the center is indeed the black web hunter. The system screen confirms it is a level 45 boss monster. Slaying it rewards 39,110 experience points, and potentially drops a black web spider eye worth 7,519 dragon coins. Its deadly skills include Venom Fangs, similar to the silver armor spiders in Spider Web Bind, a skill that wraps targets in super tough thread, killing them within 60 seconds if they are not saved. Lu Fan, with Xiao Fei perched on his shoulder, runs alongside Jian Ying into battle, while asking her out of sheer curiosity, "All your weapons are specifically designed for the Blade Master class, but they do not seem to match each other very well, do they?" Jian Ying swiftly dodges the incoming attacks from the monsters while calmly answering Lu Fan in her usual cold tone. "Blade Masters can forge their own weapons. Every sword I use has leveled up with me since I was level 1. But right now is not the time to be talking about this." Jian Ying unleashes rapid slashes with her Frost Water Sword directly into the silver armor spiders, freezing them instantly. The Glacial Frost skill triggers, dealing massive ice element damage and instantly slowing the movement speed of all affected targets by 30%. Lu Fan thinks to himself, noticing quite a few similarities to his own Dragon Tamer class, except one relies on the power of dragon pets, while the other depends entirely on various weapons. Suddenly, another silver armor spider lunges from behind Jian Ying, letting out a series of menacing high-pitched screeches. With lightning reflexes, Lu Fan rushes over to shield Jian Ying, with his own body shouting out his command, "Xiao Fei, Light of Jade." On command, Xiao Fei lets out a soft chirp, and immediately casts a protective barrier of armor over Jian Ying. Under the effect of the Light of Jade skill, 3 shimmering jade-green leaves materialize above Jian Ying's head. Jian Ying quickly leaps back, calmly swinging her blade to strike the sneak-attacking silver armor spider with Mountain Splitter. The unique skill of her Army Breaker Sword activates, dealing an extra 210% physical damage and splashing 21% of it to nearby targets, unleashing a massive critical strike that shatters the monster's abdomen. With the threat gone, Jian Ying turns to Lu Fan and Xiao Fei, a gentle smile appearing on her face as she speaks with gratitude. "A 30% attribute buff. Thank you so much." Meanwhile, her Frost Water Sword has just leveled up to 15. Lu Fan smiles, quietly evaluating Jian Ying's impressive combat capabilities in his mind. The Bloodbreaker Sword excels at defense penetration. The Frost Water Sword specializes in crowd control and freezing targets, and the Army Breaker Sword blocks attacks while boosting overall damage output. Pretty neat indeed. He realizes that if these 3 swords are coordinated seamlessly, a Blade Master is truly an overpowered and formidable class. The Jade Dragon Xiao Fei has now reached level 2. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes from a distance. Over there, a massive, aggressive swarm of silver armor spiders has completely surrounded Qin Qiuhan Ke and Tao Zi. Sensing the critical danger, Qin Qiu urgently shouts, "Tao Zi, protect Sister Han." Hearing the scream, Lu Fan does not hesitate for a second, sprinting toward the surrounded group. Before departing, he leaves a quick message for Jian Ying. "There are still too many spiders here, so I will handle them for you. Go find and defeat that black web hunter right now." With that, he joins the fray alongside Qin Qiu and Tao Zi, warning them, "Watch out for its spider web bind skill. If you get caught by that silk, escaping will be close to impossible." Jian Ying stands dazed for a moment, watching Lu Fan's retreating back. Suddenly, tough spider silk shoots from a nearby bush, catching her off guard. The 3 layers of defense shields previously cast by Xiao Fei fail to withstand the overwhelming barrage of silk, leaving Jian Ying with a wounded right arm. Clutching her bleeding arm, she grits her teeth through the pain and dashes straight toward the black web hunter's domain. Lu Fan notices this and urgently tries to stop her. "Wait, hold on, Jian Ying. You are hurt. Do not charge in alone like that." Xiao Fei heal her quickly. Armed with the jade canopy barrier provided by Xiao Fei, Qin Qiu immediately urges Lu Fan to make his move. He tells Lu Fan to go after Jian Ying, assuring him they can handle things here with the jade canopy. Hearing this, Lu Fan feels relieved. He quickly dashes off after Jian Ying, calling back to Han Ke, asking her to take good care of everyone while he is gone. After running through a dark, eerie forest covered in massive spiderwebs, Lu Fan finally catches up to where Jian Ying is holding her ground. They are right in the lair of the Black Net Hunter. Spotting her, he yells that he is here to back her up. At this point, Jian Ying's massive army breaker sword is completely trapped in thick webs, unable to move an inch. She stands alone, facing off against the giant Black Net Hunter. Her hand tightly grips her cold water sword while her blood breaker sword hovers in midair, ready to strike at any moment. Fresh wounds cover her body as blood seeps out, leaving her breathing heavily and struggling to keep up her defense. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Fan quickly activates his Jade Light skill, commanding Xiao Fei to deploy a powerful Jade Canopy shield to protect the wounded girl. Even with her severe injuries, Jian Ying remains incredibly stubborn and immediately tries to reject his assistance. Insisting she can handle this on her own, she is blindsided as the Black Net Hunter behind her prepares a lethal surprise attack. Activating its red web binding, the beast shoots out a mass of incredibly tough threads to trap its target. Anyone caught in it will die in 60 seconds if they are not freed. A cold wave of pure despair suddenly washes over Jian Ying. Fearing this is the end, she hears Lu Fan shouting as he rushes forward, telling her to stay focused and follow him. With that, he immediately unleashes his epic Dragon Blood Armor skill. Instantly, his left hand is engulfed in a blazing reddish-gold energy that burns as bright as wildfire. His fingers morph into deadly razor-sharp dragon claws, glowing with the heat of molten lava, looking incredibly dangerous and threatening. Lock-focused and dead serious, Lu Fan swings his massive dragon claw forward with devastating force, aiming straight at the beast. Under the devastating pressure of his dragon claw, a massive spray of dark red blood erupts right before his eyes. Jian Ying watches in complete disbelief, wondering how a single strike could inflict such a massive amount of damage on the boss. Despite their close rankings, she realizes his basic physical strike easily packs the same insane destructive force as her own full-power mountain-shaking technique. Lu Fan then shouts out, calling for Jian Ying to join him in finishing off the monstrous spider. He calls out to move in, instantly activating the powerful effect of his swift wind ring. This item grants him the Wind Blessing, giving him a permanent 35% boost to his basic agility stat. Without hesitation, Jian Ying joins the fray and unleashes her mountain-shaking strike with her army breaker sword, perfectly syncing her attack with Lu Fan's devastating Dragon Fang strike. Their combined forces strike the target directly, instantly slicing the massive Black Net Hunter clean in half. Once the dust settles, the base attributes of Jian Ying's Bloodbreaker sword receive a massive and well-deserved boost. Looking at Lu Fan, she feels a bit flustered, realizing just how massive the gap in power between them actually is. She wonders why fighting alongside this guy brings her such an overwhelming and unexpected sense of security. Meanwhile, the Jade Dragon Xiao Fei reaches level 3, happily flying over to wrap herself around Lu Fan's neck as he grins. He gently pats the adorable little dragon, warmly praising her efforts in battle. Clearing out a few minor monsters was enough to push Xiao Fei to level 3. If they managed to conquer this entire dungeon, she might even hit level 5 by the end of it. Standing to the side, Jian Ying battles her own self-doubt, struggling with the bitter fact that she was just treated like a weakling who needed to be rescued. Meanwhile, Qin Qiu, Han Ke, and Tao Zi successfully clear out their own mob of monsters, and quickly make their way over to rejoin the duo. Qin Qiu calls out cheerfully, announcing they have completely wiped out the entire pack of silver-armored spiders. Han Ke also proudly brags about leveling up, prompting Lu Fan to turn back toward Jianying with a warm, reassuring smile on his face. "You're wrong." He tells her she is incredibly strong, but explains that no matter how powerful someone is, they should never have to fight their battles alone. Hearing his sincere words, a wave of comfort and warmth floods her heart. She quietly lowers her head in embarrassment, unable to find any words to reply. Han Ke then looks at Lu Fan with confusion, asking him why he did not use that Jade Light defensive shield on himself during the battle. Lu Fan simply chuckles with confidence, telling his aunt that he does not really have much use for it anyway. Tao Zi eagerly cuts in, asking Lu Fan if his dragon has the power to heal and restore everyone's health right now. Without hesitation, Lu Fan immediately commands Xiao Fei to activate her highly effective Spring of Life skill. The gem on the little dragon's forehead suddenly glows with a brilliant emerald light. It forms a protective energy barrier around everyone, rapidly restoring their fading strength. Qin Qiu gasps in total shock, crying out that she feels completely filled with energy again. Seeing Xiao Fei perched proudly on top of Lu Fan's head, with a mystical green glow radiating from her, Dao Zi cannot help but burst out laughing and tease him. "Haha, Lu Fan, your head is totally green." Hearing this, Lu Fan can only offer a wry smile, replying with a witty comeback. "Hey, Xiao Fei, from now on, do not bother healing this pink-haired girl ever again, okay?" Watching from the sidelines, a soft, warm smile naturally plays on Jian Ying's lips. She silently thinks that having teammates like this is not so bad. After resting and recovering their strength, Lu Fan's group finally makes their way out of the dense forest together. The sky above remains covered in gloomy, dark purple clouds, casting a rather eerie and bizarre atmosphere over the entire area. Sensing that something is off, Dao Zi speaks up, pointing out that their map of this secret realm ends right here. "So does this mean we have cleared the quest, or is it not over yet?" Pausing for a moment, she looks over at Lu Fan and asks if there is still a massive area waiting ahead. Lu Fan quickly walks to the edge of a steep cliff, staring down in absolute silence without answering. Peering over with curiosity, Qin Qiu suddenly gasps in pure terror, wondering what on earth they are looking at. It looks like this is the home turf of the final boss of this dungeon. Far below the cliff lies a massive, horrifying nest belonging to an absolutely giant spider queen. Swarming all around her are tens of thousands of tiny spiders, crawling and writhing in a truly terrifying display. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Lu Fan's squad peers down into the spider's den. A dark, murky mist rises from the depths, enveloping the entire area in an incredibly chilling, dead silence. Inside his head, Lu Fan quickly analyzes the situation. The monster's regenerative absorption and swarm frenzy are both skills designed to buff those countless minion spiders. According to the newly received system data, the leader of this terrifying swarm is the level 45 Screaming Broodmother. This level 45 Screaming Broodmother is a boss with nasty skills, starting with Dragnet, which shoots out a massive spiderweb. It traps all targets in range, killing them in 60 seconds unless rescued in Venom Spit, which unleashes a massive pool. Any target caught in that pool is heavily poisoned, losing 5% of their maximum health points every second per stack. Next up is Regenerative Absorption, which drains life from the minions to heal herself for 5% max health each time. And finally, Swarm Frenzy, which forces all subordinate spiders to focus on a single target, while boosting all their stats for 60 seconds. Assessing the danger right ahead, Lu Fan quickly maps out a combat strategy in his mind. "It looks like our priority is to completely wipe out this massive army of weaklings first." Qin Qiu turns and warns Han Ke, suggesting that she should probably avoid looking down there altogether. Dao Zi strongly agrees, adding that unless you have a combat class like them, this sight is almost impossible to stomach. Hearing this, Han Ke responds with a highly resolute, steady voice. "Even if I cannot stand it, I still have to learn to deal with it somehow. Everyone has been working so hard to protect me. If I do not even have the courage to look, I will just end up being a burden when actual combat starts." Stealing her resolve, she bravely looks down into the abyss. But the sight of thousands of squirming baby spiders packed tightly together is just too much for Han Ke. She quickly bolts to a nearby tree to let out her sheer terror and nausea, crying out that it is absolutely disgusting. Watching his aunt's dramatic reaction, Lu Fan cannot help but feel slightly helpless, wondering if this is what they call the harsh reality of life. Jian Ying finally speaks up, her voice as cold as ever. Whether we want to approach the boss or defeat it, our first step must be to clear out every single one of these annoying minions. Checking her tablet, Daozi notes that she just looked through records left behind by other parties who cleared this dungeon. They usually rely on a kiting strategy, pulling the monsters out of their nest before slowly approaching the main boss. However, using that cautious strategy would take at least 4 whole days just to sweep away all these small pests. Hearing this, Hankei cannot help but worry, questioning if it really takes that long. I only packed enough food for a single day. Unless do we want to try some roasted spider? Hearing that, Chin Chu is totally horrified and protests, instantly screaming that she is absolutely not eating something like that. Lu Fan raises his hand, high, looking like he just had a genius breakthrough. He confidently declares that they do not actually have to follow the standard dungeon guides. Curious, Jian Ying asks him if he has a much better idea up his sleeve. Daozi couldn't guess what Lu Fan was planning, so she asked in utter confusion. Lu Fan, what exactly are you doing? Chin Chu had the same question, turning to ask him what he was preparing to pull off here. Waste no time, Lu Fan immediately summoned Xiao Ye. Come forth, Xiao Ye, unleash your destruction form. In his hand, a crimson energy orb glowed brightly, completely engulfed by a wild, raging storm of hellish flames. The blazing orb shot straight into Xiao Ye, forcing a jaw-dropping transformation into a massive black dragon, her entire body wrapped in terrifying hellfire. Her massive wings were made entirely of those raging flames, looking absolutely majestic and terrifying at the same time. Daozi couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is that fire dragon flame? So this is the legendary giant dragon. Jian Ying thought in disbelief, her heart completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it all. This intense pressure is just way too overwhelming. Down in the dark abyss, the spider swarm sensed the looming danger, shifting restlessly as they prepared giant webs to launch their attack. Lu Fan yelled out, giving Xiao Ye her orders, telling her that the weak little mobs crawling below were completely hers to handle. Xiao Ye immediately obeyed her master's voice, diving straight down into the pitch-black abyss as Lu Fan bellowed out another powerful command. Time to unleash Cataclysm. The devastating skill activated instantly, creating a massive raging vortex of fire that completely wrapped around Xiao Ye's dragon body. Han Kei stared in absolute disbelief, asking, wait, Xiao Ye can actually transform into a terrifying form like this? Daozi narrowed her eyes, trying to track Xiao Ye as she soared down below, murmuring in absolute awe that she looked exactly like a legendary dragon. Jian Ying was just as shocked, her heart racing at this overwhelming destructive energy. In fact, it might even surpass the raw power of the legendary dragons from those myths. Lu Fan followed up with another command, telling Xiao Fei to back Xiao Ye up. Xiao Fei, time to boost Xiao Ye's power. The little dragon chirped happily, letting out an adorable cry of agreement. The Jade Dragon's unique royal bloodline activated. This means all buffs and healing skills applied directly to Dragonkin, or those sharing their bloodline, will instantly have their overall effects doubled. With the Light of Jade skill activated, the target receives 3 full stacks of Jade Blessing. This grants absolute immunity to debuffs while boosting all their stats by 30 to 60%. Even better, each stack of Jade Blessing can block 1 incoming enemy attack. Talk about a seriously devastating critical strike. Right after that, the dragon's encouragement skill activated. This massively buffed his dragon pet, boosting all of her core stats and overall attack power by an additional 30%. Level 17 Black Dragon Xiao Ye's stats absolutely skyrocketed. Her strength jumped from 1,746 to 2,937, while her agility leaped from 2,167 to 4,117. Her spirit shattered limits, rising from 5,212 to 9,902, while her durability shot up from 305 to 5,728. Down below, the spiders went absolutely wild, completely ignoring everyone else to focus all their attacks solely on Lu Fan. Even so, Lu Fan remained incredibly calm. He turned to check on the safety of Chin Chu and Daozi. Chin Chu, Daozi, are you guys doing okay over there? Chin Chu immediately shouted back with confidence. Don't you worry, we'll keep Sister Han safe. Hearing that, Lu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Vigorously swinging his heavy blade, he called out with absolute determination, saying, Jian Ying, let's head in together and take down that giant broodmother spider. Without a second of hesitation, Jian Ying mobilized her 3 floating spirit swords, ready to fight right alongside Lu Fan. Lu Fan gave her the signal, shouting, let's go. The 2 of them, with Xiao Fei hovering close by, charged straight into the absolute center of the enemy swarm. Every sword strike and blade slash was executed with flawless precision, looking like a deadly beautiful dance in midair. Spiders were sliced to pieces, falling to the ground without a fight, as Lu Fan and Jian Ying landed gracefully in perfect sync. Lu Fan called out urgently, "Xiao Ye, get over here." Hearing her master's voice, she didn't hesitate and soared right back to his side. The system triggered stage 2 of Cataclysm, making the destructive fire barrier around Xiao Ye burn even more intensely. At that exact moment, the Jade Dragon Xiao Fei leveled up to level 4. Then Cataclysm reached stage 3, causing the terrifying hellfire to explode into its most violent and untamed form yet. Standing nearby, Jian Ying could feel the absolutely terrifying crushing pressure radiating from those flames. With a look of sheer disbelief, she couldn't help but think to herself, is it even possible for a skill to have 3 separate power stages? Standing this close to her, I feel like I'm going to be completely turned to ash by this terrifying, oppressive wave of heat. Lu Fan turned to Qin Qiu, asking with a hint of concern, "Qin Qiu, is everything still all right on your end?" Qin Qiu shouts back while slicing through the spider horde, telling Lu Fan to focus entirely on the boss, reassuring him that both he and Tao Zi can handle things on their end just fine. Hearing those reassuring words, Lu Fan finally relaxes, yelling out with newfound confidence, "Great, Jian Ying, let us do this." Suddenly, the massive mother spider spews a thick, dark purple stream of liquid directly from its jaws, activating its deadly venom spit skill. This massive toxic pool spreads instantly, threatening to severely poison any target unfortunate enough to stand within its wide splash zone. Every single stack of this deadly toxin drains 5% of the target's maximum health per second. Seeing the danger, Lu Fan quickly calls on Xiao Fei, ordering her to shield Jian Ying with her protective light barrier. But the mother spider is not done, shooting out a massive web loop that flies toward Lu Fan like a bolt of lightning. Using its capture skill, it unleashes a colossal web, designed to completely trap every single target within its designated area of effect. If they are not freed within 60 seconds, any trapped targets will face instant death. Recognizing the extreme danger, Lu Fan quickly raises his blade in a desperate block. Unfortunately, the razor-sharp webbing cuts through his defense, slicing his cheek as fresh blood begins to pour. He grits his teeth and yells out, "Xiao Ye." Right at that moment, seeing Lu Fan's blood splatter through the air, Xiao Fei does not hesitate for a second, catching and consuming the droplets right in her mouth. Now seemingly acting as one with Xiao Ye, Lu Fan wastes no time and unleashes his powerful ultimate skill, All Things Burn. According to the system interface, this All Things Burn ability is an incredibly destructive skill. Once the giant dragon enters its ultimate destructive state, it flaps its wings powerfully, unleashing 4 massive raging fire tornadoes. These firestorms sweep toward the targets, dealing colossal damage across the entire battlefield. Xiao Ye flaps his blazing wings, sending furious waves of fire vortexes crashing down to incinerate the swarms of spiders below. Jian Ying is left utterly stunned yet again, silently marveling at whether Lu Fan has even more devastating skills up his sleeve. This level of pure apocalyptic destruction could easily wipe out entire major cities or perhaps even bring a whole nation to its knees. Yet relying entirely on his own raw strength, he has managed to clean out almost this entire massive spider colony by himself. Lu Fan's system screen flashes with new notifications announcing that Jade Dragon has reached level 5 and unlocked a brand new skill. Jade Blessing. This skill imbues 3 chosen targets with Jade Dragon Aura, boosting the attack power of their next 3 strikes. Excited, Lu Fan turns to Xiao Fei and encourages her to try out this amazing new skill right away. Instantly, the glowing gem on Xiao Fei's chest begins to emit a blinding, brilliant green light that fills the entire cavern. Lu Fan raises his hand to shield his eyes from the glare, a sudden realization washing over him as he senses something very familiar. Could this be ethereal green vines wrapped completely around Xiao Fei's small body, glowing brighter with every passing second? Within the light, she begins transforming into an incredibly beautiful young lady. She now has beautiful flowing jade green hair, gorgeous matching wings on her back, and a delicate green dress that makes her look incredibly elegant and adorable. Lu Fan instantly realizes what is happening and feels pure joy, noting that this is exactly like Xiao Ye's transformation back then. Xiao Fei has finally unlocked her brand new combat form, alongside much stronger abilities to help them in battle. Both Jian Ying and Lu Fan find themselves completely caught off guard by Xiao Fei's sudden evolution and massive power surge. Xiao Fei's appearance has now fully transitioned into that of an incredibly beautiful and refined young maiden. Suddenly, Jian Ying senses a furious guttural hiss echoing from right behind her back. Creeping up directly behind Xiao Fei, a massive silver-armored spider that had somehow survived the firestorm suddenly lunges straight toward them. It stretches its gaping jaws wide, exposing rows of razor-sharp fangs as if ready to feast on the easy prey in front of it. Jianying gets thrown backward, landing heavily on the ground with absolutely no strength left to stand. Fortunately, she manages to summon the Jade Blessing Shield just in time to protect herself. Instantly, she recovers a portion of her strength and does not hesitate to unleash a powerful counterattack against the threat. She aims a lethal, precise sword strike straight at the massive beast. Jianying is completely shocked to see her blade pierce straight through the beast's thick armored shell with such ease. Did she really just cut through its defensive plating like it was nothing? Her mind races with disbelief as she processes what just happened. Before this, her Bloodbreaker sword could not even scratch the heavy armor of these silver spiders. Yet now, it tears through them as if they were made of paper. Could this Jade Blessing be doing more than just buffing her stats, actually granting her the unique attributes of the legendary Dragon Clan? Lu Fan proudly pats Xiao Fei on the head, offering warm praise. You did amazing, Xiao Fei, reaching level 5 and already unlocking a brand new skill alongside this combat form. Lu Fan's sudden words instantly catch Jianying's attention. She gently turns her head to look at him, her mind racing as an intriguing idea flashes inside her head. Just a moment ago, Jianying's strike clearly showed that Xiao Fei's powerful dragon chi had been infused right into it. But what would happen if that same power was unleashed on Xiao Ye? Suddenly, the giant mother spider spits a stream of deadly venom straight at Lu Fan. Fortunately, both Lu Fan and Xiao Fei sense the danger in the nick of time, swiftly dodging the incoming lethal attack. Suddenly, the system screen pops up to explain the Venom Spray skill in detail. This deadly skill unleashes a massive pool of toxic venom. Any target caught within its range is instantly poisoned, and each stack of toxin drains a whopping 5% of their maximum health every single second. Lu Fan quickly spins around and shouts, calling for Xiao Fei to cast her Jade Bamboo Blessing skill on Xiao Ye immediately. Obeying her master's command, Xiao Fei flies straight toward Xiao Ye, unleashing her Jade Bamboo Blessing to transfer a massive surge of spiritual energy into her ally. As she absorbs this massive surge of magical power from Xiao Fei, Xiao Ye's raw strength skyrockets to an absolutely dizzying level. Instantly, she unleashes an incredibly devastating high-powered strike right at the giant spider mother. Immediately, the spider mother is completely swallowed by Xiao Ye's ultimate skill, All Things Ashes. Roaring fire tornadoes swirl around the beast, burning it alive. The giant monster lets out a horrific, agonizing shriek of pain. Watching this sheer destruction, Jianying is completely blown away, realizing that Xiao Ye's intense flames have been supercharged by Xiao Fei's unique Dragon Chi attribute. This single attack must have dealt well over 10,000 damage. She is left dazed and utterly shocked by the terrifying explosive force that Xiao Ye just unleashed. The spider mother struggles in pure despair, trying to use her toxic venom to put out the raging flames. She frantically sprays poison everywhere to fight them off. Lu Fan shouts out with fierce determination, calling for Jianying and Xiao Fei. Without a single second of hesitation, they rush forward with him toward the beast. Lu Fan is absolutely pumped up as the battle finally reaches its climax. He roars out, telling them it is time to finish this fight once and for all. The three charge forward swiftly, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire strikes on the spider mother, kicking off an incredibly brutal and chaotic battle. Leaping from above, Lu Fan aims straight for the beast's head and drives his blade deep inside. Squish! A sickening sound rings out as his blade pierces deep into the spider mother's skull, making the beast howl in agony. This devastating blow is actually a special buff skill supercharged by his Dragon Tooth Strike Covenant. He channels all his Dragon Chi directly into his weapon, unleashing an attack of pure destructive power. Seizing this golden opportunity, both Xiao Fei and Jianying activate their Jade Bamboo Blessing and strike the giant spider mother simultaneously. Three different sources of devastating power resonate together, hammering directly into the giant monster at once. Right at this moment, system notifications continuously flash. Black Dragon has reached level 18. Jade Dragon is level 6. Lu Fan has hit level 23 and Jade Dragon is level 7. With the battle ending in victory, Jianying turns to look at Lu Fan, asking in a very curious voice, "So Lu Fan, what was your actual final score in the exam we just took anyway?" Though a bit caught off guard by her sudden question, Lu Fan just smiles gently and answers honestly, "Oh well, it was somewhere around 1.3 million points, I think." Jianying is completely dumbfounded. With the absolute monstrous power he just displayed, there is no way his score could be that low. She asks again, completely skeptical, is that really all? With your insane strength, how could you only get 1.3 million points? Lu Fan is not surprised at all. He just shrugs his shoulders helplessly, replying with a soft sigh that he had no other choice. After all, 1.3 million points was already the absolute maximum limit for the nightmare difficulty level. Hearing his casual answer, she is left completely speechless, having absolutely nothing left to say. Lu Fan completely ignores Jian Ying's stunned expression and waves happily toward Qin Qiu and Tao Zi, shouting for them to bring Auntie down to join him right away. Behind them, Xiao Ye spots Xiao Fei, wrapping her arms intimately around Lu Fan's neck and instantly fumes with jealousy. Her cute little face immediately scowls with clear annoyance as she growls under her breath. Meanwhile, Jian Ying quietly watches them play together, her mind filled with highly complex thoughts. In terms of exam scores, hers is barely half of what Lu Fan achieved. But looking at real raw strength, the gap between them is just too massive. She feels like there is absolutely no way she can ever surpass him. Watching the three of them laughing and playing, she cannot help but feel a sudden pang of loneliness and isolation. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is left looking completely helpless as both Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei start fighting over his attention. With one tightly hugging his neck and the other clinging to his waist, they refuse to let him go. Thanks to Auntie's incredible stat-buffing food, just a single dungeon run is enough for the entire squad to level up rapidly while hauling in countless rare materials and awesome rewards. Tao Zi is absolutely thrilled as she stares at a glowing loot chest, sparkling with a mystical shimmering light right before her eyes. Wow, this gear looks like it was made specifically for me, she adds, with a bright, cheerful smile. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Fan simply nodded with a brief reply. Oh, sure. He then quickly drifted back into his own thoughts. Maybe she really did need a solid team to fight alongside. Or perhaps the warmth and sense of belonging she felt here was something she had never experienced before. For the first time ever, Jian Ying, the second-ranked powerhouse on the leaderboard, actually agreed to join a party. Qin Qiu was absolutely thrilled to see Jian Ying join their squad. She eagerly asked for her contact info, saying, "That's awesome. Let's swap contact details right away so we can stay in touch." Jian Ying coldly replied, "I don't use a cell phone." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Tao Zi immediately stepped in to break the ice. "No problem. Next time, before we head into a dungeon, we'll just drop by and let you know in person." Watching the three girls chat, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a warm sense of relief. To celebrate the successful formation of their new team, they decided to go out for a massive feast together. That evening, Aunt Han Kei whipped up an absolute feast of delicious dishes for everyone to enjoy. Carrying 2 plates of mouth-watering grilled meat, Han Kei brought out the final dish and smiled. "Eat up, everyone. This dish is great for boosting your stamina. How on earth can you guys tolerate living with a total pervert like him?" Jian Ying shot Lu Fan a disdainful look, making her intense dislike crystal clear. Unable to take this terrible misunderstanding any longer, Lu Fan quickly protested with an aggrieved voice. "I keep telling you that whole thing was just a massive misunderstanding." Watching this play out, Tao Zi and Qin Qiu smiled, happy to see their teammates bonding and getting along so quickly. With stuffed bellies, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei collapsed onto the floor and fell fast asleep. In the following days, Lu Fan gradually got used to life at Dragon Capital Academy. In his spare time, he and the team repeatedly cleared familiar dungeons to level up much faster. Yulong reached level 12, then level 15, while Lu Fan successfully climbed all the way to level 24. Battle after battle, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei coordinated seamlessly with Lu Fan, allowing the trio to effortlessly power level at an incredible pace. Aside from grinding dungeons daily, they also had to attend mandatory combat theory lectures. Cutting to a combat theory class, the professor's booming voice suddenly echoed from the lecture podium. "Tao Xiaoman, please stand up and answer this question for the class." Tao Zi stood up hesitantly, looking completely flustered. Well, Professor, this is actually a bit hard to explain." Sitting next to her, Qin Qiu could only look at her best friend and smile helplessly. Life at the academy continued peacefully. That is until half a month later, with only 2 days left before the highly anticipated freshman assessment. During one of their hunts, the team took down a ferocious beast together. With seamless teamwork, Lu Fan and Ziye unleashed their ultimate skill to finish off the monster. Once the mission was completed, the system displayed everyone's updated levels. Xiao Fei reached level 19, Yulong hit level 14, and Lu Fan climbed to level 25. Lu Fan called out happily. It's over. Taozi, come unbox the loot. She quickly ran over as the system displayed her current level. Tao Xiaoman combat class swordsman at level 22. Meanwhile, Qin Chu, a hidden combat class, is now a holy light mage at level 22. Han Ke, a hidden lifestyle class phantom chef, level 18. Behind them, Qin Chu carefully supported Han Ke, helping her walk step by step. Lu Fan thought to himself with a trace of regret, man, I originally planned to grind hard and get Xiao Ye to level 20 and Xiao Fei to level 15 before the freshman assessment actually begins. He quietly lamented how his carefully laid plans hadn't quite worked out as expected. Nearby, Jian Ying spoke up in her usual chilly tone. Everything went smoothly. My Clearwater Frost Sword is finally at the same level as me. The Clearwater Frost Sword had reached level 24, matching her own rank. Jian Ying, a hidden combat class. Sword Mage level 24. Taozi happily opened the loot chest and squealed with delight. Wow, it finally dropped. She quickly equipped her new gear and excitedly showed it off to the rest of the team. After almost a whole month of hard grinding, I finally completed the Swordsman's Poisonous Spider set. Seeing her best friend so happy, Qin Chu couldn't help but smile too. Once we pass this assessment, you'll definitely be able to climb the rankings significantly. She shared in her friend's joy as the system displayed the details of the rare, Poisonous Spider set, requiring level 20 swordsman. Full set effects unlocked. With the two-piece set equipped, attacks have a chance to shoot out sticky black webs, completely trapping and immobilizing enemies for up to 60 seconds. Four-piece set effect targets, trapped by the black webs, are heavily poisoned, losing 5% of their maximum health every single second. Han Ke called out cheerfully. Alright guys, shall we call it a day? It's still pretty early, so I'll head back and whip up a massive dinner for everyone. Hearing this, Qin Chu happily agreed. Yeah, there is absolutely no reason for us to hang around here any longer. Seeing this, Lu Fan gets ready to head back. After all, you and I know that they need to rest up and prepare for tomorrow's big exam. Tao Zi immediately cheers in agreement from behind, while Jian Ying watches this happy scene, feeling a bit of a headache from being so unused to it. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing purple light completely wraps around Lu Fan. Their teacher Gu Han suddenly appears out of nowhere and smiles. Student Lu, please come with me for a moment. Confused Lu Fan tries to call out, but teacher Gu just stands there gently, explaining with a warm smile. I am not the one looking for you. It is Vice Principal Zhao, and he has something crucial to discuss in private. Important. What could be that important? Lu Fan wonders why the Vice Principal wants a private meeting right before the freshman exam. Lu Fan quickly steps forward, wanting to get more details. Teacher, what on earth is this important matter? And why does it have to be discussed right before the exam? Teacher Gu only gives him a mysterious smile and says you will understand everything once you get there. As they walk, a conversation between two students ahead catches Lu Fan's attention. An expert from the Qingyun division set a new benchmark today. 73 Hong, was it? Yeah, I already know all about that. Noticing his intense focus, Teacher Gu turns to Lu Fan and asks, are you interested in what those two were just talking about? Lu Fan just chuckles, offering a somewhat helpless shrug in response. Well, lately I have either been stuck in classrooms or grinding inside dungeons, so even if I do not understand what they are talking about, I guess I just have to ignore it. As they step up the stairs, Teacher Gu explains this craze is actually all because of that dramatic wager match between you and that guy Hong Wu. So now, every student has realized they can easily rake in tons of extra points just by challenging one another to these dual wagers. She pauses for a brief moment before adding, we actually call this a brand new way of evaluation. Lu Fan is still completely lost. Wait, me. A new way of evaluation. He never expected to be the trigger for all of this. Teacher Gu nods in agreement. Exactly. The new freshmen are now constantly setting up these challenges against one another. The winner of the duel walks away with a massive pile of extra points. And the losers, they end up so broke they do not even have enough points left to buy basic food at the campus cafeteria. Highly intrigued, Lu Fan asks. So what does that 73 Hong term they were talking about actually mean? Teacher Gu simply points toward a young man who is busy scrubbing the floor way off in the distance, tears streaming down his face, and explains they are actually using your battle with Hong Wu as a gold standard measurement. Hong Wu's power is now considered the base unit known as 1 Hong. Since you won, your rating is a solid 100 Hong, while poor Hong Wu is worth only 1. And now, he is forced to work as a school janitor just to get by. At the very least, doing this kind of manual labor allows him to scrape together enough daily points to survive and pay for his basic living expenses. Honestly, you and I probably did not expect things to take such a bizarre turn. He looks over at Hongwu with a helpless, slightly awkward expression. Continuing their conversation as they walk, the two of them quickly arrive right outside Vice Principal Zhao's office. Teacher Gu stops and tells Lu Fan with a gentle smile, "We are here, go on in. He is waiting for you inside." With that, Lu Fan opens the door and walks in. "Vice Principal Zhao, you wanted to see me." Inside, Vice Principal Zhao is sitting in a large armchair. Hearing Lu Fan, he looks up and speaks gently, Lu Fan, come in and take a seat." Sitting up straight, he clasps his hands together on his desk. In a measured tone, he brings up the national trial, a matter that the Academy had previously mentioned to Lu Fan. It is now officially confirmed that the national trial is about to begin. He pauses, then continues in a highly pensive tone. Originally, the Academies projected that this major trial would be hosted over in Jinyu City of the Taiki Kingdom, starting roughly 5 months from now. However, for some unknown reason, the hosts over there suddenly decided to slash the preparation time, meaning the event is now set to begin in just 2 months. The Taiki Kingdom has also officially released their roster of participants. They are sending the prominent heir of the Kim family, Kim Sung-han, to represent them in this upcoming trial. According to projections, by the time the event begins, he will reach level 60 and fully complete his 3rd job change. Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly pieces it together and asks, so the Taiki Kingdom is purposely delaying the national trial until after he completes his 3rd job change. Vice Principal Zhao slams his hand on the desk, his voice filled with frustration. Exactly. Most of the other competitors representing different countries will still only be at their 2nd job change when the national trial begins. So you and I can see how the odds are heavily stacked in favor of that Kim Sung-han guy. Lu Fan stares at Vice Principal Zhao. He realized the power gap between the 3rd and 2nd class advancements was not just about levels. Each job change unlocked special attributes and far more devastating skills. The Kim family is indeed full of schemes. Vice Principal Zhao slowly stood up, walked to the window and looked out. He spoke with deep regret about how the promises the Academy made to him had suddenly turned into such a blatant act of injustice. He admitted he felt deeply apologetic and truly regretful about it. Pausing for a moment, he continued with a highly anxious tone. He explained that within these short 2 months, no matter how hard he tried, he could only hope to reach level 30 and complete his 2nd advancement. By then, he would have to face a brutal lineup of opponents who were all over level 50 or even higher. That could put his very life in serious danger. Vice Principal Zhao warned Lu Fan, his eyes completely filled with worry and concern. Stepping closer, he placed a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder and spoke in a heavy voice about how the Dragon Kingdom had always dominated and won the final victory in past national trials. Because of their success, they had always been the main target for other nations. To make matters worse, their preparation time for the upcoming trial had now been abruptly cut short. Looking straight into Lu Fan's eyes, he asked with desperate hope of saving this critical situation. He asked if Lu Fan still wanted to participate in the national trial after all of this. Lu Fan fell silent for a long moment. After careful thought, he looked straight up at Vice Principal Zhao and spoke with absolute calm. Respectfully addressing Vice Principal Zhao, he paused before continuing with a resolute voice, stating that this was a golden opportunity to rightfully enter the ranks of the very top experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. So of course he wanted to join, he confidently declared once more, his eyes burning with absolute iron determination. He did not just want to participate, he wanted to secure the ultimate victory. Vice Principal Zhao was slightly taken aback by Lu Fan's immense confidence, but he quickly pushed his surprise aside to solemnly confirm the boy's ultimate choice. Since the decision was officially made, he promised to do everything in his power to secure the absolute best possible resources for Lu Fan's rapid growth. He also reminded the young man to push his limits and unleash his full potential in the upcoming freshman assessment. Lu Fan nodded and politely replied that he understood perfectly. He expressed his gratitude for the vice principal's hard work. The next day, at the freshman trial assembly, Vice Principal Zhao stood high on the stage, his booming voice echoing as he officially opened the ceremony. He refused to waste time on empty speeches, demanding all the freshmen strictly follow the set rules on their own initiative. The detailed rules would be fully revealed during the assessment itself. Standing tall on the stage and looking down at the massive crowd, he spoke with absolute commanding authority. Behind him, a massive screen lit up, displaying the arena layout and the detailed scoring system. He explained, that the format would feature two-man teams clashing directly in the arena. Raising his digital pointer, he then switched the screen to show the next presentation slide. Down below, the massive crowd of freshmen immediately erupted into loud whispers, eagerly discussing the rules with excitement. Many questioned why it was a team format quickly, realizing that this would make things extremely difficult. Some laughed, bragging that they would carry the team while joking that their opponents were basically just harmless little kittens. Countless insults and playful banter quickly filled the massive arena from all directions. In sharp contrast to the anxious and noisy crowd, below, Lu Fan and his allies were actually incredibly thrilled and excited upon hearing the official rules. Qin Chu smiled brightly and excitedly turned to Lu Fan, pointing out that having a limit of 5 members per team was absolutely perfect for them. Lu Fan also showed great excitement as he agreed, noting that, since Han Ke did not have a combat class, this setup worked out perfectly for them. Vice Principal Zhao spoke again seriously, acknowledging that while many of them might still lack a clear understanding of how to properly form a team, it was definitely not too late to get it sorted out. Therefore, the preliminary rounds of the trial would officially kick off that very afternoon. The top 100 squads would be announced by tomorrow night. Those wishing to register immediately were told to report directly to Miss Gu. Having heard all the critical announcements, Qin Chiu and Lu Fan finally headed outside together. As they stepped through the door, they spotted Jian Ying already waiting for them. Qin Chiu waved and called out to Taozi, before turning to offer a warm and friendly greeting to Jian Ying. Jian Ying seemed quite pleased to reunite with her teammates, but out of nowhere, a flashy and smartly dressed stranger walked right up to block her path. Attempting to strike a cheesy pose he believed was incredibly attractive to women, he confidently introduced himself as a top 7 ranked dual swordsman on the official leaderboard. "I've had my eye on you ever since the freshman opening ceremony. Would you be willing to form a team with us for this upcoming freshman trial?" "We will definitely." But before the guy could even finish, Jian Ying bluntly rejected him with a cold, flat no. Just as this happened, Tao Zi ran over. She was totally confused to see a random guy crying behind them. "Here I am. Let's head over to Teacher Gu's place and sign up together." She paused for a moment and asked in confusion, "What is going on? Why is that guy crying over there?" Both Qin Chi-yu and Lu Fan had no idea how to explain, only able to offer awkward smiles. Meanwhile, the actual target of the confession had already walked away, completely ignoring his existence. Jian Ying kept her cold expression, acting like a complete stranger who was unrelated to Qin Chu. Seeing the awkward situation, Qin Chu carefully chose her words to explain the situation. "Oh, it's nothing really. Some classmates just wanted to invite Jian Ying to join their team, that's all. But I know for a fact that Jian Ying would never want to leave our squad." Lu Fan quickly finalized their team roster, announcing that he, Qin Chu, Jian Ying, and Tao Zi would form their group. "We'll head out together later." Before they knew it, the next morning had arrived. The stadium was buzzing with excitement for the freshman qualifiers as the roaring crowd cheered passionately for the young fighters battling down in the arena. Down in the arena, a massive monster unleashed a devastating tail swipe. Its giant tail swept across the field in a wide arc, dealing massive area damage. The heavy impact sent the poor freshman flying backward in a state of absolute agony, channeling every single ounce of dragon energy within his body to deliver a truly fatal attack. Chen Tianji unleashed the immense power of his dragon spear strike, easily knocking down his opponent with absolute ease. Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in sheer amazement, utterly blown away that Chen Tianji had managed to secure an incredible 28-game winning streak. Jin Zhu, currently ranked 18th on the leaderboard, watched as Chen Tianji stepped out of the ring. She praised him with a hint of pride, though she mistakenly called him Zhang Tao, saying, "Not bad at all. With 28 consecutive wins in the bag, just keep it up for a few more rounds, and you'll easily break into the top 16. Hearing this, Chen Tianji quickly bowed with deep respect, replying, "You flatter me, Your Highness." He then proceeded to report their team's current status directly to her. "Our team has also managed to climb all the way up to the top 7. Depending on the outcome of the next match, will we get the chance to face the team currently holding the number 1 spot?" Jinju smiled warmly and replied with absolute confidence, "It won't be long now. In fact, my older brother Jin Chengtan is coming to visit me very soon. Once he arrives, I will definitely recommend you to him. But first, you must secure that number 1 spot, because only then can I officially and rightfully promote you to everyone." Chen Tianji nodded with fierce determination, replying in a firm, steady voice, "Please rest assured, Princess. I will absolutely obey your every instruction and command without any hesitation." The arena announcer's booming voice rang out once again, proclaiming, the next highly anticipated match is about to begin. Your opponent this time will be, but their conversation was suddenly cut short by a figure slowly walking up. The upcoming battle will be a major clash between the 18th ranked team of Chen Tianji and Jin Zhu and the absolute top-ranked duo Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Both Lu Fan and Jian Ying were fully prepared and ready for this critical showdown. They confidently strode out onto the battlefield together. Up in the stands, the entire crowd erupted in absolute shock and frantic whispering. Two dragon tamers. Oh my god, the top ranker and the second ranker actually teamed up. Among the crowd, a spectator yelled out in sheer excitement, a dual dragon battle, a dual dragon battle. This is absolutely insane. Both Jinju and Chen Tianji couldn't hide their utter shock. Jinju stuttered, unable to believe her own ears. Lu Fan and Jian Ying actually managed to form a team together. Lu Fan remained silent, his mind drifting back to their conversation from the day before, when he had suggested that Qin Chu Tao Zi and Jian Ying form a team together. That way, every single one of them could secure the best possible rankings. Hearing this, Qin Chu immediately objected, saying there was no need for that. She then continued, in a deeply earnest voice, "You and Jian Ying should form a team together, so you two can grab that number 1 spot. That is the only way both of you can hold on to your top 1 and top 2 spots after all." Tao Zi quickly nods in agreement, chiming in, "Yeah, I really don't want to become a burden and drag you two down." Qin Chu flashes a warm, bright smile, thinking to herself that there is absolutely no need to worry, because she and Tao Zi will give it their all. Up in the spectator stands, Qin Chu and Tao Zi wave enthusiastically, cheering at the top of their lungs. "Come on, Lu Fan, go bring home first place." At this moment, Lu Fan and Jian Ying are completely ready for battle. Turning to her with pure confidence, he asks, "Jian Ying, taking first place shouldn't be an issue, right?" She only responds coldly with a brief line, but it carries immense determination, of course. Inside the waiting room, Lu Fan is carefully piecing together all the map fragments he has accumulated so far, aiming to fuse them into a high-grade treasure map. He thinks to himself that he has gathered quite a few random map fragments since arriving here, but since most are low-grade, combining them into one massive high-tier map would definitely be a much better option. The system displays a notification acquired. 1 level 2 chest map. Noticing that Lu Fan seems a bit tense, Jian Ying walks over and asks him with a hint of concern in her voice, "Lu Fan, are you doing okay?" Suddenly, Lu Fan lets out a loud shout, his voice filled with absolute shock and disbelief. "Holy crap, did I actually just fuse this?" Meanwhile, the system screen flashes a new notification. "You have successfully fused a rank 11 divine treasure map." Jian Ying still has no idea what just happened, as the system marks a brand new location on the map in glowing red. It is the Flying Dragon Graveyard, an area with a danger level ranging from 45 to 60. Lu Fan cannot help but marvel internally, thinking that he has never heard of this place before and must definitely go look into it when he gets some free time. Once again, the announcer's loud voice echoes through the stadium. "Will both teams please prepare? The match is about to begin." Quickly snapping back to reality, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and speaks in a serious tone. "It is our turn to head out there, so we absolutely cannot afford to let our guard down." At this moment, his face clearly radiates a fierce and unyielding fighting spirit. Up in the stands, the crowd is buzzing with excitement once more, whispering, "Hey, that top 1 ranker Lu Fan is actually teamed up with the top 2 beauty. This is basically an instant win." But do not be so sure does not. Chen Tianji currently hold an active 28-game winning streak. Yeah, previous champions have not always been the ones who sat at the very top of the rankings. Jian Ying speaks indifferently to Lu Fan, maintaining her usual icy tone. "I heard that the other side also has a dragon tamer. Are you sure you can take them down?" Lu Fan looks incredibly confident, replying with absolute arrogance. "Then how about we make a little wager? I can easily carry this match and defeat both of them all by myself." Hearing this, Jian Ying asks with a hint of doubt in her voice, "So there is no need for me to fight? And you do not even need to summon your dragon pet?" Meanwhile, on Jinzhou's side, both opponents are fully prepared to strike at any second. Yet Lu Fan remains completely relaxed, casually replying to Jian Ying, "Sure, why not? That is not going to be a problem." Taking a small step forward, he smiles to himself, speaking with a highly mysterious tone. "When we were back in the secret realm, I noticed that our hidden classes are actually quite similar to each other." Just then, the announcer's booming voice echoes across the arena. Jinzhou's Chen Tianji will now face off against Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Lu Fan turns around, looks straight into Jian Ying's eyes, and speaks in a challenging tone. If I win, you have to tell me all the secrets and traits of your Sword Saint class deal. Before she even has a chance to answer, the announcer's loud voice rings out. The official assessment begins now. Chen Tianji and his massive Earth Dragon charge straight ahead, immediately shouting, "We are finally facing each other directly in battle, so do not even dream about being able to overwhelm me like you did before." He yells at the top of his lungs. From this moment on, there will only be one true dragon tamer. Chen Tianji gathers every ounce of his power, aiming to unleash his absolute strongest attack. Moving fast as the wind, he charges right at Lu Fan, shouting, "And that is me." Suddenly, Chen Tianji vanishes completely. But Lu Fan is already one step faster, rushing directly toward the dragon pet that Chen Tianji just summoned. He smirks, speaking with sheer disdain. Too late. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Fan activates Dragon Blood Armor and Dragon Claw. With just a single strike, he completely takes down Chen Tianji's dragon pet. Chen Tianji turns his head, looking straight over at Jian Ying. Seeing her standing totally still, like she is just enjoying a show, he cannot help but feel deeply confused. Shouting at him in sheer anger, "Your teammate does not join the fight, and you do not even bother to summon your dragon pet. Just what on earth do you mean by this?" He simply cannot wrap his head around what Lu Fan's true intentions actually are. Getting incredibly furious, he points his finger directly at Lu Fan and yells out loud. Lu Fan acts slightly surprised, shrugging his shoulders as he replies indifferently, "Nothing really. It is just a little bet between us, so there is honestly no need for me to use my full power to deal with the two of you." Chen Tianji is completely choked up with rage at Lu Fan's incredibly arrogant words, stammering, "You." Standing right there, Jinzhou couldn't help but burst into a loud, triumphant laugh that filled the air. "Haha, Lu Fan, oh Lu Fan. I finally have the perfect chance to destroy you with my own hands." Glaring with pure murderous intent, she locked eyes with Lu Fan and hissed, "That low-life scum has caused me nothing but endless humiliation. Old grudges and new scores, I will repay everything tenfold today," she declared with utter hateful conviction. Seizing the moment, Chen Tianji roared, ordering his beloved Earth-armored dragon to launch an attack. After a few brief seconds of rest, the Earth-armored dragon managed to regain some of its strength. Gathering every ounce of its remaining energy, it charged straight toward Lu Fan once more. Lu Fan stood absolutely still, watching the massive beast close in with a calm, highly sarcastic smirk on his face. "Does your Earth Dragon only have teeth on one side? It looks completely ridiculous." As the beast lunged, Lu Fan effortlessly leapt into the air, dodging the powerful strike with ease. "Let me fix that alignment for you," he mocked instantly, slipping behind the dragon to unleash his ultimate Dragon Fang strike. Channeling all his dragon energy through his weapon, he delivered a devastating blow right to the center of its head. Up in the stands, the crowd went absolutely wild, jumping to their feet in sheer excitement. Deafening cheers echoed everywhere. "Holy crap, that was insane. Did you see that he actually pushed back a member of the dragon race completely on his own? Isn't that just a common Earth dragon? So what, an Earth dragon is still a dragon? Do you have any idea how massive the power gap between humans and dragons actually is? Just how overpowered is this number one guy? This makes no sense." Down below, Jinzhou roared at Chen Tianji. "What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and finish him off already." Caught off guard, Chen Tianji hesitated, then quickly obeyed Jinzhou, rushing back into battle while shouting commands. "Earth Dragon Tail Swipe." He calculated rapidly, realizing that as a fellow dragon tamer, Lu Fan shouldn't have any high mobility skills. With attacks coming from both sides like this, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Praying his assumptions were correct, he immediately coordinated his movements with his Earth Dragon. While he channeled his dragon energy to unleash a powerful dragon spear strike, his Earth Dragon simultaneously performed a massive tail sweep, carving a wide arc to unleash devastating area damage. Both attacks locked onto Lu Fan as the sole target, forming a lethal pincer movement. The twin strikes collided simultaneously, causing a massive shockwave and kicking up thick dust that blinded everyone. Suddenly, Lu Fan's calm, relaxed voice echoed from right behind them. "When are you two actually going to show me something impressive enough to make me try?" He had just activated the Blink domain skill from his Blink boots, allowing him to teleport anywhere within 50 meters with a 30-second cooldown. Observing closely from the sidelines, Jian Ying grew anxious, knowing this Earth Dragon's stats far exceeded those of ordinary monsters. Yet Lu Fan was not only suppressing it alone but also casually handling the other dragon tamer. Behind Chen Tianji, a strange dark purple light flared, accompanied by a cold, condescending voice. "Step aside, you useless trash." Startled, he whipped his head around only to see Jin Zhou standing right behind him. She spoke with deep disappointment. "Lu Fan hasn't even summoned his black dragon, let alone allowed his teammates to help. With so many people watching you get completely dominated like this, how am I supposed to recommend you to my brother anymore?" Glaring in disappointment, she asked, "Do you still actually expect to go to the Taiki Kingdom? Or do you still expect to become the strongest dragon tamer in history? Stop daydreaming and face reality." Raising her magic staff, she began channeling and condensing a massive amount of energy within it. Then she added haughtily, "To save whatever face you have left, it seems this princess must step in." Lu Fan recognized her move, his face darkening as he realized it was that bizarre buffing skill again. Sure enough, as soon as she cast it, the Earth Dragon was infused with boundless new power. Not only was its health fully restored, but its strength multiplied with its destructive power completely undiminished. Lu Fan knew he had to be careful as that brat was using her twisted, unnatural skill again. What on earth is happening to that Earth Dragon? Stick with me, because it looks like a literal demon straight out of hell. An onlooker in the stands gasps in shock, explaining that a teammate of Chen Tianji buffed the beast. The Earth Dragon's power is skyrocketing at an insane, dizzying speed. The crowd begins whispering in confusion, with absolutely no one sure of what might happen next. Rumor has it that classmate is an exchange student, but that skill looks incredibly sinister and terrifying to witness. Why hasn't Lu Fan summoned his own dragon pet yet? Everyone is absolutely dying to see an epic double dragon clash. The spectators are practically vibrating with anticipation for the clash. Right then, the system displays the stats for the Army Breaker Sword, a level 24 epic weapon designed exclusively for the Sword Master class. Its special skill Mountain Crusher deals 240% physical damage, while splashing an extra 24% splash damage to all surrounding enemies. At that exact moment, Jian Ying summons both the Army Breaker Sword and the Blood Breaker Sword. Stats for the Blood Breaker Sword pop up next. This one is also a level 24 epic weapon, made for a powerful sword master. The special skill Armor Reaver can pierce the Black Dragon Divine Armor, ignoring 32% of his opponent's defense while boosting his own sword control speed by 42%. Suddenly, Lu Fan steps right in front of Jian Ying, speaking with supreme confidence as he tells her he can easily handle both opponents on his own. He reminds her not to forget their previous agreement, leaving Jian Ying standing behind him in utter confusion. Things have gotten this serious, yet he still refuses to let her join the fight. Staring directly at the massive Earth Dragon, Lu Fan mockingly says he has already dealt with this exact skill of hers once before. Pausing briefly, he sneers, asking if the painful price she paid was truly worth turning her beast into such a twisted, deformed monster. Meanwhile, Jin Zhou turns and snaps a sharp order to Chen Tianji, commanding him to crush this guy instantly. Chen Tianji quickly bows, promising to obey his princess's every command. Grinding her teeth in absolute fury, her eyes burn with pure hatred as she orders them to steal that black dragon, leaving him to rot as nothing more than a worthless loser once again. She screams at Lu Fan with utter disgust, shouting that if he does not want to be crushed into dust, he had better summon his black dragon right now. Empowered by the massive boost, the towering Earth Dragon closes the distance, looming over Lu Fan. Jin Zhou lets out a triumphant laugh, completely full of herself, as she mockingly asks how his weak stats could ever hope to block her monster. Before she can even finish boasting, Lu Fan instantly retaliates, unleashing a devastating tier of dragon language magic, called the Ice Dragon King's Wrath. The moment it activates, an extreme wave of absolute zero cold instantly envelopes every target in sight. This spell does not just deal massive ice element magic damage, it also applies a severe slow and freeze effect. Driven by casting duration, the freezing mist completely locks the Earth Dragon down, turning it into a solid block of ice right on the spot. It only has time to let out one tragic shriek before freezing completely solid. The entire crowd feels like they have been plunged into a massive icy abyss. Shivering from the sudden chill, a spectator groans that it has gotten freezing cold out of nowhere, as if the temperature plummeted instantly. Is this really Lu Fan's dragon pet? It looks infinitely cooler and more badass than whatever Chen Tianji is riding. But wait, that cannot be right. This is just an illusion, not a real beast. It looks like some kind of high-tier magic skill. Holy crap, does this guy actually wield both physical attacks and magic? While the crowd debates excitedly, Jin Zhou and Chen Tianji stand frozen in absolute horror, unable to comprehend the insane power they just witnessed. Lu Fan calmly explains with a highly sarcastic tone. He mockingly admits that her sinister dark magic really did push her Earth Dragon's core stats to a level much higher than his own. But who on Earth convinced her that having higher stats means she can easily crush him under her heel? Pausing for a second, he adds, with utter contempt, and she actually thought she could steal his black dragon. With that, he charges straight toward Jinzhou. Right before delivering the final blow, Lu Fan glares coldly into her eyes and spits out 2 words of pure contempt, "Not worthy." Luckily, Chen Tianji reacts just in time, shouting orders for his Earth Dragon to protect her and counterattack. He throws himself in front of Jinzhou, yelling for the princess to watch out. He screams at the Earth Dragon to attack. Responding instantly, the beast spews a thick cloud of dark purple poison gas directly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan swiftly dodges the attack mockingly, thinking to himself that the guy really is a loyal dog. Since that is the case, he decides to unleash yet another tier of dragon language magic. With the Blue Dragon King's roar, a powerful lightning shockwave blasts outward, dealing massive lightning element damage and leaving his targets completely paralyzed. So stick around, because his next attacks will be infused with 20 stacks of lightning element buffs. Each strike strips away 1 stack, with a 20% chance to completely paralyze the target on hit. He aims straight at the Earth Dragon and unleashes a massive, devastating bolt of lightning that tears right through its giant body, sending the beast screaming in pure agony once again. The crowd goes absolutely wild. It is just too insane. How is this guy so overpowered? Look at Lu Fan. Somehow, he is casting yet another completely new type of magic on the fly. And we are not talking basic spells here. This is ultra-rare dragon tongue magic. First, he fights that massive Earth Dragon hand-to-hand using raw physical strength. And now this. Now he is blasting it with god-tier spells, all without even bothering to summon his own dragon companion. Does this mean Chen Tianji's 28-game winning streak is about to go up in smoke? The tension is through the roof as the crowd watches in utter shock, realizing Chen Tianji's legendary undefeated streak is about to be brutally snapped. Chen Tianji stands completely frozen, unable to process the absolute nightmare unfolding before his eyes. Despair washes over him as he stares in pure disbelief. How on earth could this be happening? They are both supposed to be dragon tamers, so how could the gap in their strength be this massive? Lu Fan looks down at him with a cold, questioning glare, asking why he has been wondering about something. Why has he only used that dragon spear strike, without showing any other skills this whole time? Nearby, a furious Jinzhou shrieks at the top of her lungs, demanding to know what he is doing and ordering him to make the Earth Dragon attack. Lu Fan remains completely calm, breaking down the difference between Dragon Spear and Dragon Fang Strike. While there are a few minor differences between those moves, it really just comes down to the different weapons they are wielding. At their core, they are the exact same skill, which leaves Lu Fan wondering why his opponent has not even attempted basic abilities like Dragon Claw or Dragon Blessing. Hearing this, Chen Tianji freezes in shock. Dragon Claw, Dragon Blessing, what are those? Could those moves actually be the standard starting skills for any basic dragon tamer? Endless questions race through his mind, but Jinzhou cuts in, shrieking at him with absolute contempt. She calls him a useless piece of trash, demanding to know if he plans to fail, just like Kui Hongtai did, despite his oath of vengeance. Lu Fan watches the two of them with amusement, mocking Chen Tianji by pointing out that his contract with the Earth Dragon has not even unlocked its full skill set yet. He explains that it is not a choice, the guy simply does not have those skills. Pausing, Lu Fan looks down on him and tells him to just give up, because he stands zero chance. He declares that at this point, the two of them are operating on entirely different levels as dragon tamers. Chen Tianji snaps, telling him to shut up, but Lu Fan tries to offer some genuine advice anyway. He points out that there is no real grudge between the two of them. He tells him there is no reason to throw away his pride just to act like her loyal pet, let alone make an enemy out of him. Screaming in pure desperation, Chen Tianji hoarsely tells him to shut up. Gritting his teeth, he continues with intense fury. He accuses Lu Fan of not only blocking his dream of becoming the strongest dragon tamer in history, but also having the absolute nerve to stand there and lecture him about self-respect. Turning to Jinzhou with absolute loyalty, he loudly declares to his princess that he will fulfill the solemn oath he swore to her, no matter what it takes. He begs her to grant him even more power. He is fully prepared to risk his very life, just to show that arrogant bastard the severe consequences of insulting his princess. Jinzhou is absolutely thrilled to hear him beg for power, smugly reminding him that this was entirely his own choice. She warns Chen Tianji that this will be his absolute last chance. Raising her staff, she unleashes that dark, corrupt magic over him once more, while he eagerly accepts the power with blind gratitude. Watching this play out, Lu Fan is completely baffled, unable to comprehend how anyone could remain so fiercely loyal to a person like her. Especially since he already knows exactly what kind of toxic person she really is. But Chen Tianji has completely run out of patience for talking and is now fully prepared to tear Lu Fan to shreds. He snaps back, asking what Lu Fan could possibly know, since he would have remained a useless loser forever without his princess. To become a true powerhouse and repay his heavy debt to her, he is willing to do absolutely anything at all. At this point, his eyes burn with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. Fueled by dark magic, his body swells to 3 times its normal size, leaving Jin Zhou absolutely thrilled with her creation. She laughs, commanding him to tear Lu Fan apart right now. Acting on Kim Ju's orders, Chen Tianji charged like lightning toward Lu Fan, screaming at the top of his lungs for him to die. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Flood Dragon Spear strike, with absolute full power, determined to finish Lu Fan. Faced with this, Lu Fan had no other choice. He raised his sword ready to counter at any moment, but deep down he only felt pity. Rather than feeling angry, I honestly just pity you, Chen Tianji. Saying this, Lu Fan immediately activated his devastating lightning strike. The Whisper of the Wind skill was activated, granting him the Wind Spirit's blessing and boosting his base agility by 35%. He charged straight at Chen Tianji, unleashing an incredibly devastating and powerful Dragon Fang strike. The Blue Dragon King's Roar was activated, adding 20 stacks of lightning attribute to his attack. Every single hit would consume 1 buff stack, carrying a 20% chance of completely paralyzing the opponent. Right then, the system displayed 19 lightning stacks remaining. Taking Lu Fan's powerful strike head-on, Chen Tianji was left utterly speechless. Deep inside his mind, only one single thought remained: a tragic and belated apology. "I am so sorry. Please forgive me, princess." Witnessing this scene, Kim Ju could no longer maintain her arrogant and haughty attitude. Her face instantly turned pale with terror, and tears began streaming down her cheeks. Backing away in sheer panic, Kim Ju stuttered. What? What do you think you are doing? Stay back, do not dare come any closer. Do you even know who my brother is? He is literally the absolute #1 expert in all of Taeguk. If you dare to touch even a single hair on my head, just wait until my brother gets here. He will definitely make you pay for this 1,000 times over. Completely ignoring her pathetic threats, Lu Fan did not hesitate for a second, landing a devastating slap right on her face. She let out a sharp, painful shriek before crashing hard onto the ground. Lu Fan responded with a cold, mocking smirk full of absolute contempt. "Sure, let us just say I am doing your brother a massive favor then." Down below the stage, the crowd erupted into non-stop whispering and gossiping. Wait, Lu Fan already won, so why is he still going out of his way to humiliate his opponent? Seriously, she is such a beautiful girl. How could he possibly be so ruthless to her? How could he have the heart to hit her that hard? I really wonder if he actually has the strength to back up his words when her brother shows up. Lu Fan turned around and walked away, his voice dripping with utter disdain. She was only acting so high and mighty because of Chen Tianji's winning streak. She got exactly what she deserved. That is true. She is just an exchange student, yet she acts so incredibly arrogant. Did she honestly think this was her own home turf? The spectators in the stands were completely divided, with everyone firmly believing they were right. Up in the monitoring room, Principal Gu Han's voice suddenly boomed, commanding everyone to quiet down immediately. Vice Principal Zhao was preparing to step forward and announce the official match results. Standing before the students, Vice Principal Zhao announced loudly, "I declare that the match has officially come to an end. The victorious team is Lu Fan and Jian Ying." The moment their names were called, both Lu Fan and Jian Ying immediately looked up at the balcony where the 2 academy leaders stood. Vice Principal Zhao whispered to Instructor Gu with a slightly tense voice, "Tell Lu Fan to come to my office right away. After that, you can continue hosting the rest of the matches." Instructor Gu bowed respectfully and replied, "I understand, sir." The moment Lu Fan stepped inside Vice Principal Zhao's office, the elder spoke up in a highly serious tone. "Initially, I believed you were simply acting out of anger, due to the Kim family's suspicious movements regarding the upcoming national trial. However, after discussing it with Mr. Chin, I have come to understand the deep-seated grudges and history between the two of you." Pausing for a brief moment, he lectured. "Still settling your personal scores right out in the open on the arena stage makes it incredibly difficult to prevent people from gossiping and criticizing you behind your back." Hearing this, Lu Fan defended himself with a sympathetic look. "The pain Chen Tianji is going through right now is something I have tasted before myself. Because of that, I know with absolute certainty that Kim Ju was only using him for her own gain. Dropping the matter, Vice Principal Zhao handed over some recorded images for him to see. Take a look at this. This is the real reason why I called you here to talk. Your outstanding performance just now was something both the principal and I observed very closely. You are now fully permitted to withdraw from this freshman evaluation exam entirely. Lu Fan felt a bit confused. Withdraw from the evaluation exam? Are you saying my display in the arena earlier was not quite up to your standards? Vice Principal Zhao smiled mysteriously. Quite the opposite, actually. Pausing for a moment, he proudly continued speaking. The moment you managed to release two completely different types of dragon language magic at the exact same time, both the principal and I became entirely convinced that you must enter the upcoming national trial. He pointed toward a massive screen, displaying a list of secret realms. These are the exclusive dungeons curated by Capital Academy and the Secret Realm Hunter Association. Lu Fan is told to pick one, but his mind is completely filled with questions. The Secret Realm Hunter Association, just like the Material Hunter Association that manages rare resources, they make a killing by locating new dungeon entrances for massive payouts. Right now, the screen is flashing with tons of different high-value locations. Sensing Lu Fan's confusion, Vice Principal Zhao explains that entry rights to all of these secret realms are acquired through public auctions. Just pick whichever one you want, and our academy will step up to bid on it for you. But the moment Lu Fan spots the jaw-dropping starting prices, he hesitates, speaking with clear reluctance. Vice Principal Zhao, Capital Academy absolutely cannot afford to cut any corners when it comes to the upcoming national trial. We will do whatever it takes to deliver on every single promise we made to you, before the man assures him. Adjusting his glasses, the Vice Principal asks what he is looking at when Lu Fan shows him a specific screen. Zhao leans in to inspect it closely. Oh, have you already made your choice? The screen displays the full details for the Flying Dragon Graveyard. It is a level 55 dungeon, with nightmare difficulty, requires a party of at least 2 players, and has a massive starting bid of 1,375,600 dragon coins. Clearly thrilled, Lu Fan points to the screen and locks in his final decision. Vice Principal, I want this one. Cut to the very next day, which is the official start of the freshman assessment semifinals. Standing on the platform, Miss Gu announces the first semifinal match, pitting Team 1's Lu Fan and Jian Ying against Team 3. Suddenly, Vice Principal Zhao raises a hand to cut her off. Leaving Miss Gu utterly confused, he clears his throat and steps up to make a loud announcement. Ahem. I have a quick update. Lu Fan and Jian Ying have officially decided to withdraw from this assessment. All other matches will proceed exactly as scheduled. Hearing this massive, shocking bombshell, the entire audience is left completely stunned. Wait, what? Seriously? Lu Fan dropped out? Come on. I literally only showed up here today because I wanted to watch him dominate the stage. A stylishly dressed young girl complains with deep regret. Someone pieced things together and whispers, wait, is this because of that crazy fight yesterday? Another person chimes in, sounding uncertain. Who knows? It's really hard to tell right now. Meanwhile, Taozi is extremely annoyed. She turns to Qin Qiu and grumbles. Hearing all these nasty rumors is seriously getting on my nerves. She is definitely not thrilled about her teammates being the target of cheap gossip. Qin Qiu gently squeezes her friend's hand to comfort her, whispering, just ignore them. By now, Lu Fan and Jian Ying are likely already deep inside the dungeon. The scene shifts to a dense, eerie forest located just outside the Flying Dragon Graveyard. Feeling guilty for dragging Jian Ying into this, Lu Fan speaks up with genuine apology in his voice. I'm incredibly sorry about this, Jian Ying. Because you got grouped with me, you had to forfeit and can't even compete in the tournament anymore. Walking ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, Jian Ying casually responds in her trademark cold, calm tone. Besides, Vice Principal Zhao already made it clear. Both of us have already secured our spots to enter the Elite Azure Cloud class anyway. Plus, we scored some extra merit points on top of that. There is absolutely no reason for you to feel guilty. Pausing for a brief moment, her tone shifts to quiet anticipation. And we even get to explore an incredibly rare dungeon like this. Turning back to face Lu Fan, she offers a sincere smile. So really, thank you. Any rare items and loot we find in here will belong entirely to you. As for me, racking up the experience points is more than enough. Lu Fan lights up with joy, incredibly relieved to see that his teammate doesn't hold any grudge at all. With a warm smile, he replies, I knew it. You absolutely hate owing favors, or being indebted to anyone, don't you? Suddenly, a shout echoing from high above catches both of them completely off guard. In unison, they call out, "Who's there?" Up above, a teenager with blazing fire-red hair is casually lounging on a high tree branch. Looking down at the duo below, he gracefully leaps from the tree, landing right in front of them. He offers a playful, reassuring smirk. "Hey now, there's no need to be so incredibly tense. I'm actually a guide from the Secret Realm Hunter Association. You two can just call me Hey Shu." He points proudly to his chest, introducing himself with a boastful grin. Taking a small step forward, Lu Fan politely responds, "We are actually here to enter the Purple Dragon map." He pauses before asking, "Are you the guide who's supposed to lead us inside the Flying Dragon graveyard?" Hey Shu sizes Lu Fan up from head to toe. Satisfied, he turns around and begins walking, waving for them to follow. "All right, you two keep up with me. Once I guide you safe and sound to the teleportation gate, my mission is officially accomplished." He keeps talking, his voice dripping with pure curiosity. "But seriously, you folks from the Capital Academy must be absolutely loaded. You are rolling in cash, aren't you? By the way, what level are you two right now? To think you actually dropped such a massive fortune just to enter a ridiculously expensive place like this." Pointing at himself and Jianying, Lu Fan honestly reveals that he is only level 25, and she is at level 24. Hearing that, Heishu's jaw drops in absolute shock as he stammers out, "What, level 25 are you two? Completely out of your minds? That dungeon is a nightmare tier secret realm that requires at least level 55. Realizing the danger, Heishu quickly pulls a communication device from his pocket. He stammers nervously, I have to call the Dragon Capital right now to double-check and confirm this entire situation. There must be some kind of huge mistake or mix-up going on here. Sending two rookies who are only in their 20s into such a highly dangerous zone is absolutely no different from leading them straight to their own graves." Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately stops him and tells him not to waste any more of his valuable time on useless phone calls. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rumbles right behind them, causing Heishu to jump out of his skin in absolute and total terror. An entire massive mountain behind them starts collapsing. Reacting instantly, Lu Fan grabs Jianying's hand and drags her away as they run for their lives. Heishu doesn't waste a single second, quickly booking it right behind them. Lu Fan turns back and unleashes his Azure Dragon King's Roar skill. Instantly, the system pops up with a detailed description of his powerful move. The skill unleashes a massive bolt of lightning forward, dealing heavy damage while inflicting a powerful crowd control effect on the enemy. Subsequent attacks will also be infused with 20 stacks of lightning elemental buffs. Each attack consumes one stack of the buff and gives him a 20% chance to leave his target completely paralyzed. The devastating power of Lu Fan's attack leaves Heishu completely speechless. Wait, what kind of skill is that? What kind of insane skill was that? Are you seriously telling me you are only at level 25? Staring down at the unconscious beast, Heishu mutters in complete disbelief. Are you kidding me? That monster was literally at level 50. Both Lu Fan and Jianying turn back to look at the incredibly shocked scout. Lu Fan calmly smiles at him and says levels aren't really a big deal for us. Now just lead the way. Feeling a bit awkward, Heishu scratches his head and replies, "Well, all right then. I guess I will keep leading the way for you two." Heishu leads them deep into an area covered in thick, overgrown bushes. Gently parting the thick branches, he reveals a small path tucked away. "We have arrived. This right here is the secret entrance to the Wyvern Graveyard." Both Lu Fan and Jianying are quite impressed by how well hidden this place is. Lu Fan remarks with surprise, "I never would have guessed that this giant tree is the actual teleportation portal." Hidden behind the bushes is a massive spatial portal radiating a highly mysterious and ancient energy. With his task complete, Heishu turns around to head back home. He waves goodbye to the duo and says, "My job is done here, folks. May fate bring us together again." Hold on a second. Heishu Lu Fan calls out, stopping the guide in his tracks and reaching out his hand to send a friend request. "Since fate brought us together, we might as well add each other as friends," Lu Fan offers. "An experienced dungeon hunter like you must have traveled to many different locations by now. I might need to hire you again in the future, so thanks in advance." Hearing this, Heishu is quite taken aback by Lu Fan's sudden request. Shocked, Heishu pauses, but Lu Fan quickly reassures him. "Of course I will pay you very well for your services." Heishu narrows his eyes as he realizes his plan. He asks, "Wait, so you are telling me you want to use my connections to purchase the coordinates of ordinary geographic locations instead of official secret realms? Is that what you want?" Lu Fan smirks and answers him with a clever knowing tone. The Dungeon Hunters Association probably doesn't allow its members to sell classified information regarding official secret realms, does it? But if you are only selling simple geographic coordinates, that wouldn't actually violate any of your regulations, would it? Heishu closes his eyes to ponder. Finding Lu Fan's proposal perfectly reasonable, he decided to immediately name his price to finalize the deal. 10,000. Wait, no, 100,000 dragon coins per location. And that is strictly my special friend discount. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan immediately shakes on it, saying, "Deal, let's do it." He firmly grips Heishu's hand to seal the contract, showing that their transaction is now officially settled and finalized. Lu Fan, agreeing to that insane price so easily, is completely beyond Heishu's wildest expectations. His mind completely races with questions, wondering if the students from Dragon Capital Academy are truly this filthy rich. Listening to these two men talk endlessly gives Jian Ying a massive headache, prompting her to finally cut in with a highly impatient and annoyed voice. "You two have talked way too much already. Let's finally get moving." Lu Fan is completely awestruck by the majestic towering view unfolding right before his eyes. Could this be the legendary Wyvern Sacred Tree that Heishu mentioned earlier? He figured the spot marked on that legendary god-tier treasure map had to be located right at the very peak of this giant massive tree. Jian Ying suddenly cried out to Lu Fan the moment she felt the ground beneath their feet start to shake violently. "Lu Fan, it is an earthquake." He gritted his teeth as a massive swarm of fierce monsters appeared right ahead. No, wait, those were actually terrifying flying dragons. An unexpected threat suddenly ambushed them from behind as dozens of level 50 undead flying dragons came swarming in. Monster specs quickly flashed on screen. Defeating them rewards 37,120 experience points, along with a chance at dragon teeth worth 2,772 dragon coins. These undead beasts possess two formidable skills. First is Swarm Bite, allowing them to strike all at once for massive physical damage, followed by Corrupting Breath. This fan-shaped blast of toxic gas can instantly slash the attack power of anyone caught in it by 50%. Facing the fierce monster horde, Lu Fan immediately shifted into a highly focused combat-ready stance. Without wasting a single second, he called out Jian Ying, "Prepare for battle." Jian Ying also instantly summoned her signature army destroyer sword, known as Han Shan. Right after that, the notification screen displayed the stats of her Han Shan skill, which was capable of dealing 240% physical damage to the opponent, while splashing 24% of that total damage onto nearby targets. A massive alpha flying dragon suddenly singled out Lu Fan as its primary target. It swooped down incredibly fast, opening its fanged jaws to swallow him whole, but Lu Fan reacted instantly by summoning Xiao Ye to his side. "Let's go, Xiao Ye." The black dragon girl appeared, and did not hesitate to unleash her devastating lava blaze skill. A scorching torrent of flame blasted straight at the target ahead, dealing massive damage while restoring some of her health to keep protecting her master. At the exact same time, Jian Ying was ambushed from behind by another flying dragon. Fortunately, sensing a strange noise behind her, she spectacularly dodged the incoming sneak attack. Without hesitation, she immediately counterattacked with her Bloodbreaker sword's armor-piercing skill, which could ignore 32% of her target's defense to deliver maximum physical damage. However, after her critical strike defeated the flying dragon, the beast's falling body accidentally dragged her down with it. Perhaps because she was too focused, Jian Ying forgot she was in mid-air, with no footing, causing her body to plummet helplessly down the deep cliff. Seconds later, she screamed in sheer panic. "Army Destroyer Sword, come to me quickly. I was too careless. This is bad. It is too late." Fortunately, Lu Fan managed to fly over and reach her side just in time. Without hesitation, he used his Dragon Fang Strike skill, resonating with his dragon contract, to channel all the raw dragon energy in his body. A heavy strike from his weapon successfully knocked away the flying dragon that was trying to attack Jian Ying. Right after that, he reached out his hand and yelled, "Jian Ying, take my hand." He caught her hand, and she could not believe he had appeared so quickly. Seeing them both in free fall, Lu Fan slammed his sword deep into the rocky cliffside to halt their descent. Looking down to warn Jian Ying, he spoke gently. "Be careful, our actual destination is definitely not down there." His brave actions always saving her at her most vulnerable moments made her heart skip a beat. Even so, she tried to act cool, stammering out, "Well, looks like you saved me yet again." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from below, putting both of them on high alert instantly. Jian Ying asked nervously, "Are they coming back?" Lu Fan stared in that direction, replying in a serious tone, "No, that is not it. Down here is." Before he could finish, a terrifying surge of energy blasted straight toward them. Without hesitation, Lu Fan pulled Jian Ying close, shielding her with his body as he yelled in sheer urgency, "Watch out, Xiao Ye!" Hearing her master's panicked call, Xiao Ye rushed over instantly. Even she was surprised to see a massive skeletal dragon clinging tightly to a rocky ledge, snorting fierce flames from its nostrils. It let out an earth-shattering roar, showing its absolute fury. Right in front of Xiao Ye, another massive flying dragon was charging aggressively, taking the form of a terrifying giant skeleton beast that looked absolutely horrific. It landed heavily, shaking the whole area, while Lu Fan managed to carry Jian Ying to a safe landing spot. Jian Ying looked at the monster and then at Xiao Ye, filled with worry. "That is the skeletal berserker dragon Xiao Ye." The system immediately displayed the details on this new boss, Skeletal Berserker Dragon, level 55 Nightmare difficulty boss. Its deadly skills include skeletal armor support, which spawns extremely hard white bone layers to boost its defense, and bone blade ambush, launching countless sharp bone blades to deal critical damage within range, and white bone storm, using its own bones to sweep everything, dealing higher damage the lower its opponent's health gets. Lu Fan turned to confidently reassure Jian Ying, telling her that Xiao Ye would be fine and she should go on ahead while he handled it. Hearing this, Jian Ying is completely taken aback. Before she can say another word, Lu Fan already charges straight toward the bone dragon. Left behind, Jian Ying could only reach out desperately, as if to stop him crying out in sheer panic. "Wait. Hold on, Lu Fan. That bone dragon is a highly dangerous subdragon species." She is terrified that Lu Fan will face extreme danger fighting alone. But Lu Fan completely ignores her warning, rushing straight toward Xiao Ye, while shouting out her name, "Xiao Ye! Xiao Ye!" Hearing her master call, Xiao Ye immediately activates her terrifying World Destroyer transformation mode without a single moment of hesitation. Xiao Ye's eyes change completely, turning incredibly menacing, while the fierce bone dragon right in front of her continues to roar and wildly spew deadly flames. Suddenly, Xiao Ye shrinks her body, sprouts a massive pair of fiery wings, and soars high into the sky. It turns out this is another one of her powerful combat forms. That miserable bone dragon is instantly burned to ashes by its very own blazing flames. Witnessing this insane sight, Jian Ying is utterly stunned, thinking to herself, does Xiao Ye actually possess even more hidden combat forms? No wonder he was so absolutely confident earlier when he declared that Xiao Ye would be completely fine. At that moment, Lu Fan arrives on the scene. He immediately summons Xiao Fei next and delivers a sharp command. "Xiao Fei, activate Jade Bamboo Blessing." Right as the words leave his mouth, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appears in the air, with long green hair, small, elegant horns, a graceful dragon tail, and magnificent fairy wings. She gently casts her spell, releasing a mystical green glow along with 3 precious gems that float directly toward Lu Fan. The system alerts that the Jade Bamboo Blessing is active, granting 3 layers of dragon energy shields to block 3 incoming attacks. Lu Fan dashes toward the bone dragon, with Xiao Ye roaring fiercely right behind him to provide powerful backup. He shouts with absolute resolve, "Xiao Ye, let's combine our forces." Gripping his blade tightly, Lu Fan charges with Xiao Ye supporting him from behind, while the 3 protective blessing gems glow brightly above his head. He leaps high into the air, plunging down like lightning to drive his blade directly into the center of the bone dragon's skull. The system screen flashes another alert. Black Dragon's Roar activated, dealing massive area damage and applying a weakness effect. Dragon Fangs strike the contract seal, and the Jade Dragon Talisman channel all dragon energy straight into the weapon, unleashing an absolutely devastating strike. Lu Fan lands gracefully on the ground as the shattered bone dragon crumbles to pieces, while one of the glowing blessing gems above him fades away. Suddenly, the eye of the shattered bone dragon begins emitting an eerie purple light. Lu Fan senses something is wrong and instantly goes on high alert. In the blink of an eye, a massive dark purple hurricane erupts right where the dragon fell, unleashing the deadly Bone Tempest skill. Lu Fan spins around, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Wait, is it really still not dead? But before he can take action, a blinding crimson flash, sharp as a bolt of lightning, strikes straight into the remaining neck of the bone dragon, completely shattering it to pieces. Why on earth did you come down here? Lu Fan is completely shocked to see Jian Ying suddenly stand right before him. That weapon of hers is. Jian Ying is now standing balanced on a flying sword, gliding smoothly through the air. She responds with a deadpan serious voice, saying she is only doing what they had agreed to in their deal. According to their deal, if he can defeat that guy Chen Tianji all on his own, she will reveal all the secrets and unique traits of the Swordmaster class to him. Lu Fan cracks a slight smile, as Xiao Fei flies happily behind him, ready to back him up. Alright, then let's get ready to move in. Right after his words, the remnant of the bone dragon raises its sharp claws once again, slashing straight down at Lu Fan. Jian Ying points forward and declares that a Swordmaster unlocks a brand new type of weapon for every 5 levels they gain. And this right here is my ultimate trump card, the Scythe of Karmic Fire. In an instant, a massive scythe wrapped in blazing hellfire manifests, crackling with terrifying red lightning bolts that look incredibly menacing. The system panel pops up to display the new weapon, Scythe of Karmic Fire Epic Grade Level 20, requiring the Swordmaster class. Its special skill Karmic Burst allows the user to freely switch the attack element between fire and dark attributes. Every kill permanently increases the scythe's damage by 0.1%, with the current boost sitting at 8.9%. Thrusting her fist forward, Jian Ying yells out with power, Karmic Burst. She throws a devastating punch straight at the bone dragon, triggering an earth-shattering explosion of fire. Watching from below, Lu Fan smiles as he realizes that a Swordmaster does not unlock new skills, but instead gains access to a massive variety of different weapons, each possessing incredibly unique and powerful attributes. Lu Fan turns and gives the order to Xiao Fei, telling her it is finally their turn. Xiao Fei flies high into the air, with joy, casting her Jade Bamboo Blessing in perfect coordination with Xiao Ye by her side. Standing below, Lu Fan roars with command Xiao Ye Earth Cataclysm. The system screen instantly pops up to display the skill details. The skill Earth Rupture unleashes a massive shockwave across the ground, dealing heavy damage with a very high chance of sending enemies straight into a spatial rift. Without a single second of hesitation, Xiao Ye charges straight at the massive bone dragon, slamming it into the ground with a devastating explosion. Finally, the beast is completely defeated. Once again, the system notifications flash across the screen. Jade Dragon has officially reached level 15. A new skill has been unlocked, Form Transformation. Meanwhile, Dragon Tamer Lu Fan has successfully leveled up to 26. With the battle won, Xiao Ye shrinks back to her normal form, floating down to land right beside Lu Fan and Xiao Fei. Watching this, Jian Ying finally lets out a sigh of relief. Still, she can't help but feel a little insecure. Even though she had to unleash her ultimate trump card, almost all of the actual damage in this fight was carried entirely by Lu Fan's dragon Xiao Ye. The true power of a giant dragon is honestly beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Taking a breath, Jian Ying speaks up hesitantly, saying, "I am sorry, Lu Fan, but I cannot keep going forward with you." She pauses for a second before continuing, her voice filled with sadness. "You, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei can easily clear that final boss on your own, whether I am there with you or not." She trails off. Seeing her like this, Lu Fan turns to look at her. While Xiao Fei clings tightly to his neck and Xiao Ye yawns lazily in the back, Lu Fan smiles warmly and says, "Do not worry about it. Thank you for saving me back there from the bone dragon. Besides, the loot and progress we got today are honestly more than enough for us. Not only did we learn some cool facts about the Sword Mage class, but we even managed to level up our little Xiao Fei all the way to level 15. The screen flashes to display Xiao Fei's detailed stats. Level 15 Jade Dragon contract with strength at 656. Agility at 718, Spirit at 3,459, and Defense at 959. Her skills include Fountain of Life, Jade Light, Jade Blessing, Nature Assimilation, Jade Dragon Bloodline, and Form Transformation. Now that the Jade Dragon has reached her growth stage, she can freely switch between 4 different combat forms. The Blood contract boosts her stat scaling. Additionally, her Whelp form reduces her overall attributes and energy consumption by 50%. While the Dragon Girl form remains locked, her Eternal form turns her into the Guardian of the Tree of Life. This unlocks the skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Meanwhile, her Soul Light form lets her abandon her physical body to possess an ally, granting them the skills Soul Protection and Soul Impact. Seeing this, Lu Fan is absolutely thrilled. It turns out that hitting level 15 makes Xiao Fei just as overpowered as Xiao Ye. This is absolutely amazing. He beams with pride. Since Xiao Fei usually grows so slowly, he honestly thought they would never get to see her giant dragon form. But now she is just like Xiao Ye, completely unlocked with 4 distinct combat forms of her own. Saying this, Lu Fan reaches out and gently pats Xiao Fei on the head with pure affection. Watching this from behind, Xiao Ye gets incredibly jealous, pointing her claws in the air and letting out loud, frustrated squeaks. Lu Fan smiles, eager to test out Xiao Fei's brand new forms right away. Hearing this, Jian Ying, who is standing just ahead, quickly speaks up in a rush. In that case, we should head back and continue our raid on the Wyvern Divine Tree. Before she can even finish her sentence, massive fireballs suddenly rain down from the sky, targeting their exact position in a terrifying chaotic explosion. Jian Ying instantly realizes that these are incoming magic attacks. Reacting instantly, Lu Fan shouts for everyone to take cover. They quickly scramble to hide behind the thick trunks of nearby ancient trees. Staring at the incoming fireballs, Lu Fan silently realizes that the intense commotion from their previous battle must have been far too loud. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black, completely blocked out by thousands of giant winged shadows, their eyes glowing like burning coals as they dive bomb directly toward their position. Frowning, Lu Fan concludes that the loud battle from earlier has accidentally lured this swarm of terrifying monsters straight to them. Right then, the system screen flashes with details about the soul light form, which sheds the physical body to wrap an ally in pure spirit energy, unlocking the new skills, Soul Protection and Soul Impact. Seeing this, Lu Fan blinks as everything suddenly clicks. It turns out Xiao Fei has already activated the skill, transforming into a brilliant holy light that gracefully wraps itself around Xiao Ye. After a brief moment to catch their breath and recover, Lu Fan, Jian Ying, and the dragons set off once again. Leading the way, Lu Fan reminds them to stay alert. He orders Xiao Ye to scout ahead and protect Jian Ying as they head for the Wyvern Divine Tree. On his command, both Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei drop their spirit forms, turning back into their massive, awe-inspiring dragon bodies. The system updates again. The Jade Dragon has activated Soul Light form, gaining Soul Protection, Soul Impact, and Jade Dragon Bloodline Awakening. The absolute power of this combo is insanely terrifying. Every single effect is massively buffed when applied to dragons of the same bloodline. Furthermore, the ally covered by this Soul Light will receive a massive stat boost of 100 to 200%. Even better, any damage they take is absorbed and turned into 1 to 12 stacks of Dragon Aura. Once it stacks up to 10 times, a devastating shockwave is unleashed. Enveloped in Xiao Fei's glowing spiritual aura, Xiao Ye felt an absolute surge of massive power roaring so loud it shook the entire world. The system alerts flashed as the level 19 Black Dragon contract kept spiking up. Power went from 4,374 to 26,224. Agility shot from 4,374 up to 10,701. Spirit rose from 3,991 to 5,986. Finally, defense jumped from 4,094 to 12,288. Jian Ying stared in absolute shock as she watched Xiao Ye's stats skyrocket. The incredible boost from pairing Xiao Fei with Xiao Ye was just completely terrifying. Lu Fan gave a quiet nod, his eyes gleaming with clear approval. It was true, pairing Xiao Fei with another dragon unlocked an incredibly superior level of power. He calculated that with Xiao Ye's world-ending form and Xiao Fei's soul shield, their attack power had easily reached 26,000. They had to climb the sacred tree fast, so Xiao Ye could get Dragon's Blessing, which would push his power past 30,000. Suddenly, the sky above shook violently as dozens of massive, colorful dragons tore through the air, raining down a massive storm of red and blue fireballs straight at Xiao Ye. Even in this crisis, Lu Fan stayed perfectly calm, telling Xiao Ye to keep pushing forward without fighting back so Xiao Fei could absorb every single hit. Sure enough, as those fireballs crashed into the aura around Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei easily absorbed every single one. It did not take long before the number of absorbed attacks hit 10. Knowing the perfect moment had arrived, Lu Fan gave the order for Xiao Fei to unleash the kinetic shockwave. Instantly, a massive wave of glowing emerald energy exploded outward from Xiao Fei, trapping the entire enemy dragon flock like a giant invisible dome. In a flash, the roaring dragons froze midair and crashed heavily to the ground, dead before they could even blink. The system panel showed that this deflecting shockwave fully unleashed all of the damage they had just absorbed. With the total damage doubled as a massive counterattack, a stunned Jian Ying asked if that was actually Xiao Fei's skill. Lu Fan smiled, explaining that Soul Protection did not just absorb damage, it could also reflect it right back at them. And when used on dragons, that effect is completely doubled. Jian Ying was utterly amazed, having thought leveling dragon pets only boosted raw stats like weapons, never expecting it to unlock entirely new forms with such terrifying power. Even if she used her absolute trump card, Raging Karma Fire, she was still miles behind Lu Fan. As they rushed ahead, a sudden violent gale swept over them, bringing their forward progress to a screeching halt. Jian Yang scowled as the wind howled. Lu Fan's eyes flashed as he realized the truth. The boss is right ahead, let's move. Jian Yang quickly spotted their target through the haze, the fearsome Ironbone flying dragon. Right before them, a massive dragon covered in snow-white scales beat its wings wildly, creating terrifying destructive tornadoes with every single flap. The system instantly brought up the stats for the boss, a level 60 Ironbone flying dragon on nightmare difficulty. Its Tempest speed skill could instantly whip up a devastating storm. Its moving Tempest deals continuous damage while slowing targets down. Ironbone thrust charges ahead to crush anyone with defense below 10,000. An Ironbone reinforcement cuts all incoming damage by 50%. The massive beast glared down at Lu Fan and Jian Ying, letting out a roar that literally tore through the heavens. Without a second of hesitation, it executed its Ironbone thrust, launching itself straight at Xiao Ye like a massive steel arrow. Watching Xiao Ye face this deadly threat, Jian Ying could not help but feel incredibly anxious. That dragon is extremely dangerous. We need to back up Xiao Ye right now. But unlike her rising panic, Lu Fan stayed totally relaxed, his voice steady as a rock. Do not worry, Jian Ying. Xiao Fei is already preparing to unleash her soul shockwave. Instantly, the gem on Xiao Fei's chest lit up once more, as the system announced her Jade Dragon bloodline was active, doubling all skill effects against dragons. The soul shockwave was triggered in its glowing spirit light form, beginning to draw in and circulate the surrounding dragon energy. Each pulse granted her 2 stacks of dragon energy, and upon attacking, she would unleash the entire reserve, stacking from 30 up to 60 times. As those powerful waves of energy from Xiao Fei kept reflecting the attacks, dealing heavy damage to the dragon, Lu Fan refused to let up immediately, barking out his next command. Xiao Ye, now is your turn to trigger the dragon's blessing. The details for Dragon's Blessing popped up, showing it boosted the user and their dragon's overall stats and raw strength by 30%. Right after, the system went wild, updating the stats of the level 19 Black Dragon with strength, jumping from 26,224 up to 34,117. Spirit went from 10,701 to 13,900. 11 Agility climbed from 5,986 to 7,700. 81 in defense surged from 12,288 to 15,974. Thanks to Xiao Fei's incredible support, Xiao Ye's stats just kept skyrocketing to absolutely unbelievable levels. Now that their energy had finally reached its peak, from high above, Xiao Fei unleashed a massive surge of green energy straight at the evil dragon, the Soul Impact, releasing all 8 layers of accumulated dragon chi. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Ye down below slashed with her razor-sharp claws, delivering a devastating blow directly to its massive body. But a sudden metallic clang echoed, seemingly interrupting the skill. The evil dragon let out a roar of absolute fury and pain. Roar, sensing the violent, murderous intent, Sword Shadow cried out in worry. This is bad, it's about to charge right at us. With those words, she immediately took a defensive stance, ready for battle. She resolved in her mind that compared to a dragon tamer, her strength might be minuscule, but as a reliable teammate, she was determined to contribute every bit she had. Raising her Bloodbreaker sword high, she poured all her energy into converting it to dark attribute, unleashing her evil karma burst. The sword flashed forward like a black bolt of lightning, tearing through the air and aiming straight for the evil dragon's neck. Yet only a dull metallic clang rang out in response. Her powerful attack left nothing but a faint scratch on its steel-like scales. It turned out the evil dragon had quickly activated bone-chilling fortification, reducing incoming damage by 50% and boosting its defense to extreme levels. Sword Shadow blurted out in utter helplessness, "Damn it, my attack didn't do a single thing to it." In response, Lu Fan only gave a warm smile. "No worries, I truly appreciate how dedicated you are to our team." Completely ignoring Sword Shadow, the crazed dragon charged directly at Lu Fan with wild fury. Sensing they were out of time, Lu Fan quickly changed the subject. "Well, now isn't the best time for small talk, let's keep moving deeper inside." Sword Shadow quickly agreed, nodding along. Meanwhile, down below, those 2 little dragons, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, were still bickering and growling noisily. This forced Lu Fan to turn around and bark sternly at them. "You two will, you cut it out already." In a hidden corner of the vast, sprawling forest, amidst pure white cocoons that were gently twitching, a mysterious dark green egg finally began to show signs of cracking. The group of 4 chatted happily as they walked. Sword Shadow excitedly chimed in, "Hey, I've finally reached level 25 too." Lu Fan asked curiously, "Did you unlock any new weapons with that?" She nodded slightly, summoning a gorgeous glowing sword. "Yes, the Myriad Flower weapon. It's agility-focused and the effects are actually pretty decent. Too bad, it is only level 1, so its power is still negligible." The sword status info popped up on screen. Level 1 Myriad Flower weapon. Required class Sword Mage. Heavenly Sword Dance split into countless blade petals, each holding 10% of the user's power returning to their original shape after dealing damage within a set area. Lu Fan eyed the sword and gave her a knowing smile. "Well, that's true for now. But just wait until you get it to level 25, the results will blow you away." Sword Shadow lowered her eyes, her face showing worry and doubt rather than any real excitement. Even if she maxed out every single weapon to level 25, she wondered if she could even land a scratch on someone as monstrously strong as Xiao Ye. That's the heavy burden of teaming up with a sheer genius like Lu Fan. You are constantly compared to his unreal standards. She hesitated, whispering, "If anyone else said that, I'd believe them." He countered, "So you don't trust my word?" Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "Once you upgrade Myriad Flower with that single sword, I doubt many here at Dragon Capital Academy could even hold a candle to you." Not wanting to argue any further, she quickly changed the subject, pointing toward Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, waving at them from a distance. All right, let's catch up quickly, before Xiao Ye leaves us completely in the dust." As Lu Fan walked over to them, he suddenly froze, his expression turning deathly serious. Ahead was a clearing scattered with the ruins of an abandoned camp, alongside a motionless figure, whose survival remained highly uncertain. "Was this a campsite for earlier adventurers?" Lu Fan muttered, observing that they looked like they had perished a long time ago. He cautiously stepped closer to inspect the young man. The warrior was dead, his eyes rolled back, still wearing his battle gear. Could they have been ambushed by monsters? He drew his sword warily, scanning the area, unaware of a pair of savage eyes glaring at him from the dark shadows behind. "Sword Shadow, this place is likely overrun by monsters now. Keep your guard up." Sword Shadow flinched, her voice trembling slightly. "Wait, you mean this whole setup is a trap?" Thud, thud, thud. Out of the bushes charged a colossal beast, with ancient bronze scales, a bronze wyvern. It was a level 60 bronze wyvern, nightmare difficulty. Bronze support. It grants the designated target massive defensive shields, decreasing attack power by 10%, while boosting the target's total defense by 100%. Before they could even react, another massive three-headed monster came roaring down from the sky above. It was a three-headed elemental wyvern. This level 65 beast was nightmare difficulty, armed with the deadly triple magic skill. All three of its heads simultaneously unleash fire, ice, and lightning magic, dealing a whopping 300% damage. Elemental Companion. As long as a single head remains alive, the other severed heads will continuously regenerate, even after being destroyed. The regeneration time increases with each death. Lu Fan quickly glanced at the two bosses, appearing together while Sword Shadow panicked. Are they working together, setting an ambush here? The three-headed wyvern is stalling for time, and now it is beginning its assault. All three of its mouths gather energy at once, preparing to unleash a devastating triple magic blast. Just as the spell is about to fire, Xiao Ye roars, charging forward like lightning, and landing a crushing blow directly onto one of its three heads. The spell is instantly interrupted. Right then, the supporting bronze wyvern lets out a roar, wrapping a bright light around the elemental three-headed wyvern, massively boosting its overall defense. After Xiao Ye's heavy strike, the three-headed beast only staggers slightly before growling with renewed fury. Jian Ying shouts that the bronze wyvern buffed it again, making Xiao Ye's attack do barely any real damage. They definitely need to take down that bronze wyvern first. Lu Fan, on the other hand, remains incredibly calm. Magic energy begins to envelop the sword in his hand. Telling her not to worry, he says he has a plan. He turns to Jian Ying, telling her to summon Wan Hua and get ready to level up. Before Jian Ying can even utter another word, Lu Fan shoots forward like an arrow. His main target is that bronze wyvern. He commands the Jade Dragon to switch to Soul Light form, telling Xiao Fei to cover him and prepare to unleash Soul Shock. Xiao Ye enters world-ending form, ready to strike. A defensive shield activates, reducing damage by 100% and boosting defense by 100%. Keep in mind the original effect actually reduces attack by 10% while boosting defense by 100%, which seems to apply to Lu Fan here. With the Jade Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are multiplied for the Dragon Clan and those with linked bloodlines, triggering Soul Shock. Up in the air, Xiao Ye constantly dodges the relentless triple magic attacks from the three-headed wyvern. One of the three heads has its lightning element completely interrupted. While Soul Shock is on cooldown, Xiao Ye suddenly lets out a fierce roar, his body erupting in dark flames as his new skill. Intimidation is activated. Uga Mu, a terrifyingly powerful roar, is unleashed in that moment. The Black Dragon's intimidation continuously releases waves of terrifying pressure into the surrounding area, inflicting a fear effect on all targets within range, along with a stun effect. Stun applied, fear applied, and immobilization applied. The three-headed wyvern trembles in sheer terror, and even Jian Ying has to cover her ears tightly, her voice shaking as she speaks. Is Xiao Ye's crowd control skill really capable of having such a terrifying impact? Her head is buzzing. Hang on, Jian Ying, it will be over soon. Lu Fan shouts, continuing his attack alongside Xiao Ye against the bronze wyvern. With Soul Shock active, a devastating slash descends from the heavens Dragon Fang Strike. Channeling his dragon contract energy through the Kirin sword, he unleashes a powerful strike that completely shatters the supporting bronze wyvern. With the support monster gone, Xiao Ye immediately charges forward like a raging tempest in his ferocious dragon form. His razor-sharp claws tear one of the three-headed wyvern's heads apart in an instant, prompting Lu Fan to quickly pull Jian Ying away from the splashing blood. He warns her to be careful, as Xiao Ye went a bit too far again. The Black Dragon has reached level 21 and now level 22. Lu Fan turns to Xiao Fei with a praising smile, saying that was a great combo, but she must behave and not pick up those bad habits from her sister Xiao Ye. Lu Fan has reached level 27, then level 28, while the Jade Dragon has leveled up to 16 and then 17. Jian Ying stands nearby quietly staring at Lu Fan, then looking down at the Wanhua sword in her own hands, thinking that in the end she really hasn't been of much help to him. Hanging around Lu Fan, how could a genius from Yunbei like her end up feeling this useless? Wanhua has reached level 6, while Jian Ying reaches level 26, then level 27. Noticing her deep in thought, and assuming she is tired, Lu Fan gently pats her shoulder, speaking softly to her. He says they have to destroy all three of the monsters' heads at once, so they should let Xiao Ye handle the rest while they take a quick break. Jian Ying softly agrees. Ding, another system notification pops up and Lu Fan takes a quick glance at it without saying a word. As time quietly passes, night begins to fall. Lu Fan and Jian Ying step out of their tent with Lu Fan carrying a plate of fresh fruit. He mentions that this is food Sister Han prepared for them, suggesting they head outside first. Jian Ying freezes when she sees the campfire burning brightly, but there is absolutely no one else in sight. She bites her lip as disappointment and insecurity well up inside. It seems Lu Fan has finally realized she is nothing more than a burden. Deep in another dense forest, Lu Fan cautiously makes his way through the thick foliage, seemingly searching for something specific. He mutters an apology to Jian Ying. Just then, a ding sounds as the system alerts him that he is close to the God-tier treasure map's location. Appearing right before his eyes are two massive eggs glowing with a mystical light, and cracks are already starting to appear on them. He holds his breath, telling himself that this was his true purpose all along for coming to the Wyvern Graveyard. The two giant eggs shatter violently, forcing Lu Fan to react instantly and take several quick steps back. Emerging from within are two majestic Wyvern souls, the Wyvern Kings themselves. A level 70 Wyvern King comes with a very challenging nightmare boss difficulty. Its lethal arsenal features elemental dragon breath blasting targets with fire, ice, and lightning, while also launching powerful spiritual soul strikes. Unshackling its physical form, the Wyvern King charges directly at its target to deal massive, devastating damage. Once it activates Dragon Language, Unseal elemental breath upgrades into true Dragon Language magic, and that soul strike transforms into devastating apocalyptic magic. Thanks to its Wyvern bloodline as a sub-dragon race closest to real dragons, the Wyvern King takes 50% less damage from all attacks. Even Lu Fan is stunned. A level 55 Secret Realm boss somehow hitting level 70. That is absolutely insane. He instantly summons Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, preparing himself for a brutal battle of life and death. Facing such a massive level gap, he cannot afford to be careless and must take this fight seriously. The Wyvern King Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei roar in unison before charging headfirst into each other. You and I are about to witness an absolute bloodbath. This earth-shaking clash among four ferocious dragons erupts with savage bites and deafening roars echoing all the way to Jian Ying. Startled, she looks up toward the terrifying noise, instantly recognizing the familiar deep roar of Xiao Ye, echoing in the distance. A flood of memories suddenly rushes back. Lu Fan has saved her life multiple times. Does he think she is too much trouble and that is why he left her behind? She absolutely refuses to be a burden to him anymore. As a top genius from Yunbei, she should be brave enough to face the massive power gap between herself and a dragon tamer. Is there still a way for her to support him? Clenching her fists tight, she recalls the words Lu Fan told her before. It might seem weak now, but once you upgrade Manhwa to level 25, the results will be completely different. I really like how dedicated you are to your teammates. Do not worry about it, and thanks for saving me earlier. We got a great haul today. Lu Fan's sincere, slightly goofy smile flashes vividly in her mind. Her grip tightens even more as she resolves to take action. Even if she is not as strong, she can still find a way to help him. She absolutely must do this. Back to Lu Fan, a violent gale suddenly sweeps through the area. It forces him to his knees as he struggles to stay upright, driving his sword deep into the ground. Damn, a level 70 boss is no joke, proving to be way tougher than the boss from his exam. Xiao Ye roars, activating both blazing lava and dragonic inspiration at once. This buffs himself and the other dragon pet, boosting all their attributes by 30%. Shifting its form, it uses its massive armored dragon body to clash head-on with one of the Wyvern Kings, charging up its skill. Dark flames burn intensely inside the Wyvern King's chest, forcing a painful, agonizing screech from its throat. With a roar, blazing lava unleashes torrents of fire at the target, dealing massive damage while healing itself in the process. Seizing the moment while Lu Fan is distracted, the other Wyvern King ambushes him from behind, unleashing a deadly soul strike. Right then, Xiao Fei suddenly shifts into her eternal form, signaling that the Jade Dragon has successfully transformed. Suddenly, hundreds of glowing swords rain down from the sky like a storm of arrows, targeting the Wyvern trying to ambush Lu Fan. Instantly recognizing the familiar skill, Lu Fan is left completely stunned. It is Jian Ying charging in from afar, as fast as the wind, unleashing her powerful Wanhua technique to temporarily suppress the attacking Wyvern. I will support you from behind, she yells. With heavenly sword rain, thousands of floral swords split apart, each carrying 10% of her power to strike in unison. Do not worry, my safety comes first. Lu Fan stares at her, stunned for a brief second before helplessly shaking his head with a gentle smile. Understood. In her eternal form, Xiao Fei has unlocked some incredible new skills, successfully gaining access to both Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Right before our eyes, Xiao Fei casts Life Pulse. Thanks to her Jade Dragon bloodline, the effects of all her skills multiply when cast on dragons or those sharing a soul bond. Life Pulse buffs all nearby friendly targets with Jade Light and Jade Blessing, raising the active stacks of these enhancements from 2 to 4. Upon receiving both Jade buffs simultaneously, both their health and overall attributes are significantly boosted. Jade Blessing grants targets 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Dragon Chi, boosting the damage output of their next 3 to 12 attacks. Meanwhile, Jade Light boosts targets with an additional 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Blessing. It also cleanses all negative status effects and boosts all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each stack reduces incoming damage by 1 to 2 with the soul bonded bloodline effect, multiplying that protection by 12. Lu Fan shouts out with pure confidence. Xiao Ye crushed them to pieces. Hearing the command, Xiao Ye unleashes an earth-shattering roar, charging straight at the Wyvern King with pure murderous intent. His sharp, deadly claws swat his opponent away, sending it flying straight into the other wyvern that was targeting Lu Fan, causing an absolutely brutal collision. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Fan gathers massive magical energy in the palm of his hand. The magical sphere grows larger by the second as his dragon language magic fully charges up. The Wyvern King screeches with a thunderous roar as endless lightning strikes rain down, completely enveloping its body and forcing its once impenetrable scales to change color. Covered in dark flames, Xiao Ye charges straight at the beast like a blazing meteor. Watching Xiao Ye's massive fire pillar shatter the Wyvern King's freshly formed energy sphere, Jian Ying stands completely shocked, wondering if that power is the legendary dragon language release. Lu Fan explains with his eyes glued to the aerial battle, warning that the boss is about to unleash its ultimate dragon language magic. The system announces the dragon language release has unlocked dragon language magic. Dragon breath magic is replaced by dragon language magic, while soul attacks upgrade directly to doomsday magic. The Wyvern King's furious roar carries immense power, instantly shattering Xiao Ye's blazing pillar of fire in an instant. Lu Fan urgently screams for Xiao Fei as the attacks from Xiao Ye and the Wyvern King collide violently in the sky, creating an earth-shattering explosion that sends massive shockwaves tearing through the area. The system issues a doomsday warning, stating that once the dragon language magic activates, the Wyvern King will soar high and sacrifice 100% of its health points for a final devastating attack, dealing damage equal to 2000% of that sacrificed health. Boom, boom, boom. As the terrifying blast fades and the sweeping shockwaves settle, the thick dust slowly clears to reveal a soft green light glowing in the wreckage. It is Xiao Fei's energy, which luckily formed a solid shield, just in time to protect all four of them. Lu Fan helps Jian Ying up with one hand, asking her gently if she is alright. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei's Jade Dragon Bloodline effect is still active, which heavily boosts every single skill for the dragon race and all allies sharing a connected bloodline. They gain complete immunity to all negative effects, while their self-recovery speed surges by 5,000%. She quickly brushes the dust off her clothes and sighs in relief, glad they had Xiao Fei, or they would have been completely doomed. With Jian Ying reaching level 28 and Wan Hua at level 10, Lu Fan turns and gently pats human form Xiao Fei on the head. He praises her, saying Xiao Fei saved them all, while Xiao Ye stands to the side, pouting, clearly jealous of the affection. The Black Dragon reached level 24, Lu Fan is at level 29, and the Jade Dragon hit level 18, thanks to that insane self-recovery. As Lu Fan mutters this, Xiao Ye quickly turns her head away with a jealous huff. Realizing his mistake, Lu Fan quickly corrects himself, adding that they only survived this extreme danger thanks to Xiao Ye's incredible overwhelming power as well. Looking at the devastated wasteland around them, Jian Ying cannot help but sigh. She admits she once thought class advancement and fighting higher-level enemies in combat professions was nothing more than a harmless walk in the park. But this time, they truly stared death right in the face. It makes sense since this was her first real fight against a level 70 boss, but she never expected them to be desperate enough to drag everyone down with them. Lu Fan scratches his head in embarrassment, trying to explain why he suddenly slipped away without saying a single word that night. He tells Jian Ying that he never intended to abandon her, explaining that he had to search for something vital and simply did not expect to run into such a monstrous boss. She smiles, saying she knows he would never do something like that. Jian Ying smiles, gently reminding him of what he once told her, words that she still remembers perfectly to this day. He had firmly promised her that no matter how powerful the enemy, they would never leave a teammate to fight all alone. Taking a deep breath, her determined voice cuts through the wind as she tells him she is returning those exact words to him now. He might be strong, but she will never let him face his battles alone. Looking at his newly acquired rewards, Lu Fan gasps in sheer amazement, wondering if he is really holding a legendary item, especially since it is flying gear that also unlocks dragon language magic. He wonders if this means he can now cast that terrifying doomsday magic himself. This legendary item is called the Wyvern King's Soul Wings, requiring level 60 to equip, while providing a massive boost of 356 agility, 291 strength, 246 spirit, and 234 stamina. Its special effect Soar grants the user the ability to fly and significantly increases their overall flight speed. If the user already possesses dragon language magic, it will trigger the dragon language release. Once released, they can summon multiple dragon language spells instead of just flying around. This means absolute free flight, not just hovering in place like the temporary skills of other professions. Aside from a few highly specialized professions, almost nobody can fly, making Lu Fan realize with a sigh that his current level is still far too low to equip this amazing gear. Checking the second item, Lu Fan mutters with glowing eyes. The Dragon Riding Saddle is a piece of pet equipment requiring level 30, designed exclusively for dragons or half-dragons. The mounting effect allows the pet to become a rideable mount, and while riding, all attributes of both the rider and the pet will resonate and share. Basic attacks will also carry a powerful dragon aura, dealing heavy splash damage to nearby enemies. Turning his pet dragon into a mount is a total game changer. Once Xiao Ye hits level 30, he will easily become a legendary Dragon Knight in the upcoming national trial. But wait, there is more. The third item is the Dragon Bone Flute. This flute, carved directly from dragon bone, is an epic tier consumable item. Upon activation, it summons twin spirits of the Wyvern King, matching the user's level exactly. However, they can only trigger this powerful effect 3 times total before it breaks. What a massive haul, Lu Fan thinks to himself. Too bad such an overpowered item can only be put to use a couple of times. Ding acquired 1 Wyvern Wing, 1 Dragon Riding Saddle, and 1 Dragon Bone Flute. What an absolutely legendary loot haul. Hey Lu, Fan Blade Shadow calls out. Are you done collecting rewards yet? Take a look at what Fifi is doing over there. Ding Spring of Life. Any target blessed by this effect receives continuous health regeneration. Lu Fan walks over completely stunned by the bizarre scene unfolding right before his eyes. Wait, Fifi. Her tiny dragon tail is gently wrapping around the massive ancient tree, constantly releasing warm waves of soothing green healing light. But the Spring of Life can only heal living creatures. Is she trying to heal this giant tree? Does that mean the divine wyvern tree is actually a living creature this entire time? Slowly, fresh green sprouts emerge from the withered bark, stretching upward as they bask in the warm glow of Fifi's healing power. What is this? Looks like you and I just witnessed him accidentally trigger a secret quest. Lu Fan nods in realization. It looks like Fifi can communicate with the divine tree. This must be the key item for the next quest to save the divine wyvern tree. The divine wyvern tree seed, the source of life for the tree, is indeed a crucial quest item. Ever since the demon-devouring dragon, a minion of the Abyss Maw, occupied the divine wyvern tree, its sacred power has slowly drained away. But now, a brave hero has finally arrived to rescue the divine tree. If this chosen hero can slay the demon-devouring dragon, a loyal minion of the Abyss, and then dip this seed into its dark blood as proof of victory, they will earn deep respect from the tree's original master, the fairy dragon, the root of all things. After reading through the detailed description, Lu Fan falls into deep thought. According to the item description, he has to defeat a beast called the Demon-Devouring Dragon, the Dragon King of the Abyss Maw. A Dragon King level boss is bound to be way more terrifying than a nightmare difficulty run, and its level is highly likely to be in the triple digits. Since there is no time limit, he can easily wait until reaching level 60 with his 3rd class advancement, or even level 90 with his 4th class advancement. He happily scratches Fifi's chin, smiling widely. That is absolutely amazing. Fifi, if it was not for you, we would have never discovered this secret hidden quest to heal the divine wyvern tree. Squeak. Fifi happily rubs her head against his hand. Suddenly, Lu Fan remembers something. Wait a second. Hey Fifi, can you actually eat this thing by any chance? He pulls out the dragon bone flute from earlier, leaving both Blade Shadow and Nighty completely speechless, their heads full of question marks. Blade Shadow gasps in shock. Is this not a total waste of a legendary item? The Spring of Life can regenerate health continuously. Emerald Light can cover a target with up to 3 layers of protective blessings, immediately purging all negative debuffs and boosting every single attribute by 30%. Each layer of blessing is able to block a single incoming attack. Natural Assimilation allows the user to consume equipment, absorbing and converting its active skills and passive traits for their own personal use. Under the Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are doubled for any dragon sharing the same blood, and her natural self-regeneration is boosted by 5,000%. The Blood Pact boosts attributes by 10%. Since Fifi has the Natural Assimilation skill, she can absorb unique traits and skills simply by eating gear. Standard equipment might be easily digested, but there is no guarantee she can safely consume a rare item meant for temporary use like this. Before Lu Fan can even finish his warning, Fifi lightning fast snatches the bone flute and shoves it in her mouth, chewing it all down in one go. Blade Shadow is left utterly speechless. What, she actually has a crazy skill like that? Did you seriously just feed an epic tier item to your pet like a cheap snack? The moment Fifi swallows the bone flute, a brand new skill pops up on her status window. Amazing. Lu Fan cheers in excitement. You and I won't believe this, but Fifi can now summon 2 mighty wyvern kings. The temporary effect has officially transformed into a permanent skill, with no more limits on usage. Under the Emerald Dragon Blood Pact, Natural Assimilation absorbs the dragon flute, allowing her to summon twin wyvern king spirits at will. The summoned wyvern kings match the user's level. Thanks to Natural Assimilation, the dragon bone flute now permanently summons the twin wyvern king souls. The level of the Wyvern King will scale directly with the Tamer's level. Suddenly, a massive wave of power erupts from inside Fifi, wrapping her in a brilliant glowing aura of pure emerald light. Above her head, 2 massive draconic shadows gradually manifest, letting out a low, menacing growl. Roar. The twin Wyvern King souls are level 18. Their active skills include Elemental Dragon Breath, which blasts targets with random elemental damage like fire, ice, lightning, or poison, and Soul Strike, dealing massive piercing damage to any enemy. Finally, Dragon Tongue Unseal unlocks advanced ancient magic, replacing their basic elemental breath with powerful draconic spells, while their Soul Strike is fully upgraded into legendary Dragon Tongue magic. With the Fallen Apocalypse magic, the Flying Dragon bloodline slashes all incoming damage by 50%. Jian Ying is shocked once again. Did that defeated boss really just become Xiao Fei's new summon? Lu Fan nods. Its size has shrunk a lot, meaning Xiao Fei finally has a pet of her own. Looking at the two flying dragon souls, Jian Ying wonders if this is literally a pet's pet. Lu Fan is getting more mysterious by the day. Still clearing such a high-level dungeon is exhausting. Lu Fan stretches, saying they should head back, since Sister Han is probably worried, telling her to go first. He promises Jian Ying he will catch up soon, as he still has one important task left to do. Back at Villa Number 1 in Longdu Academy, Lu Fan stands with crossed arms solemnly staring at his two dragons. He tells them they have lived together long enough, and it is time to have a serious talk. Turning to Xiao Ye, he asks why he bullies Xiao Fei, daily questioning if he even wants a new sibling. Then he looks at Xiao Fei, noting how she gets bullied by Xiao Ye every single day. He asks if she wants to unleash her anger and teach her big sister a lesson. The chance is finally here, but he wonders if they are even listening to him. Sighing, Lu Fan places a massive dragon egg on the floor, warning them not to get so excited that they completely ignore his words. He clears his throat, trying to stay calm, introducing this as the newest member of their big dragon family. He tells them they all need to live in harmony and love each other. Got it. Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei stare curiously at the teal egg on the floor. It is a starry sky dragon egg, their third sibling. Lu Fan smiles, telling them to guess if it is a little brother or sister. Placing his hand on the egg, he uses his dragon taming art to tame the beast inside. Time passes, but the egg shows absolutely no signs of life. Lu Fan scratches his head in confusion. It is weird since his dragon taming art usually takes effect instantly. His legendary Black Dragon contract is level 23, and his legendary Jade Dragon contract is level 18. Suddenly, Lu Fan realizes a major problem. He only has 2 dragon slots right now. He must hit level 30 and finish his second-class advancement to unlock a 3rd slot. Right now, his Dragon Tamer class is only level 29. What a massive buzzkill. Lu Fan sighs, realizing they will have to enter the poisonous beast forest to grind some levels and finally reach that next tier. He tells them to go rest, as they won't be meeting their new family member today after all. Xiao Fei tilts her head, squeaking if it is a bad egg, while Xiao Ye stares at Lu Fan with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Fan snaps and tells them to go sleep. The night passes, and by dawn, loud, frantic knocking wakes him up. Qin Qiu shouts from outside, asking Lu Fan if he is back and telling him to wake up. He groggily opens the door, yawning. Wondering what is wrong, Lu Fan is handed a phone by Qin Qiu, who explains that a certain post is currently going viral. Lu Fan grabs the phone and frowns, asking if they seriously woke him up this early, just for some stupid school post. The post has a shocking headline, accusing him of cowardly withdrawing from the upcoming freshman tournament. Someone uploaded it to the school forum last night, and it instantly shot to the top trending spot by morning. Qin Qiu explains the post is from the Fengyan Pavilion, claiming the top student only withdrew because they were terrified of losing. The author quoted Xu Xing, who initially posted anonymously, but was quickly exposed by other students. She claimed that during the scheduled battle against Chen Tianji, Lu Fan backed out because he was too scared of facing Jiang Fengyun and her. The comments are wild, with people claiming Lu Fan was severely injured by Chen Tianji, forcing him to drop out of the match. Others think Chen Tianji, winning so many matches in a row, seems highly suspicious. They believe Lu Fan is badly hurt and used it as an easy excuse to withdraw. Many students are furious. The highly anticipated match was Lu Fan and Jian Ying versus Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing, but Lu Fan just chose to forfeit. Some protest the school's decision, saying that even without a fight, Lu Fan should not automatically be allowed to keep the number 1 spot. Even if Lu Fan has special privileges, they believe Jiang Fengyun is the true champion when it comes to actual combat. To them, the academy holding the number 1 spot for Lu Fan was completely ridiculous from the start. They urge others to watch Jiang Fengyun's combat footage, claiming it proves he will easily strip Lu Fan of his title. Qin Qiu adds that the Fengyun Pavilion started as a small 4-person squad made of students ranked from 3rd to 6th place. Now they have recruited nearly 30 members, growing into a powerful faction, filled with various powerful classes. And leading them are Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Lu Fan smirked at the news. He was the school's unofficial number 1, yet now he was being labeled a coward, while Jiang Fengyun got all the glory. Hearing this, Taozi couldn't help but chime in with a snort. Just this morning, Jiang Fengyun made a wild post on the forum. He wanted to show his Fengyun Pavilion followers that he was the only true number 1. He even claimed that right after tomorrow's finals, he would personally clear out Villa number 1. Hanka added that securing the top spot would grant a chance to join the national competition selection, and that national trial was undoubtedly Jiang Fengyun's ultimate target. Finally, everything clicked for Lu Fan. The guy wanted it all, the reputation, and the ticket to the national trials. It was a pity Jiang Fengyun didn't realize those rewards were already locked down by Lu Fan. That guy is a total coward, Jian Ying suddenly remarked, appearing out of nowhere with a cold tone. He was simply trying to ruin Lu Fan's reputation while he wasn't even around campus. Lu Fan shook his head, totally speechless. They didn't even know what this guy looked like. If he dared to show up tomorrow, Lu Fan would just let him come and notify Jian Ying. He calmly stated that since the Fengyun Pavilion chose to provoke him, he would gladly give them what they wanted. Qin Chu gasped in surprise, asking what he planned to do. Lu Fan asked to borrow a phone so he could reply to the Fengyun Pavilion and officially accept their challenge. The scene shifted to the arena of Longdu Academy, where an incredibly fierce training session was underway right on the VIP room's main stage. The relentless clanging of swords and spears echoed through the air without stopping. Watching from the sidelines, a young man sat cross-legged scrolling through a tablet. That was Yin Xing, a mage with a hidden combat class. Suddenly, an alert caught his eye, prompting him to quickly wave over the fighter who was sparring fiercely in the arena. Brother Jiang. Lu Fan actually replied to the post. Hearing this, Jiang Fengyun suddenly paused. Seizing this perfect opportunity, his two sparring partners immediately rushed forward to attack him simultaneously. Jiang Fengyun burst out laughing and quickly activated his hand seals, conjuring 5 identical clones from his body. Each clone radiated an overwhelming aura, striking at the two opponents together. Terrified, they dropped their weapons and stuttered, pleading for him to wait. They cried out that it was only a practice match, but completely ignoring their pleas for mercy, the 5 clones ruthlessly slashed down without holding back at all. The 2 men collapsed onto the arena floor, screaming in agony. Finally, Jiang Fengyun deactivated his skill, pulled his blindfold down slightly, and ordered others to get them treated quickly. He turned to Yin Xing to ask about Lu Fan's reply. Jiang Fengyun was a shadow warrior, another powerful hidden combat class. Yin Xing hesitantly handed him the tablet, suggesting that the guy had already posted and it was best for him to read it himself. After skimming through Lu Fan's post, Jiang Fengyun let out a mocking sneer and scoffed at the response. The audacity of this guy, wanting to challenge every single member of the Fengyun Pavilion at once. He really had some nerve. Tossing the tablet back to Yin Xing, he turned around and coldly instructed him to head straight to the arena after the finals. Understood, Brother Jiang, but are we really going to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Fan? Yin Xing asked cautiously. Absolutely. Have every member of the Fengyun Pavilion show up. If he still dared to fight everyone, they would crush him. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, wanting to show Lu Fan the difference between an official school ranking and the actual number 1. Who was the real deal? Meanwhile, in another location, Qin Chu excitedly announced some breaking news to the group. The challenge was officially accepted. Over on the forum, the comments section under Lu Fan's latest post was absolutely exploding. Lu Fan had fired back, telling the Fengyun Pavilion that if they wanted to prove who was number 1, they should fight him fairly instead of barking online. He called out those cowards directly, telling the entire Fengyun Pavilion to bring everyone they had or just run back to their mommies. He officially accepted the challenge, setting the showdown at the arena right after the freshman trial. The comments went wild with excitement over Lu Fan actually firing back like that. The way he handled the Fengyun Pavilion proved the rumors were true. Lu Fan was absolutely ruthless. Users were hyped, eager to witness the clash between the strongest rank 1 in history and the self-proclaimed online champion. Taozi turned to Lu Fan, mentioning that Jiang Fengyun had a match today and asking if he wanted to go watch. Lu Fan shrugged, replying that he didn't really care about the guy's power level and would rather grind in a dungeon instead. As they sat around the dining table, Hanka walked out of the kitchen with a delicious dish, telling him not to be so dismissive. Pride comes before a fall. Knowing your enemy is key to winning 100 battles without danger. Taozi agreed, adding that if Lu Fan just showed his face, his supporters would probably outnumber the entire Fengyun Pavilion. Qin Chu agreed, noting that as a major campus celebrity, if Lu Fan were spotted watching Jiang Fengyun's match, it would definitely spark all kinds of wild rumors. Though it was unclear if Lu Fan would go, Han Ke quickly came up with a plan. Then, let us disguise ourselves first. Lu Fan watched helplessly as the 3 women got all fired up. Time flew by, and he ended up being dragged to the arena anyway. Up in the stands, Tao Zi sat right next to Qin Qiu, while a heavily masked Lu Fan sat a row below them. Tao Zi asked if Jiang Fengyun was up next with deafening cheers roaring all around them. Qin Qiu had to shout over the noise, probably since everyone here seems to be waiting for Jiang Fengyun. Sitting next to Lu Fan, Han Ke grinned. What do you think, little fan? No one will ever recognize you in that disguise. Lu Fan kept quiet, just shoving his hands into his pockets and standing up just as the referee announced the semifinals. Han Ke asked in surprise, Little Fan, where are you going? The match has not even started yet. Lu Fan flatly replied, well, this match is pretty boring, so I will walk around for a bit. Just call me when you guys are finished watching. The referee yelled for both teams to take their positions, while Elder Zhao, one of the judges, thoughtfully watched Lu Fan walk away. Scheming something in his mind, he quietly made his way to the principal's office and knocked on the door. Principal, did you see the recent posts on the school forum? They are all about the upcoming duel between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun. Using a calm telepathic transmission, the principal replied, Oh, is that you, Elder Zhao? Just handle the duels and settle any rookie disputes yourself. There is no need to ask for my opinion on this. Recalling Lu Fan's terrifying burst of power in his previous match, Elder Zhao spoke up again with a worried tone. Given Lu Fan's current level of strength, I strongly suggest the school steps in to stop this duel immediately. If he goes all out, I am worried he won't know his own strength. After all, Chen Tianji is still recovering in the infirmary to this day after their last match. The principal replied, Vice Principal Zhao Yu, are worrying far too much about this. Instead, you should worry whether Envoy Lu Fan is qualified to take on his grand responsibilities within the coming month. He gasped in shock. 1 month. That's soon. The national trials are also approaching fast for Envoy Lu Fan. Elder Zhao quickly added, Lu Fan is close to his second-class transfer. Rest assured, the Dragon Capital Envoy also notified me. Qian Qiang will make sure not to cause any trouble for Lu Fan, the principal remarked, his voice full of meaning. Vice Principal Zhao, it looks like you are completely out of the loop. Qian Qiang is no longer the envoy. The current Dragon Capital Envoy is Ruan Changfeng. Hearing this, Elder Zhao froze, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the points duel arena. Angry shouts and curses echoed through the hall. How did he lose? It is only worth 100 points. Is it really that hard? One student was blasted backward, crashing hard onto the floor, sending the terrified crowd scrambling back a few steps. He groaned in agonizing pain. This is a total scam. There is no way this arena is meant for level 29. Everyone, do not be foolish enough to throw your points in there. It is a complete scam. Who actually runs this damn arena? The fighter feels incredibly familiar, but no one can quite put a name to them. Standing heavily disguised in the crowd, Lu Fan frowned in slight annoyance. TSK. Instead of hunting down challenging secret realms, why are so many people wasting their precious time in a place like this? Just then, another figure appeared at the entrance, and this time it was a woman. With the sharp clicking of high heels, her gorgeous curvy figure instantly drew every eye in the room, her long white hair cascading like a silver waterfall. Winking playfully at Lu Fan, she waved and teased, Hey there, cutie. Let big sister play with you for a bit. Despite keeping his usual cold expression, Lu Fan offered a polite reply, Nice to meet you, senior sister. She burst into a confident laugh, saying, Haha, after all, I am a whole level above you when it comes to raw skill. Since you are so polite, I will go easy on you. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly at her arrogant display, and calmly replied, That is not necessary. Go ahead and make your move. Oh really? Her eyes flared with pure amusement as fiery energy erupted around her entire body, slowly condensing into her palm, while the surrounding temperature suddenly began to skyrocket. Then I will go first. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power radiating intensely from her, Lu Fan could not help but be startled, thinking that she was indeed no ordinary opponent, just as he had expected. In a flash, her outfit completely transformed, and the fire in her hands condensed into the glowing eyes of a fierce mystical beast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into thin air right before Lu Fan's eyes. Instantly, she materialized right behind him, brandishing a massive blazing trident. I am nothing like those weaklings you fought before, little brother, so you better give me everything you have got. She aimed directly at Lu Fan's vital spot and lunged forward with full force. Luckily, his reflexes were incredibly sharp, letting him swing his blade to block just in time. Yet the monstrous force still sent him skidding back several steps. White smoke still drifts from the blade that just blocked her trident. She is crazy strong, just what is her actual level? She spins her trident with effortless flair before sweeping it behind her back, asking if her strike was blocked. Not bad, but she points out he did not land a single hit. Is he too scared of hurting her? Winking and sticking out her tongue, she taunts him, warning that if he keeps holding back, she will teach him a painful lesson. Determination flashing in his eyes, Lu Fan tells his senior that he finally understands. Instantly, the two of them lock eyes, charging ahead without a single second of hesitation. Lu Fan and the senior clash head-on, their opposing hot and cold weapons colliding in a chaotic frenzy of ringing metal. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening screech of metal echoes everywhere, while outside the arena, the watching crowd keeps whispering and gossiping. They call that beauty stubborn for persisting despite the obvious danger, telling others to stay back since the duel is still raging fiercely inside. One spectator notes he would only last 2 minutes against her, guessing she is risking everything. Suddenly, the referee's booming voice echoes across the main hall. The match is officially over and Jiang Fengyun's battle is finally decided. Victory goes to Jiang Fengyun's team, sending the entire arena into a massive frenzy as fans chant his name over and over again. Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun. Standing right next to him, Yinxing whispers that their Fengyun Pavilion scouts reported seeing Lu Fan sneaking into the arena today to spy on their match. Jiang Fengyun simply sneers with pure contempt. He scoffs at Lu Fan trying to gauge his strength, noting that he did not even use half of his power to win this match. Suddenly, Jiang Fengyun points arrogantly to the sky, roaring that Lu Fan won't be smug for much longer and had better not hide from him tomorrow. Hyped up by his overwhelming arrogance, the rest of the disciples instantly roar in unison. As chants of Fengyun Pavilion echo, Tao Zi nudges Qin Chu, whispering that they should get out of there quickly. Qin Chiu looks around in total surprise, wondering where Lu Fan went. Wondering how they even discovered Lu Fan was spectating, they are interrupted by Han Ke, sitting in the row below, who reveals that the boy already left. Explaining that the boy got bored and left early, she offers to call him. Back in the points arena, Lu Fan is pushed completely onto the defensive, struggling hard against the white-haired girl's relentless onslaught as her intense attacks knock off both his hood and sunglasses. Drenched in sweat, Lu Fan gasps for breath while gripping his sword tightly. Panting heavily, he desperately wonders about her true identity, shocked by her unreal strength after her trident effortlessly pierced through the hood that had just fallen off his head. She praises his efforts with deep amusement. Impressed by his defense, she notes how quickly he adapted to and predicted her moves in just 15 minutes, praising his incredibly fast growth. Lu Fan realizes she could have easily defeated him in 2 moves, but instead, she feels like she is intentionally guiding and teaching him. He wonders who she is and why she is doing this. Suddenly, her voice softens as she points out that his endurance has reached its limit. Commenting on how handsome he is, she startles Lu Fan by instantly appearing right in front of him before he can even react. Asking why he hid his face, she gets close enough that he accidentally gets an eye-level view of her chest, making his face turn beet red. Panicked, he stumbles and collapses backward onto the floor, sweating profusely as he looks up at her in pure embarrassment. Right on cue, his ringing phone acts like a total lifesaver and Lu Fan quickly answers it. Apologizing to his senior, he takes the call, promising the person on the other end to return home immediately before hanging up and shyly scratching his head. Thanking her for the invaluable lesson, he nervously asks if they could exchange contact information before he has to leave. Reverting to her usual charming self in a stunning high-slit dress, she playfully smiles and teases the flustered Lu Fan. She laughs, asking if a mere freshman really dares to ask for her number already. Surprised by his boldness, she watches him wave his hands in a panic, explaining he only wants to invite her back for more training. Walking toward the exit, she waves goodbye, telling him that if he wants to meet again, he just needs to repeat today's challenge. Her voice carrying a mysterious hint, she promises to find him again if fate allows. Watching the door slowly close, Lu Fan's curiosity about this mysterious white-haired girl only deepens, leaving him wondering who she really is. Although she looks incredibly young, her absolute dominance in their match proves her terrifying power is far beyond anything an ordinary student at this academy could ever possess. Could she actually be an instructor? But does Longdu Academy even have teachers like her? Suddenly, Lu Fan's personal status screen flashes brightly. He is shocked to find a massive amount of points credited to him, realizing she actually forfeited. Instantly, he rushes outside, shouting for his senior. This sudden outburst startles the students waiting outside, forcing them to quickly step back. Wondering about the identity of this mysterious and powerful senior, he sprints down the corridor, desperately calling out for her. People in the hallway almost got run over by him, immediately shouting out in anger. "Hey, are you blind or something? Wait, what was that about? Lu Fan did not care about their complaints at all. His mind was spinning with questions, no reward points needed, and keeping a hidden identity. Disappearing without a single trace so quickly, could they really be from Longdu Academy? Or did he just see a ghost? Xiaofan over here, let's go home. Down the hall, Han Ke, Tao Zi, and Qin Qiu had been waiting for him. Hearing all the loud commotion earlier, Qin Qiu asked curiously, and Tao Zi quickly chimed in too. Senior Lu Fan, what happened this time? Did you go off with another upperclassman girl again? Lu Fan walked over to his friends, sighed, and decided to give up. Well, she was gone. Truly a mysterious person. Time flew by, and soon the next day arrived. The arena stands were absolutely packed with people. Trust me, you and I would be amazed. This is the real final match, but challenging all of Fengyun Pavilion alone. Is he actually strong or just all talk? All right. You and I know a great show is about to start. The Fengyun Pavilion group was waiting below. Jiang Fengyun looked annoyed. Why is Lu Fan not here yet? If he dares to stand us up, we will drag him out of Villa number 1 ourselves. Yin Xing quickly calmed him down. Brother Jiang, we set the time for now, so let us wait a little longer. Just then, Lu Fan strolled in casually. Yin Xing was the first to spot him and shouted out, "Look, Lu Fan is here, everyone get ready." Every member of the Fengyun Pavilion instantly entered combat mode, ready to charge forward. In total contrast to their high tension, Lu Fan looked incredibly relaxed. Still chewing on a piece of bread, he urged them on. Ah, sorry about that, I am not late, right? Let us start immediately, I have something urgent to do soon. Jiang Fengyun smirked at the sight of Lu Fan. Your entrance is certainly a bit interesting. Lu Fan jogged over and casually replied, just in time, I am not late, am I? He glanced at the massive forces of his opponents, scratched his cheek, and said something that stunned everyone. Even though I do not know how many of you are in Fengyun Pavilion, you should all just come at me at once. A burly man in the crowd cursed angrily. Damn it, is this brat looking to die? Or what? Jiang Fengyun lowered his head in thought, then looked up with a cold voice. Since you have no intention of respecting us, there is no need for any more useless talk. We bet 7,000 points. While Lu Fan quickly reached into his coat to search for his card, explaining, oh, I almost forgot about the points. Here it is. Pulling out a sleek black card, he confidently declared, I bet 17,000. Seeing his point total, the Fengyun Pavilion members gasped in shock. Xu Xing stammered, that is way too much, Brother Jiang. We do not have enough points to match that bet. Jiang Fengyun snapped, shut up. He calculated silently, is this guy really daring to play this big? If he could win all these points, wouldn't he be completely set for the next 3 or 4 years here in Longdu? Jiang Fengyun took a deep breath and declared loudly, our Fengyun Pavilion will bet all of our accumulated points against you. Xu Xing quickly tried to calm down the other members. Everyone calm down, just follow Brother Jiang's plan. A worried member asked, if we combine all our points, is it even enough to reach 17,000? Another dismissed the worry, stop guessing. Since Brother Jiang made his decision, we all must follow it. Lu Fan stretched and cracked his knuckles to warm up casually, saying, great, the bet is settled, let us get this started. Jiang Fengyun analyzed the situation. With such arrogance, he will definitely summon his dragon pet right at the start. Xu Xing, be careful. Xu Xing nodded firmly. Got it. Jiang Fengyun drew his sword and shouted, brothers, get ready. While Lu Fan stood completely unbothered as he faced the battle, every single member of the Fengyun Pavilion immediately moved into their offensive positions. Jiang Fengyun roared his command, go. Instantly, Xu Xing channeled his energy to cast a binding restriction spell. A complex magic circle rapidly formed right under Lu Fan's feet, sending countless magical chains to bind him tightly, catching him slightly off guard. This restriction spell is no joke. As you and I can see, it completely stops the target from moving for 5 seconds. Jiang Fengyun cheered in delight. Nice bind. There is no way he can summon his dragon pet now. He and his teammates immediately charged all 5 of them, targeting Lu Fan together, as they unleashed their moves. Let's go. Take him down. However, with just a slight shrug of his shoulders, Lu Fan shattered every single magical chain binding him. What kind of weak chains are these? Jiang Fengyun, who was already swinging his sword, watched this happen in absolute shock. Did he just break free from the crowd control? In a flash, Lu Fan drew his black dragon scale blade to block the strike. Exploiting the opening, he grabbed Jiang Fengyun's collar and slammed him violently into the ground with a massive crash. The spectators in the stands were completely terrified. He slammed Brother Jiang down with his bare hands. Was Xu Jing's skill actually disabled? Can a dragon tamer really shrug off crowd control like that? Xu Jing and his crew couldn't believe their eyes, crying out in sheer panic. But Brother Jiang didn't flinch, instantly unleashing his stiffness curse. A blinding pink light burst forth, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. This stiffness curse freezes the target's body, slashing their movement and attack speed by 75% in just a single second. Xu Jing kept pouring all his power into his ultimate. Within moments, the entire area around them, surrounding Lu Fan, was completely locked down by a sea of roaring red flames. He ordered his team to seize the moment and launch ranged attacks. But Lu Fan only smirked, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. Is this really the best the top freshman can do? He raised his blade, casually stepping right on Jiang Fengyun's head as the guy lay pinned to the dirt. Your actual combat skills are honestly kind of pathetic, aren't they? Jiang Fengyun roared in anger, demanding to know what was wrong with Xu Jing's skill. Xu Jing trembled, totally losing his mind. What? No, that is impossible. I clearly cast the curse on him. Lu Fan spoke calmly, stating the obvious. He told him not to blame Xu Jing, it was simply his dragon pet's buff at work. Through their shared bloodline, a dragon pet grants its dragon tamer a 10% boost to all stats. With stats, this high low-level crowd control becomes completely useless. Jiang Fengyun gritted his teeth, utterly speechless with rage. Left with no choice, he unleashed his final ultimate move. In an instant, countless after-images of Jiang Fengyun flooded the air, packing the sky. The Fengyun Pavilion members cheered wildly, shouting that their boss was finally using his ultimate technique. It was a one-hit kill, and Lu Fan was officially done for. Xu Jing was shaken to his core, desperately wondering just how insanely high Lu Fan's stats had to be to completely ignore his curse like that. Lu Fan calmly raised one hand, channeling his energy to form a massive glowing sphere above his head. He spoke slowly, his voice heavy with pressure, admitting that Jiang's move actually had some style. Since Jiang was the top freshman of this class, Lu Fan decided to show him something truly spectacular, something that even the legendary Chen Tianji had never got the chance to witness. Jiang Fengyun was stunned, stammering to ask what he meant by that. Was he about to summon? Before the words even left his mouth, a colossal dragon materialized right in the middle of the arena. Its massive body blocked out the entire sky, unleashing a wild wave of pure energy. Jiang stood there, frozen, his jaw dropping in absolute terror. A real giant dragon. Xiao Ye didn't make a single sound, simply breathing out a wave of hot air. The terrifying pressure slammed into the Fengyun Pavilion crew, knocking them completely flat onto the ground. Chaos erupted across the arena as spectators screamed. Was this really Lu Fan's dragon pet? Some members of the Fengyun Pavilion were already starting to run. Oh my god, help, my legs are shaking, I can barely stand. It's a real dragon, run for your lives, we are completely dead. Jiang Fengyun stared up at Xiao Ye, evaluating the beast in utter despair. This was nothing like Chen Tianji's dragon. This creature was on a completely different level, a mythical entity straight out of legends. Xu Jing shouted in a panic, urging Jiang to get out of there. Lu Fan just smiled, his soft voice filled with a chilling threat. He warned Jiang not to fall too early. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye began gathering energy, preparing to launch a devastating attack. Lu Fan spoke calmly like a judge, handing down a death sentence, declaring it was finally his turn to strike back. Xiao Ye's terrifying presence instantly dominated the massive arena, her black dragon aura continuously expanding and crushing everything in its path. This instantly inflicted fear and stun on every target in range, leaving them completely panicked, paralyzed, and unable to move a muscle. In just a split second, all these deadly debuffs slammed directly into the Fengyun Pavilion members. They clutched their heads, screaming for mercy and begging for help. Even Jiang Fengyun felt completely suppressed by the overwhelming power. He realized in despair that there was absolutely no way anyone could ever defeat a monster like this. His body simply refused to obey his commands. All around him, his teammates were still desperately crying out for help. They begged their boss to save them, completely breaking down as cold sweat drenched their bodies. Jiang Fengyun struggled to stand up, desperate to find some way to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Fan casually held up his black card, noting that there was no longer any debate over the top spot. He claimed all their accumulated points as Jiang Fengyun collapsed onto the ground, completely knocked out. With every single member of the Fengyun Pavilion completely out of commission, Xiao Ye transformed back into her cute red-haired dragon girl form, wearing a highly satisfied grin. Lu Fan declared the mission complete, telling her they had to move quickly, since they had other important things to handle. As he arrived at the point exchange office, Qin Chu called to check on him. She mentioned that if they didn't have class, they all would have come to cheer him on, asking if he was hurt. Lu Fan cheerfully assured her he was totally fine, adding that he made a killing in points today and would share some with everyone tonight. Suddenly, the door gently rattled. He quickly told Chin Chu, "Hey, let's talk later. I'm about to hang up now." The door opened, and the beautiful white-haired girl, who was that mysterious senior from before, walked in. Lu Fan excitedly told her that she actually came while the white-haired girl smiled teasingly, saying she was just free today. "You aren't specifically waiting here just for me, are you?" He smiled and answered honestly, "Of course I am. Sparring with others is totally meaningless anyway. Only by fighting you can I actually learn a lot. Your level must be over 70, right?" Hearing this, the white-haired girl was completely caught off guard. Leaning against the door, she stayed silent for a moment, prompting Lu Fan to confidently ask, "You are not actually a senior, right?" Meanwhile, back at the arena, Teacher Zhao stepped down and carefully checked Jiang Fengyun's pulse. He then told the medical staff that the boy held back, so thankfully no one was in critical danger. Looking at the Fengyun Guild members scattered across the arena floor, he sighed. Back in the point trading room, the white-haired girl quickly regained her composure after her brief surprise. Her face turned serious as she glared at him, asking, "Kid, are you trapping me?" Lu Fan casually glanced at the notice board on the door and replied, "I would not call it a trap. It is just the level limit feature of this room. The fact you could enter proves your level is over 70, meaning you cannot possibly be a senior student here." She raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, changing your tone now. Who do you think I really am?" Lu Fan stroked his chin, starting to speculate. Judging by her looks, she definitely resembled an older student. But with such an insane level and terrifying strength, could she actually be a teacher? Hearing his deduction, the white-haired girl could not help but burst out laughing. "Haha, then just keep calling me senior." She walked closer to Lu Fan, speaking in a relaxed tone. "At least you are not hiding your face this time. You look much better." She paused for a moment, then continued speaking with a slightly more serious tone. "By the way, do not try to dig up my personal info in the future. And if you want to see me again, do not set the room level limit above 70. Otherwise, I will not show up." Lu Fan let out a sheepish laugh and agreed. He thought to himself, "I was planning to try setting it to 80 next time. Guess that is off the table now." Drawing her weapon, the white-haired girl began gathering her energy, unleashing a massive aura that proved her deep, monstrous power was no joke. She remarked, "The combat technique I showed you last time, you actually managed to apply it instantly during your fight against Jiang Fengyun. Not bad at all." Lu Fan also drew his blade happily, asking, "So you actually came to watch my match, senior?" She looked quite pleased. "Summoning your dragon pet right off the bat like that. You completely threw them all into a massive panic, countered immediately, and took down their leader. Fantastic reactions, truly worthy of all the training I put you through." Scratching his head with a grin, Lu Fan laughed. "Haha, thanks for the guidance. Senior, my close combat skills still have room for improvement." Before he could even finish, the beautiful senior suddenly unleashed a lethal strike. The attack was so sudden that Lu Fan could not react in time, leaving a shallow cut right across his arm. Stunned and confused by what just happened, he asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" The white-haired girl replied with a dead serious expression, "Even though your progress is incredibly fast, it is still way too early for you to start showing off or acting humble." Lu Fan quickly explained, No, you got it all wrong. I am not pretending to be humble at all. I genuinely want to learn from you. You are insanely strong, senior. Last time you even mentored me and generously gifted me 100 points. You literally treat me like your own younger brother. If I could receive your guidance regularly, I would definitely make rapid progress. Honestly, I am even willing to pay tuition fees for it." Hearing this, the white-haired girl burst out laughing hysterically. "Haha, like a younger brother. You really have a sweet-talking tongue, do you not? Haha, keep your tuition money and spend it on yourself." She stopped laughing and continued, "I heard your older sister is an incredible cook. If you want me to keep training, you just bring over some of those magic side dishes she makes." Lu Fan laughed heartily. "That is not a problem at all." He thought to himself, she is actually my aunt, not my sister, but explaining that would not make much of a difference anyway. The senior shifted into a defensive stance, saying, "Since you went out of your way to wait for me, let's see what you can actually learn today." Raising his blade with fierce energy, Lu Fan shouted, "Let's begin." He launched consecutive head-on attacks, his spinning blade cutting through the air so fast it made a sharp whistling sound. Parrying his strikes, the senior gasped in surprise. Whoa, you have gotten a lot faster, have you not? If you can land even a single hit on me today, I will give you a little surprise. How about it? With that, she swung her halberd down repeatedly with terrifying power. Lu Fan struggled to block, realizing this girl's raw strength was just utterly absurd. Either way, your current weapon does not really suit you anymore. How about you switch to a long-handled weapon like mine? Lu Fan sighed. True, this ink dragon scale blade has been with me for a really long time. Unfortunately, Lu Fan couldn't bear to lose the special effects it offered. The Dark Dragon Scale Blade grants plus 36 strength and plus 30 durability. It requires level 30 and a Dragon Tamer or Dragon Blood Warrior class. With the Dragon Blood Armor skill, the user partially dragonizes for a massive stat boost. Meanwhile, the white-haired senior charges forward, swinging her halberd. Asking what else he wanted besides the weapon, she watched Lu Fan leap back, narrowly dodging her deadly strike. He bluntly replied that he wanted a level limit removal enchantment. The senior's eyes immediately darkened as she coldly asked if he had any idea how incredibly rare and expensive that kind of thing was. With that, she lunged forward, continuing her fierce, relentless assault. Lu Fan panicked, begging her to wait, but the white-haired girl completely lost her temper. She yelled in fury, shouting that she deeply regretted ever offering to help. Screaming at him to drop dead, she unleashed a beating that left Lu Fan wailing in pain over his unfortunate slip of the tongue. Later that night, Lu Fan dragged himself home, completely battered and bruised. Collapsing onto the sofa, he groaned in agony. He spent the whole afternoon failing to land even a single blow, leaving his entire body aching while she had barely broken a sweat. Han Kei sat beside her nephew, gently massaging his shoulders, while whispering that he had terrified her. She assumed his brutal injuries were from fighting Zhang Fengyun, finding the whole situation hard to believe. Jian Ying speculated that based on the description, this mysterious senior had to be an academy instructor, though he had never personally encountered a teacher like that before. Qin Qiu opened her tablet and gasped in surprise, pointing out that Lu Fan was currently blowing up all over the school forums. Someone from the Fengyun Pavilion had actually uploaded the video of his battle against Xiao Ye. They all crowded around the screen to watch the footage of Lu Fan proudly declaring that the #1 spot was now officially decided. He claimed the Fengyun Pavilion's points, with effortless style, looking incredibly cool. Below the post, a massive wave of excited comments was flooding in. Students commented about how someone actually filmed it, admitting they almost fainted from sheer terror, joking that the cameraman must be immortal. Others gasped at the dragons, pointing out that Lu Fan's massive beast made Chen Tianji's look like a mere lizard in comparison. Han Kei beamed with joy, noting that with the entire school aware of his victory, all those annoying rumors should finally start to die down. Even Lu Fan was caught off guard. He wondered how anyone had even managed to film under those chaotic conditions. Meanwhile, Jian Ying took a more serious stance, predicting that things wouldn't actually change all that much. Jian Ying warned that Lu Fan had simply claimed the Fengyun Pavilion's throne, making him the target of their new obsession. Lu Fan calmly replied that he had already experienced this kind of spotlight back when the major exam results were released. He believed that as long as they stayed focused on their goals, everything would be fine, prompting Jian Ying to ask what his goal actually was. Inside a new dungeon, Lu Fan's squad pressed forward, continuing their journey to conquer fresh challenges. Delivering a devastating blow to the boss monster, Jian Ying playfully teased Lu Fan, asking if his ultimate grand goal was seriously just level grinding. Jian Ying admitted he assumed Lu Fan wanted to learn from that mysterious senior, but Lu Fan answered him without a single shred of hesitation. He insisted that leveling up was key, knowing that being even slightly stronger would give him a massive advantage in one-on-one duels. Supporting from the back, Qin Qiu continuously cast buffing spells. The deadly zone they were currently clearing was known as the Poison Spider Forest. The dungeon details popped up, showing the Poison Spider Forest was level 45 set to dread difficulty and required at least 5 players. Jian Ying unleashed his heavenly sword rain, summoning a storm of glowing blades that rained down upon their enemies. Lu Fan quickly followed up with a devastating Dragon Fang strike, forcing the boss monster to shriek in agony, before crashing to the ground. A strange warm energy enveloped Lu Fan, and he smiled with excitement as he finally felt the familiar surge of a level up. Having officially hit level 30, he eagerly urged the team to open the loot chest, thrilled to have finally reached his target. Qin Qiu clutched her staff tight, cheerfully offering her congratulations on his incredible milestone. Meanwhile, Han Kei was struggling to survive the overwhelming stench of the boss's corpse, leaning against a tree and gagging uncontrollably. Gagging through her praise, she cheered him on, while Taozi excitedly urged Lu Fan to head straight to the class advancement hall. Smiling Jian Ying reminded him that reaching level 30 meant he was finally eligible for his second class advancement. Right on cue, the system flashed a notification confirming he had met all criteria for his second class awakening. As they quickly exited the dungeon, an impatient Qin Qiu urged Lu Fan to speed up, admitting she could not wait to feast her eyes on his upcoming second class advancement spectacle. Nearby students immediately whipped their heads around at the mention of Lu Fan's name, staring at the group with intense curiosity, whispering if this was the legendary Lu Fan who crushed Chen Tianji and the Fengyun Pavilion. A massive crowd of curious onlookers suddenly rushed over and surrounded him. Shoved aside by the sudden stampede of eager students, Qin Qiu and Han Ke could only cry out in startled surprise. The excited fanboys and fangirls screamed wildly, begging Lu Fan for a handshake now that they had finally met him in person. "Please sign here, classmate Lu. I am going to print this out. By the way, is that viral forum video actually real? Can you please let us see your dragon with our own eyes? Stop crowding. Hey classmate, Lu, look over here. Can we please take a quick picture together?" Lu Fan was completely trapped in the crushing crowd, sweating and pale, as Taozi gasped in absolute horror. Oh my gosh, Jian Ying was completely right. These people totally ditched the Fengyun Pavilion just to become Lu Fan's crazy obsessed fan club. Hanky quickly brainstormed a plan, realizing their only option was to throw a quick disguise on Lu Fan. They quickly dragged Lu Fan away into a quiet corner, throwing a hat, a face mask, and dark sunglasses on him. 15 minutes later, the group casually slipped behind the massive crowd and quietly made their escape, leaving the frantic fans looking everywhere. Where did he go? He was literally standing right here. Well, he is number one for a reason. He vanished in a flash. Walking as fast as they could, Qin let out a massive sigh of relief, glad they finally broke free. Meanwhile, Lu Fan muttered in total defeat. Seriously, am I going to have to do this every single time I step outside from now on? Taozi sighed, feeling a bit jealous, and joked that everyone has different struggles. She, on the other hand, only wished a bunch of handsome guys would chase her like that. Jian Ying quickly changed the subject to something serious, pointing out that history holds absolutely zero records of any dragon tamer ever reaching a second-class advancement. This meant there would be no manuals, guides, or data whatsoever to help him prepare. Qin Qiu agreed, reminding Lu Fan that if he successfully pulled off this second advancement, he would literally be writing brand new history all by himself. Lu Fan knew they were right. For this class evolution, absolutely nobody could give him any guidance or advice. No matter how it turned out, he had to face this trial completely on his own. Taozi patted his shoulder, announcing they had finally made it to the class transfer hall. A grand sign on the building read the Class Transfer Hall of Longdu Academy, where the four girls prepared to wait outside. Lu Fan reassured them, promising he had his own way of finding the right path for his second-class advancement. Qin Qiu waved him off, mentioning the ritual must be done alone, and they would wait outside for his good news. Lu Fan stepped inside the facility, swiping his Longdu Academy student identification card. The screen lit up with his registration details, showing a level 30 requirement for his second stage. Then a sharp warning flashed that his current class had 0 recorded matches. He headed straight for the Academy transfer chamber. Once inside, the automated system crackled to life, calling out for student Lu Fan. His second-class advancement process was fully prepared. Following the prompt, he stepped onto a massive circular platform, surrounded by advanced technology. Lu Fan knew this second advancement was completely different from his initial awakening ceremony. This time, his current path would split into multiple branches, giving him total freedom to choose his own future. The system droned on, announcing the ritual platform was active, but still warning that no data existed for the Dragon Tamer class. It cautioned him to stay firmly on the platform until the entire transfer ritual concluded. Staring at the screen, Lu Fan saw his status listed as a Dragon Tamer, with his second stage path showing up as completely blank. He knew that for any standard class once chosen by a user, it would be registered immediately, right into the Academy database, serving as a helpful guide for those who followed. As expected, the Dragon Tamer path was a total mystery. Thankfully, he had his own cheat system to pull up the hidden details. The interface processed the data for a moment before officially launching the evolution ritual. While the Academy system generated its standard congratulations, Lu Fan felt a massive spatial distortion erupt around him, whipping his clothes and hair wildly in the gale. He smiled as the options crystallized in his mind. The Dragon Tamer class split into 3 distinct branches. The first option, represented by a holy figure clad in pristine white robes, was the Dragon Priest. This class leaned heavily into healing and buffs, allowing him to cast powerful support spells like the Dragon's Battle Cry. The screen detailed the Dragon Priest class, showing its core attributes focused heavily on spirit and endurance. Its class description promised a deep kit of passive growth bonuses and high-tier healing magic. Any dragon companions would gain massive stat boosts under his care. Analyzing the data, Lu Fan saw that by constantly applying these strong enhancement buffs, even without his dragons active, he would still function as a highly versatile, high-powered support unit. The second choice was the Dragon Spellcaster, depicted as a dark-cloaked wizard holding a brilliant, glowing pearl in his hand. He immediately analyzed the choice, noting that the Dragon Spellcaster path leaned heavily toward traditional magic-focused classes. The system pinged with the details, revealing that the Dragon Spellcaster prioritized spirit and agility above all else. This class would unlock devastating ancient dragon tongue incantations and high-tier crowd control spells. He can even absorb his dragon pet's skills for his own use. After analyzing the details, Lu Fan does the math. His dragon pet's skills will convert into powerful dragon language magic, allowing him to directly cast and utilize any ability his dragon companion possesses. If Dragon Spellcaster is the advanced path for dragon mages, then Dragon Slayer has to be the direct upgrade to the Dragon Blood Warrior class. The third option shown is the Dragon Slayer class, with strength and endurance being its absolute core attributes. The overview shows this class masters close-range strikes and damage reduction, even allowing the user to undergo a full dragonification and fight as a massive towering dragon. Lu Fan assumes these skills will lean heavily toward Dragon Claw attacks, with the parts of his body undergoing dragon transformation increasing until he eventually morphs into a giant dragon with insane offensive damage and incredible defensive stats. To wrap it up, he has three main development paths. First is pure support using dragons. Blessing. Second is deep magical offense, specializing in dragon language magic. And third is a close combat build focused entirely on physical dragonization. The three choices flashing on his screen reveal his second-tier advancement branches. First is Dragon Priest, but the class details remain completely locked. Next is the second-tier Dragon Spellcaster branch, with class details still unavailable. And finally, there's the second-tier Dragon Slayer class, with its class information currently locked as well. Lu Fan watches the screen intently, carefully weighing his options. Truthfully, the potential of these classes seems incredible. That giant dragon transformation of the Dragon Slayer class really has him extremely tempted. But is this truly all the choices available for a second-tier Dragon Tamer? But then an unexpected discovery makes him gasp in pure shock. Wait a minute, there is a fourth branch popping up on the screen. It is the second-stage advancement class, Dragon Knight. However, the details are currently locked. The powerful and majestic emblem of the Dragon Knight flashes before him, leaving Lu Fan momentarily awestruck as the system brings up the deep details. The class title is Dragon Knight. The core attributes are agility and strength. The overview reveals this class focuses heavily on learning cooperative combat skills with his dragon companions. Even when fighting solo, utilizing skills coordinated with his dragon pets will unleash an insanely devastating next-level power. Lu Fan's eyes spark with light, and his heart races with pure, unadulterated excitement. He won't be trapped in one rigid role. Instead, he can grow well-rounded, and combining his skills with his dragon companions will unleash extreme power. This is exactly the type of playstyle he has been chasing all this time. Lu Fan's voice is filled with determination as he mutters, "Looks like I've found the absolute best second-tier class for me." Meanwhile, outside the gate, Qin Qiu and the group have been waiting for a while two bystanders chat nearby. "You chose Ranger too, that's awesome. Your dorm must be packed with nothing but Rangers by now, right?" The other replies, "And you must be that freshman who got absolute destroyed in the exam and switched to Guardian Knight, huh? At least you don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore." Taozi gets increasingly restless and worried, asking, "But why on earth is this class change ceremony taking so long?" The wait is starting to feel tense. Could something have gone terribly wrong in there? Hanka smiles gently, reassuring her, "Taozi, don't worry. This is the absolute biggest moment of Lu Fan's life." Taozi glances at her face, noticing she's equally anxious. "Sister Han, you look just as stressed out as me, honestly." Jian Ying, the calmest of the bunch, speaks up slowly. "I understand how she feels." Lu Fan is exploring completely uncharted paths on his own right now. The very rules of this era might end up shifting based on his choice. Qin Qiu nods in full agreement. "Exactly. In this critical moment, we must have absolute faith in Lu Fan. He finally has the chance to rewrite the 800-year tragic history of the useless dragon class. The moment she speaks, the doors swing open and Lu Fan steps out. The group instantly hypes up, their eyes locked on him with massive expectation. Qin Qiu asks Lu Fan, is the ritual finished? While Taozi eagerly rushes up to prompt him. Hurry, tell us. What class did you get? Han Ke asks with concern. Are you okay, Lu Fan? Nothing went wrong, right? Lu Fan grins happily. Sorry to keep you guys waiting, no issues at all. Let's walk and talk on the way. The system panel flashes. Lu Fan has advanced from Tier 1 Dragon Tamer to Tier 2 Dragon Knight at level 30. His contracted dragon slots increase from 2 to 3. His accumulated experience points sit at a massive 10,737,774. Strength skyrockets up from 853 to 1,279. Spirit rises from 714 to 1,071. Agility goes up from 581 to 871, and Constitution shoots up from 790 to 1,185. The upgraded dragon taming skill allows him to tame any dragon-type creature, while Dragon's Blessing inspires both himself and his dragon pets, boosting all attributes and overall attack power by a full 30%. Dragon Claw is upgraded to Dragon Ruin. It morphs his arm into a massive dragon claw, executing a rapid 6-hit combo that can launch from distance and coordinates with his dragon companion. Dragon Fang Strike upgrades to Sky Cleave, infusing dragon energy for a consecutive double slash that can also coordinate directly with his dragon companion. Taozi can't hide her utter awe, letting out a heavy sigh. Dragon Knight. Just the title alone sounds incredibly badass. Han Ke asks in curiosity. Lu Fan, does this class mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon? Lu Fan replies with total confidence. You bet I do. So you and I find out another reason Lu Fan chose the Dragon Knight class. He got a dragon saddle from the Flying Dragon Cemetery, and once Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei hit level 30, they are good to go. He thought to himself it was not just about Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei. Now that his third contract slot had finally unlocked, he could finally tame the legendary Starry Dragon. Qin Qiu praised him, saying that the Dragon Master class would finally have some real Dragon Knights. Han Ke looked thoughtful, saying she was happy for him but still found it hilarious, picturing Lu Fan actually riding tiny Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei around. Lu Fan blushed and snapped at her, telling her to stop imagining weird things since he would only ride them in their giant dragon forms. Seeing his awkward and embarrassed face, the girls just could not help but burst out laughing at him. Just then, a white-haired girl suddenly appeared right in front of the group, cheerfully noting that Lu Fan was finally back, leaving the young man completely stunned. He stammered, asking his senior why she was there. She smiled casually, saying she really should have given him her contact information so he would not have wasted so much time waiting around. Daozi excitedly nudged Lu Fan, whispering if this was the gorgeous senior who had trained him so hard he ended up collapsed on the floor. She then complained to Lu Fan, asking why he never mentioned how beautiful his senior actually was. Seeing her get so overly excited, Lu Fan quickly told Daozi to calm down and chill out. The senior laughed warmly, noting that everyone seemed to know her already. She then turned directly to Han Ke, guessing that she had to be the famous sacred enchanting master. Han Ke was completely surprised, admitting she never expected Lu Fan's famous senior to know who she was. The white-haired girl smiled warmly, explaining she came over to negotiate with Han Ke because she wanted to borrow her precious Lu Fan for a little while. Upon hearing that, the entire group gasped in absolute and utter confusion. She quickly cleared things up, laughing that they were just going into Dragon City for some errands and not to overthink it. Han Ke smiled and told her that if they had plans, they should just go with no need to ask for permission. After all, she was deeply grateful for the guidance and training the senior had given her precious Lu Fan lately. The senior did not hesitate, grabbing Lu Fan by the arm to drag him away while waving a happy goodbye. She pulled Lu Fan along while he let out a shocked cry, completely unable to react as he was dragged away. She confidently called back to Han Ke, promising she would return him completely safe and sound by tonight. Han Ke waved and shouted back, telling them to return for dinner once they finished, while Jian Ying watched silently, thinking the senior was incredibly bossy. As he was dragged along, Lu Fan complained, asking if anyone was actually going to ask for his opinion on this. Inside, he was grumbling because he was finally supposed to go and tame his legendary Starry Dragon today. What on earth was going on? The white-haired girl completely ignored his grumbling, telling him to quickly change into a handsome outfit before they set off. She kept rushing him. Soon, you and I see them speeding off together inside a highly luxurious sports car, driven by the senior herself. Suddenly, Lu Fan's phone buzzed with an incoming text message. He checked it to find a text from John Ying, who wrote that after seeing the senior in person, he was absolutely certain she was not an instructor at Dragon Academy, warning Lu Fan that he needed to be extremely careful. Reading this, Lu Fan fell deep into thought while the white-haired girl casually steered with one hand and rested her chin on the window, looking effortlessly cool. Noticing his silence, she asked why he was being so unusually quiet all of a sudden. Getting straight to the point, he asked what they were doing and why they had to leave the academy. She played it mysterious, casually replying that they were obviously on their way to buy a very special gift just for him. Specifically, that ultra-rare level limit bypass enchantment scroll he had loudly claimed he wanted during their last meeting. Hearing about such a rare treasure, Lu Fan's eyes completely lit up as he gasped in utter shock. He could barely believe his ears. After a long drive, they finally arrived at the Tianhua auction house. Inside, the main stage screen announced the start of the event, prompting a surprised Lu Fan to turn to his mysterious senior. He asked if they were here for the scroll, and she calmly confirmed it. The exact level bypass scroll he wanted was up for bidding, meaning they had to seize this golden opportunity. He knew the price Vice Principal Zhao paid for the Flying Dragon Mausoleum was insane, so this rare scroll would definitely cost a fortune. Though he desperately needed it, Lu Fan looked at his empty pockets and realized he simply could not afford it. He sheepishly suggested that they should just forget it. She sat back with a confident grin, teasing him for losing his nerve when he wanted it so badly, before assuring him that this big sister had way more money than he could ever imagine. Lu Fan pulled up a chair and sat beside her. Lu Fan silently calculated his next move, knowing he needed to tread carefully and avoid owing any massive favors before uncovering this senior's true identity. Determined, Lu Fan looked at her and said, "Senior sister, I will definitely find a way to pay you back all this money." Suddenly, the host's booming voice echoed through the room, hyping up the crowd. "Welcome everyone to today's grand event. Welcome to the Tianhua auction house. Let us kick things off right now with our very first legendary treasure of the day." Up on the massive screen, a mysterious ancient treasure appeared. The host quickly began introducing the rare item. This is an incredibly rare enchantment scroll, capable of completely wiping out any level requirements on gear and equipment. Not only are the crafting materials insanely expensive, but the success rate of making it is a mere 0.35%. Using his appraisal skill, Lu Fan carefully analyzed the item, verifying its legendary quality and its broken effect of completely removing the level requirements for any targeted gear. The host announced the starting price at 95 million dragon coins. Immediately, the crowd went wild as bids started pouring in. 125 million, then 140 million, 185 million, and finally 200 million. Lu Fan was stunned, thinking to himself that while he fully intended to pay his senior sister back, he never expected the price to skyrocket this ridiculously fast. Suddenly, a powerful and booming voice shouted out, bidding 230 million. The excited host immediately repeated the bid with massive energy. "Awesome, we are at 230 million dragon coins, anyone higher?" Meanwhile, the white-haired girl turned and whispered to Lu Fan. Speaking from experience, she said, "Let me teach you a lesson. Never slowly boil a frog when you are bidding in an auction. What you want is that final gavel strike. Why hesitate?" With that, his senior sister decisively raised her hand. She began to bid, but before she could finish, a loud, arrogant voice from the back row completely cut her off, shouting 300 million. Even the senior sister was slightly taken aback by this sudden aggressive bid. Turns out it was Jin Zhou and her bodyguard. "Let this little princess repeat herself. I bid 300 million dragon coins," Jin Zhou loudly declared to the entire room. Lu Fan spun around in surprise, muttering to himself, "Jin Zhou, why on earth does she want this enchantment scroll so badly?" The white-haired girl softly replied, "She is the little princess of the Taichi kingdom. Her family is incredibly wealthy and powerful. If we want to compete with her, I am afraid it is going to cost us a pretty penny." Hearing this, Lu Fan was even more surprised. "Senior sister, you actually know who she is?" The white-haired girl smiled mysteriously, saying, "My intelligence network is top-notch. Besides, I already know all about your little history with her." Raising her bidding paddle with total confidence, she added, "Today I am going to help you get some sweet payback. Even if the price goes through the roof, she is not getting this scroll. I am absolutely winning it as a gift for you." The host's voice rang out again. 300 million, any higher bids? Right then, the senior sister coldly dropped a number that made everyone gasp. 400 million, the host shouted, his voice cracking from absolute shock. Oh my gosh, 400 million. The current bid is 400 million. Jinzhou jumped up in a rage, snarling. Oh, who does this person think they are? This is so annoying. Kui Hongtai quickly reassured her princess, do not worry. We brought 500 million with us so we can still easily stay in the game. But the opponent immediately threw out another bid that left the entire room in dead silence, with no one daring to speak. 500 million, the host could not even begin to hide his utter disbelief. Oh my goodness, 500 million. This is truly the very first time in my entire career that I have witnessed someone bid against themselves like this. Is there any bid higher than 500 million? 500 million going twice, 500 million going 3 times. Furious Jinzhou slammed the table and stood up, deliberately yelling, which annoying bastard is trying to mess with me like this? Are they doing this on purpose? The white-haired girl smirked, leaning in to whisper directly into Lu Fan's ear. That is the final gavel strike I was telling you about. Lu Fan broke into a cold sweat, thinking, haha, I wanted to let Jinzhou have it, but 500 million is way out of my league. The host's voice boomed across the hall. Sold congratulations to this young lady on winning the bid. Lu Fan and his senior sister stood up, smiling as they accepted the warm rounds of applause from the surrounding crowd. Kui Hongtai gasped in absolute disbelief. Wait, that is actually Lu Fan. Meanwhile, the host announced a brief intermission for everyone. Only then did Jinzhou look up, finally noticing that Lu Fan was actually sitting right there. Catching sight of him, she gritted her teeth in pure rage. Him again, that low-class trash actually dared to ruin my plans. Kui Hongtai quickly tried to calm her down. Princess, please do not be angry. We can easily find another scroll next time. Jinzhou refused to listen, scowling and snapping back. Let us go. I seriously cannot rely on you for anything. Just wait until my big brother teaches you a lesson, you useless piece of trash. Kui Hongtai bowed his head, whispering, I am sorry, princess. Inside the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house, Lu Fan and the white-haired girl sat waiting comfortably. An elegant woman in red heels steps in, her voice soft and gentle. She chuckles, saying she knew it was her all along. His senior waves back warmly. The newcomer is a stylish, well-dressed woman, none other than Du Yashu, the owner of Tianhua auction house. In her hands, she holds a luxurious bright red brocade box. Yashu looks at the white-haired girl in front of her, speaking with a slight scold. She notes that only her friend would dare disrupt the bidding prices at her own auction house. The white-haired girl eagerly runs over to hug her friend, happily complaining that she showed up completely unannounced. Du Yashu dryly replies, questioning if that is even a greeting, since her friend always spends a massive fortune on useless trinkets every single time she visits. If anything, she should be the one welcoming her. Noticing the handsome young man sitting on the sofa, Yashu politely asks about him, prompting the white-haired girl to introduce him as her precious junior. She explains that the expensive enchanting scroll is a special gift for him, leaving Yashu quite surprised to hear that he is simply her junior. Approaching Lu Fan with an open hand, she introduces herself as Du Yashu, the proud owner of the Tianhua auction house. Meanwhile, his senior happily pops open the luxurious box to inspect her brand new purchase. Yashu laughs out loud, revealing that they are far more than just close friends. She is actually his senior sister's sister-in-law, and she runs this entire Tianhua auction house alongside the senior's older brother. Lu Fan gasps in pure shock, finally putting the pieces together. He silently realizes why his senior sister was throwing around money so casually during the bidding. Since this whole place belongs to her own family, Lu Fan realizes that aggressively insisting on paying her back immediately might actually make things extremely awkward. Besides, he still needs to earn over 480 million to clear his 500 million debt. Meanwhile, Yashu generously offers him free reign over any future auction items he might need. Yashu tells him to treat it as a friendly loan, while the white-haired girl excitedly calls out to him. She urges little Fan to come check out his gift. Holding the legendary enchantment scroll, Lu Fan is utterly speechless with emotion. At long last, he finally has this precious scroll in his hands. With this, he can bypass the level 60 requirement for the Flying Dragon King Soul Elixir and use it immediately. The system confirms its legendary status as a level removal consumable. The scroll completely bypasses the level requirement of any targeted item. Meanwhile, his senior hands over her card to finalize the transaction. Yashu smiles and asks if she has managed to find any rare exotic treasures recently. She wonders if they can add them to the auction's special catalog, but the white-haired girl sighs helplessly. She claims she has absolutely nothing left to offer, complaining that Yashu has already cleaned out all her cheap, useless trinkets anyway. With a triumphant laugh, Yashu gladly thanks her favorite little customer for the generous business. Meanwhile, his senior flashes her sleek black card gesturing for Lu Fan to follow her. She teases Lu Fan, reminding him that he still has to repay those 500 million coins. She notes that Sister Han expects him back in perfect shape, while Lu Fan clutches his treasure box and lets out a heavy sigh. Wondering if his senior sister is running some high-level scam on him, he suddenly asks a completely different question. He asks about the illustrated guide they brought up earlier, prompting his senior to quickly grab a nearby tablet in a sudden panic. She curses under her breath, realizing she almost forgot to explain the primary reason why she even dragged him to this auction house today in the first place. Pointing straight at the screen, she begins her explanation. She happily reveals her ultimate secret to earning massive amounts of dragon coins and constantly funding her expensive shopping sprees. It all revolves around the auction house's unique 100 Treasures illustrated guide collection system. Essentially, as long as he can find rare items that are not currently registered in this illustrated encyclopedia, he gets paid. It is incredibly simple, right? Du Yashu chimes in, explaining that selling basic item information to her only brings in some minor pocket money. However, the true cash rewards for submitting actual legendary treasures are completely beyond imagination. Lu Fan scrolls through the tablet, realizing the listed treasures are all incredibly rare and practically impossible to find. At the very top sits the legendary weapon Burning Sky, requiring level 80. It boosts power by 62,275, agility by 5,420, and spirit by 2,570. Confused, he suddenly asks if they only collect the item information rather than actually selling the items themselves. His senior sister confirms that once a genuine treasure is registered in the guide, the Tianhua auction house will evaluate it and pay the owner a generous 3% of its estimated value in dragon coins. With a wink, she explains that it is basically a high-end publicity stunt for Tianhua by gathering rare item listings. Her sister-in-law is playing the long premium game. Yashu adds that outright selling is also an option. Lu Fan ponders the deal, realizing that a 3% cut from high-valuation items could be insanely lucrative. If he registers rare gears with similar price tags as his 500 million coin scroll, he might liquidate his massive debt incredibly fast. After a moment of careful thought, he decides to agree. If that is the case, then give me a quote for this gear of mine. Lu Fan pulls out the Worm King Soul Wings, displaying its incredible stats for her to see. It requires level 60 without a level removal enchantment. The stats are insane, plus 356 agility, 291 strength, 246 spirit, and 234 stamina. With soaring flight, the wearer gains the ability to fly and boosts their overall flight speed. If the equipped user possesses dragon language magic, they can activate the dragon language unseal. Once cast, it grants them a devastating high-level substitute spell in its place. The moment she spots this treasure, Du Yakyu's eyes widen in sheer shock. These are legendary level 60 flying wings, easily the ultimate top-tier gear. My handsome young friend, I estimate this masterpiece is easily worth at least 2 billion or more. You absolutely have to list this in our 100 Treasures guide. Beside them, the white-haired senior quickly runs the numbers in her head. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. See, told you so. Making money through this registry is just that ridiculously simple. Lu Fan thinks to himself, senior sister. This method is convenient, but it is still nowhere near that 500 million target. He smiles and says, by the way, sister, do I actually have a treasure that is far rarer than these soul wings? Du Yakyu gets incredibly excited, asking if he has more good stuff. Lu Fan then presents a starry sky dragon egg, its tier still completely unknown. He asks, I wonder how you would appraise this dragon egg here. The moment the dragon egg appears, the surrounding space trembles slightly. Du Yakyu is so shocked she can barely speak, stammering out a dragon egg. Wait, are you the famous dragon tamer from the southern province? The white-haired senior sister freezes in shock, staring at Lu Fan in disbelief. Lu Fan, besides the black dragon, do you actually have a second dragon? He thinks to himself, actually, if you count the 2 worm kings summoned by the ancient bone flute, I already have 5 dragons. Too bad, I let Xiaofei eat that bone flute so early, otherwise I could have registered it too to make some extra cash. Du Yakyu is deeply moved, especially since she has been working in this industry for so long. If those soul wings were considered absolute top tier, then this dragon egg is a legendary masterpiece unprecedented in history. I have to take back what I just said. Not all legendary treasures can be measured with a mere price tag. Lu Fan asks, a hint of hope in his voice, so this dragon egg cannot be registered for use. Du Yakyu rushes over and hugs him tightly, pleading, no, You absolutely must register it in the 100 Treasures Guide. With this dragon egg, the reputation of our Tianhua auction house will not only sweep the entire nation, but it will also spread across the globe and go down in history. The white-haired senior sister thinks just having one dragon already gives him the potential to become the strongest in the world. Now that Lu Fan has even more dragon eggs, I know I definitely placed my bet on the right guy. Seeing Lu Fan remain completely silent, Du Yakyu immediately throws out an incredibly tempting offer to win him over. How about this handsome? You can visit our auction house once a month and pick whatever item you want for free. No matter how high the bidding price goes, I will cover it. I will pay for everything, what do you say? Lu Fan smiles, thinking to himself that with a monthly pass to freely claim any rare item he wants, there is absolutely no reason to refuse. He places both the dragon egg and soul wings on the table, agreeing to register them both in the 100 Treasures Guide. So which month does this privilege start? Du Yakyu exclaims, in pure delight. Oh really? Excellent, it starts this month. It takes effect right now. Lu Fan smiles. That is great because I happen to have an item I want to take for free today. A short while later, the VIP room doors open, as the senior sister and Lu Fan leave together. The white-haired senior complains with a sigh, saying she was never in a rush for him to pay back that 500 million. Holding his new treasure box, Lu Fan cheerfully replies, no way, that would not be right. Since Sister Du said it starts today, I'm taking this level removal enchantment scroll as my pick for the month. The senior sister is stunned, unable to believe that Sister Du agreed so quickly and directly to his terms. The entire 500 million auction price is instantly waived, meaning she is fully refunded. Now she feels way too awkward to even mention collecting any interest on it. In a fantastic mood, Lu Fan mutters to himself that Tianhua collects so many rare treasures he will definitely make sure to visit them once every single month. In front of him, massive crowds are still flooding in to check out the auction house. Looking at the giant screen, a bystander gasps, the registry is updating. It has been forever. Did Tianhua finally find a treasure worthy of a new entry? Let's see what legendary item it is. We got so lucky today, being able to witness this update live. Lu Fan also looks up at the massive screen, which displays the text updating 100 Treasures Registry. He wonders if his dragon egg and soul wings made the list. Sure enough, the #1 spot on the 100 Treasures Registry changes. The top treasure is now listed as Dragon Egg Tier Unknown, pushing the famous Burning Heaven down to second place. Everyone watching gasped in utter shock. Wait, a dragon egg? Has Tianhua actually gotten their hands on a legendary dragon egg? We are talking about a mythical beast, capable of wiping out entire nations. Out of sheer excitement, one guy grabbed the host's collar and screamed, "What is the starting price for this dragon egg? Even if I go completely broke, I am buying that egg." The poor host, caught totally off guard, could only wave his hands in panic. "I am so sorry, I really do not know." Meanwhile, another customer scrambled to dial his phone to spread the massive news. It is real. I saw it with my own eyes. The Tianhua catalog actually acquired a genuine dragon egg. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Lu Fan could only mutter in awe. Sister Du moves incredibly fast. This is definitely going to make Tianhua's auction business explode overnight. The white-haired beauty Han Ke coldly snapped, "You brat, this is no time to be celebrating for your sister-in-law." They both looked toward the main entrance, where a massive tide of people was flooding in like a broken dam. Obsessed with catching a glimpse of the dragon egg, the frantic crowd pushed and shoved to get inside. "If we do not get out of here fast, we will be trapped all night." Lu Fan groaned as the surging crowd roared, "Let me in, I want to see the dragon egg." Others refused to back down, yelling, "I just stepped out, why are you blocking me?" "Let me in," another shouted. "It is a real dragon egg, I saw it on the screen." The arguments kept flying. "Make way, I am a famous tycoon in Tianhua." While they bickered, Lu Fan and Han Ke dashed forward, trying their best to squeeze out. Behind them, a wild mass of people was still aggressively shoving near the entrance. The white-haired senior gasped with amusement, "We finally made it out. That sister-in-law of yours got some seriously priceless free advertising. If you had known, you should have demanded 3 or 4 rare items a month." Lu Fan sighed, realizing he had agreed way too fast. Dealing with a sharp businesswoman like Sister Du, he really should have negotiated more conditions beforehand. Still, he casually replied, "That would be pushing it. By the way, where is your ride, senior?" Outside, night had fallen completely under a high moon. Spinning her keys around her finger, Han Ke smiled, "My ride." She pointed directly at a fiery red heavy motorcycle parked nearby. "Isn't it right there?" Lu Fan blinked. "Wait, what? But that is not the bike we rode here in." Han Ke casually replied, That was just Sister Du's bike. I already returned it. This beast right here is mine, and it was waiting. Lu Fan smiled, expecting his senior to summon a cool mount like Uncle Chin or have a private driver. Turns out she just loves tearing through the wind on her own. Hopping on the bike, she kicked up the kickstand and urged him, "What are you waiting for? Get on and hold onto my waist tight. I ride incredibly fast. If you fly off, I am definitely not coming back to pick up your pieces." Feeling a bit nervous, Lu Fan flinched as the engine roared to life with a loud rumble. He panicked. "Whoa, wait, senior, I am not ready yet." Before he could finish, the bike shot forward at breakneck speed, forcing him to desperately cling to her waist in a panic. Over the roaring wind, she yelled, "Hold on tight. You just finished your second transition, so your agility and endurance are way up. Why are you still scared of a little speed?" Surprised, Lu Fan called out, "Man, you get news fast. I literally just completed my second transition, and you already know about it." Han Ki casually replied, "Well, now that you've transitioned, you have 3 pet contract slots, right? Before you only had 2 slots, one being your black dragon. So why hadn't you hatched that other egg yet?" Suddenly gasping, she whipped her head back in shock. "Wait, is this dragon egg actually your 3rd contracted pet?" Terrified, Lu Fan yelled, "Third pet, yes, but watch the road. Watch the road, senior." Yet she ignored the street, completely amazed. "Kid, you seriously have no idea how unbelievably lucky you are. Dragons are basically living gods. Most people spend their entire lives working to the bone and never even get one. And here you are so young already owning 3. Lu Fan quickly changed the subject. "Why are you always helping me out like this anyway? When do I finally get to find out who you really are?" Hanka fell silent for a moment, her voice drifting off. "It is not time yet, Lu Fan. You haven't even passed your very first test." She nodded. "That is right, the Dragon Capital Academy is sending an envoy to evaluate you. Whether you are qualified for the national trials depends entirely on that person's approval. That is your first hurdle. By the way, that envoy is a formidable powerhouse over level 70, and honestly, I am worried he might deliberately target you." Lu Fan let out a loud, confident laugh. "Haha, so you are actually the guardian angel the school sent to help me clear this first hurdle." Han Kei's face turned serious as she replied, "You can look at it that way, but why are you laughing?" Lu Fan confidently replied that no matter what level the special envoy was, with his senior training him, that envoy was the one who should be praying. He was determined to make it to the national trials, so the envoy had better not play any tricks, or he would only bring trouble upon himself. Hearing Lu Fan say that, the white-haired girl could not help but burst out laughing. She laughed, noting how brave he sounded, and told him he had better make that envoy eat his words when the time came. Looking up at the high full moon, she wondered how it had gotten so late already. She had promised the ladies back at Villa 1 that she would get him home safely. Telling him to hold on tight as she sped up, Lu Fan complied, but instead of hugging her waist, he gently grabbed the white-haired senior's soft hand and told her to hold on tight to him instead. He wanted to take her home for this final stretch, channeling his energy to equip his Wyvern King's soul wings. Warmly and confidently, he held his senior's hand as the massive Wyvern King wings spread wide behind his back, launching them both high into the night sky. Though surprised at first, she quickly smiled and answered him. She wondered what would happen to her bike now that the rider had suddenly abandoned it in the middle of the road. Arriving at his senior's residence, the white-haired girl casually said goodbye, leaving Lu Fan feeling a bit unsure as he asked her to clarify. He asked if she really did not need him to walk her to her door, but she just waved mysteriously. She told him to go home and rest secretly, thinking about how honest and straightforward he actually was. Any other guy would have desperately insisted on escorting her right to the door. Looking up at the night sky, she softly whistled a cheerful tune. She quite liked being the passive one, but she suddenly gasped, realizing she had left her motorcycle behind because of that brat. A short while later, Lu Fan finally returned to Villa 1, at the Dragon Capital Academy. He collapsed onto the floor, exhausted from the flight, but he knew the journey had helped him get much more used to using his soul wings. Xiao Ye was casually munching on cookies, while Xiao Fei was already fast asleep stretched out on the sofa. Lu Fan pulled out the cosmic dragon egg and stared at it for a moment, glad that his troubles were finally behind him. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, asking if they were both ready. Hearing their names, the two little dragons turned to look at Lu Fan. He seriously reminded them that despite their previous failure, they all had to get along and live peacefully in the future. Xiao Ye let out a supportive roar as the system displayed his level 23 legendary Black Dragon contract, his level 18 legendary Emerald Dragon contract, and one remaining empty slot. Lu Fan channeled his energy, wrapping the egg in a brilliant, glowing golden light. He excitedly called out for his third dragon, the cosmic dragon, to finally emerge. As the egg cracked open, a blinding flash of light erupted, forcing Lu Fan to gasp and shield his eyes. Xiao Ye watched with his jaw dropped in shock, while Xiao Fei remained calm, keeping her eyes glued to the scene. They all looked up into the air, but saw nothing, only to find an incredibly cute little baby dragon sitting dazedly on the floor. It was almost too adorable to handle, leaving Lu Fan wondering if this tiny creature was actually the newborn cosmic dragon. The system panel flashed, displaying a level 1 cosmic dragon with 795 strength, 109 spirit, 276 agility, and 370 stamina. Its Star Crush skill conjured a star that once crushed dealt massive area damage, scaling directly with the dragon's strength stat. The Astral Scale Armor skill coated its scales in starlight, continuously absorbing all incoming damage for 60 seconds. Once the skill expired, all nearby enemies in melee range would take back every bit of that absorbed damage. Cosmic Surge provided a continuous flow of energy, steadily boosting its stamina the longer the battle went on. The legendary Cosmic Dragon Bloodline also cut all elemental damage by 50%, granted absolute immunity to negative status effects, and boosted its self-regeneration by 500%. The Blood Pact skill shared their vitality, boosting the Dragon Tamer's own stats by 10% of the dragon's attributes. Lu Fan carefully scooped up the Cosmic Dragon and smiled warmly at it. It turned out the Cosmic Dragon was a physical fighter with its base strength already sitting at a massive 795. He noted its stats were heavily skewed like Xiao Fei's, though its starting strength gap was double what Xiao Ye's had been as a newborn. Xiao Fei's stat screen then popped up. This legendary Emerald Dragon sat at level 1, with 122 strength, 659 spirit, 153 agility, and 216 stamina. Once the Cosmic Dragon reached level 20, even without any buffs from him or Xiao Fei, its strength would easily cross the 10,000 mark. He had originally assumed that Xiao Ye would be his primary physical damage dealer. But now Xiao Ye seemed more like his own Dragon Knight class, boasting an incredibly balanced spread across all attributes as his newborn stat screen appeared. That legendary Black Dragon started at level 1 with 342 strength, 359 spirit, 265 agility, and 373 stamina. Lu Fan gently placed the Starry Sky Dragon on the floor. He realized the Starry Sky Dragon's Starlight Armor skill wasn't just a simple shield. It was actually a dual-purpose ability, perfectly balancing defense with a fierce offense. Reflecting all incoming damage back at the enemy for 60 seconds was a seriously terrifying ability. Meanwhile, its Star Valor skill constantly boosted its stamina, meaning the young beast would never fear long drawn-out battles of attrition. Right as Xiao Ye was chewing an eggshell, the new dragon headbutted his chest, making the Black Dragon roar in absolute fury. Too lost in thought, Lu Fan completely missed the little scuffle. He noted that the Starry Sky Dragon was not purely a physical attacker. Based on the Star Shatter description, it boasted some massive magical damage capabilities. As for its true destructive power, he would need to test it on the field later. Turning back to his 3 dragons, he declared excitedly, "All right guys, standard procedure. It is time to give your new little sister an awesome name." Meanwhile, Xiao Ye glared at the Starry Sky Dragon with a look that screamed, "I am seriously reaching my limit here." Lu Fan muttered, "Since we have Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, let us just call her Xiao Xing." Both Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei turned to look at him with the most disappointed faces imaginable. Xiao Ye growled low to show his disapproval, while Xiao Fei felt deeply offended, retreating to a corner to whimper and cry. Flustered, he stammered, "Hey, what is wrong? It is just a name, guys. Do not be so fussy over something like this." Lu Fan waved his hands to calm them down. "How about I change it once I think of something better, deal?" He turned and asked the little Starry Sky Dragon if she liked it, but she completely ignored him, not even giving him a single glance. He thought to himself, this little dragon is incredibly proud. At least Xiao Ye won't be able to bully her easily. That is good. Meanwhile, in the level 60 to 70 Wanli Desert of Taijie Nation, a rugged off-road vehicle was parked beside an area piled high with wooden crates. Eerie wooden crosses lined the perimeter, each bearing a dry skeleton, making the entire area look incredibly creepy and grim. A party of 4 sat huddled around a roaring campfire. The man in red was on the phone muttering, "Got it." Beside him, a warrior in white armor asked impatiently, "Qinghan, what is going on?" Judging by his grim expression, the news was not good. This was Jin Changhan, level 60, the #1 rookie champion of Taijie Nation. Hanging up, he spoke slowly. "It is my little sister. She had her people reach out, begging me to avenge her." The short-haired girl turned to the group. "Wait, is Princess Jinzhou? Little Jinzhou not studying abroad in the Dragon Nation right now?" The girl wearing a witch hat sitting across from him asked. Bullying in the Dragon Nation, Jin Changhan let out a sigh. "Yeah, she has been pestering me for days, claiming some random punk beat her up, and not just once." Suddenly, something absolutely massive began to slowly emerge from beneath the sandy ground. Moments later, the threat revealed itself as an absolute titan, a hideous, grotesque beast that looked exactly like a mutated giant earthworm. Yet, the four just sat there, chatting casually, as if nothing was happening. Jin Changhan mused thoughtfully. Even though she is grown up, she still acts like a child. I definitely spoiled her way too much. Looking up from his book, the youth asked, "So, are you going to the Dragon Nation?" He replied with absolute resolve, "Of course I am." The beast reared up high, preparing to strike Jin Changhan directly from behind. With a brief surge of energy, he summoned a dark purple creature with glowing red eyes that instantly intercepted the giant worm's sudden lethal ambush. In the blink of an eye, his summon violently tore into the foe. Jin Changhan added coldly, "As the brother who loves her most, of course, I must eliminate her obstacles. But first we must prioritize preparing for the national tournament. We need to clear one more hidden dungeon of opportunity. Once I obtain the final piece of the Curse Net set, I will depart for the Dragon Nation." The group stood up ready to move out. Behind them, the two monsters were still locked in brutal combat. Jin Changhan explained the true purpose behind his upcoming journey. "Aside from settling my little sister's personal business, I must scout out the Dragon Nation's top contestants for this year's nationals. The championship title absolutely must belong to our Taizhe Nation." His eyes turned cold and sharp, radiating pure murderous intent as the giant worm was sliced into countless pieces, raining dead flesh onto the ground. His teammates nodded, showing absolute confidence in his strength. Of course, whenever Changhan makes a move, a massive victory is guaranteed. Yet another member spoke up with a highly skeptical mocking giggle. "Ha ha, scouting them out is giving those Dragon Nation weaklings way too much credit if you ask me." As for Lu Fan, the week following Zhao Xing's arrival saw his life finally return to a normal, peaceful routine. With no more loud debates from the Fengyun Pavilion, and no more irritating provocations from Jinzhou, everything was quiet. He spent his days studying, sparring, and honing his skills under the guidance of his mysterious senior. During their intense training matches, the white-haired girl constantly pushed his limits with challenging new trials. "All right, same deal as always today. If you can land just a single hit on me, I will personally take you to Tianhua." Lu Fan happily gripped his blade, joking that it didn't count. Meanwhile, his squad continued their usual level grinding in the venomous spider forest. His 3 dragons had gained some serious levels too. The Emerald Dragon hit level 22, the Starry Dragon reached 11, and the Black Dragon rose to 29. Lu Fan himself reached level 32, while Jian Ying completed his second-class advancement, officially becoming a level 2 sword dancer. Today, Qin Qiu reached level 30, Jian Ying hit 31, and Tao Man hit 30. Finally, Qin Qiu and Taozi met the requirements for their second-class advancement. Taozi cheered excitedly, celebrating that she and Tin Qiu finally hit level 30, leaving Tin Qiu absolutely thrilled. They told Han Ke they could finally do their second advancement, making her marvel at how incredibly tough it was to hit level 30. Taozi eagerly declared that once she finished her advancement, she wanted to tackle the same high-level dungeons Lu Fan and Jian Ying ran. Han Ke immediately warned her about the extreme danger, but Taozi confidently replied that she would have Qin Qiu right by her side. Lu Fan smiled to himself, realizing that every single combat specialist in their 5-man squad had officially reached the prestigious second-class advancement phase of their journey. Beside him, Xiao Fei clung tightly to his leg, while Xiao Jing sat perched on his shoulder, keeping his usual cold, serious expression. The group quickly headed to the Longdu Academy Advancement Hall, where Jian Ying shared that he had chosen the sword dancer path. This class perfectly develops core swordsman skills. Lu Fan admitted he had actually expected Jian Ying to choose a more supportive role. Jian Ying, the combat class, at level 31, was now a second advancement sword dancer. Qin Qiu smiled and explained that while she had definitely considered a support role before, having Xiao Fei already on the team meant her basic healing abilities would be completely redundant now. So she decisively went for a pure damage-dealing path, specializing in light attribute magic to secure much stronger offensive power than before. Qin Qiu, a level 30 hidden combat class, was now a second advancement Holy Light Arbiter. Lu Fan happily noted that their squad now had physical damage completely covered, along with magic damage and support buffs. Now they just needed Taozi to complete her advancement. Right on cue, Taozi burst out of the advancement hall, cheering in pure excitement. A surprised Qin Qiu immediately asked what had happened. Taozi proudly dared everyone to guess her new class, prompting Jian Ying to wonder if a rare hidden class had actually appeared during her second advancement. Grinning broadly, Taozi praised his sharp guess, confirming he was absolutely right. Qin Qiu and Han Ke gasped in unison. Taozi then raised her sword and channeled her energy, summoning a delicate silk-like ribbon of water that gracefully swirled around her body. As a level 2 water lotus swordsman, she could manipulate water element magic, a unique branch of magic swordsman. Tao Xiaoman, a level 30 hidden combat class, officially became a level 2 water lotus swordsman. Lu Fan was thoroughly stunned, wondering if hidden classes could actually trigger during second advancements. Jian Ying nodded, explaining that the probability was incredibly low, even rarer than obtaining a hidden class during the very first advancement. Still riding the massive high, Taozi excitedly bragged, claiming she always knew she possessed some kind of incredible natural-born talent. She cheered that she finally felt equal standing alongside them, but Lu Fan couldn't help but tease her. He joked that since she was always slacking off and watering down their efforts, she naturally ended up as a water-type swordsman. Absolutely enraged, Taozi screamed at the smug Lu Fan to get over there and face her, forcing Qin Qiu to desperately hold her back. She urged Taozi to calm down. Right at that moment, Lu Fan's phone rang and he picked it up. He greeted Vice Principal Zhao, asking if the special envoy had arrived and promised to head over immediately. A short while later, inside Longdu Academy's combat class auditorium, Lu Fan sat in the front row next to Miss Gu. She leaned in and whispered that the envoy Ruan Changfang was a Tier 3 level 76 shield knight. She warned him that according to Vice Principal Zhao, this envoy already had a major problem with him. Lu Fan frowned, wondering why the envoy would target him. His senior had already warned him that this guy would likely try to make things difficult. What kind of background did this Ruan Changfeng actually have? Up on the stage, the principal, Vice Principal Zhao, and an unfamiliar professor sat with absolute solemn dignity. His eyes locked onto the Burning Heaven staff held by the principal, a legendary treasure that once ranked number 1 on the 100 Treasures registry. Lu Fan quietly leaned over and asked Miss Gu if she knew the identity of that robed figure holding the massive staff. She softly replied that they were actually the newly appointed principal of Longdu Academy. Though called the new principal, they had actually held the position for 2 full years already. Lu Fan was stunned to hear they were at least a Tier 4 master, wondering why their actual strength seemed to be shrouded in rumor. Miss Gu admitted that outside of old Vice Principal Zhao, absolutely nobody knew anything about this mysterious principal. They never participated in school events, spoke only through magical voice modulation, and left everyone completely clueless regarding their actual gender or true power level. As the two of them chat, a sudden commotion breaks out behind them. He is here, Lu Fan and the girl turn around to see envoy Ruan Changfeng. Ruan Changfeng is a level 76 Holy Shield Knight. Grim and radiating pure bloodlust, this middle-aged man leads a squad of elite guards. He aggressively marches into the hall, immediately snapping at everyone with a blunt and incredibly rude question. Is everyone here? Let us cut to the chase. Who is the principal? Vice Principal Zhao steps up to welcome him. An aide from the envoy's group speaks up asking if they really have no other contestants to choose from since the envoy came fully prepared. Vice Principal Zhao refuses to back down, standing firm that this is their ultimate gamble. Ruan Changfeng snorts in a highly patronizing tone. Lu Fan, so it seems your school has already made the choice for me. Does my opinion as the newly appointed envoy not matter anymore? Vice Principal Zhao calmly replies that the envoy is being far too harsh. Here at Longdu Academy, we have absolute faith in Lu Fan, and we are confident that he will surely satisfy you. A freezing cold gleam flashes deep in the envoy's eyes. He sneers with absolute disdain. Satisfy me. Turning directly to Lu Fan, he mocks him by saying that he reviewed his files and acknowledges his bright future, dripping with heavy sarcasm as he slowly approaches. A mere level 32, the top dragon rider from the southern province, and currently ranked right at the very top of the freshman leaderboard. From Jianghai City all the way to Longdu, backed by both the Qin family and the Marquis of Zhenbei, what an incredibly smooth ride. Can someone like you even begin to comprehend the raw struggles and effort of the other competitors? Towering right over Lu Fan, Ruan Changfeng demands to know how a mere level 32 kid could ever face level 50 or 60 third realm masters. Lu Fan notes that this man is acting incredibly strange, showing clear and intense hostility toward him. Seeing his silence, Ruan Changfeng sneers, challenging him directly by saying that if Longdu has this much faith in him, then he needs a proper evaluation. Instantly, he draws his sword and unleashes a massive slash. Lu Fan blocks it in a flash as the man roars, asking if he actually has what it takes. Sitting nearby, the girl screams in absolute panic that this test is completely unfair. Lord Envoy Vice Principal Zhao shouts, raising his voice in immediate protest. He points out that a level 76 fighting a level 32 student is just bullying. Yet, Ruan Changfeng completely discards his shame, continuing his wild assault with a ruthless sneer. I am not the one forcing him to enter the national tournament anyway. So why should his level be my concern at all? Lu Fan lets out a sharp grunt, desperately struggling to defend against the ruthless storm-like sword strikes. The gap between their levels is just too massive. Ruan Changfeng grits his teeth, snarling that his mission is to find someone strong enough to battle 22 other nations. If he cannot pass this test, he is not worthy of representing the Dragon Kingdom. While blocking the strikes, Lu Fan quickly calculates that he cannot afford a reckless close-quarters brawl. The man is too powerful, but summoning his dragon companion in this tight space is too risky and might hurt innocent bystanders. Damn it, seeing that Lu Fan cannot even counterattack, the envoy smirks, arrogantly throwing out another challenge. Come on, Lu Fan, show me your true strength. Let me see what you are made of, and find out what gave you the right to kick me out of the high ranks of Longdu. With that, he swings his sword with massive force, knocking the Azure Ink Dragon scale blade right out of Lu Fan's grip. Ruan Changfeng roars, his voice filled with pure rage and bitter resentment, demanding to know why he was demoted to a mere lowly envoy because of him. Seeing the sheer bloodlust burning in his eyes, the entire crowd gasps in horror. Just as Lu Fan prepares to retaliate with a physical strike, the principal gently waves his burning heaven staff, casting a blinding mystical flash of light. The principal speaks, his voice calm yet carrying immense authority, noting that since the envoy is so energetic, they should move this duel somewhere else. Stamping his staff firmly onto the ground, a massive crimson magic circle instantly forms, releasing an incredibly heavy and strange pressure that suffocates the air. In the blink of an eye, both Lu Fan and Ruan Changfeng vanish without a single trace. The professor standing nearby asks in absolute shock where the principal has sent the two of them. The girl stammers in panic that the envoy is completely gone, realizing the teleportation magic has sent them straight to the school arena. The principal says that this arena is spacious enough, inviting the envoy to test him to his heart's content. Standing in the middle of the Longdu Academy arena, Ruan Changfeng sneers, muttering that changing locations will not make any difference at all. Go ahead and use all your strength instead of running, or you will completely destroy the reputation of the two principals who recommended you. Lu Fan gathers his energy to summon his dragon companion, replying coldly that he finally understands everything now. So you are the high-ranking official who secretly allowed Jin Zhou to run rampant back in Longdu. No wonder this test has been so bizarre from start to finish. Ruan Changfeng turns to stare at Lu Fan in shock. He sat leisurely on Xiaoye's head, speaking in a slow teasing tone. Since the space here is wide enough, I shall gladly unleash my full power just as you requested. He activated his Blink Domain skill, which granted him the ability to instantly teleport to any location within 50 meters, carrying a 30-second cooldown. Fong stared at his opponent, realizing this was the very black dragon the Kim family's princess despised to her bones. It looked exactly like the video he had watched. HM. It is a pity that no matter how strong this dragon's pressure is, it remains completely useless. He raised his left hand to channel his energy, wrapping his entire arm in a brilliant golden glow. A massive golden shield slowly materialized, radiating an incredibly powerful and majestic aura into the surrounding air. Fong confidently believed that before a level 76 Holy Shield Knight like himself, this kid was ultimately nothing but a brat. Lu Fan showed absolutely no fear as he raised his voice to respond. Impressive aura, Lord Envoy. Next up, you had better watch very closely. Xiaoye let out an earth-shattering roar, signaling the start of the battle before unleashing a thunderous growl to activate his pressure skill. The black dragon continuously unleashed terrifying waves of pressure all around, inflicting severe crowd control effects like fear, immobility, and stun on all enemies within a massive area. Fong quickly raised his holy shield to protect himself. He grunted and laughed, haha, as expected of a true dragon. This oppressive pressure is actually quite suffocating, but in the end, your level is just too low. The stun and freeze effects have missed. Watching from afar, Vice Principal Zhao noted that Lu Fan and his black dragon had used this exact same move to wipe out the entire Fengyan Pavilion last time. The principal calmly replied, "Do you really think that is all he has? Just keep watching." Fong sneered, "This trick of yours might be enough to scare your little classmates, but if you want to deal with me—" Before he could finish, his knee suddenly buckled and his sword slipped away with a loud clatter. Strange, terrifying visions flashed through his mind, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Horrified, Fong thought to himself, "How is this possible? How could a proud Holy Shield Knight like me actually be paralyzed by a mere fear effect?" Sure enough, the fear effect had successfully taken hold. As Xiaoye slowly stepped forward, Lu Fan lightly leaped down onto the field and asked with a mocking smirk, "Tell me, Lord Envoy, how do you expect to evaluate my true strength when you are kneeling on the ground like that?" Fong channeled every ounce of his strength to resist the control effect, his entire body shaking violently. Grabbing his fallen sword, he growled, "Are you mocking me?" Fong desperately tried to trigger his unyielding stance, a signature knight technique that could drastically reduce or even completely negate all stun and fear effects for several minutes. Suddenly, he leaped up and lunged frantically at Lu Fan, roaring, "You brat! Do you think you can keep messing with me like this?" Lu Fan spread his arms wide as massive glowing energy circles began to manifest on both sides of him. He calmly responded, "How could you possibly call this making things difficult?" Teacher Zhao cried out in shock, "Are those two teleportation portals?" Sweating heavily, Fong wondered what exactly the kid was trying to summon now. Could it be? Lu Fan declared. "If you want me to go all out, Lord Envoy, you should start taking this seriously." Xiao Fei and Xiao Xing materialized side by side, leaving Fong absolutely speechless with shock. Xiao Xing locked onto the target and launched a fierce attack, forcing Fong to grimace and scream, "What, 3 dragons?" Zhao could hardly believe his own eyes, whispering, "3 dragons? Who on earth is this kid?" Meanwhile, the principal stayed silent, calmly observing the chaotic battlefield. Lu Fan stared coldly at Fong and muttered, "3, I am afraid your guess is incorrect." With a quick snap of his fingers, he commanded Xiao Fei summon the twin wyvern kings right now. High above, a majestic pair of ancient twin dragons materialized, as his assimilation skill summoned the souls of the twin wyvern kings using the dragon bone flute. The level of the wyvern kings would perfectly scale with the level of their summoner. Fong stared up, cold sweat pouring down his face in absolute terror. 2 more dragons, the summoned wyvern king spirits, were sitting at level 22. Their first skill was Elemental Breath, which allowed them to blast targets with devastating elemental forces, dealing fire, ice, lightning, and wind damage all at once. Their second skill was a powerful Soul Strike. Shrugging off their physical limits, the Wyvern Kings would charge forward, dealing devastating piercing damage directly to the target. On top of that, they could unlock Dragon Tongue, swapping their Elemental Breath with powerful ancient dragon magic. Even their forbidden elemental spells and spirit armors would be replaced by an apocalyptic spell cascading from this magic. Thanks to their bloodline, wyverns are the closest draconic species to true dragons, granting them a massive 50% reduction to all incoming damage. Noticing that the principal remained unusually calm throughout all of this, Vice Principal Zhao turned to him and asked, "Principal, did you actually know that Lu Fan had 5 dragons this entire time?" Honestly, you and I can't even begin to describe the absolute madness unfolding right in front of our eyes. The principal goes quiet for a moment, slowly admitting that even he is completely blown away by this. Lu Fan stands tall before his squad of 5 legendary dragons, with Xing Chen taking the lead right in front. Talk about an absolute flex of pure power. In a cold, commanding tone, Lu Fan calls out, "All right, Special Envoy." Channeling his energy, Lu Fan looks him dead in the eye and slowly asks, "Now do you think I'm qualified to enter the national trial?" And just like that, all 5 dragons roar in unison, launching a devastating assault. Ruan Changfeng completely panics as his mind races with sheer terror, desperately screaming internally, "No, this is impossible. What do I do? How on earth could I, a Grand Master, ever get defeated by a worthless brat like this?" A massive dragon claw crashes down from above. In a panic, Ruan activates his holy protection shield to block the blow. Xiaoye aggressively flaps his massive wings, whipping up a violent hurricane that completely sweeps across the entire arena, tearing the ground apart and making Teacher Zhao shout out in sheer panic, "That idiot envoy. If he takes a direct hit from a giant dragon, this match is going to end in a fatality." But then a loud, cocky laugh echoes from above. Lu Fan looks up to see Ruan Changfeng casually escaping on his bloodthirsty bat, which is an incredibly rare high-tier mount. He shouts down, "You think you can kill me? You are 800 years too early for that, kid." His holy protection shield activates instantly, granting him absolute flawless immunity to any and all incoming damage for 10 full seconds. And while this powerful barrier is active, both his movement speed and casting speed are instantly buffed by 100%. With a 16-hour cooldown, even Teacher Zhao is completely caught off guard by this sudden move. He gasps. He actually ran away, but honestly, that's way better than getting torn apart by a dragon. The principal can't help but mock him, surprised that the once high and mighty Master Ruan would flee in such a pathetic and cowardly way. Lu Fan chuckles with pure contempt, muttering that the envoy sure knows how to mount a beast and run away fast. Hearing those mocking words, Ruan Changfeng is absolutely consumed with pure rage. He seethes internally, refusing to let them mock him just because this kid got lucky with a few dragons. Without those dragons, this kid is nothing but absolute trash. Suddenly turning his mount around, Ruan calculates that he only needs to land one single blow to end him. His Holy Protection Shield still has 4 seconds left. At the end of the day, a rookie is still just a rookie. No matter how many dragons he has, he is completely full of openings. Ruan swings his sword, channeling his energy, absolutely determined to take Lu Fan's life. Only 2 seconds left on his shield, but it is enough. With a murderous roar, Ruan screams die as he unleashes Holy Judgment, infusing his sword with blinding light to deal 420% holy damage. And once that skill lands successfully, his next holy strike will deal double the damage. But the moment his sword strikes, it slams directly into a massive emerald barrier, completely blocking the attack. Lu Fan calmly remarks that it might take him another strike just to shatter a single layer of his jade barrier. This is Lu Fan's Emerald Light, which stacks 12 layers of Jade Blessing on the target, purging all negative status effects, while instantly boosting his attributes by 60%. And, to make things even crazier, each individual layer blocks 2 whole attacks. Ruan gasps in sheer horror, realizing that his powerful Holy Judgment attack barely managed to break through half of Lu Fan's protective shield. With those massive dragons guarding him, even getting close to Lu Fan won't do a single bit of damage. And now his Holy Protection Shield has completely run out. Terrified, he instantly orders his bloodthirsty bat to turn around and flee, leaving the monster growling in frustration because it didn't even get to take a single bite. Seeing Ruan try to flee once more, Lu Fan calls out in a mocking tone, "What's wrong, Special Envoy? Are you seriously trying to run away again? Then don't blame me for being a rookie who doesn't show any mercy." He activates his charged assault skill. The Blue Dragon King roars as a massive glowing orb of crackling electricity appears, sparking violently across the sky. Behind him, a massive dragon head materializes, unleashing a terrifying wave of pure pressure. Ruan looks back in absolute horror, wondering what on earth Lu Fan is planning, completely unaware that the starry sky dragon has already closed the distance right beside him. Lu Fan glares at him coldly, commanding denied. With a gentle, casual headbutt from Xingchen, Ruan is knocked clean off the back of his bloodthirsty bat. Ruan screams in sheer terror as he plummets through the air, crashing hard onto the stone floor. Groaning in pain, he struggles to crawl back up, only to find Lu Fan blocking his path, standing right over him with a smug, mocking grin. "Take a good look at yourself. What happened to the proud envoy who was going to teach me a lesson?" Ruan Changfeng looked up only to find a massive sphere of lightning hovering right in front of his face. With a thunderous roar, the Blue Dragon Lord unleashed a devastating lightning shockwave, dealing massive damage and inflicting a sudden paralyzing effect. Subsequent strikes would stack 20 layers of lightning attributes with each hit, reducing the stacks by 20%, while carrying a 20% chance of paralysis. Ruan Changfeng panicked and cried out for them to wait, but there was absolutely no time left. He only had time to let out one agonizing shriek before thick smoke billowed upward, completely blocking the principal and Teacher Zhao from seeing the chaos inside. A moment later, Ruan Changfeng began coughing uncontrollably as the smoke slowly cleared. His pet, the bloodthirsty bat, lay completely flat on the ground, motionless and defeated. Lu Fan spoke up in a calm, casual voice, offering a brief apology to the envoy for his fallen mount. He noted that in the brutal trials, it was perfectly within the rules if a mount ended up slaying its opponent. He even suggested that Lord Ruan must have gone to great lengths just to test his quick reflexes in this scenario. Vice Principal Zhao quickly intervened, urging the envoy that since the battle had reached this stage, the test could finally end, and Lu Fan should be granted his qualification. Hearing those words, the envoy snapped instantly, furiously ordering the teacher to shut his mouth. He barked that he was the only one who decided when this exam would actually end. A confused Teacher Zhao wanted to argue, but the principal quietly held him back, telling him to let it go since Ruan Changfeng was clearly on his last legs. And he was right. Collapsing onto his knees, Ruan Changfeng brooded in bitter defeat, admitting that with a ridiculous talent for dragon language magic and 5 dragons at his disposal, anyone else would have secured their qualification instantly. But to him, Lu Fan was the ultimate exception to the rule. Furious curses poured from his mouth as he launched into a desperate, frantic charge. He roared in sheer disbelief, unable to accept that a penniless brat working in a tiny bun shop had dragged a high-ranking official like him down to this pathetic state. Seeing his master in danger, Xiaofei roared and prepared to strike, but Lu Fan quickly raised a hand to stop him. With effortless grace, Lu Fan slipped away, completely dodging Ruan Changfeng's frantic flurry of desperate sword strikes. The man continued to spew bitter grievances, blaming Lu Fan for destroying his standing with both the Jin family and the Dragon Capital brass. He raged about his ruined career, claiming the boy had mocked his downfall and ruthlessly killed his beloved pet. Despite swinging his blade like a madman, he could not even graze the edge of Lu Fan's robe. Screaming that he would definitely kill Lu Fan today, Ruan Changfeng's desperate threat was instantly cut short as a brutal bone-crushing kick slammed right into his chest. Sent flying backward, the man let out an agonizing high-pitched scream of pure pain. Splat on the dirt, he groaned and coughed violently, while Lu Fan slowly approached him with an ice-cold expression. Lu Fan coldly noted that fighting a man who lost his mind was utterly pointless, refusing to take advantage of his weakened state. He challenged the fallen envoy to stand back up and fight if he still believed the test was unfinished. And if he still blamed him and Jin Zhou for ruining his life, he was welcome to seek revenge whenever he pleased. Stretched out on the dirt, Ruan Changfeng looked up to see Lu Fan towering over him, backed by 5 majestic towering dragons. The boy delivered a chilling final warning, promising that next time he would not show a single ounce of mercy. Ruan Changfeng stared in shock for a brief second before losing consciousness, blacking out completely. Teacher Zhao rushed over in a total panic, screaming that he would find a healer immediately, while the principal approached Lu Fan with a highly intrigued, knowing smile. The old man noted how incredibly well the boy had hidden his secret, having no idea he possessed 5 dragons. He asked with genuine curiosity how much of his actual hidden power the young Tamer had truly unleashed just now. Lu Fan humbly replied that it was not even 10%, explaining that his dragons were merely warming up without using any skills. Pleased with the answer, the principal slammed his burning heaven staff, triggering a burst of crimson energy while laughing with absolute delight. He praised him, stating his choice to support him had been absolutely spot on. With those parting words, the principal vanished into thin air, leaving a thoughtful Lu Fan sensing a strange familiarity about him. Only then did Xiaoye Xiaofei and Xiao Xingchen gather around him, acting incredibly adorable, a stark contrast to their brutal combat forms. Meanwhile, far away in the extreme north, an unexplored level 60 zone of the Dragon Kingdom, a massive celebration was brewing. The Northern Marquis slammed his bottle onto the wooden table with a heavy thud and burst into hearty, roaring laughter. He chuckled, admitting that this young kid was truly something special. Sitting on the table was an official report detailing Lu Fan's second-class transfer as a Dragon Tamer from Longdu Academy, indicating he had successfully secured his qualification from examiner Ruan Changfeng. Marquis Zinbei is a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and messy hair, sporting a massive muscular build and a booming, resonant voice. The Dragon Kingdom's representative is indeed Lu Fan. As for Wen Feng's signature, did he sign this while crying like a baby? Haha, suddenly, a knock echoes at the door, making him look up. Come in, Lieutenant A. Fully cloaked young man pokes his head inside, asking respectfully, My Lord Zhenbei, what are your orders? Grabbing his coat from the chair, he drapes it over his shoulders, steps out, and commands to prepare the lions for a trip to Longdo Academy. Surprised, the lieutenant asks, is my lord really leaving the northern border military camp? Lately, our search patrols have been facing a non-stop series of mysterious and sudden ambush attacks, and they all seem to trace back to that thing. Yet now you are leaving. Marquis Zenbei firmly replies, I am not leaving forever. Inform the Lion Regiment that the other search operations must keep pushing forward. My trip is to meet the Dragon Kingdom's representative and investigate that thing. I will be back in 2 days. Understood, sir, the lieutenant salutes. Meanwhile, at Villa No. 1 of Longdo Academy, the lights are still burning bright. Lu Fan has just received a brand new treasure map and opens it up. Seeing it points to Tide Bay, a level 20 to 30 zone. He cannot help but gasp. Over 3,000 kilometers, that is way too far. Zooming in, Lu Fan thinks to himself. His spot in the national trial is confirmed by Nguyen Truong Fong, and things have been quiet lately. He wanted to go treasure hunting, but who knew the destination would be 3,000 kilometers away for just a mid-tier map? Meanwhile, Xiao Ye is still busy pursuing her true love snacks, clutching a massive bag of chips even though it is past midnight. Lu Fan calls Heishu to ask for more details but ends up sighing. "Ah, never mind then, I will hit you up next time if I need anything." Heishu offers, "Are you sure I could hook you up with a teleportation mage to warp you straight over there?" Of course, the price will be different. Suddenly, Lu Fan's eyes lock onto his phone screen and he lets out a soft grunt. A new notification pops up. "Lu Fan, congratulations. This time, the treasure map has officially been sent out." A massive grin spreads across his face, his eyes lighting up with absolute joy. Oh my god, after waiting so long, the god-stealing treasure map is finally here. Hearing the sudden silence on the other end, Heishu calls out, "Hello Lu Fan, you still there?" "Yeah, I am here," Lu Fan quickly replies. "Hang on a second, I have another location I want to ask you about." He taps on the sun map icon on his screen. No one could have predicted that at this very second, a massive blazing fireball is hurtling directly toward Villa Number 1. Inside, Lu Fan is still talking to Heishu, telling him the coordinates are at the far north border. Just as he speaks, an earth-shattering explosion erupts. Villa Number 1 of Longdo Academy is instantly engulfed in a sea of raging flames. Standing outside, a heavily cloaked assassin coldly gazes at his handiwork. In his hand, he tightly grips a strange mysterious crest. But as he turns to leave, a massive pitch-black dragon claw lunges out from the fire, forcing him to jump back in shock. At that exact moment, Lu Fan's crew manages to escape. Thanks to his flying Dragon King soul potion, he easily teleported himself out, while the 4 girls are safely escorted out by 3 dragons. Spotting the assassin, Lu Fan roars in anger. "You think you can just bomb us and run?" Freeze right there. Like lightning, he throws a punch at terrifying speed. Oof. Unable to dodge, the assassin takes the blow straight to his face, sending his hood flying back to reveal his head. As the killer's face is exposed, Lu Fan gasps in disbelief. Aren't you that teacher who was standing next to the principal that day?" Bystanders begin rushing over, screaming in panic. "Call the fire department quickly. What is going on over there? Did something just blow up?" Neighbors crowd around to check on the situation, asking, "Are you guys okay? What on earth just happened?" Tanchu points up into the air, shouting back, "We were ambushed by that guy. He is trying to silence us forever." Down in the yard, Xiao Tao is on her knees throwing up. Xiao Fei's speed just now was truly dizzying. The assassin clearly did not expect this, pulling out a glowing red iron chain while roaring. "To think you actually saw through me. Then I have no other choice." He hurls the chains forward, tightly binding Lu Fan's right arm. He immediately recognizes this as the Crimson Flame Lock, a severe binding skill that completely blocks the target from getting any support buffs for 2 seconds. If it gets broken, the victim's movement speed and casting speed will be brutally slashed by 90% for the next 4 seconds. Suddenly, the assassin's body begins to mutate, ballooning to several times its original size as grotesque veins pop out all over. He is unleashing the Extreme Raging Flame, a suicidal skill that burns his own life force to create a blazing core. Detonating this blazing core at the cost of his life deals fire damage equal to 1,250% of his own mental attribute. And the explosion's blast radius expands the longer he channels it. Lu Fan wondered if it was really the blazing flame core. That was the ultimate self-destruct skill of flame mages. Did the assassin seriously want to drag Lu Fan down with him? Qin Qiu and Jian Ying rushed forward to help, with Qin Qiu screaming for Lu Fan to hold on because backup was coming. The system warned that the blazing flame core was already charged to 23%. Han Ke panicked, crying out to young Lu Fan that the system reported the flame core was already at 59%. Meanwhile, the assassin swelled up like a balloon about to burst. He roared with pure hatred, telling Lu Fan that he could never escape and that death was his only option. Another alert flashed as the blazing flame core reached 72% capacity. Lu Fan quickly ordered Xiao Fei to prepare her eternal protection skill and told Xiao Ye to shield everyone. Instantly, Xiao Fei channeled her energy, releasing a mystical green light from her body. That was eternal protection, a powerful defense skill that cast a massive barrier over all allies, with its damage absorption depending entirely on the caster health and recovery rate. Meanwhile, the assassin laughed maniacally, screaming that everyone was going to die. Laughing wildly, the system warned that the blazing flame core was now at 96%. Still unable to break free from the flame chains, Lu Fan realized the madman was about to detonate the core right then and there. he roared, calling the assassin a complete lunatic. Suddenly, the Fen Tian staff came flying out of nowhere, piercing straight through the assassin's bloated body, triggering a system alert that the ultimate blazing flame skill had been interrupted. Lu Fan stood frozen immediately, recognizing that it was the principal's own Fen Tian staff. The assassin gasped in pain, blood pouring from his nose and mouth as he muttered with pure venom, "Lu Fan, you will only die." With those words, his massive body plunged into the raging sea of fire below. While Lu Fan was still recovering from his shock, the staff suddenly flew ahead and hovered in place. The principal materialized, staring silently at him. Just then, Mr. Zhao's voice echoed from a distance, shouting in panic, "What happened? What on earth just happened here?" Another teacher snapped, asking him why he was yelling so loudly. She complained about the fright, then turned to the curious crowd, telling the students to leave and stop blocking the firefighting efforts. The moment Lu Fan landed, Han Ke rushed over in tears, crying out that she had been worried sick and asking if he was hurt. He quickly reassured her, saying he was fine and apologizing for causing her so much worry. Qin Qiu gasped, her voice still trembling as she asked if he knew who that terrifying mage actually was. Lu Fan replied that he had actually met that mage before during the special envoy evaluation. Back then, he was standing next to the principal who was currently examining the assassin-charred corpse alongside Vice Principal Zhao. Mr. Zhao spoke gently, admitting they never expected anyone would try to assassinate Lu Fan right inside the academy. What made it even more unbelievable was that the culprit was a renowned honorary professor of Longdo Academy and a level 81 flame mage. Lu Fan wondered about his motive, questioning if the man was secretly working for Ruan Changfeng. Han Ke cried out in outrage, demanding that Vice Principal Zhao fully investigate this, since they had all nearly lost their lives. Qin Qiu added that, as soon as the killer realized Lu Fan survived, he immediately tried to take him down together. Anxious Mr. Zhao urged them all to remain calm, promising that he would investigate this entire matter thoroughly to give everyone a proper and satisfying answer. The principal stood there in deep thought, realizing that things were becoming increasingly complicated. The next morning in the principal office at Longdo Academy, he analyzed the situation, certain that these assassinations would continue. This failed attempt would only make future attacks far more dangerous. That honorary professor had been at the academy for years, hiding his true colors so deeply that even the principal never suspected him. Even though the entire Longdo Academy was under his surveillance, being just one step too late could have led to absolute disaster. He asked if his guest was even listening, while Marquis Zenbei sat back, casually taking a slow sip from his teacup. The Marquis snorted, suggesting the principal stock up on good wine, instead of serving such tasteless, boring tea in his office. The principal fell silent, his hood twitching slightly to show his clear annoyance with his guest. Laughing loudly, the Marquis told him not to be so angry since he was actually listening. He mentioned they had not met in ages, wondering if the principal was even curious about why he had come. Softening his tone, the principal apologized, explaining he was too focused on Lu Fan before asking if the northern mission was complete. Marquis Zhenbei replied that it was far from finished, but he heard Lu Fan was no longer safe staying at the academy, while the school heads were busy investigating the case. Coincidentally, he had just the right solution to take that heavy burden off the principal's shoulders. The principal looked at him with clear suspicion, repeating the words back. Marquis Zenbei smiles, suggesting they hand that kid over so he can accompany him to the frozen Arctic realm. Rummaging through a drawer to find something, he warns that even if the kid survives, assassination attempts, endless trouble is bound to follow. Bringing the kid along to the Arctic realm will keep him totally safe before the national trials, while ensuring he does not drag his friends down. The principal nods in agreement, admitting the kid will be safe, but wonders what the Marquis actually gains from this arrangement. After all, as the mighty Marquis of Zhenbei, does he really have spare time to babysit a rookie? Finally, pulling a bottle of liquor from the drawer, the Marquis grins, admitting he has had his eye on Lu Fan for a long time. The kid's rapid growth and progress are absolutely insane, meaning he won't even need to spend much time watching over him. He pauses for a moment, adding that he hopes the boy will go, believing Lu Fan might help him investigate that classified case. Convinced, the principal agrees, but strictly warns that they must guarantee Lu Fan will not face any real danger out there. Raising the bottle for a drink, the Marquis confidently promises to bring the young kid back in one piece. Glug, glug, glug. After a few massive gulps, he grimaces and sticks his tongue out, gagging. What on earth is he doing? The furious principal yells, calling it a precious treasure he received as a gift. The principal roars in absolute fury. Early next morning, outside the prestigious Longdu Academy, a flashy supercar pulls up to a grand villa. The door flies open, and a sharply dressed Jin Chenghan steps out. At the sight of him, Jin Zhou rushes out with a tearful, whiny voice. "Brother, you finally showed up. Tell me, what do you care about more, me or your precious gear?" Jin Chenghan gently pulls his little sister into a warm embrace, comforting her. "You silly girl, of course you are my most priceless treasure." With the national trials held far away in the Taiki Kingdom, he had to prepare absolutely everything beforehand. The moment he got everything settled, he rushed straight here to see her. Jinzhou looks up with teary, bloodshot eyes, asking him in a trembling voice, "So, you are going to get revenge for me, right?" A dark, dangerous smirk slowly plays on Jin Changhan's lips. "Of course. Anyone bold enough to mess with my little sister, I will make absolutely sure they pay a price they will never forget." Meanwhile, back at Villa Number 2 of the prestigious Longdu Academy, Lu Fan tries reconnecting with Black Rat after their call suddenly dropped yesterday. Black Rat's anxious voice instantly crackles through the line. "Did the goods arrive yet?" Brother Lu Fan replies with a calm, brief nod. "Map is secured. I am sending the transfer now." Black Rat continues, his tone carrying a hint of blame. "You went completely off the grid last night, driving me crazy trying to reach you. Glad you are safe, man. No ordinary rookie would dare go after that rare map anyway." Lu Fan lets out a soft, exhausted sigh. "If there is nothing else, I am hanging up." Overhearing the call, Sword Shadow stands nearby, unable to hide his curiosity, and asks if he is planning to head out again. Lu Fan answers, staring off into the distance. He wants to explore the area, but must wait until last night's ambush is fully investigated. Smiling, Sword Shadow mentions that everyone got a massive scare last night. Since they are still sleeping soundly upstairs, he suggests just letting them know once they wake up if he decides to leave. Hearing that, Lu Fan closes his system interface with a decisive swipe, nodding in agreement. Yeah, he won't just vanish without a word thanking Sword Shadow for taking care of everyone. Right at that moment, a sudden aggressive pounding on the door startles both of them. Lu Fan quickly speaks up first, offering to get it. Assuming it is Vice Principal Zhao, with updates, the boy swiftly gets up to open the door. Fully expecting the vice principal, he eagerly asks for the investigation results, but his words abruptly freeze halfway out of his mouth. Lu Fan stands frozen, realizing it is not Vice Principal Zhao, but a total stranger with a long, vicious scar across his face. Instantly dropping into a defensive stance, he guardedly asks who the man is. Despite his terrifying looks, the stranger flashes a friendly smile. The scarred stranger claims he knows nothing about any investigation, telling the kid to relax, since he is not a bad guy. As the door swings wider, Lu Fan is horrified to see the elite bodyguard squad outside completely wiped out by this single man. The mysterious man is even casually carrying one of the battered bodyguards over his shoulder. The scarred man casually explains that knocking these guards unconscious was actually just a tiny, harmless misunderstanding. He asks if they have a first aid kit, explaining the guards just blindly rushed and attacked him the moment he arrived. Surely self-defense is totally justified, right? Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly backs away, his hand tightening around his hilt in deep suspicion. How could elite guards, handpicked by Vice Principal Zhao himself, be taken down this easily? Could this dangerous old man be here to ambush them? Lu Fan growls, threateningly demanding to know who he really is. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Qin Qiu suddenly appears from upstairs, cheering happily when she spots the strange man. She excitedly greets Uncle Du, asking what he is doing here. But realizing the chaos around them, she panics, wondering what on earth is happening. Lu Fan is completely taken aback, blunting out Uncle Du. They quickly invite the guest inside for tea. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, the truth finally dawns on Lu Fan, leaving him completely stunned. It turns out he is the legendary master Uncle Qin always spoke of so highly. Qin Qiu beams with pride. She explains she always called him Uncle Du, though she playfully complains that he still hits way too hard. The old man bursts into booming laughter, joking that if she had not arrived, Lu Fan would have started a life-or-death fight with him. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Fan quickly bows and begs the senior for forgiveness. He admits he was foolish to think the master was there to attack. In fact, Lu Fan had always wanted to thank him in person for taking out the mastermind, pulling Jin Zhu's strings. The master modestly explains that although Ruan Changfeng stubbornly tried to use his special envoy status to seek revenge, things still had to be resolved. He tells Lu Fan that he was the one who actually finished the job, so no thanks are needed. Qin Qiu playfully chimed in, teasing that the legendary hero, who once rode a lion to wipe out an entire beast horde, is now unrecognized by the very student of Dragon Nation Academy. Right, uncle? Hearing this, Lu Fan leaps from his seat in absolute shock, facing a beast tied alone. Back in Zhanghai City, Lu Fan's school walls were covered in posters of heroes who fought those monsters. It turns out the senior right before him is the legendary warrior who single-handedly repelled the horde. Amused by Lu Fan's starstruck reaction, Uncle Du bursts into a hearty laugh. He laughs it off, calling it ancient history. Every generation has its legends, and new heroes will always rise to take the stage. Suddenly his tone turns deadly serious, his gaze sharpening. Right now the only one he is truly interested in is Lu Fan. Standing up abruptly, he places a heavy hand on Lu Fan's shoulder. He reveals that he came specifically to take the young man to the far north realm for some real brutal training. Still dazed, Lu Fan stammers in complete disbelief. The far north Uncle Du gives a firm, decisive nod. He explains that after discussing with the principal, training in the far north will rapidly boost Lu Fan's cultivation. Battling in the harshest conditions will prepare him perfectly for the national trials, while keeping him safe from further deadly ambushes. Qin Qiu chimes in with concern, pointing out that the far north is an uncharted wasteland crawling with deadly dangers. Jian Ying nods solemnly in agreement. Since Lu Fan represents the entire Dragon Nation, they cannot afford to let anything happen to him before the main event. Uncle Du calmly explains that while the environment is brutal, it is exactly what Lu Fan needs to shatter his limits and grow stronger. Plus, leaving this chaotic city means any future assassins will target him alone, keeping his close friends completely out of harm's way. Hearing this, Lu Fan hesitates, his heart heavy. Conveniently, his new god-tier treasure map points straight to the far north. He definitely wants to go, but worries if his friends will truly be safe. Just then, Jian Ying speaks up with absolute confidence, urging Lu Fan to go ahead without any hesitation. He reassures him that since they have all reached the second transition, they can handle themselves and keep everyone perfectly safe. Qin Qiu quickly chimes in, promising they will do everything to keep his aunt safe and sound. He really does not need to worry about their safety while he is away. After weighing his options, Lu Fan makes up his mind, his eyes flashing with resolve as he thanks them for their trust. He declares his decision to head north. Uncle Du laughs, heartily pleased that he did not misjudge the young warrior. He instructs Qin Qiu to grab some premium wine so they can throw a massive send-off feast for Lu Fan. Qin Qiu sticks out her tongue in playful horror, begging Uncle Du to spare them from his heavy drinking. There is no way they can handle the extremely strong spirits he usually drinks. Jian Ying quickly offers to tag along, mentioning he needs to stock up on groceries for his own place anyway. Lu Fan steps up, volunteering to run the errand himself. He wants them all to feast once his aunt and Taozi wake up, and he still needs to bid farewell to his senior sister. Suddenly, Uncle Du remembers something important. The uncle looks worriedly at Qin Qiu, telling young Xiao Qiu to quickly heal those poor bodyguards sprawled all over the floor outside, because having others see them in that state would definitely look bad. Qin Qiu scratches his head, looking quite awkward, as he replies that he has already changed classes to a Holy Light Inquisitor, so his old healing powers are completely gone now. Jian Ying immediately waves his hands in a frantic refusal, telling them not to look his way because he does not have a single healing skill either. Lu Fan lets out a long, helpless sigh of pure exhaustion. Well, looks like they have to leave Xiao Fei behind to handle this mess. Later, in the quiet points room of the bustling arena at Longdu Academy, Lu Fan sits patiently waiting for his senior sister. As he waits, his mind begins to wander. That old senior turned out to be the legendary hero who once single-handedly stopped a massive beast tide all those years ago. Getting the chance to study under a powerhouse of that caliber is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But what is his real motive for sending Lu Fan to that harsh far north realm? What could the old man possibly stand to gain? Right then, the door swings wide open. A stunning white-haired girl with a captivating presence, looking like an elegant goddess, steps in, greeting him with a sweet, clear voice. "Hello there, why are you staying so late today? Don't tell me you've actually been waiting around here just for me. I've been completely swamped with work these past 2 days. Do you want to go a few rounds of close combat practice with me? Then let's not waste any time and get right to it." Lu Fan quickly clarifies, his voice sounding a bit hesitant as he tells his senior sister that he is actually here to say goodbye. Hearing this, the white-haired girl freezes for a moment, her beautiful eyes widening with a look of pure, unhidden shock. "Goodbye," Lu Fan explains the details, his voice holding a hint of reluctance. He has to head to the far north realm and might not see her again until about a month before the national trials. Not being able to spar and train with his senior sister anymore is definitely going to make things incredibly boring. Hearing this, she bursts out laughing, her giggles sounding like silver bells, before suddenly giving Lu Fan's cheek a hard pinch that makes him yelp in pain. She watches his pained, distorted face with amusement, speaking in a highly teasing tone. "You silly boy, going to the far north realm might teach you way more useful things than just sparring with me every day. That place is crawling with extreme danger and constant threats, so I promise you things will never get boring out there." Hearing her words, Lu Fan feels a wave of relief wash over him. His face flushes red as a shy smile creeps onto his lips. "Yes, I understand, senior sister." He then happily bids her goodbye, saying he should probably head back home first now, since he still has to host a small farewell party with everyone tonight. But she quickly calls out to wait. His senior sister rushes over, calling out to him in a hurry. She suddenly wraps her arms gently around Lu Fan's waist, an unexpected embrace that leaves him completely frozen, his heart racing. "You're leaving so suddenly, and I don't even have any valuable gift to give you." Lu Fan stammers in complete embarrassment, asking her what this is about. The girl quickly ties an exquisitely crafted peace amulet onto Lu Fan's wrist, gently reminding him that it is a protective charm he must always keep on him. The far north realm is harsh, and the upcoming national trials will be extremely challenging, so stay sharp, take good care of yourself, and bring back some rare unmelting ice as a souvenir when you return in triumph. With that, she immediately turns around and walks away decisively without looking back even once. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly calls out after her, but all he manages to catch are a few soft strands of her fragrant hair, slipping through his fingers. He stands there in silence, staring at the strands of hair left in his palm, overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of emotion. Soon after, Lu Fan leaves the points room, quickly buying some supplies before rushing back to Villa Number 2. While he is on his way back, a mysterious masked figure suddenly appears out of thin air, silently stalking him from the shadows like a literal ghost. Lu Fan suddenly stops in his tracks, turning around coldly to demand in a deep, powerful voice how much longer the stranger plans on tailing him. Realizing he has been spotted, the stalker drops his cover and snorts coldly, expressing surprise at being noticed so incredibly early. "Tracking you down was no easy task at all, Lu Fan." Lu Fan instantly drops into a defensive stance, warily confronting the mysterious intruder and demanding to know who they are. "Why did you follow me all this way? And what is your goal?" The stranger slowly extends his hands, channeling his inner energy as a massive pressure erupts, preparing to unleash an attack, and speaks with arrogance, asking if Lu Fan has no idea who he is. "But I've heard plenty about your legendary achievements. My name is Jin Changhan, and I am the older brother of Jin Zhou. You've taken quite good care of my precious little sister, haven't you? So I came all this way specifically to pay you back properly." Thud. The shopping bag in Lu Fan's hand drops straight to the ground as he asks coldly, his eyes turning as sharp as daggers. "Are you really the #1 genius rookie of the Taiki Kingdom? Is Jin Zhou here too? Call her out right now." To face me, Lu Fan instantly summons his battle saber, his sharp icy eyes locking onto the enemy with immense guarded murderous intent. Hearing Lu Fan's highly arrogant challenge, a familiar petite figure immediately steps out from right behind Jin Changhan. Following her is the sharp, clear voice of Jin Zhou, filled with absolute provocation and smug satisfaction. "Are you still this incredibly arrogant and smug? I absolutely had to come see my brother personally teach you a painful lesson with my own eyes." The Jin siblings play off each other, perfectly backing one another up with great timing. Jin Changhan speaks up, his voice dripping with condescension, asking if Lu Fan wants to be personally taught a lesson. "It all depends on your choice. Lu Fan, I will give you one last chance to behave and let my sister slap you back for the disrespect you showed her. Do that, and we will call it even, wiping the slate completely clean." Hearing their ridiculous terms, Lu Fan cannot help but let out a cold, deeply mocking scoff. "Oh, it seems your Jin family really holds a grudge, do you not, Jin Zhou? You confidently said the exact same thing last time. How did that turn out? I wonder if you actually have the guts to tell your brother how it ended." Jin Zhou is instantly driven mad with rage by Lu Fan's mockery, her face turning bright red. "Brother, he still dares to talk big. Stop wasting words on him and just finish him off right now." Jin Chang'an frowns as a chilling, murderous aura begins to bleed from his body, heavy and completely suffocating. "Lu Fan, you really are the type who will not shed a tear until you see your own coffin. Since you still refuse to show our Jin family any respect, I guess I will just have to deal with you myself." As he speaks, he channels his inner energy, forcing a complex glowing magic circle to materialize directly onto the center of his palm. A strange, thick, black-purple fog filled with death energy gradually gathers around Jin Changhan's hand, radiating an icy and deeply malevolent aura. Lu Fan glares intensely at the highly suspicious and dark summoning magic circle. He realizes this summoning technique is just like Jinzhou's, both belonging to a highly dangerous heretical path. In an instant, that bizarre and ghostly black-purple fog rapidly spreads outward into the open air, enveloping everything in the area. The air itself turns thick and heavy, completely suffocated by a deadly, sinister, and highly mysterious dark energy. Jin Changhan laughs with pure arrogance, shouting that it is finally time to send Lu Fan to his grave. Out of that thick, dark fog, a deformed and utterly hideous beast begins to quickly take shape. Following Jin Changhan's commands, the creature charges straight at Lu Fan, like a lethal high-speed arrow. A stream of highly toxic green fluid sprays out from its deep black abyss of a mouth, shooting directly toward Lu Fan at a terrifying speed. Fortunately, he easily dodges the beast's highly lethal attack with effortless ease. Instead of celebrating early, Lu Fan remains highly cautious, silently assessing his opponent's actual strength. Even a simple standard attack from this summoned creature possesses incredibly high levels of corrosive and destructive power. It looks like prioritizing dodging its frontal attacks is the safest move here. But right at that moment, something terrifying happens, as the monster suddenly sprouts countless hideous twitching legs all over. The bizarre mutation is far from over, as the monster suddenly grows a fully formed human face in the blink of an eye. Its brutal, bloodthirsty, beastly eyes lock onto Lu Fan, without blinking, sending a cold, highly unexpected shiver straight down his spine. Why on earth does this hideous monster possess a face that looks exactly like Jin Changhan? Once the mutation fully finishes, its sharp-pointed legs dig deep into the ground to support its massive, heavy frame. Refusing to give Lu Fan even a single second of rest, Jin Changhan barks out a ruthless order. "Abyssal crawling serpent, go capture that brat alive for me right now." Just as the hideous beast charges toward Lu Fan like a storm, a majestic figure suddenly appears high up in the sky. It is a mighty beast with massive wings spread wide, slicing through the air as it dives straight down. In a split second, this legendary majestic beast lands gracefully yet with immense ground-shaking impact, using its incredible strength to completely pin Jin Changhan's mutated monster flat against the earth beneath its razor-sharp claws. Right at that moment, a system status screen flashes clearly in front of everyone. The Frost Lion King, a legendary tier mount. The massive collision between these two beasts terrifies Jin Changhan and Jinzhou, forcing them to stumble back in sheer panic, their faces completely pale. Jinzhou panics, shrieking out in a cracked, terrified voice, asking what on earth is going on here. From behind Lu Fan, Bo2 suddenly leaps forward like a powerful god, his booming authoritative voice echoing through the entire area. This is not Jin family territory, where you can just do whatever you want. He lands firmly on the ground in a powerful stance, tightly gripping his sharp spear, which radiates a freezing, icy aura. Right then, Kim Song-han froze in shock, recognizing the legendary Frost Lion King. Even that voice sounded terrifyingly familiar. Could it really be him? While he was still lost in utter disbelief, Bo2 acted like lightning, drawing his gleaming spear and thrusting it forward like a thunderbolt straight toward the terrified siblings Kim Song-han and Kim Ju. Bo2 let out a cold, domineering sneer. What a bunch of arrogant fools who do not know their place. Staring down this life-or-death crisis under Bo2's immense suffocating pressure, a terrified Kim Ju completely lost her sanity, standing frozen like a statue. Seeing the deadly spear flying straight toward his sister, Kim Song-han screamed in pure panic, "Kim Ju, watch out." This opponent was incredibly dangerous, far beyond their level. But Bo2's true target was not the weak girl, but the arrogant brother, Kim Song-han. In a split second, the heavy spear pierced right through Kim Song-han, effortlessly lifting him high into the air. Kim Ju panicked, letting out a sharp, deafening scream. Taking the devastating blow head-on, Kim Song-han coughed violently from the agonizing pain, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. Coughing up more crimson blood that stained his clothes, he could only watch as Bo2 approached, with cold, heavy steps. "Do you recognize me now, you little brat?" Furious and desperate, Kim Song-han frantically channeled dark magic to summon another array for a counterattack. He roared in a raspy, furious voice, "Tu Jingyu." Cough, cough. In stark contrast to his wild madness, Tu Jing, also known as Bo2, simply replied with a completely flat, emotionless voice. "Give up on those useless efforts. Your abyssal crawler cannot possibly break free to save you now. Absolutely nothing, no living creature in this world can ever escape the razor-sharp claws of my Frost Lion King." Tu Jing's Frost Lion King stood majestic as ever, pinning Kim Song-han's abyssal crawler firmly under its paws without giving it any room to move. Her face pale with sheer terror, Kim Ju collapsed to the ground, sobbing and crying out hysterically. Brother, brother. Sob, sob. Despite his severe injuries, Kim Song-han stubbornly gritted his teeth, choking out words with great struggle. Ha, as expected of the famous Marquis of the North. But before he could finish, Tu Jing ruthlessly drove the spear deeper into his chest, unleashing a fresh wave of agonizing pain. Kim Ju could only sob helplessly on the ground, crying out in absolute despair, brother. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood completely shocked and stunned by this bloody, brutal sight. He wondered if Senior Tu actually planned to execute Kim Seong-han right here on the spot. Tu Jing quickly offered a cold explanation, noting that a high-tier abyssal summoner possesses a unique Tier 3 skill known as abyssal symbiosis. As long as their summoned abyssal beast remains alive and well, they can easily resurrect themselves directly from inside its physical body. Right on cue, Kim Seong-han's body, still impaled on the spear, suddenly began melting away like ice cream under a blazing summer sun. Watching this bizarre phenomenon, Lu Fan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. It seemed Kim Song-han was not actually dead yet. Tu Jing's icy, murderous voice suddenly echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. If you do not crawl out on your own right now, I will not hesitate to slaughter your abyssal crawler. Once that happens, your death will be permanent, with no escape. Quickly shifting his stance, he delivered a devastating thunderous strike, straight into Kim Song-han's melting slimy remains. The impact was so massive that his pinned beast struggling not far away also took heavy collateral damage. The Frost Lion King had absolutely no intention of letting the abyssal crawler go, relentlessly shredding and stomping the squirming gooey mass beneath its massive razor-sharp claws. On the side, Kim Ju kept weeping bitterly, crying out his name with a choked sob. Brother, suddenly, Kim Seong-han's head sprouted right from the center of that disgusting purple slime. He burst into a crazed, hysterical laughter. Ha ha, you can never kill me. I am the representative of the mighty Taiki nation. Right then the system interface flashed with a notification. The cooldown for the Abyssal Symbiosis skill is 12 hours. Abyssal Symbiosis. As long as the summoner still draws a single breath, they will remain forever linked to the endless abyss, enabling them to miraculously resurrect inside their summoned beast's physical body after dying. While the initial cooldown is 12 hours starting from the second resurrection onward, each subsequent rebirth will require double the previous wait time. Pushed flat against the ground, Kim Song-han spoke in a weak, raspy voice, yet he could not hide his smug satisfaction. On the eve of the national trials, if anyone dares to raise a hand against a sovereign nation's representative, they will absolutely face brutal interrogation and ultimate judgment by the powerful 23-nation alliance. The system interface popped up once more, displaying his stats. Kim Seong-han, hidden combat class abyssal summoner level 90. Lu Fan was still utterly shocked. Standing frozen with his mouth wide open, the reality of actually being able to summon a monster to resurrect himself was completely beyond anything he could have imagined. Du Jing coldly pointed his spear at Kim Song-han, who was sprawled on the ground, and enunciated every single word with chilling clarity. I obviously know that better than anyone else, but I also know another fact. If a country's representative is attacked first and forced to strike back in self-defense, the original attacker will not have to face any punishment whatsoever. Not even the absolute smallest penalty. With just one sharp sentence, the entire situation flipped, instantly cornering Kim Song-han and leaving him completely trapped. He panicked, stammering out in pure shock. What? What did you say? Lu Fan is the representative of our Dragon Kingdom, Du Jing casually replied. And I am not a bloodthirsty man. Since your Taiji nation is hosting the national trials this year, I will spare your life for now, simply to avoid any unnecessary trouble down the road. Hearing this like a lifesaver, Kim Song-han quickly replied, you understood. But Du Jing was not going to let him off so easily. His gaze was as cold as ice, and his voice dropped low. I absolutely despise your Kim family. Do not ever let me see your pathetic faces here ever again. With that, the spear in his hand shot forward, grazing past Kim Song-han's head by a hair before slamming into the purple monster. It let out a miserable shriek and vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, covered in cold sweat, Kim Song-han struggled to push himself up and weakly told Kim Ju, go, we need to leave right now. Pale with terror, Kim Ju rushed over and stammered with a trembling voice, yes, right away, and quickly helped the stumbling Kim Song-han to his feet. Before disappearing, Kim Song-han did not forget to turn around and spit a resentful threat at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, since we are both representatives, I will be waiting for you at the national trials. Start praying because absolutely no one will be there to protect you in the Taejae nation. Lu Fan watched the staggering figures of the Kim siblings, feeling a mix of complex emotions well up inside his chest. That Kim Song-han clearly just escaped death by a hair, yet he still can't keep his mouth shut, Du Jing said, shaking his head with a trace of sarcasm. That's how people from Taejae nation are. Always talking big, even with a foot in the grave. Let's head inside. I told everyone to stay put, so they must be worried sick. The group quickly returned to the villa, where everyone was anxiously waiting for them. Just then, Du Jing suddenly remembered something and turned to Lu Fan. Oh right, where are all those groceries you bought? Your little aunt has been waiting forever. Reminded by Uncle Du, Lu Fan suddenly remembered, and his face turned pale. It was over. All the food had been completely ruined by that summoned beast. During their warm gathering that evening, everyone cast aside the heavy tension of the raid to enjoy drinks and food together until they were completely full. Tauzi, with a cheerful face, put her arm around Uncle Du's shoulder and clinked glasses merrily. Hey old man, can you actually hold your liquor? Uncle Du grunted, smiling wryly as he toasted back. Keep it coming, I'm not scared. The party's atmosphere reached its peak with a mix of tears and laughter. His little aunt Han Ke hugged Lu Fan tightly, sobbing with eyes full of tears. Boo-hoo little Fan, you must prioritize your safety and don't push yourself too hard. Do you hear me? Beside him, Chin Chiu, her cheeks flushed red after a few drinks, couldn't hide her concern as she warmly reminded him. That's right, Lu Fan, take good care of yourself and don't worry about us. Sandwiched between the two women, Lu Fan found himself in an awkward spot, only able to offer a helpless smile to reassure them. Don't worry everyone, it is just for 1 month. I will definitely return safely. Deep down, Lu Fan quietly steeled his resolve. He knew he had to leave because he was the primary target of those assassins. He couldn't let everyone face danger because of him. Early the next morning, Lu Fan and Du Jing officially set off on their journey. Riding the majestic Extreme Frost Lion King, they flew straight toward the Extreme North Realm, a land of mystery and bitter cold. He thought to himself that with the national trials still a month away, the secrets of the Extreme North Realm were waiting for him to uncover. After a rushed lunch, the two of them quickly resumed their journey. Suddenly, a violent blizzard hit, leaving Lu Fan, who was unused to such harsh weather, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Du Jing turned and warmly advised, hang in there and don't let yourself freeze. Contrary to Du Jing's visible concern, the young Lu Fan appeared quite calm and unfazed by the storm. His eyes constantly scanned the blank snowy landscape around them, thinking to himself that this was an unexplored territory above level 60, and the location on the god-tier treasure map was right here. Just as he thought of that, Lu Fan suddenly noticed something unusual and quickly asked, Wait, Senior Du, what is that over there? A highly majestic sight unfolded right before the eyes of the two travelers. Against the fading sunset sky and towering snowy peaks, a massive blood-red moon hung suspended in the air, surrounded by a faint, mysterious halo. Seeing this, Lu Fan gasped in shock. It looks like a blood moon. Du Jing, noticing Lu Fan's surprised expression, couldn't help but find it amusing. He offered a mysterious smile. That is exactly the reason why I brought you here. Not long after, they finally arrived at the military camp of the Extreme North Realm. Let's follow Marcus Tu Jing as he shows Lu Fan around, explaining the layout. This base houses his elite lion regiment, and every single soldier here must fully master the art of mounted combat. The mission to explore the far north has been underway for quite some time, and by now they have mapped out exactly 114 scouting routes. As for what they are looking for, Lu Fan has likely seen it already. Looking at where Tu Jing is pointing on the map, Lu Fan takes a guess. Is it that Blood Moon Senior? Tu Jing answers immediately, confirming that they still cannot get close to it and have absolutely no idea what it actually is. Everyone simply refers to it as that thing. Dropping his serious expression, the Marquis claps Lu Fan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, saying that since a legendary youth is joining them, he is certain the exploration mission will make massive breakthroughs. Lu Fan just offers a gentle smile, carefully studying the map while rubbing his chin in deep thought. So this is what Senior Tu Jing wanted, but what a coincidence. It matches his own goals perfectly. After all, finding a divine-grade treasure while training in a brutal level 60 environment is the ultimate jackpot. And these two routes happen to be the closest to the treasure map's coordinates. With that in mind, Lu Fan points directly to a section of the map and makes a firm request, asking if he can join this scouting route. The Northern Marquis looks at him, speaking bluntly, saying the kid is way too impatient. Though Route number 78 has many of their outposts, it is also crawling with extremely dangerous beasts. At his current level of 32, if anything goes wrong, his old principal would definitely come to claim the Marquis's old life in revenge. But Lu Fan firmly replies that he did not come here just to hide from pursuers, but to temper himself and grow much stronger. If he only sticks to safe paths, then this entire journey would be completely meaningless. Seeing such fierce determination, the Northern Marquis cannot help but silently admire the young man's incredible resolve. With a grin, he channels his power, forming a glowing energy sphere as he speaks. He calls him a brat, laughing that when he was a rookie, he was the exact same way, always diving straight into danger. The energy sphere vanishes, and Tu Jing summons a highly unique weapon, handing it over to Lu Fan and telling him to take it. Caught off guard, Lu Fan instinctively extends both hands to receive the mysterious gift. Examining the weapon closely, he is absolutely stunned to find that it is actually a legendary-grade sub-weapon bow. Equipping both the Ink Dragon Scale Sword and this Ming Snake's Guide will send his stats skyrocketing, especially with the level requirement bypass enchantment. Senior Tu Jing must have spent at least 800 million dragon coins on these enchantments. Suddenly, the bow's information panel pops up. This is the Ming Snake's Guide, a legendary weapon with a level 70 requirement bypassed by enchantment. It grants strength plus 59, enchanted plus 315 agility, plus 756, and enchanted plus 217. As a sub-weapon, it boosts all attributes of the Ming Snake Arrow skill by 10%. The Ming Snake's Guide consumes no physical ammunition, automatically condensing magic arrows. When undrawn, it can fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. When fully drawn and charged for 3 seconds, it fires a Snake Shadow Arrow that boosts damage by 500%. After reading through the stats, Lu Fan is so shocked that he can only stutter asking about this incredible bow. But before he can even finish his sentence, Tu Jing raises a hand to wave him off. With a hearty laugh, he tells the kid not to be polite and just accept the gift, since conquering Route 78 requires this level of preparation. Realizing that refusing is absolutely pointless, Lu Fan happily accepts the weapon, bowing deeply in gratitude and promising that with this divine bow both the exploration route and the upcoming national trial will be a breeze. Tu Jing jokingly scolds him to stop flattering, him pointing out that if he actually knew how to use a bow, such a treasure would never fall into the kid's hands. But Lu Fan is far too thrilled to care, completely focused on admiring the glorious bow in his grip. The system panel confirms that the bow has been successfully equipped. Just then, one of Tu Jing's subordinates walks in, respectfully holding out a cloak and announcing that the military uniform is ready. Taking the cloak, the Northern Marquis hands it over, telling Lu Fan to put it on so they can go take a close look at that thing. If he still wants to tackle Route 78 after they get back, then the squad will set off tomorrow morning. Feeling highly motivated, Lu Fan quickly throws the cloak over his shoulders and eagerly urges them to go. He says he cannot wait any longer, and without wasting a single second, the two of them set off on their journey. Along the way, Tu Jing suddenly speaks up, asking Lu Fan why a dragon rider like him isn't riding a dragon. He notes that the youth keeps flying with his own dragon wings instead of summoning a mount like his own polar frost lion king. Lu Fan honestly explains that his dragon's level is still too low. His black dragon Xiao Ye is only level 29, but she will unlock the mounting skill very soon. Tu Jing takes a casual sip of water from his flask and bursts into a hearty laugh. Haha, once you can actually ride a real dragon, then maybe, just maybe, I will consider making an exception to recruit you into my Lion Legion. While the two of them are chatting away, several winged demonic beasts suddenly appear right in front of them. Lu Fan is caught off guard, spotting 3 bizarre-looking beasts screeching and flapping their wings as they charge straight at them. The status screen quickly pops up, revealing a level 60 Phantom Soundbird possessing a toxic feather skill that shoots 3 poisonous feathers, which has a 30% chance to poison targets for 30 seconds, draining 2% of their health every second while causing complete madness. This charm state lasts for 5 whole minutes, and they can even cast other abilities while screeching. One of the birds lets out a deafening screech and lunges straight at Lord Zhenbei, who is casually sipping his water. Lu Fan quickly shouts, "Senior Tu, watch out!" But Tu Jing does not look worried at all. He calmly summons his long spear and tells Lu Fan, "You should watch yourself." Just as the beast's razor-sharp talons are about to hit, his spear thrusts forward like a flash of lightning, piercing right through it. Turns out he was telling Lu Fan to watch himself. Not wanting to be outdone, the Arctic Lion King also pounces forward, instantly pinning down another demonic bird in its massive claws. Just like that, Lord Zhenbei easily obliterates all 3 high-level monsters without even breaking a sweat. He coldly adds that if Lu Fan reacted this slowly on Scout Route 78, he would have ended up dead a long time ago. Flying nearby, Lu Fan silently watches Lord Zhenbei easily destroy 3 level 60 beasts. He realizes that if elite soldiers in the Lion Legion are all above level 70, this is a whole different league. Even though Senior 2 joked about making an exception for him earlier, his slow reaction just now probably left a bad impression. This is not some safe school academy. He needs to get much more serious. We have arrived. Tu Jing's voice suddenly snaps Lu Fan out of his thoughts, bringing his attention to their actual destination. Snapping back to reality, Lu Fan gasps as he casts his gaze toward the ground below. Right there in the middle of the endless snow-covered far north is a truly terrifying sight, a massive blood-red eye wide open and staring directly up at the sky. It seems to have been buried here for ages, with a thick layer of snow blanketing its massive eyelids. Lord Zhenbei explains in a grim voice that this is either a deceased beast or some ancient colossal entity, but they still have no idea what it actually is. Lu Fan is completely stunned. Looking closely at the giant eye and the surrounding snowy mountains, it actually resembles the half-buried head of a dragon. But could it really be a dragon? Its sheer scale is so mind-boggling that even the entire Lion Legion has not been able to fully map it out. Urged by curiosity, Lu Fan immediately opens his status panel to scan the colossal creature for information. Seeing how silently Lu Fan is staring at this bizarre entity, Tu Jing breaks the quiet by asking if he is totally shocked. He admits that during his first visit, even his mighty Arctic Lion King was too terrified by its sheer pressure to approach. Finding it was pure luck, but as Lu Fan tries to scan it, his appraisal screen remains completely blank. Lu Fan is completely baffled, wondering how even the mighty system itself cannot identify a single piece of information about this thing. Seeing that the system failed, just as he expected, Tu Jing remarks that this world is too vast, and humanity has barely scratched the surface of what lies out there. That is why people like him must lead the Lion Legion, constantly venturing deep into these uncharted lands to conquer the unknown. And back when he first discovered this giant eye, it was not in this dormant state. It happened when he led his troops to clear out a massive swarm of phantom soundbirds that were guarding local resources. With that, the story flashes back to the fateful day Tu Jing first laid eyes on this massive hidden terror. Under a pitch-black night sky, the Lion Legion is locked in a brutal battle against 7 phantom soundbirds, with Tu Jing shouting for his squads to quickly disperse their formations. But right in the middle of the chaos, the flock of monsters suddenly panics and starts fleeing in all directions. Sensing that something is seriously wrong here, Tu Jing and his men quickly scan the surrounding area for any hidden threats. Right then, a soldier screams about an avalanche, warning that their mining team is trapped below. The beasts are fleeing,